Chapter 1. She cannot be pregnant. As Lin Shiyan pushed open the door to the private room, she was greeted by the sight of Feng Xingzhi lounging on the sofa, a young, delicate girl nestling weakly in his embrace. Upon noticing Lin Shiyan's entrance, the girl seized a document and hurled it at her, haughtily declaring, "I am 3 months pregnant and have already undergone a fetal gender determination at the hospital. It's a boy. Lin Shiyan, if you know what's good for you, you should initiate the divorce yourself." Lin Shiyan snatched the examination report and glanced at it. Indeed, the girl was pregnant. "Let's go," Lin Shiyan said to the young woman. "There's still time to go to the hospital for an abortion." "Lin Shiyan, how dare you? You would terminate the heir of the Feng family." The woman's expression changed dramatically as she sprang up, lunging at Lin Shiyan. Lin Shiyan grasped the woman's wrist and forcefully flung her aside. Gazing at the girl's contorted face, Lin Shiyan's demeanor remained calm, though her eyes glinted with coldness. "The heir? Did Feng Xingzhi not inform you that he not only got a contraceptive injection, but also underwent a sterilization procedure? Pray tell, how did you become pregnant?" "You're lying. How could Mr. Feng have undergone such a procedure? You must be fabricating stories." The girl frantically turned to Feng Xingzhi for help. "Mr. Feng, she's spouting nonsense, isn't she?" "She is not lying. I indeed had the surgery," Feng Xingzhi replied, raising his eyelids slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips as he coolly stated, "So, how exactly did you become pregnant? Asexual reproduction? Or perhaps miraculous conception?" The latter remark dripped with sarcasm. The young girl looked utterly flustered, struggling to articulate a response. In the end, she could only wail, "Mr. Feng, I was wrong to deceive you. It was only because I love you so much and desperately want to stay by your side." Lin Shiyan clicked her tongue, seeing that the girl was still intent on causing a scene. She summoned the bodyguards to drag her away. "You're always so fierce. You frightened even this young, beautiful girl to tears," Feng Xingzhi remarked as he lit a cigarette, the curling smoke obscuring his handsome features slightly. Lin Shiyan stepped forward, retrieving the cigarette from his hand. Bending down to meet his gaze, she said, "They need not cry, as long as you can endure these girls, who resemble Feng Yahweh, using this ploy of pregnancy to coerce you into marriage." Feng Xingzhi's expression darkened, his countenance turning fierce. "You are unworthy to mention her." "Why am I unworthy?" Perhaps having yielded for too long, Lin Shiyan could no longer suppress her indignation as she declared, "Feng Xingzhi, I shall say this once more. I never pushed Feng Yahweh. She fell on her own volition to frame me, and her subsequent death was merely her own doing. I bear no responsibility, and you cannot use this to force me into atonement." Silence. "Very well. If you do not wish to hear my words, then let actions speak." Lin Shiyan seated herself upon Feng Xingzhi, tearing off his shirt and tossing it into the trash. "This shirt is sullied. It deserves to be discarded." Feng Xingzhi sneered. "Even if you discard this one, there will be another." Lin Shiyan's fingertips trembled. She understood that he referred to women. Throughout their 3 years of marriage, she had to deal with Feng Xingzhi's women every few days. These women, like the one just now, all possessed a feature reminiscent of Feng Yahweh, but their eyes or their lips. Their sole purpose was to torment her, his wife. Lin Shiyan's expression hardened, then continued to discard them. "As compensation, you belong to me tonight. I am quite curious to know who has bestowed upon you the audacity to believe that my nights would belong to you." With that, Feng Xingzhi forcefully overturned Lin Shiyan, standing up to leave. "Feng Xingzhi," lying on the sofa, Lin Shiyan suddenly spoke, "Are you not afraid that I will seek out grandfather and have him send Feng Shuwei away?" Feng Shuwei was Feng Yaoi's sister, though she was neither as young nor as beautiful, nor did she possess the same family background. Her striking resemblance to Feng Yahweh had led Feng Xingzhi to lavish her with affection. Feng Xingzhi abruptly grasped Lin Shiyan by the neck, his thin lips curling into a smile, the light in his eyes sharp as a blade. "Lin Shiyan, I hope you behave yourself, otherwise I cannot guarantee what I might do, understand?" Lin Shiyan was certain she saw a glimmer of murderous intent in Feng Xingzhi's eyes. For the sake of Feng Shuwei, he would take her life. A chill swept over Lin Shiyan, and sorrow welled in her eyes. After a moment, Feng Xingzhi released her, pulling out a tissue to meticulously wipe his fingers, even attending to the crevices beneath his nails, his expression one of disgust as though he had touched something revolting. Lin Shiyan's heart constricted violently, as if gripped by an invisible hand, leaving her breathless. She watched as Feng Xingzhi slammed the door to the private room shut, collapsing onto the sofa, tears spilling from her eyes. What could be worse than knowing the man she loves is enamored with another woman? Perhaps it is the knowledge that the woman he loves has passed away. Once a person dies, they can no longer err, and with the passage of time, they become ever more perfect, transforming into a cherished memory, leaving her, the wife, to dwell in the shadows. If given a choice, she truly would prefer not to love Feng Xingzhi any longer. Lin Shiyan straightened her attire, and, when she lifted her head again, her expression was serene, devoid of any traces of the sadness that had just engulfed her. She opened the door to the private room and walked out, only to find the tall figure of Feng Xingzhi waiting at the entrance. Feng Xingzhi cast a glance at her and said, "Grandfather is waiting at home." With that, he strode outside. Lin Shiyan followed quietly behind. As the car moved slowly, the only sounds within were the rustling of Feng Xingzhi's papers and their synchronized breaths. Lin Shiyan relaxed, savoring the tranquility of the moment, a rare time that belonged solely to the two of them. Upon entering the living room, the elderly Feng, dressed in traditional attire, approached her, enveloping Lin Shiyan in a warm embrace. "Yin, you finally arrived. Grandfather has missed you to the point of heartache. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. It has been 6 years since I last saw you. Old man, 6 years. How many 6-year spans does one encounter in life? That's more like it." Lin Shiyan enjoyed a lively conversation with old Master Feng, inadvertently sidelining his grandson, Feng Xingzhi. Feng Xingzhi was unfazed. Lin Shiyan had always excelled at charming those around her. At that moment, the butler approached. "Dinner is ready, old master." The dinner consisted entirely of Lin Shiyan's favorite dishes, laid out in abundance. Old Master Feng placed a generous portion of fish in Lin Shiyan's bowl, smiling as he said, "Eat more, you've lost weight." "Thank you, grandfather." Just as the fish entered her mouth, a wave of nausea surged, and Lin Shiyan could not help but cover her mouth and gag. Chapter 2. To avoid creating little people. Old Master Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. "Yin, are you pregnant?" "She cannot be pregnant," Feng Xingzhi said without hesitation. Old Master Feng furrowed his brow. "You've been married for 3 years. How can Yin possibly not be pregnant?" "Uncle Chun, arrange for a car to take Yin to the hospital for a checkup." "No need for a hospital visit," Lin Shiyan replied. "I had a physical examination today, and the hospital said I had a slight gastric discomfort. Is that true?" Lin Shiyan nodded. Her period had just ended yesterday. Aside from that one drunken encounter half a month ago, they had never shared a bed like a genuine couple. Feng Xingzhi remained silent, continuing to eat, his expression indifferent, as though the topic of discussion bore no relevance to him. Old Master Feng feigned vulnerability, adopting a frail demeanor. "At my age, who knows when I shall depart this world? Yet I may leave without ever seeing my great-grandchild. It would be a regret I cannot bear." "Grandfather, please don't say such things. It pains my heart," Lin Shiyan said, gripping Old Master Feng's hand tightly, feeling a pang of discomfort. "Yin, you are a good child, but not everyone is so considerate. Some would rather watch their grandfather depart this world in regret than compromise." Feng Xingzhi set down his chopsticks, letting out a sigh. "Grandfather, you will live a long life." "Grandfather, I have matters to attend to this evening," Feng Xingzhi interjected, his brow furrowed. Old Master Feng paid no heed. "Your most pressing matter is to ensure Yin becomes pregnant. If you dare sneak away tonight, don't call me grandfather." Old Master Feng was domineering, personally ushering Feng Xingzhi into the bedroom after dinner, then locking the door with a click. Feng Xingzhi glared at the door, his expression darkening. Lin Shiyan said, "If you truly have urgent matters, I can find a way to open the door." Feng Xingzhi scoffed. "Do not attempt to play coy before me, Lin Shiyan. Do you think I am unaware of your little schemes?" He opened his laptop, preparing to work. Then, the laptop was abruptly slammed shut. Lin Shiyan gazed at him, her tone unadorned as she stated, "You know, I desire you, and I have no need to concoct any excuses for this matter." Having said that, Lin Shiyan reopened her laptop and turned to retreat to the bathroom. Feng Xingzhi fixated on Lin Shiyan's silhouette, his expression inscrutable. When Lin Shiyan emerged from the bathroom post-shower, Feng Xingzhi was still immersed in his work. His shirt sleeves were rolled up, revealing his muscular forearms, while 2 buttons of his shirt were undone, hinting at the honeyed skin of his chest beneath. He possessed an undeniable allure, his features strikingly handsome, with facial contours that seemed chiseled by divine hands. His every gesture exuded an innate nobility and aloofness, rendering him worthy of the phrase of beauty that graces an era. Seated at the corner bar, Lin Shiyan's gaze grew audacious, a rare moment where she could unabashedly reveal her emotions. Her impending marriage to Feng Xingzhi was a union orchestrated by both the Lin and Feng families, fervently promoted by the elder Feng. In the past, Feng Xingzhi had been disheartened by Feng Yaoi's demise, resolutely intent on living a life of solitude. The elder Feng, however, would not hear of it. He sought out Lin Shiyan, urging her to wed Feng Xingzhi. At that time, she had already resigned herself to unrequited love for Feng Xingzhi, wishing only to quietly adore him from afar. Yet, the elder Feng's proposal rekindled a dormant pulse in her heart, and ultimately, disregarding her parents' objections, she acquiesced. Once the matrimonial agreement was established, Feng Xingzhi approached her, his demeanor cold, masking uncontainable resentment. Lin Shiyan, it is you who foolishly wishes to marry me. If that is the case, then you shall remain here and atone for your sins. Feng Xingji's brow furrowed slightly. He was unsure if it was Lin Shiyan's gaze that irked him, but a wave of heat surged within him. It felt as though tiny flames coursed through his veins, threatening to ignite him entirely, with a particular restlessness simmering just below his navel. Sensing something amiss, Feng Xingzhi inquired, Lin Shiyan, what have you done? Lin Shiyan, feeling lightheaded, fanned herself vigorously with her delicate hand. It's so hot. Xingzhi, is the air conditioning broken? Initially, Feng Xingzhi intended to observe Lin Shiyan's next move, but upon turning, he found her half-draped over the bar, the straps of her lace nightgown slipping, revealing her fair shoulders and soft curves. Lin Shiyan's temperament was typically cool, even with her breathtaking beauty. She exuded an air of aloofness. However, at this moment, her almond-shaped eyes glistened with moisture, the corners tinged with a delicate blush, rendering her irresistibly enchanting, akin to a beguiling sprite. Feng Xingzhi immediately sensed something was off and quickly turned his attention to the corner where the aromatherapy lamp was located, the unsettling aroma emanating from that direction. He abruptly stood, striding over to extinguish the lamp, a simple act that left him breathless and deepened his yearning. Without hesitation, he moved towards the door, but as he passed the bar, Lin Shiyan lunged toward him uncontrollably. At the moment he embraced Lin Shiyan, the sensation of her tender, smooth, and cool skin surged through him, causing him to instinctively draw her closer. Her arms wrapped tightly around his neck, her brow furrowed in desperation. Xingzhi, I feel so unwell. Feng Xingji's patience reached its breaking point. The overwhelming effects of the drug coursing through him nearly rendered him uncontrollable, craving to devour the woman before him. Yet, he held back, reminding himself that the woman in his arms was Lin Shiyan, whom he despised. He bit down hard on his tongue, using the pain to restrain Lin Shiyan. Calm down. It was grandfather who drugged you. Then you could be my antidote, can't you? Lin Shiyan exhaled softly, rising on her toes to passionately kiss Feng Xingzhi, her agile tongue weaving its way into stir chaos. The air grew increasingly sultry, and the remnants of Feng Xingji's rationality shattered in an instant. He forgot everything else, driven solely by instinct, fiercely embracing Lin Shiyan. The tempest within the room intensified, while the moon outside shyly concealed itself behind a veil of clouds. When everything subsided, Lin Shiyan, breathless, lay against Feng Xingji's damp chest, the warmth and intimacy of the moment enveloping her in a fleeting sense of happiness. In the next breath, she found herself flipped onto the bed by Feng Xingzhi. Lin Shiyan wished to offer an explanation, but ultimately, she remained silent. It was she who had incited their loss of control. Even if she were to articulate her thoughts, they would merely sound like excuses in Feng Xingji's ears. Suddenly, a phone rang Feng Xingji's. As he donned his shirt, he answered the call, his voice low and magnetic. Shu Wei. Chapter 3. He personally poured the medicine into Lin Shiyan's mouth. Lin Shiyan involuntarily held her breath. The tranquil room allowed her to clearly hear Feng Shuwei's voice on the other end. Xingzhi, where are you? I've already arrived at the revolving restaurant, awaiting our candlelit dinner. Feng Xingzhi replied in a deep voice, I won't be able to make it tonight. Let's reschedule. Feng Shuwei protested, sweetly coaxing Feng Xingzhi. Lin Shiyan's heart grew increasingly heavy. Feng Xingzhi hadn't even left her bed, yet he was already exchanging tender affections with another woman. She abruptly snatched the phone from Feng Xingji's hand and said in a coquettish voice, Today is my ovulation period. Xingzhi, hurry up. Feng Shuwei was taken aback, and just as she was about to say something, she heard Feng Xingzhi say, Hang up. Then, the call was terminated. Feng Shuwei's expression immediately darkened, and she smashed the items within reach to smithereens in her fury. Lin Shiyan, that harlot. Feng Xingzhi gazed at her icily. Lin Shiyan, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Lin Shiyan did not deny it. We've been married for 3 years, and I've never forced you to fulfill your husbandly duties. I hope that one day you would come to love me, not to entangle yourself with women outside. I'm afraid you're destined for disappointment. I will never love you. Lin Shiyan felt a sharp pang in her heart and threw herself into Feng Xingji's arms. Seeing that he wanted to reject her, she taunted, Can't you manage even this once? Perhaps the kitchen should prepare some tonic soup to invigorate you. No man could tolerate such a provocation, and Feng Xingzhi was no exception. His eyes bloodshot, he forcefully pinned her onto the large bed. When everything had concluded, it was already the dead of night. Feng Xingzhi pushed aside Lin Shiyan and picked up the phone lying on the floor to call his assistant. Find a way to get to the old residence and unlock the door. It wasn't too long before Zhou Chen arrived, though it remained a mystery how he managed to open the door. Lin Shiyan paid no heed to Xingzhi. After all, he could not be retained. She nestled under the covers on the bed, utterly exhausted from the 2 encounters she had endured. Just as she was on the verge of falling asleep, a knock at the door aroused her. She donned a garment and opened the door to find Zhou Chen, Feng Xingji's assistant, standing there, holding a glass of water. Madam, the president instructed me to deliver this to you, he said respectfully. Lin Shiyan glanced at the contraceptive pill in front of her, her expression devoid of emotion as she stated, There's no need for that. Your president has already taken measures. Zhou Chen replied softly, The president insists, just in case. Her heart trembled. What if I choose not to take it? Zhou Chen, though reluctant, responded, Madam, it matters not if you put me in a difficult position. I fear that the president will personally ensure you take the medication. In that moment, Lin Shiyan felt utterly defeated. She knew Feng Xingzhi was capable of such actions. With a heavy heart, she took a contraceptive pill and swallowed it whole, the bitter taste spreading from her tongue to the depths of her soul. Feng Xingzhi had undergone a vasectomy and received long-acting contraceptive injections, and now, after one night, he still insisted she take the pill. He was resolute in his determination to prevent her from ever conceiving. Lin Shiyan suppressed the bitterness within her, clenching her trembling fingers into a fist as she apologetically said, Zhou assistant, I must have embarrassed you. Zhou Chen shook his head and could not help but console Lin Shiyan. Madam, everything will turn out well. Thank you. Lin Shiyan slept until noon, and upon waking, she headed straight to the mall. Her mother had mentioned feeling discomfort in her back recently, and she wished to select a lumbar support for her. As she entered the mall, she unexpectedly spotted Feng Shuwei. Lin Shiyan chose to ignore her, but to her surprise, Feng Shuwei approached with an aggressive demeanor, hurling accusations. Lin Shiyan, you are well aware that yesterday was my birthday, yet you still chose to monopolize Brother Xingzhi. What are you scheming? Lin Shiyan replied with a wry smile. Feng Xingzhi is my husband. And so what? If it weren't for you causing my sister's demise, the position of Mrs. Feng would never have been yours. Lin Shiyan responded coolly, It is not meant for me, and it is certainly not meant for you either. Feng Shuwei, having been struck at her most sensitive point, erupted in fury and slapped Lin Shiyan. Lin Shiyan seized Feng Shuwei's wrist, her expression tinged with impatience. Miss Feng, mind your image. Your sister is a delicate and gentle flower. Your fierce demeanor bears no resemblance to her. If Feng Xingzhi were to witness this, he might consider replacing you. Lin Shiyan released Feng Shuwei's wrist and, seeing her still relentless, added, Be cautious, Miss Star, or else if that paparazzo captures you in the act of violence, it would certainly be quite distressing for you. Wouldn't it? Lin Shiyan, Feng Xingzhi, consumed by fury, was determined to confront Lin Shiyan, yet her assistant held her back with unwavering strength. Sister Wei, please don't act impulsively. If you were to strike someone and it were captured on camera, it would significantly tarnish your career. Did you not mention that President Feng adores seeing you shine? Feng Xingzhi ceased her struggle, and just as her assistant exhaled in relief, they heard her ominous voice. You are mistaken. Brother Xingzhi cares not for that. The assistant instinctively glanced up, only to be met with the chilling glint in Feng Xingzhi's eyes, causing her heart to race. Meanwhile, Lin Shiyan, upon encountering Feng Xingzhi, lost all interest in selecting gifts for her mother and busied herself with work at the studio. Later that afternoon, the office door was abruptly flung open, startling Lin Shiyan, who was taken aback to see the visitor. What brings you here? Lin Shiyan, how could you be so malicious? Feng Xingzhi's handsome face was shrouded in darkness, his gaze icy enough to pierce through her. Lin Shiyan furrowed her brows. Can you please clarify what has transpired? With a derisive laugh, Feng Xingzhi retorted. What have you done to Feng Xingzhi's face? Do I need to repeat myself? Lin Shiyan was taken aback. When did I ever harm Feng Xingzhi's face? I encountered her today, but I did not lay a finger on her, let alone touch her face. There are surveillance cameras in the mall. If you doubt me, feel free to review the footage. Feng Xingzhi scoffed coldly. It seems you've managed to erase the surveillance footage quite thoroughly to speak with such confidence. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that the footage is also missing? Do you still doubt that I had someone erase it? The rhetorical question from Feng Xingzhi pressed heavily on Lin Shiyan's heart, suffocating her to the point of nearly gasping for breath. She had long been aware of Feng Xingzhi's lack of trust in her, yet no matter how many times she faced this reality, the pain remained unbearable. Taking a deep breath, she implored, Feng Xingzhi, is it truly so difficult to believe in me? A slight smirk played on Feng Xingzhi's thin lips as he derisively replied, Believe you? Huh. The light in Lin Shiyan's eyes gradually dimmed as she offered a self-deprecating smile, realizing that her hopes had been in vain. Feng Xingzhi had never trusted her. She inhaled deeply again, asking, What do you want? Xu Wei is in tears because of you. Her emotional distress is adversely affecting the healing of her facial wounds. You must apologize to her and assure her that you will never harm her again. The weight in Lin Shiyan's heart grew increasingly oppressive. Chapter 4. The Substitute I Won't. Just as she was about to reject the idea, her phone rang. It was a call from the elder Mr. Feng. Lin Shiyan took a deep breath and forced a smile grandpa. She glanced at Feng Xingzhi, whose expression was dark and exuded an air of cold indifference that kept others at bay. She felt a sharp pang in her heart and, with an apologetic tone, said, I plan to have a camel at dinner with Xingzhi tonight. Instantly, the elder Mr. Feng's mood brightened. Wonderful, wonderful. Take your time and enjoy your meal. Afterward, you can watch a movie. Lin Shiyan responded affirmatively, delighting the elder with her cheerful demeanor. Lin Shiyan possessed a remarkable ability whenever she wished. She could effortlessly charm the old gentleman with just a few words. By the time the call concluded, Feng Xingzhi had grown increasingly impatient, starting the car before Lin Shiyan could settle comfortably into her seat. An hour later, they arrived at the hospital's entrance. As Lin Shiyan followed Feng Xingzhi into the ward, Feng Xingzhi's injuries had already been attended to, her delicate face partially obscured by pristine white bandages, which accentuated her pallor. Dressed in a patient-esque gown, she leaned weakly against the bed, resembling fragile foam on a summer day. Feng Xingzhi was sobbing against the headboard, her manager, Sister Zhang, gently whispering words of comfort. Upon seeing Feng Xingzhi enter, Sister Zhang approached briskly, exclaiming, Mr. Feng, you have finally arrived. Just now, Xu Wei was startled awake from a nightmare, crying out not to mar her face. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Lin Shiyan, her eyes sharp as daggers. Feng Xingzhi took a seat beside Feng Xingzhi's bed, observing the bandages that enveloped half her face. How do you feel? He inquired, with reddened eyes brimming with tears. Feng Xingzhi sniffled, her voice trembling with vulnerability. Xingzhi, I'm just a bit frightened. It's Sister Zhang who is overreacting and insisted on informing you. I truly apologize for delaying your work. Lin Jia, I'm sorry to have troubled you. Sister Zhang, Visibly exasperated, interjected, Wei Wei, why are you apologizing to the person who harmed you? If it weren't for her jealousy and cruelty, would you have sustained such severe injuries? What will you do about your upcoming work? How could you ever afford those penalties? Rest assured, the matter of the penalties is not your concern. I shall entrust it to your capable Secretary Zhou. Feng Xingzhi gazed upon Feng Shuwei with tender solicitude, his elongated eyes narrowing, the glimmer within them imbued with boundless affection. Cease your weeping, I implore you. I have consulted with the physician, and he assures me that the laceration is not profound. With your cooperation in the treatment, it shall not leave a lasting blemish. Feng Shuwei assented, her tears cascading uncontrollably. She promptly raised her hand to blot them away, uttering with a hint of embarrassment, Xingzhi, I cannot restrain myself. Am I not exceedingly timid, and perhaps foolish? Nay, Feng Xingzhi gently employed a handkerchief to dab away the tears from her countenance. Noticing that the gauze upon her face had become damp, he delicately removed it, revealing half of her face. Feng Shuwei's face was inflamed and swollen, adorned with medicinal solutions and ointments, presenting a rather ghastly appearance. Feng Xingzhi meticulously tended to her wound. Hiss! Feng Shuwei inhaled softly, tears quivering upon her eyelashes. Does it inflict considerable pain? Nay, not at all. Feng Shuwei's eyes brimmed with tears. With you by my side, Xingzhi, I feel no pain whatsoever. Feng Xingzhi moderated his movements further, his gaze overflowing with tenderness and compassion, as though he cradled a peerless treasure. Lin Shiyan stood aside, never before having witnessed such a gentle and serene facet of Feng Xingzhi. It was not that Feng Xingzhi was devoid of tenderness, but rather that his tenderness was reserved for another woman, even if that woman was merely a substitute. Lin Shiyan's eyes felt arid. There was no longer any need for her to remain. She turned to depart. Hold a moment. Feng Shuwei called out to Lin Shiyan, her voice trembling as she said, Sister Lin, are you leaving? I will speak to Xingzhi about this. It's only because you are upset that you accidentally hurt my face. You didn't do it intentionally. Feng Xingzhi cast a cold glance at Lin Shiyan, his expression devoid of warmth. Apologize to Shuwei. There is truly no need for Sister Lin to apologize. Feng Shuwei continued her feigned innocence. Lin Shiyan felt a wave of irritation wash over her and abruptly stated, Call the police. She lifted her gaze to Feng Shuwei. Didn't you claim that I scratched your face? Go ahead, let the police arrest me. Perhaps if I enter the police station, the Feng family will cast me out. How did that sound? Tempting, isn't it? Feng Shuwei was taken aback by Lin Shiyan's defiance. Her expression faltered before she forced a smile. Sister Lin, we are all sisters here. There is no need to be so serious. Apologies, but I am an only child and have no sisters. Lin Shiyan turned to Feng Xingzhi. Now that the matter is clear, I shall take my leave. As she turned to depart, her straightened back resembled that of a proud bamboo, standing tall and resolute. Feng Shuwei gritted her teeth, but upon seeing Feng Xingzhi's frigid demeanor, her heart raced. She quickly adopted a pitiful expression. Xingzhi, I'm sorry. I was merely startled by Sister Lin, which led to my accidental injury. Sister Zhang was also concerned for me and, under a misunderstanding, contacted you. Sister Lin would never resort to the same methods she used on her sister with me. Enough. Feng Xingzhi suddenly interrupted her. I apologize. It is all my fault. Feng Shuwei feigned remorse and timidity. Cease your apologies. A further rebuke from Feng Xingzhi only seemed to amplify her pitiable demeanor, stirring a profound vexation within him. Such an expression was unbecoming of her countenance, which ought to radiate a luminous, vibrant, and unreserved joy, and never this guise of a waif. Startled, Feng Shuwei recoiled slightly, as if in fright. Lin Shiyan shall not inflict harm upon you again. There is no need for further apprehension. Feng Xingzhi produced a bank card from his overcoat pocket, pressing it into Feng Shuwei's hand. Take this and procure yourself a gift. To assuage your fright. A smile graced Feng Shuwei's lips. Very well. Once I have acquired a present, I shall present it for your perusal. Observing the smile upon Feng Shuwei's face, Feng Xingzhi's countenance softened. Rest well. I shall take my leave. Feng Shuwei nodded demurely, her voice gentle. Brother Xingzhi, may your journey be safe. No sooner had Feng Xingzhi closed the door behind him than Feng Shuwei seized her mobile phone, casting it violently upon the floor, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. Vile creature. Lin Shiyan, you vile creature. As Feng Shuwei's fury subsided, Sister Zhang gestured for her assistant to tidy the room, while she sought to placate Feng Shuwei. President Feng holds you in high regard, though he knows you have unjustly accused Lin Shiyan. He cannot bring himself to utter a word of reproach. You have not witnessed the depth of his affection for my sister. That is true devotion. Feng Shuwei ground her teeth. The day shall arrive when I supplant my sister and become the woman whom Brother Xingzhi truly loves. Turning to Sister Zhang, she inquired, have the paparazzi been arranged? Rest assured, the arrangements are complete. We are certain to capture photographs of President Feng entering and exiting the hospital. Feng Shuwei's expression softened as she leaned against the headboard, her innocent eyes betraying an undercurrent of shrewdness and calculation. Upon exiting the hospital, Feng Xingzhi found himself unable to locate Lin Shiyan. He dialed her number and inquired, where are you? His demeanor darkened as he expressed his frustration. Grandfather is aging. Could you refrain from constantly exploiting his affection for you? Chapter 5. Feng Shuwei faces online harassment on the other end of the line. A lengthy silence ensued, so prolonged that Feng Xingzhi assumed Lin Shiyan had ended the call. He brought his phone to eye level, only to see that the call was still in progress. Furrowing his brow, he was about to speak when Lin Shiyan broke the silence. Without waiting for him to respond, she abruptly terminated the call. Staring blankly at his phone, he pondered, is grandfather unwell? He had not noticed. Upon entering the living room, he found Lin Shiyan engaged in a game of chess with the elderly Mr. Feng. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. I made a mistake. I meant to place it here. Grandfather, conceding a move is hardly the behavior of a gentleman. Old Mr. Feng retorted, I am old. I am not bound to be a gentleman. Besides, I truly just placed the piece incorrectly. Lin Shiyan sighed. You have said that 3 times already. At that moment, she instinctively turned at the sound of the servant's voice and caught sight of Feng Xingzhi standing nearby, his stature commanding as he observed them. Startled, Lin Shiyan's fingers slipped, causing the piece to clatter onto the board, effectively ruining a game that had yet to reach a conclusion. Lin Shiyan expressed her sincere apologies. Grandfather, I'm terribly sorry. This game of chess has been ruined. Old Master Feng let out a quiet sigh of relief and graciously replied, what does it matter? Another day, you can accompany me for a few more games. Feng Xingzhi approached, inquiring, Grandfather, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort? Old Master Feng coughed lightly and continued, it's just a bit of coughing. This child, Yin Yin, is truly filial. She worries excessively over any slight change, even neglecting her rare dates. He grasped Feng Xingzhi's hand earnestly, saying, Xingzhi, Yin Yin's filial piety is commendable. She is a rare gem. You must not betray her trust for any indecent woman outside. Do you understand? Grandfather, Shu Wei is not. Old Master Feng suddenly erupted into a fit of vigorous coughing. Lin Shiyan hurriedly approached, gently patting his back to help him breathe easier. The elderly are not as resilient. Old Master Feng sighed, his previously straight posture now hunched. Lin Shiyan felt a pang in her heart. Grandfather, what are you saying? You're still young. Once settled in bed, Old Master Feng grasped Lin Shiyan's hand, pleading, Yin Yin, I know that Xingzhi has wronged you over these years, but for the sake of this old man's bones, could you grant him another chance? One day, he will realize that the one he loves is you, and the one who can stand by his side is also you. With a choked voice, Lin Shiyan responded, her heart filled with doubt. Could she truly wait for that day? It was only after Old Master Feng fell asleep that Lin Shiyan quietly took her leave. As she entered, Feng Xingzhi was on the balcony, engrossed in a phone call, his voice tenderly uttering Wei Wei. It was Feng Shuwei again. Indeed, who else but Feng Shuwei could transform Feng Xingzhi into such pliant affection? Lin Shiyan changed in her night clothes, nestling into the bedding, curled into a ball. Utterly exhausted, she found sleep elusive, a throbbing ache pulsating in her temples. Eventually, a fervent presence settled beside her. A warm exhalation teased her senses, beckoning her to draw nearer. Yet, she resisted, uncertain of the source of her defiance. Feng Xingji's affection for Feng Shuwei and his disdain for her were long-established facts. Yet today, they felt particularly unbearable. Feng Xingji fixed his gaze on Lin Shiyan's back, wishing to penetrate it with a stare. On the rare occasions they shared a bed, she would subtly gravitate toward him, persisting even when rebuffed. Her uncharacteristic behavior today was undoubtedly a new tactic. Feng Xingji, his handsome face stern, closed his eyes. Lin Shiyan was unaware of when she drifted off to sleep, awakened by the chime of incoming messages. Half-lidded, she reached for her phone. The headlines of various app notifications screaming, "Exposed. Popular actress interferes in another's marriage." Revealed. Feng Shuwei, a third party, has her face injured by the original spouse. Unveiled. The benefactor behind Feng Shuwei. The scandalous news proliferated like a virus, swiftly dominating the trending lists. Lin Shiyan, alarmed, bolted upright in the expansive bed. She was acutely aware of Feng Shuwei's significance to Feng Xingji. Emerging from the bedroom, she found Feng Xingji standing in the living room, a phone still in his hand from a recently concluded call. "Xingji." Lin Shiyan hastened towards him, blurting out, "Something's happened. Feng Shuwei's scandalous news is everywhere. Shouldn't you have it suppressed immediately?" "Suppressed?" Feng Xingji scoffed. "Are you certain that's what you want me to do?" Lin Shiyan paused, finally noticing the shift in Feng Xingji's demeanor. His lips were pressed into a thin line, his features taut, and a palpable animosity clouded his gaze as he looked at her. Lin Shiyan hesitated, then inquired, "You suspect I'm the one who released those stories? Isn't it obvious? Ruining Feng Yaowei, then Feng Shuwei. Isn't that your modus operandi?" "Lin Shiyan, your malice never ceases to amaze me." Each word from Feng Xingji was like a blade, piercing her heart. Lin Shiyan wanted to demand evidence, to know why he'd condemn her without proof. Yet, her lips parted in vain. Her throat constricted as if in a vice, unable to utter a sound. After a moment, Lin Shiyan managed a bitter laugh, chiding herself for her naivete. She had worried that Feng Xingji would be upset by Feng Shuwei's situation, forgetting that regardless of the perpetrator, in his eyes, she was the instigator. Her concern, she realized, was merely a charade to him. Feng Xingji glared at her when his phone began to ring incessantly. Upon answering, Feng Xingji's countenance grew exceedingly grim. "If the door is unyielding, then force it open. Must I instruct you in such elementary matters? Furthermore, summon emergency services immediately. Call for an ambulance without delay." Lin Shiyan, overhearing Feng Xingji's telephonic exchange, felt a foreboding sensation arise within her. As anticipated, upon concluding the call, Feng Xingji's gaze, as piercing as that of a falcon, fixated upon her. He articulated, each word distinct and measured. "Feng Shuwei has attempted to end her life. Lin Shiyan, your capabilities are truly remarkable, driving yet another soul to demise. Does this bring you satisfaction?" Lin Shiyan maintained vigil at the Bauhinia garden for a full day and night, making numerous attempts to reach Feng Xingji by telephone, none of which were answered. As dawn approached, Lin Shiyan retrieved her mobile device and contacted Zhou Chun. "Madam, how is she faring?" Suddenly, Zhang Jie's stentorian voice resounded from the other end, her tone shrill and piercing. "Disaster. Shuwei has vanished." Chapter 6. Feng Shuwei has leapt. Zhou Chun, startled, neglected to terminate the call and rushed forth, exclaiming, "Were you not instructed to remain with Miss Feng at all times? How could she have disappeared?" Zhang Jie, near tears in her distress, responded, "Shu Wei expressed a desire to bathe in solitude, and as her demeanor was tranquil, I acquiesced. Little did I know, it was merely a ruse to dismiss me. Why do you tarry? Muster a search party at once." Zhang Jie, in a state of agitation, implored the assistant to join the search. Zhou Chun, in his haste, neglected to disconnect the call, and Lin Shiyan overheard the unfolding events while attending to her ablutions. After a protracted and clamorous search, they ultimately located Feng Shuwei. Perched precariously on the hospital's rooftop, she refused to descend, her situation fraught with peril. Prompting Feng Xingzhi's urgent arrivée. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiyan silently disconnected the call. Seated at her vanity, she gazed at her reflection, meticulously applying makeup. culminating in a vibrant scarlet lipstick, carefully painting her lips. Once her toilette was complete, she drove to the hospital. Upon Lin Shiyan's arrival, the hospital teemed with throngs of people, a multitude of reporters aiming their cameras at the rooftop. Had the police not promptly arrived to cordon off the area, the situation would have undoubtedly spiraled further out of control. Lin Shiyan placed a call to Zhou Chun before entering. When she arrived, Feng Xingzhi, disheveled and distraught, was clinging to the rooftop railing. A gust of wind caused her hair to billow and her body to sway precariously, as if on the verge of being swept away, eliciting gasps of terror from the onlookers. Feng Xingzhi instinctively took a step forward, exclaiming gently, "Feng Xingzhi." His voice was remarkably tender. "Come down quickly. It's too dangerous over there. Don't come any closer." Feng Xingzhi vehemently protested, tears streaming down her face, glistening like radiant jewels in the morning sunlight. "Everyone is condemning me, accusing me of being a homewrecker. Xingzhi Ge, I can't bear to face anyone. With me by your side, you have no reason to feel ashamed." Feng Xingzhi reassured her, his voice laced with tenderness. "Xingzhi, don't you trust me?" "Of course I trust you, Xingzhi Ge. You are the person I trust most in this world. But I truly cannot endure this infamy." Overwhelmed with sorrow, Feng Xingzhi wept inconsolably, her words laced with a yearning for Feng Xingzhi to grant her recognition. Despite his affection, she was unwilling to remain perpetually by his side without a formal commitment. Feng Xingzhi's countenance darkened, and at that moment, a dispassionate voice echoed through the air. "If you find yourself so disgraced, perhaps you should simply leave from here," the voice suggested. "Death would bring an end to your woes, and you would be spared the condemnation of others. It is even conceivable that your demise would evoke remorse from those who once judged you, reigniting your fame. Decades hence, you might be remembered with a lament for a life cut short." Lin Shiyan approached, her heels clicking against the floor. Adorned in a scarlet gown, her face meticulously made up and lips painted a vibrant red, she exuded the allure of a woman fresh from a grand ball. Her smile was genuine, seemingly belying the venom of her words. Feng Xingzhi, his brow furrowed, could no longer contain himself. "Do not be absurd," he reprimanded. "She is emotionally fragile." Feng Xingzhi, in a paroxysm of agitation, pounded on the railing. "Lin Shiyan, you malevolent woman," she cried, "not content with having caused my sister's death, you now seek to tempt me to jump. Such wickedness will surely be met with retribution." "I appreciate your concern," Lin Shiyan responded calmly, a faint smile playing on her lips. "However, the scenario you envision will not come pass. Should you inadvertently meet your end while feigning your own demise, it would be a matter entirely unrelated to me." A wave of panic washed over Feng Xingzhi, and her voice rose in pitch. "What are you implying?" she demanded. "Lin Shiyan, after destroying my reputation, are you now attempting to shift the blame onto me? Whether it's a frame-up, the evidence in my possession will illuminate everything. You are indeed astute, but unfortunately, the individual you enlisted is woefully inept. A cursory investigation by my father's acquaintance sufficed to uncover the truth." She extracted a stack of documents from the craft paper bag, extending them towards Feng Xingzhi. "Feng Xingzhi, would you care to examine the sheer ineptitude of the scheme you orchestrated? That's preposterous. I meticulously planned everything. There's no conceivable way you could trace it back to me." Feng Xingzhi bellowed, before abruptly falling silent, inadvertently revealing the truth. Lin Shiyan's lips curled into a faint smile as she stated calmly, "Indeed, I did not trace it back to you. Not in the sense that it was untraceable, but rather there was no necessity to do so." The hand clutching the documents slackened, and the pristine sheets of paper fluttered away in the breeze, resembling a flurry of dancing butterflies. They were blank, devoid of any markings. The case had already been resolved. Feng Xingzhi, taken aback by Lin Shiyan's deception, nearly lost her composure. Overwhelmed by emotion, she failed to maintain her grip on the railing and plummeted downwards. The screams of Feng Xingzhi and the onlookers reverberated through the air. As Feng Xingzhi's figure vanished from sight, Lin Shiyan's immediate reaction was to rush towards her, attempting to seize her, but it was in vain. She grasped only empty air. In that instant, her mind was a void, surrounded by a cacophony of sounds, yet she heard nothing. The school was on holiday at that time, and many students had already departed. It was a rainy day, and the campus was desolate. Her once gentle and fair countenance was now replaced with an arrogant demeanor as she proclaimed, "Lin Shiyan, I concede that you possess a superior pedigree, but your intellect is wanting. To attempt to leverage your family's influence to remove me from Xingzhi's side is a mere fantasy. Today, I shall impart a lesson in compliance." Feng Yaowei retreated gradually, her legs pressing against the railing. She smirked. "I am eager to witness whether Xingzhi will permit a childhood friend who harms his girlfriend to remain in his presence." She leaned backward, a calculating smile playing on her lips. Indeed, Feng Yaowei's scheme was well conceived, to falsely accuse her of pushing her off the pavilion, thus inciting Feng Xingzhi's ire. Their relationship had deteriorated through numerous conflicts, and this incident would undoubtedly plunge it to its nadir. However, Feng Yaowei failed to anticipate the presence of a brick on the lawn, which her head struck, resulting in her demise. That day, copious amounts of blood flowed, staining the rain a crimson hue, dazzling and piercing, while the heavy stench of blood induced nausea. Madam, Zhou Chun, observing Lin Shiyan's pallid complexion, apologized softly. "Madam, I apologize for startling you. Miss Feng is unharmed." "What did you say?" Zhou Chun reiterated. "Protective measures were prepared below long ago, and the terrace is not elevated, so the fall will not cause any harm." Only then did Lin Shiyan muster the courage to peer down from the terrace. Feng Shuwei had already been lifted from the protective mat and rushed into the outpatient building, surrounded by a throng of people. From this vantage point, Lin Shiyan could discern that Feng Shuwei's limbs were still moving. She was not deceased. Chapter 7. Condemned long ago, she had always yearned to pose a singular question to Feng Yaowei. "Do you regret it?" Regretting the false accusations that ultimately cost a life. "Do you feel remorse?" Lin Shiyan pondered that Feng Yaowei must indeed harbor regrets. Despite having orchestrated a severance with Feng Xingzhi, and having achieved her desire to marry the man she adored, he still refused to cast even a fleeting glance in her direction. Surely, Feng Yaowei must be filled with regret. Life is singular. Once extinguished, all is lost. After lingering on the rooftop for a while, she prepared to depart once the crowd below had dispersed. However, as she approached the door, she was intercepted by Feng Xingzhi. "Lin Shiyan, you should have heard clearly by now. This entire affair was orchestrated by Feng Shuwei and has nothing to do with me." Lin Shiyan averted her gaze, her eyes drifting into the void, a faint smile gracing her lips. "In truth, unraveling this matter would be effortless for you, yet you choose not to seek the truth. As long as the evidence points to me, you are eager to condemn me, showing no interest in discerning the reality of the situation. In your eyes, I, Lin Shiyan, am guilty irrédemablement." Feng Xingzhi furrowed his brow, ready to respond, but just then, Sister Zhang approached cautiously and said, "President Feng, Xiao Wei wishes to see you." Feng Xingzhi cast a lingering glance at Lin Shiyan before following Sister Zhang to the hospital room. Lin Shiyan felt no surprise. She merely smiled, though she was uncertain of the reason behind her smile. Feng Shuwei was not gravely injured, merely shaken, her complexion pale, and her demeanor still rattled. Gu Xingji Feng Shuwei gazed at Feng Xingzhi with trepidation, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm sorry, this time it was my fault. I am overwhelmed with anger. Lin Shiyan has marred my face without offering an apology. In a moment of misguided impulse, I decided to act this way." "Feng Shuwei." Feng Xingzhi interrupted her incessant chatter, his tone devoid of emotion. "Do you understand why I have chosen to keep you by my side? It is because of your visage, and because you exhibit a modicum of decorum. I hope you will continue to behave appropriately. Is that agreeable?" Feng Xingji's demeanor was not at all harsh, yet Feng Shuwei appeared startled. "Is that agreeable?" he reiterated, his tone growing ever more gentle. Feng Shuwei, startled, nodded vigorously, assuring him, "I will certainly be obedient." Feng Xingzhi was pleased. Noticing the bandage on Feng Shuwei's face had become somewhat soiled, he summoned the doctor. "Take good care of her wound. It is imperative that no scar remains." After issuing his instructions to the doctor, Feng Xingzhi departed. Just as Feng Shuwei was about to unleash her frustration, she was interrupted by Sister Zhang. "My dear, do not involve yourself with the injury to your face. if it fails to heal properly, there will be no room for tears. Feng Xingzhi clenched her jaw tightly, forcing herself to endure. A surge of indignation brewed within her. After all this turmoil, she had gained nothing, and her reputation had suffered, all due to Lin Shiyan. She had merely become a victim of her schemes. Feng Xingzhi settled into the Rolls-Royce parked by the roadside. His gaze swept over, coolly stating, "You seem quite concerned for her. Would you like me to grant you a reprieve?" Zhou Chen felt a tightening in his chest, immediately falling silent. Suddenly, a call from the Feng Corporation interrupted the moment. A construction site in Haicheng had collapsed, resulting in over 20 casualties, with severe repercussions. The woman who answered the door was Qiao Hui, Lin Wangshan's mistress. Years ago, Zheng Lanin suffered a severe hemorrhage during childbirth, rendering her unable to conceive again. When Shiyan was 3 years old, Lin Wangshan began keeping Qiao Hui. Lin Shiyan gave a faint acknowledgement and entered the living room, where she saw her mother, Zheng Lanin, dressed in drab clothing, cleaning, resembling a domestic servant compared to Qiao Hui's radiant appearance. "Mom." Lin Shiyan rushed over, snatching the rag from Zheng Lanin's hand and exclaiming angrily, "What are you doing?" "I'm cleaning. The housemaid is on leave," Zheng Lanin replied. "If she's on leave, it can wait until tomorrow." Lin Shiyan helped Zheng Lanin sit down, asking, "Mom, how are you? Are you feeling unwell? Have you been to the hospital? What did the doctors say?" Zheng Lanin smiled. "Why so many questions, child? I just felt a little dizzy this morning, but it's nothing serious." Lin Shiyan, seeing her mother's complexion was fine, breathed a sigh of relief. Madam, dinner is served." Lin Shiyan escorted Zheng Lanin into the dining room, where a sumptuous dinner was already laid out. Lin Wangshan was also present, and Lin Shiyan greeted him respectfully. Lin Shiyan responded obediently, and Lin Wangshan's expression softened somewhat. "Let's eat. Yin, have some more. I had the kitchen prepare many of your favorite dishes today." Qiao Hui warmly welcomed Lin Shiyan, acting as if she were the mistress of the Lin household. Even after all these years, Lin Shiyan felt deeply uncomfortable, but her mother seemed indifferent. Zheng Lanin said with a smile, "Your Aunt Qiao is so good to you and always thinks of you. This is only natural. We are family." "Thank you, Aunt Qiao. Your mother's health is not good, and she needs medical treatment and medicine all year round. Your younger brother is still young, and starting a business, getting married, and having children after graduation will cost a lot of money. Yin, as the eldest sister and daughter, you can't just stand by and do nothing, can you?" Lin Shiyan said, "I have a little money. If the family needs it, I will transfer it to Dad later." "How much money do you have? Besides, you need money for yourself. The best way is to get the Feng family to invest in our Lin Corporation. If the Lin Corporation prospers, not only will the family live a better life, but you will also be able to hold your head high in the Feng family." "Eldest sister, don't you think so?" Qiao Hui said, winking at Zheng Lanin. Zheng Lanin nodded. "Your Aunt Qiao is right. Yin, please beg Xingzhi." Lin Shiyan frowned. "Mom, I can't speak on company matters. Besides, even if I beg Feng Xingzhi, he will never agree to invest in the Lin Corporation. Let's think of another way for the Lin Corporation." Lin Wangshan couldn't sit still and said unhappily, "Why? You are the young mistress of the Feng family. Won't Xingzhi even give you this much face?" "Face?" Lin Shiyan smiled and said faintly, "Don't you know how much Feng Xingzhi despises me? On that fateful day, he persuaded my grandfather to cast me aside without hesitation, welcoming Feng Xingzhi into the family, rendering my status as a former spouse utterly insignificant." In Chapter 8, bearing a resemblance to Feng Xingzhi's beloved Moonlight, Lin Shiyan felt an icy chill seep into her heart upon hearing those words. In truth, she had long been aware that compared to Lin Zichuan, her existence as his daughter was akin to a mere afterthought. She was not permitted at the dining table, forced to sleep in a storage room, and it was commonplace for her to be confined in the basement for days on end whenever her mother was displeased. More astonishing was the fact that her mother procured numerous exquisite gowns, handbags, and jewelry, all to uphold her own virtuous reputation, while Lin Shiyan herself was left with only a handful of tattered garments and worn-out shoes. Consequently, she refrained from indulging in her meals, terrified that gaining height or weight would render her unable to fit into those scant few items of clothing. Her father perpetually turned a blind eye to her plight, offering not even a modicum of cheap concern to his own daughter. She had once confided in her mother, yet her mother, frail and submissive, could only weep alongside her, urging her to endure. Yin Yin, it will be better when you grow up. When Feng Yahui vehemently chastised her for leveraging her status as the Lin family's young lady to monopolize Feng Xingzhi, she had yearned to assert that her identity as the Lin family's daughter was, in reality, nothing of significance. It was only later, when she unwittingly crossed paths with Feng Xingzhi and began to share moments with him, that everything changed. Each time she faced injustice at home, Feng Xingzhi would stand up for her. Whenever she found herself in peril, he would invariably come to her rescue. If she felt despondent and sought refuge, he was invariably the first to seek her out. If every girl harbors a superhero in her heart, then he was hers. Feng Xingzhi was her paragon, the one who rescued the tender Lin Shiyan and bestowed upon her warmth. Lin Wangshan stormed off, Xiao Hui followed suit, and the meal concluded in discord. Lin Shiyan felt it imprudent to linger at home. As she departed, Zhenglan approached, saying, "Do not take it to heart. Your father is merely anxious. You are unaware of the dire straits the family has been in recently. Your brother, Zichuan, desires a Bugatti Veyron, yet your father cannot afford it." Zhenglan was both distressed and remorseful, as if the family's inability to furnish Lin Zichuan with a luxury car was a grave injustice. Lin Shiyan could not quite decipher the emotions swirling within her, but if pressed, she would describe them as a blend of sorrow and helplessness. Zhenglan was a woman of profound traditional values, placing paramount importance on continuing the family lineage. Her inability to bear her husband a son filled her with immense guilt. When Xiao Hui entered their lives with her son, Lin Zichuan, Zhenglan was overjoyed and lavished all her attention on him. She not only personally raised her husband's illegitimate son, but also indulged his every whim, relegating her own daughter, Lin Shiyan, to the sidelines. Inconceivable, is it not? Yet such was the nature of Zhenglan. Lin Shiyan had resented this countless times, but to no avail. Her mother would simply say, "I cannot allow the Lin family line to be severed. Mother, if Lin Zichuan is capable, he should acquire his own Bugatti Veyron. He is over 20 years old and constantly seeks financial assistance from the family. What kind of behavior is that? What future prospects will he have? What are you saying? Zichuan is employed and will be interacting with prominent executives. How can he not possess a presentable vehicle? As his sister, instead of offering assistance, you utter such callous remarks." Zhenglan berated Lin Shiyan with a sullen countenance until she pledged to procure an automobile for Lin Zichuan, whereupon Zheng bestowed a smile upon her. Scarcely had the connection been established when Feng Xingzhi's stentorian voice reverberated. "Yin Yin, I've heard tell that my brother has once more cuckolded you, and that a life has been extinguished as a consequence." "False," Lin Shiyan retorted. "The progeny within the womb is not his. A canine will invariably return to its vomit, not for the palatability thereof, but for the canine's predilection," Feng Xingzhi quipped. Lin Shiyan retorted, "Rendered speechless, I perceive that I am being subtly disparaged." "Indeed, you have discerned the implication," Feng Xingzhi responded. "Anlin and I have procured 10 male escorts for you at the Celestial Sphere. This evening, we 3 sisters shall indulge in bacchanalian revelry, each with an escort on either side." Lin Shiyan's scalp prickled with trepidation upon hearing this. "Pray desist. I shall remain at my abode and slumber. Spare me the inanities. Hasten your arrival, or I shall escort the male escorts to your domicile in the Purple Bauhinia Garden and render our services there," Feng Xingzhi declared. Lin Shiyan, cognizant of the young lady's capacity for such actions, reluctantly extricated herself from her bed. As she navigated her vehicle toward the Celestial Sphere, a telephone conversation with Uncle Chun had just concluded. As she was poised to drive into the parking area, a deafening crash resounded. The vehicle behind her had collided with hers, and the force of the impact propelled Lin Shiyan's chest against the steering wheel. Lin Shiyan grimaced in agony. As she prepared to alight from the vehicle, a rapping on the window was heard. She turned her head to behold a youthful maiden with a ponytail standing outside the vehicle, her countenance contorted in indignation, evidently the proprietor of the vehicle behind. Lin Shiyan thrust open the car door and alighted. her visage registering astonishment as she beheld the maiden's appearance, bearing a striking resemblance to Feng Yao, particularly in the haughty demeanor evident in her brow. She demanded, "Why are you staring at me? Quickly, compensate me for the damages. This vehicle was just acquired today." She scrutinized Lin Shiyan and with a disdainful chuckle, remarked, "If you are incapable of providing restitution, then prostrate yourself and offer an apology. Provided your attitude is satisfactory and you kowtow a few more times, I may consider this matter concluded." Lin Shiyan, rendered speechless, retorted, "Madam, your vehicle collided with mine. Therefore, you bear the responsibility." "Ah, so you refuse to apologize? Very well, you just wait. I shall summon someone immediately." With that, she retrieved her mobile device and initiated a call. "Darling, where are you at the moment? I have been involved in a vehicular collision near the Starry Sky entrance. Hurry over. The perpetrator not only attempted to physically assault me, but also intends to flee the scene." Lin Shiyan was exasperated. Anyone with even a rudimentary understanding of traffic regulations would comprehend that in a rear-end collision, the onus lies with the trailing vehicle. Why would she contemplate fleeing? Furthermore, at what juncture did she resort to physical violence? Upon terminating the call, the girl resumed her arrogant posture. "Just you wait. My deer is en route and will arrive momentarily. At that point, ensure that you do not succumb to fear." "Yin, what seems to be the issue?" Upon hearing the voice, Lin Shiyan observed Li Anlin approaching. Lin Shiyan gestured with her chin and stated, "This young lady insists that I collided with her vehicle and is demanding that I prostrate myself and apologize." Li Anlin surveyed the aftermath of the collision and, utterly dumbfounded, exclaimed, "What level of cognitive impairment must one possess to utter such a preposterous statement? How dare you insult me?" The girl shrieked in a fit of pique, but her countenance shifted as she smugly declared, "My man is here. You're as good as dead." With that, she darted past Lin Shiyan like a gust of wind. She clutched the man's arm, her eyes reddened, and plaintively stated, "This woman crashed into my car and is now audaciously demanding recompense. Mr. Feng, you must champion my cause." Tang Yunzhou, who had accompanied them, nonchalantly inquired, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, "Don't cry, don't cry. I'm curious to see who has incurred the wrath of the lovely Minnie." Upon hearing the voice, Lin Shiyan turned her head and beheld a group of individuals standing not far away. These individuals were all frequent patrons of the Starry Sky, each a renowned young master of Shenzhen. Yet, even amidst such a gathering of affluent gentlemen, Feng Xingzhi, clad in a black suit, remained the cynosure of all eyes. His demeanor was one of aloofness and nobility, akin to a monarch in the dead of night, inspiring reverence and adoration. The previously imperious and unreasonable Minnie now leaned against Feng Xingzhi with delicate vulnerability. Tang Yunzhou's intention in speaking was merely to elicit a smile from the beauty and ingratiate himself with Feng Xingzhi. However, upon recognizing the person who had turned around, he was so startled that he dropped his cigarette, scorching a hole in his suit. Oblivious to this, Tang Yunzhou stammered as sister-in-law, as Feng Xingzhi's comrades. They were all cognizant of Lin Shiyan's status. Despite the widespread knowledge of Feng Xingzhi's aversion towards her, Lin Shiyan was, nonetheless, Feng Xingzhi's wife and, moreover, the only granddaughter-in-law acknowledged by the venerable Master Feng. Thus, the present circumstance is that Feng Xingzhi has arrived to champion the cause of his wife's paramour, whom she collided with. What an utterly chaotic tableau. Lin Shiyan inclined her head slightly and addressed Feng Xingzhi. "En route, I contacted Uncle Chun, who informed me that grandfather's cough has subsided, alleviating any cause for concern." Feng Xingzhi responded with a subdued, his countenance softening somewhat. Having lost his father prematurely and lacking a close bond with his mother, Feng Xingzhi was nurtured by the venerable Master Feng, fostering a profound affection between them. With Master Feng now advanced in years, any ailment afflicting him weighs heavily on Feng Xingzhi's mind. After briefly recounting Master Feng's condition, Lin Shiyan offered a slight nod to the other young gentlemen present and prepared to depart with Li Anlin. However, their exit was thwarted by the girl named Minnie, who imperiously declared, "You shall not leave. You have yet to apologize or provide compensation for striking me. This matter is far from concluded. Lin Shiyan responded with a nod. Indeed, it is not yet concluded. Upon completion of the repairs, which will amount to 500,000, kindly remit the funds to my bank account. Maney erupted in indignation. Are you attempting to extort me? 500,000 is outrageous. Li Amlin interjected with a derisive snort. My dear Shiyan drives a Bentley. Given the extent of the damage inflicted upon such a vehicle, the repair costs will undoubtedly reach several hundred thousand. Furthermore, considering the distress caused to my dear Shiyan, a mere 500,000 is quite a bargain. Surely, you are not suggesting you are unable to afford such a sum? Who dares suggest I am incapable of affording it? Maney retorted. In that case, will you be remitting the funds via bank transfer, or would you prefer WeChat or Alipay? Either method is acceptable. Li Amlin inquired, activating the scanning function on her mobile device. Minnie's visage turned ashen, loath as she was to part with such a sum. She pivoted and nestled into Feng Xingzhi's embrace, exclaiming, Mr. Feng, look at her. They're extorting me in public. Please, champion my cause. Feng Xingzhi's countenance betrayed displeasure. Yet upon beholding Minnie's visage, he finally spoke, I shall see to the matter of the vehicle. In the interim, avail yourself of the BMW. Upon hearing these words, a surge of ire welled up within Li Amlin, yet Lin Shiyan restrained her. Lin Shiyan offered a gentle smile and stated in a soft voice, I desire to drive the Land Rover. As you wish, Feng Xingzhi replied, before departing with Tang Yunzhou and his entourage in a grand procession. Lin Shiyan then led Li Amlin to a private room. Li Amlin's fury had yet to abate, and she exclaimed, Shiyan, why did you restrain me? She's but a trifle, and would not dare to flaunt before you were it not for his backing. Feng Xingzhi, observing Li Amlin's flushed countenance with curiosity, inquired, What ails you? It's Feng Xingzhi. She retorted. Shiyan was involved in a vehicular collision at the entrance. And guess what? The woman responsible displayed not a modicum of remorse, but rather summoned your brother to lend her support. Your brother, even more outrageous, directly shielded his paramour, trivializing the matter. To champion a paramour who collided with his wife is the epitome of a scoundrel. I swear, my temper is flaring. They presume themselves above reproach simply by virtue of their countenance. Feng Xingzhi leaped from the sofa, poised to seek retribution. Pray, what is it you intend? I am merely championing your cause. Feng Xingzhi was particularly incensed. Lin Shiyan, if you can endure this, be wary of my turning against you. How could I? I'm not a turtle of 1,000 years, merely relying on the word endure. This is about addressing the issue at its source, is it not? How do we resolve it? Lin Shiyan squinted, speaking in a sinister tone. Perhaps we should resort to castration. Eliminating the root of the agitation should bring about some tranquility. Feng Xingzhi stammered. Must it be so ruthless? He is my biological brother. Indeed, it is precisely because he is your brother that it demonstrates the profound righteousness of Miss Feng Xingzhi in prioritizing justice over kinship. If all goes well, you might even be nominated as one of the 10 most moving figures in Huagua. Lin Shiyan grasped Feng Xingzhi's hand, speaking with utmost sincerity. Xingzhi, my peaceful days in the future will rely entirely on you. Do you find the fruit knife in the box to your liking? Following Lin Shiyan's gaze, Feng Xingzhi spotted the fruit knife gleaming ominously among the assortment of fruits, as if it were fervently proclaiming, I am capable. Lin Shiyan inquired with concern, Why are you not going there? Are you not aware of your brother's private room? Feng Xingzhi huffed, With so many young gentlemen awaiting my attention, I cannot possibly neglect them all. That would certainly break their hearts. With that, she began to frolic with the young men behind her. Seeing that Feng Xingzhi had settled down, Lin Shiyan finally picked up an orange and began to peel it leisurely. Li Amlin sat nearby, sipping a glass of juice. Yet the flames of irritation within her surged. Though she felt an uncontrollable urge to unleash a tirade upon her, the thought of the frigid, ice-cold marriage between them and the sight of that woman beside her ultimately evoked a sense of compassion. She prodded Lin Shiyan with her finger, offering, If you feel like crying, my shoulder is yours. Lin Shiyan smiled gently. It's nothing serious, just a minor affair. No sooner had she spoken than Lin Shiyan's phone rang. She placed a peeled tangerine into Li Amlin's palm and stepped out to answer the call. May I speak with Miss Lin Shiyan? This is she. I am Xiao Chun. The assistant director of Imperial Command. Our director is quite fond of your design style and would like to request that you create a costume specifically for the female lead of Imperial Command. We would need to see a preliminary design draft within 3 days. Is that feasible for you? Lin Shiyan's spirit was immediately invigorated. During her university years, she had studied fashion design and had fortuitously encountered her future mentor during a field trip organized by the school. This mentor was not a renowned designer, but rather an elderly tailor who owned a small tailoring shop. Though her name was not widely recognized and her credentials were not dazzling, her craftsmanship was exceptional, rivaling that of the world's leading masters in both design and execution. Lin Shiyan was captivated by her mentor's talent, balancing theoretical studies with practical learning under her guidance. In earlier years, many affluent ladies had been patrons of her mentor, but as times changed, the scions of wealth had become jaded, having seen too much of the world. They craved renown and prestige. Having lost regard for seasoned tailors like her mentor, whose name held no fame. Consequently, the atelier steadily declined, moved by her teacher's years of dedication potentially amounting to naught. Lin Shiyan assumed control. Over the past 2 years, her stewardship had instigated a modest resurgence, yet widespread acclaim remained distant. The boon a successful drama could bestow was immense, capable of elevating not only actors but also attire and various commodities. I foresee no impediments on my end. Does director and have any specific stipulations? Chen's assistant, without affectation, rattled off numerous requirements, so extensive and meticulous that a more temperamental designer might have already terminated the call. Lin Shiyan, however, maintained composure, diligently noting each point. Upon concluding the discussion, she exchanged polite remarks with Chen's assistant before ending the call. A smile graced her countenance. As director, Anne's exacting demands signaled his high regard for her work. As Lin Shiyan prepared to stow her phone, Tang Yinzhou called. Sister-in-law, you must come at once. Ying assaulted Maney on your behalf. Chapter 10. Mademoiselle, are you unescorted? Lin Shiyan hastened to the private room, where she found Feng Xingzhi pummeling Maney, while Li Amlin offered insincere attempts at dissuasion. The remaining patrons congregated near the restroom entrance, spectating with commentary. Consumed by rage, Feng Xingzhi, pointing a finger at Maney, bellowed. Did you genuinely believe that flaunting your foxy countenance would allow you to flaunt before me? Dream on, if you doubt it. Go confront your benefactor with that pig-like face of yours, and see if he will stand up for you against me. I truly wonder if your mother forgot to bestow you with a semblance of dignity when you were born. You take pride in being someone else's lover? Suddenly, someone tugged at Feng Xingzhi's sleeve. Startled, she snapped, do not hold me back. Anyone who obstructs me today shall be my enemy. An enemy? Shall we settle this with a duel then? Feng Xingzhi immediately complained. Yin, you've arrived. I just emerged from the restroom with an lawn, and this creature assaulted me. Lin Shiyan approached Li Amlin. Let me see your face. Without uttering a word, Lin Shiyan pulled down Li Amlin's arm to reveal her swollen cheek. Her delicate lips pressed into a thin line, and fury ignited in her eyes as she turned on her heel without hesitation. Li Amlin rushed to catch up. Yin, I assure you, I am fine. Ignoring her, Lin Shiyan strode towards Maney, who was still posturing arrogantly, threatening to have Feng Xingzhi deal with them. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Shiyan slapped her across the face. Maney shrieked, as if she had been violated. You hit me? How dare you lay a hand on me? Is my strike not evident enough? Let me offer you another experience. Lin Shiyan unflinchingly delivered another slap. I will fight you. Maney's scream was cut short as she noticed Feng Xingzhi approaching. Disregarding the altercation with Lin Shiyan, she shielded her face and rushed towards Feng Xingzhi, lamenting, President Feng, you've finally arrived. This vile woman nearly beat me to death. Maney revealed her face, now swollen and disfigured. Feng Xingzhi's brow furrowed with displeasure. Li Amlin, witnessing this, felt a pang in her heart. Acutely aware of Feng Xingzhi's preoccupation with his image and Lin Shiyan's past suffering, before she could interject, Feng Xingzhi exclaimed, You're spewing nonsense. We were simply using the restroom when you ambushed us. You deserve that beating. Maney trembled, nestling closer to Feng Xingzhi, in feigned vulnerability. President Feng, I'm terrified. Enraged by Maney's feigned innocence, Feng Xingzhi was about to confront her when Lin Shiyan restrained her wrist. She's not worth your time. Accustomed to heeding Lin Shiyan's counsel, Feng Xingzhi suppressed her resentment and turned away, refusing to acknowledge Feng Xingzhi. After placating Feng Xingzhi, Lin Shiyan addressed the crowd with composure. I apologize for the spectacle. Please charge the bill to my husband's account as a token of my regret. With a courteous nod, Lin Shiyan, escorting Feng Xingzhi and Li Amlin, exited the restroom, pointedly ignoring Feng Xingzhi as she passed. His brow furrowed as he watched Lin Shiyan's departing figure, his gaze lingering. He was inexplicably reminded of the words she spoke to him after Feng Shui's tragic demise. Many, inwardly indignant, thought, so unrefined and uncouth. No wonder she fails to capture her husband's affection and is relegated to a life of domestic drudgery. Mr. Feng, you have suffered these past years. I would never become like her. As she spoke, Minnie gently brushed against Feng Xingzhi, her intentions unmistakable. With a flick of his wrist, Feng Xingzhi cast her aside, retorting, "Get out." Stunned by the rejection, Minnie watched Feng Xingzhi turn to leave. Anxious, she lunged forward, only to be intercepted by Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun produced a check. Pressing it into Minnie's hand, "Take the money and leave." Minnie glanced at the check, 1 million. Considering she had only been in Feng Xingzhi's orbit for a short time, without even sharing his bed, $1 million payout was exorbitant. However, compared to her previous relationships, where the parting gifts were in the tens of millions, not to mention the cars, houses, and other luxuries, this million seemed paltry. Minnie immediately erupted in protest. "I won't leave. Mr. Feng adores me. He would never abandon me like this. Tell me, did you take money from that old hag and deliberately sabotage me?" Zhou Chen's lips twitched, wondering where Minnie found the audacity to utter such words. While she might be 2 years younger than Mrs. Feng, her appearance paled in comparison to the latter's captivating beauty. Zhou Chen stated unequivocally, "The short-haired girl you were just berating is Miss Feng, and also the younger sister of President Feng. How much audacity do you think you possess to remain here?" Minnie's complexion blanched instantly. Inside the private room, Lin Shiyan requested a first aid kit to tend to the injury on Li Amlin's face, her rosy lips pressed into a firm line, her expression one of grim determination. Li Amlin, observing her demeanor, couldn't resist teasing her. "What's wrong? So reluctant to apply medicine for me? Should I exchange you for a cute young man?" "Sit still," Lin Shiyan said in a hoarse voice, pressing Li Amlin's shoulders down. "Anlan, I'm sorry." "Sorry for what?" "Regretting slapping that beauty earth twice for me." Li Amlin joked, before solemnly adding, "Yin Yan, this isn't your fault." "Nonsense. It is Yin Yan's fault. She was wrong to restrain me earlier. I should have beaten that beauty earth until she was crawling on the ground." Li Amlin cast a sidelong glance at Feng Xingzhi. "All right, stop stirring up trouble." Feng Xingzhi, unconvinced, was about to retort when she noticed Li Amlin frantically winking at her. Only then did she belatedly realize Lin Shiyan's somber expression. Feng Xingzhi then proclaimed, "Come, let's drink until we're senseless." With that, she poured Lin Shiyan a full glass of red wine. Without a word, Lin Shiyan lifted the glass and began to gulp it down. Feng Xingzhi was taken aback by Lin Shiyan's manner of drinking and, feigning an excuse, snatched the glass from her hand and pulled her onto the dance floor. The dance floor was teeming with handsome men and beautiful women, each exuding an infectious enthusiasm, leaving Feng Xingzhi momentarily oblivious to her surroundings. Lian Lan, with a low tolerance for alcohol, found herself leaning back on the sofa, slightly dazed after just one glass of red wine. Throughout the 3 years of her marriage, she had endured far more humiliating situations, rendering this encounter with Maney rather trivial. However, Maney, intent on causing her trouble, struck Li Amlin. This infuriated and distressed Lin Shiyan. She could endure anything herself, but she could not bear to see her friends dragged into such turmoil. "Miss, are you alone?" As the voice resonated, a well-dressed young man settled beside her. Lin Shiyan recognized him as one of the 10 young men Feng Xingzhi had summoned to the private room moments earlier. "No need for service, thank you. I'm not here to offer services," he replied. "I'm off the clock and merely happened to notice you looking unhappy. So I approached to check on you. As one of the bar's owners, ensuring our guests' happiness is part of my duty." Lin Shiyan was taken aback. "You're one of the owners of Shincombe? Then why are you? The boy interjected. Why am I still serving guests in the private room? Right? Let me share a little secret with you. I'm masquerading as a prince of the private room, simply to observe how the others perform their duties. What if someone acts thoughtlessly and jeopardizes my little establishment? Lin Shiyan smiled. You are quite considerate. Seeing you smile is truly delightful. Miss, he remarked, his expression brightening. The boy complimented her, extending his hand. Hello, my name is Han Su. It is a pleasure to meet such a beautiful lady. Lin Shiyan paused for a moment before shaking Han Su's hand. Hello, I am Lin Shiyan. Sister Lin, Han Su called out obediently. Lin Shiyan possessed a somewhat aloof demeanor, making it difficult for her to engage in lively conversation with a stranger. However, Han Su was particularly adept at chatting, rather than inquiring about her unhappiness. He shared joyful anecdotes from his work. The bar, with its myriad of human experiences, was a treasure trove of stories. Han Su narrated them with vivid detail, even complimenting her beautifully manicured nails. Upon discovering that the intricate designs were her own handiwork, he lavished her with praise. Though such artistry was quite commonplace and achievable for anyone with a modicum of artistic skill, Han Su's words imbued her efforts with a sense of extraordinary achievement, causing her to feel remarkably accomplished herself. This recognition and admiration were sentiments she had never received from Feng Xingzhi. When Feng Xingzhi finally arrived, he beheld Lin Shiyan smiling charmingly before another man. That smile was something he had not witnessed in a long time. In recent years, Lin Shiyan had always appeared tense around him. Even when she occasionally smiled, it resembled a mask, lacking authenticity. It was hardly surprising that Han Su was captivated. The cool beauty of Lin Shiyan was precisely his type. Brother Feng, didn't you say you didn't like sister-in-law and wish for her to initiate a divorce? Perhaps it would be best to let Han Su strive for his goals and allow his sister-in-law to willingly seek a divorce. Tang Yunzhou's words gradually faded under Feng Xingzhi's cold gaze. He made a gesture to silence himself. Feng Xingzhi let out a disdainful snort and turned away without uttering a word. After a few tricks, Lin Shiyan's expression relaxed considerably, and she appeared much more at ease. Just as Han Su was about to seize the opportunity to obtain Lin Shiyan's contact information, the bar manager hurried over. Boss, the police have arrived for a routine inspection. You should go and check. Lin Shiyan initially wished to decline, but upon seeing the hopeful and pleading look in Han Su's eyes, she found herself unable to voice a refusal. You go ahead. I will wait for you. In light of the urgency, Han Su disregarded everything else and hurriedly left with the bar manager. Lin Shiyan intended to check on Feng Xingzhi, concerned that the girl might get carried away and cause a scene. At that moment, a shadow loomed over her, and when Lin Shiyan looked up, she found Feng Xingzhi standing before her. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Shiyan instinctively glanced beside him, only to realize he was alone, devoid of that enchanting companion. A flicker of joy surged within her. Xingzhi, before she could finish her sentence, her wrist was seized by Feng Xingzhi, who forcefully pulled her up and began dragging her outside. Lin Shiyan struggled momentarily, but found it futile, unable to break free. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, Where are you taking me? Ying and Alan are still at the bar. Zhou Chun has arranged for someone to look after them. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiyan ceased her struggle. As she followed Feng Xingzhi out of the bar, his Rolls-Royce awaited at the curb. Upon entering the vehicle, Lin Shiyan noticed Zhou Chun seated at the wheel, and she promptly relayed Li Anlin's address to him. Just as she intended to express her gratitude, a heavy object landed in her lap. Bewildered, Lin Shiyan gazed at the directory-like item, questioning its purpose. Upon opening it, she discovered a collection of photographs of young men, all around 20 years of age, each strikingly handsome in various charming styles, as if tailored to suit any preference. Puzzled, she turned to Feng Xingzhi and asked, What is the purpose of this? You may choose any of them, or you can directly call Secretary Zhou. He will assist you in arranging whatever you desire, he replied. Feng Xingzhi fixed his gaze upon her, and, with deliberate clarity, cautioned, Do not provoke Han Su. He is not a man you can afford to engage with. Lin Shiyan's mind reeled, and as the meaning of his words sank in, she trembled with indignation, unable to restrain herself from delivering a sharp slap to Feng Xingzhi. "You are utterly insulting," she exclaimed. Lin Shiyan's strike was not without force, leaving Feng Xingzhi with a split lip, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. His expression darkened instantly. "I am the one who insults? Yet when you flaunt your allure before Han Su, you do not consider an affront. I only offered you a reminder and a chance, out of respect for our past as a couple." Her fingers trembled as she clenched her palm, digging her nails in with force, yet she felt no pain. Nothing could cause her more anguish than Feng Xingzhi's words. Observing Lin Shiyan's ashen complexion and reddened eyes, Feng Xingzhi felt a peculiar sensation in his heart. His tone softened somewhat as he stated frigidly, "Lin Shiyan, it has been 3 years. I believe you comprehend that I have no desire to marry you, nor will I ever live harmoniously with you. If you possess any sense, you should seize your youth and divorce me. Considering our time as husband and wife, I shall not treat you unfairly." "Were you not inquiring as to whom I favor?" Lin Shiyan interrupted Feng Xingzhi's words abruptly. "I have taken a fancy to you." As she spoke, Lin Shiyan rose and settled into Feng Xingzhi's embrace, tearing at his shirt, her fingers burrowing into his clothing, igniting a firestorm upon his chest. Feng Xingzhi seized Lin Shiyan's wrist, his brow furrowed deeply. "What do you intend to do?" "You." Lin Shiyan tilted her head, gazing at Feng Xingzhi's peerless visage. Her eyes gleaming brightly, as if with burning flames, she said, "I have imbibed alcohol this evening and am in high spirits. Since you have so proactively presented yourself, it would be an utter waste not to make good use of you." With that, she propped herself up and pressed her rosy lips against the man's Adam's apple, then opened her mouth and bit down. Lin Shiyan's actions were not gentle. Her bite caused a sharp pain, yet within that pain, a tiny flame erupted, instantly igniting the blood coursing through her veins. Zhou Chun hastily raised the partition, for what was to follow could no longer be witnessed without a price. Feng Xingzhi's breath grew heavy, his gaze deepened, as if something restless stirred within his eyes. He warned, "Lin Shiyan, do not push your limits." "Am I truly overstepping?" She retorted, "You are the one who presented me with this choice, and I have chosen you. Yet you expect me to lay still and allow you to indulge me, without exerting all your charm? What does that imply? Are your words mere empty promises? Or is it that you, Feng Xingzhi, lack the resolve to engage, or perhaps even the means to entertain?" Chapter 12. Cast out by Feng Xingzhi, Feng Xingzhi's countenance darkened, and the fury within him could no longer be contained. "Lin Shiyan, I have shown you enough courtesy. If you were wise, you would take a step back instead of demanding more. So, my choice to be with you is a demand for more? Does that mean anyone who shares your bed is also asking for too much? Feng Shui, or that Mani? There is something I truly wonder. Are you infatuated with Feng Yawei, or merely her appearance? Or does it not matter at all, as long as they bear such a face, regardless of their character?" Silence. "Feng Xingzhi, do you believe that those who have passed on possess a spirit in the heavens? If so, do you think Feng Yawei, upon witnessing your actions, would be unable to rest even in her grave?" The veins on Feng Xingzhi's temple throbbed, his expression akin to the calm before a tempest. "Stop the car." Zhou Chun, startled, shivered and promptly pulled over to the roadside. "Get out." Lifting her gaze, Lin Shiyan peered out the car window. The hour was late, and the streets were devoid of pedestrians. A cool breeze stirred, causing fallen leaves to dance in the deserted roadway. Feng Xingzhi remained silent, his handsome face taut. Zhou Chun hastened to implore Lin Shiyan, "Madam, perhaps you should soften your stance with President Feng." "Yield?" She mused. "Why should I yield? I am merely following the dictates of my heart, desiring intimacy with my own husband. Wherein lies my transgression?" Fire seemed to ignite within Feng Xingzhi's eyes. "Do you disembark of your own volition, or shall I be compelled to eject you?" Feng Xingzhi's countenance grew increasingly menacing, as though poised to commit murder. "Madam, there are no vehicles in this vicinity. Please, do not be obstinate." Zhou Chun, enduring Feng Xingzhi's oppressive aura, made a final plea. Without uttering a word, Lin Shiyan proceeded along the road. In truth, she had always been the one to compromise in Feng Xingzhi's presence, to preserve the semblance of harmony in their marriage. She had often been willing to be the one to concede. However, yielding had never led to expansive horizons, but rather to a precipitous cliff. Now, she found herself with no avenue of retreat. How much further could she retreat? Acquiesce to his desires and harbor a gigolo? What did Feng Xingzhi truly perceive her to be? A pall of gloom settled upon Feng Xingzhi's handsome face as he coldly commanded, "Drive on." "President Feng, perhaps Madam should be allowed to re-enter the vehicle. It is exceedingly late, the weather is inclement, and it is unsafe for Madam to be walking alone. Cease your idle chatter. Either drive, or join Lin Shiyan on her solitary sojourn." Zhou Chun fell silent, daring not to offer further entreaties. Shortly after Lin Shiyan departed, she discerned the sound of an approaching vehicle. Turning her head, she observed a black Rolls-Royce sweeping past her in a gust of wind, subsequently vanishing into the encompassing darkness. A wry smile graced Lin Shiyan's lips as she mused over her own lack of perspicacity in anticipating that Feng Xingzhi would instruct Zhou Chun to halt the car. Given her audacious conduct earlier, she should have been grateful that he had not personally ejected her from a vehicle, a leniency she feared he regretted, especially considering her apparent lack of appreciation. Lin Shiyan chuckled softly, but her amusement was short-lived. Abruptly, raindrops began to fall, escalating rapidly into a torrential downpour. Seeking refuge, Lin Shiyan promptly sought shelter and attempted to summon a car via a mobile application. However, the late hour and the relentless rain conspired against her efforts. Hesitating no longer, she oriented herself and dashed into the rain. She shrieked, startled, instinctively grabbing at something to defend herself. "It's me," a voice resonated. As the words were spoken, the foyer light illuminated the scene. Li Amlin stood aghast at the sight of Lin Shiyan, drenched and disheveled at the doorway. Lin Shiyan's appearance was indeed pitiable. Without uttering a word of inquiry, Li Amlin urged, "Hurry and wash up. You mustn't catch a chill." She promptly ushered Lin Shiyan into the bathroom. Stripping off her soaked garments, Lin Shiyan stood beneath the shower's cascade. As the warm water enveloped her skin, she became acutely aware of her trembling. Perhaps water had seeped into her eyes, leaving them dry and irritated. Emerging from her ablutions after a half hour, Lin Shiyan discovered that Li Amlin had prepared wontons for her. "They're fresh from the pot. Partake while they're still warm." Without ceremony, Lin Shiyan, ravenous from her protracted journey, accepted the offering. She paused momentarily and recounted the preceding events in brief. Li Amlin was immediately incensed, exclaiming vehemently, to introduce other men to his own wife. Does Feng Xingzhi suffer from some malady? Or does he harbor an affinity for cuckoldry, striving relentlessly to adorn himself with a verdant headwear, even if unsolicited? Following her tirade, Li Amlin inquired, "The gentlemen on the roster are paragons of pulchritude, each possessing unique allure. Did none pique your interest, compelling you to sample the wares?" Lin Shiyan, rendered speechless, sighed, "Alas, I've already ascended to the zenith, where all others pale in comparison. And so, Lianlan scrutinisa elayena shiyan ascansa. Will you endure his peculiar predilection for cuckoldry merely for the sake of his visage?" "Feng Xingzhi is no cuckold," Lin Shiyan countered. "His actions today stem from his failure to recognize me as his wife. Amlin, do you know, even broached the subject of divorce." Upon hearing Lin Shiyan's words, Li Amlin regarded her intently, detecting a tremor in her voice. She anticipated tears, but none materialized. Lin Shiyan was smiling, yet her smile appeared more grievous than weeping. Li Amlin, overwhelmed with sorrow, embraced Lin Shiyan, murmuring, "I am here for you, Yen." Nestled in Li Amlin's embrace, Lin Shiyan closed her eyes and whispered, "Amlin, thank you. It's so wonderful to have you." Li Amlin drew Lin Shiyan up, ushering her into the bedroom and gently placing her upon the bed. Though reclining, Lin Shiyan found slumber elusive. Retrieving her phone, she sought to pass the time with a scroll through Weibo. Upon opening the app, news of Feng Shuwei flooded her screen. Chapter 13. Lin Shiyan's absence. Initially, the internet had been ablaze with condemnations of Feng Shuwei, branding her a third wheel. For a celebrated actress to knowingly engage in such behavior was seen as a challenge to public morality. The ensuing uproar had irreparably tarnished Feng Shuwei's reputation. However, the tide had now turned. Several articles, verbose and elaborate, suggested that the previous trending topics were unfounded. They claimed that Feng Xingzhi, in preparation for her new role, had sought to experience the online abuse suffered by her character, leading to a breakdown and a fabricated suicide attempt. The narrative further emphasized her dedication, citing her refusal to use a stunt double in pursuit of authenticity. Promotional materials, plot synopses, and the director's credentials were also heavily publicized. The orchestrator of this shift was unmistakable, sparing no effort to exonerate Feng Xingzhi. Despite lingering skepticism, the unified front of entertainment media quelled any significant opposition. The internet's attention was now fixed on Feng Xingzhi's upcoming drama, with her devoted fans inundating comment sections across various platforms, extolling their idol's professionalism. Lin Shiyan cast her phone aside, pulling the covers over her head to conceal the gathering moisture in her eyes. The following day, Zhen Ma hurriedly approached with a bowl of millet porridge. Feng Xingzhi furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Where is Lin Shiyan? Is she once again hiding in the kitchen?" It was perplexing how Lin Shiyan would retreat to the kitchen whenever she felt discontented or wished to avoid company. "No, the young mistress has not yet come downstairs this morning. Go and summon her for breakfast." Feng Xingzhi's hand paused, his expression growing cold. Lin Shiyan had only risen at noon after having been drenched in rain the previous day, which had caused her to develop a fever by 4 or 5 o'clock. Had it not been for Li Amlin waking her, she might have succumbed to delirium from the fever. Although the fever had subsided, she still felt heavy-headed and unsteady. Li Amlin brought a bowl of rice porridge to Lin Shiyan, who accepted it without reservation and began to drink. "What are your plans moving forward?" "For now, I shall focus on work. Yesterday, director Anne's assistant called, expressing that director and wishes for me to design a costume for the female lead in his new drama." Li Amlin's face brightened immediately. "So, does this mean director and is considering you as the costume designer for his new production?" "One could say there is such an intention. But until the contract is signed, nothing is certain." Li Amlin held unwavering confidence in Lin Shiyan. "If the costumes you tailor for the imperial decree manage to create a stir, it will greatly benefit your participation in next year's fashion designer competition. Once you secure the championship, we can take Yin Duan to challenge the International Haute Couture Committee. At that point, your name, alongside Yin Duan's, will undoubtedly resonate throughout the entire city of Shun. As for me, I shall simply recline and await the generous support of designer Lin." "How delightful!" With utmost sincerity, Lin Shiyan remarked, "My dear, if slumber still beckons, perhaps you should indulge in its embrace once more, for in dreams, all things are possible." Li Amlin, displeased, retorted with gravity, "Lin Shiyan, you may underestimate me, but you must not underestimate yourself." Lin Shiyan, taken aback, responded with a smile, "Very well." 3 days hence, Lin Shiyan, having adorned herself in fresh attire and applied a delicate touch of makeup, ventured forth with her design drafts in hand. She was to meet director N at the audition hotel. After a considerable wait, Assistant Chen arrived, somewhat flustered. "Miss Lin, I extend my sincerest apologies for the delay." "It is of no consequence," Lin Shiyan replied, inquiring, "Is director N expected to arrive shortly?" "Teacher Feng is here for an audition, and director N is awaiting her. Thus he is unable to come at this time." "Feng Xingzhi is to participate in director N's film?" Lin Shiyan expressed her surprise. Director N, a veteran of renown with a consistent record of box office success, harbored a distinct aversion to celebrity idols. Teacher Feng possesses both popularity and skill. Should her schedule permit and the role align, her participation will be fitting. Assistant Chen, noticing the document folder in Lin Shiyan's grasp, remarked, "These are the design sketches you have prepared, I presume? Kindly entrust them to me." Director N has decreed that the selection of the designer for the project will be determined during the Friday meeting between your company, Yin Duan, and Ling Guang. Your patience is appreciated. As Feng Xingzhi emerged from her audition, a familiar figure vanished around the corridor's bend. Lin Shiyan, she mused, "What brings her here?" Assistant Chen, taken aback, responded, "Teacher Feng, you are also acquainted with Miss Lin? She is the fashion designer invited by director in this time. Although nothing is confirmed yet, it is nearly certain. The other candidate, Ling Guang, must have some connections to have made it this far, right? She indeed possesses quite a talent." Feng Xingzhi gritted her teeth, feeling an overwhelming sense of displeasure. Suddenly, Assistant Chin's stomach began to ache, and his complexion turned pale. "Teacher Feng, I apologize, but I'm feeling unwell and must excuse myself for a moment." He frequently glanced towards the restroom. Seizing the moment, Feng Shuwei suggested, "Assistant Shun, why not hand the documents over to me? It would prevent any unfortunate mishaps, and Director would be displeased if he found out." Seeing the logic in her words and feeling a genuine urgency, Assistant Shun, without further thought, entrusted the document folder to Feng Shuwei. As he turned away, she swiftly opened the folder, and upon glimpsing the design drafts, a look of astonishment flickered in her eyes. She had not anticipated that Lin Shiyan, who had married Feng Xingzhi through connections, harbored such remarkable talent. Suddenly, a voice of delight rang out, "Teacher Feng, it is truly a stroke of luck to see you today." The assistant interjected, "This is designer Yin Xiaoxiao from Lingguang." Designer Yin Xiaoxiao inquired, "I wonder if you have a moment. I would like to show you a design drawing." Feng Shuwei handed the design drawing to Yin Xiaoxiao. As Yin Xiaoxiao beheld the design, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Whose design is this? It is extraordinarily well crafted." She realized that her own designs paled in comparison to this one. It appears that Lingguang is destined to return empty-handed this time. "Who said that?" Feng Shuwei remarked in a captivating tone. "This designer sketch belongs to Lingguang. How could you possibly return empty-handed?" Yin Xiaoxiao instinctively lifted her gaze, her eyes colliding with Feng Shuwei's, and in that fleeting moment, all her avarice was ignited. Tang Yinzhou entered the elevator alongside Feng Xingzhi, giving him a thumbs up. "Brother Feng, you truly are remarkable. Even the notoriously difficult old and has been subdued by you." Director An's notorious temper is known even to those outside the industry. Previously, Feng Xingji's ambition to cast Feng Shuwei in such a grand production was dismissed as mere fantasy. Unexpectedly, under the influence of financial power, he ultimately capitulated. Feng Xingzhi remarked nonchalantly, "Every person possesses a weakness." Chapter 14. What prospect can one have in loving someone? You're correct. However, the price of this weakness is exorbitant. 500 million, merely to secure a supporting female role. Director N's film inherently leans towards serious drama, and female dialogue is sparse. Although it is labeled as a second female lead, in reality, it bears resemblance to roles typically assigned to fourth or fifth female leads in other productions. To squander 500 million for such a minor role is a grand gesture, and only Feng Xingzhi could undertake such an endeavor. Feng Xingzhi cast a sidelong glance at Tang Yinzhou, as if regarding him with incredulity. With director An's illustrious reputation, this film, regardless of its potential shortcomings, is assured to break even. In other words, this is essentially a guaranteed profitable venture. Well, the reason securing investment this time around has proven somewhat challenging is attributable to his selection of a subject matter that isn't particularly appealing. Nonetheless, having perused the script, he found it exceedingly captivating. Even so, Feng Shuwei stands to gain from this situation. With this opportunity, she is poised to ascend to the ranks of A-list celebrities, becoming a veritable star. This, however, is merely the inception. Tang Yinzhou couldn't help but muse. "I suddenly comprehend why my sister-in-law has harbored such lingering discontent over the years." Feng Xingzhi may not harbor affection for Feng Shuwei, but solely on account of her resemblance to Feng Yaowei, she has been showered with such favor, relegating his own wife to a subordinate position. Just as Feng Xingzhi was about to speak, the elevator doors parted. Feng Xingzhi stepped out, and coincidentally, the doors of the opposite elevator also opened, revealing Lin Shiyan emerging from within. Upon unexpectedly beholding Feng Xingzhi, Lin Shiyan was somewhat taken aback. Given that Feng's corporation was currently embroiled in a busy period, Feng Xingzhi ought to have been occupied at the company. However, upon further reflection, considering that Feng Shuwei was here today for an audition, it was perfectly natural for Feng Xingzhi to come and lend his support out of deep affection. She remained silent, merely offering a nod to Tang Yinzhou before proceeding outwards. Tang Yinzhou hesitated slightly before inquiring, "Brother Feng, is sister-in-law disregarding you?" It was indeed a rare sight. Within their circle, It was common knowledge that Lin Shiyan was irrevocably enamored with Feng Xingzhi, enduring any grievance for his sake. Now, she was displaying a temper. Tang Yinzhou was intrigued. Tell your brother, what exactly have you done to provoke sister-in-law to such a degree? When I embark on a relationship in the future, I'd like to avoid similar pitfalls. Fei Xingzhi cast a disdainful glance at Tang Yinzhou, who was reveling in schadenfreude, and remarked, with a countenance such as yours, no measure of precaution could avail against misfortune. As Fei Xingzhi emerged from the hotel, he beheld Lin Shiyan poised by the roadside, summoning a vehicle via her mobile device. Her spine was erect and slender, and as she stood amidst the autumnal breeze, her attire fluttered about her, evoking the image of verdant bamboo sprouting from a crevice in a rock. Wisps of hair danced across her cheeks, and as she brushed them aside, her exquisite visage was revealed, her delicate complexion radiating an almost ethereal luminescence in the sunlight. Lin Shiyan, with her keen perception, became aware of the gaze directed upon her. Turning her head, she discerned Fei Xingzhi advancing in her direction. A moment of astonishment flickered across her features. Was Fei Xingzhi pursuing her? It was not her intention to engage in a petty quarrel with him, but rather that she had yet to determine how to address him. Despite her profound affection for Fei Xingzhi and the resilience of her spirit, the profound hurt he had inflicted upon her made it impossible to simply disregard the past. Had he offered a gentle word, or even a modicum of tenderness, she believed she would have ceased to dwell upon the matter. She was aware of her own lack of fortitude, yet what strength could one possess when consumed by love? Then, Fei Xingzhi spoke. Lin Shiyan, since when have you resorted to such stratagems as resorting to surveillance? Lin Shiyan's heart sank, and her fingers instinctively clenched at her side. Surveillance? Fei Xingzhi, have you forgotten that you are my husband? If I desire to ascertain your whereabouts, I could simply place a call. There would be no need for such clandestine measures. Fei Xingzhi remained unconvinced. Lin Shiyan, consider this my sole admonition. I am willing to overlook your actions today, but you are forbidden from provoking Feng Shui. His tone was frigid, each word imbued with command. Lin Shiyan's spirits plummeted. As if her prior fantasies were slaps across her face, each syllable mocking her presumption. With a deep breath, she retorted, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. If you truly cared for your darling's well-being, you wouldn't address me in such a provocative manner. Should I happen to lose control, there's no telling what might transpire. A crease formed upon Feng Xingzhi's brow. Is that a threat? Hardly. You are my husband. Why would I threaten you? Consider it a gentle warning. Xingzhi, I have a rather insightful suggestion for you. Would you care to hear it? The veins in Feng Xingzhi's temples pulsed as he scoffed. Ingratiate myself with you? Lin Shiyan, pray tell, what compels me to do so? Is it because your sustenance and luxuries are courtesy of me? Or perhaps because your family's continued existence relies on the benevolence of the Feng Corporation? Or could it be your mother's covert solicitations for extravagant vehicles on behalf of your brother? The silence of the past few days had led her to believe that her mother had finally ceased indulging Lin Zichuan, only to discover that the matter had reached Feng Xingzhi. In that instant, Lin Shiyan felt utterly exposed, a wave of shame washing over her, rendering her delicate face ashen. Lin Shiyan took a deep breath and said, I apologize. I was unaware that my mother caused you such distress. I am aware of this matter, and I shall resolve it on my own. I sincerely hope that your notion of resolution does not involve seeking my grandfather to bear the blame for you. Feng Xingzhi. Lin Shiyan's voice involuntarily rose, her delicate lips quivering slightly, her tone trembling. Is this truly how you perceive me? In your eyes, am I so utterly unworthy? Yes, you are indeed so. To him, both the Lin family and Lin Shiyan only brought complications. Were it not for his grandfather's insistence on Lin Shiyan, even to the point of threatening his life, he would never have taken her as his wife. Yet, as he gazed into Lin Shiyan's eyes, which were filled with shattered light, the words remained lodged in his throat, unuttered. Chapter 15. Better off as a widow. It turned out to be for Feng Shui. Throughout their 3 years of marriage, spanning over 1,000 days and nights, she had long been aware of this truth. At that moment, a ride-hailing taxi came to a stop by the roadside. Lin Shiyan walked over and, once seated inside, could not help but express, Feng Xingzhi, whether you believe it or not, I have never sought anything but your presence. You may not love me, nor regard me or the Lin family with any respect, but you cannot trample upon my affection at will." After speaking, she closed the car door and refrained from looking back at Feng Xingzhi. He watched as the vehicle drove away, his brow instinctively knitting into a frown. "Brother Feng," one of his companions remarked, "you articulated that beautifully. It is unfortunate you did not press further. Had you spoken more harshly, perhaps your sister-in-law would have impulsively sought a divorce. Then, you would never have to confront her again." Seal Xingji's brow furrowed, finding Tang Yunzhou's words grating. He cast a frigid glance at him. "Shall I record your words and forward them to grandfather?" Tang Yunzhou immediately prostrated himself. "Brother Feng, I was wrong. I beg you, spare me. If Grandpa Seal were to hear what I said, he would surely thrash me." Seal Xingji scoffed. "I hardly see the need for you to retain your head." Tang Yunzhou recoiled, clamping his mouth shut. Yet, he was consumed with curiosity. What was the cause of Seal Xingji's displeasure? Was it being trailed by Lin Shiyan? Or was it a suggestion that Lin Shiyan might impulsively seek a divorce? An hour later, a taxi arrived at the old Seal residence. The elder Mr. Seal was overjoyed to see Lin Shiyan. "Yin Yin, you must not leave at noon. You must stay and have lunch with me. Rest assured, Grandpa, even if you were to shoo me away, I would not leave." The elder Mr. Seal chuckled. "I would never dream of shooing away my Yin Yin. You are my precious darling." Lin Shiyan smiled in response. As lunch was not yet ready, Lin Shiyan went to the garden. The osmanthus trees were in full bloom, filling the air with their sweet fragrance. Lin Shiyan, with the aid of a servant, gathered a large bouquet. She selected a few sprigs to arrange in a vase for the elder Mr. Seal. As she approached the entrance to the living room, she overheard an argument. "What is this talk of complaining? Is there something that Yin Yin cannot share with her grandfather? Do you expect her to suffer such grievances in silence?" Old Master Feng was acutely aware of the recent events, a tempest of pent-up frustration surging within him. "In my opinion, Yin Yin leaving home is for the best. With a husband like this, she might as well be a widow. The dead are often more placid, sparing her the anguish of his incessant turmoil." "Grandfather, what troubles you? Have I spoken a truth you find displeasing? If it vexes you, then treat Yin Yin with greater kindness." The old man's ire intensified. "You married her, yet neglect her. If this is the case, why not simply release her from this burden? I shall take her as my granddaughter and find her a worthy man to wed, so she need not languish under your crooked branch." Feng Xingzhi could no longer contain his exasperation. "I never intended to marry her. Grandfather, I have long declared that I shall never love her, nor will I ever lead a harmonious life with her." A heavy silence enveloped the living room. Master Feng's countenance darkened, and although Feng Xingzhi felt a pang of guilt, he remained resolute in his stance. Had it not been for the insistence of both Master Feng and Lin Shiyan, this marriage would never have come to fruition. After a prolonged silence, the elder finally spoke, releasing a deep sigh. "The way you so recklessly wound Yin Yin is merely a consequence of your belief in her unwavering affection for you. But mark my words, when the day comes that she awakens to the truth and no longer loves you, it will be too late for regrets." Feng Xingzhi replied defiantly, "I shall have no regrets. The one I wish to marry has never been her." With that declaration, he turned to leave, only to find Lin Shiyan standing at the door, cradling a bouquet of osmanthus flowers. Alara gazed at Alistair, her intended words trapped in her throat, rendering her mute. Alistair's gaze faltered momentarily before he departed, his expression inscrutable. "Alistair," boomed the elder Mr. Alistair, emerging to find Alara standing ashen-faced by the entrance. Realizing she had overheard their exchange, "Alara," he began, his tone laced with concern, regretting his outburst towards Alistair, fearing it had distressed her. "Grandfather, I am quite all right, please do not fret." Alara offered a strained smile, attempting to project an air of indifference. The elder Mr. Alistair's heart ached, lamenting Alistair's infatuation with the deceased, despite Alara's virtues. Seizing her hand, he declared, "Alara, have no fear. Alistair shall not divorce you without my consent. Your virtues will eventually dawn on him, and he will rue his actions. I am certain of it." Alara nodded, her heart heavy with unspoken doubts. Having clung to similar hopes throughout their 3-year union, envisioning a future of marital bliss. However, the duration of her resolve remained uncertain. Abruptly, the elder Mr. Alistair slammed his cane, exclaiming, "Alistair's behavior stems from his belief in your unwavering devotion. I shall present you with a multitude of suitors, demonstrating your desirability. Let us see if he then regrets his folly." Lin Shiyan was utterly speechless. "Grandfather, perhaps we should reconsider. I am already married." "So what if you're married? Does marriage preclude one from engaging in courtship, from enjoying the company of an attractive young man?" "Certainly not." The elder Feng, increasingly convinced of his plan's merit, beckoned Shun to begin selecting suitable candidates for Lin Shiyan. He harbored no belief that his grandson was devoid of affection for Yin Yan. His neglect stemmed from the assumption that Yin Yan would never abandon him, thus leading him to mistreat her so. Following the elder Feng's departure for his midday repose, Lin Shiyan left to retrieve her vehicle from the dealership. Her previously rear-ended car had been restored. Upon settling the bill, Lin Shiyan received a call from her mother, Zheng Lanin, the call indeed being from a nurse at the city's premier hospital. "Are you Miss Lin? Your mother has been involved in an accident." Lin Shiyan was petrified, rushing to the hospital with utmost haste. "Mother, what has befallen you?" "I am quite all right. Merely a concussion from a blow to the head, according to the physician." Lin Shiyan scrutinized Zheng Lanin, noting the traces of blood upon her garments, her pallid complexion, and her raspy voice. However, her spirits seemed unbroken. Lin Shiyan breathed a sigh of relief, the anxiety of her journey leaving her legs somewhat unsteady. Chapter 16. Astonishing that suitor, after regaining her composure, Lin Shiyan inquired, "How did you come to be out alone?" "I was not venturing out solo. Rather, I was in the company of Xiao Chuan. Today, a Bugatti Veyron finally graced the 4S store, and Xiao Chuan requested that I remit the payment. Allah, unforeseen circonstance transpirait en route, causing significant impediment." Zheng Lan expressed her vexation, and scarcely had her words dissipated when her cellular device emitted an auditory signal. It was a telephonic communication from Lin Zichuan. The instant the connection was established, Lin Zichuan's voice, tinged with impatience, resonated. "Where have you tarried? Why does the mere act of tendering payment present such an arduous task?" Lin Shiyan retorted with displeasure. "My mother was involved in a vehicular collision en route to the 4S store." "How unfortunate! I explicitly suggested that she relinquish the banking instrument to my person, yet she obstinately insisted on undertaking the journey herself. Now, as a consequence, my acquisition of the automobile has been deferred." Upon hearing these words, Lin Shiyan's ire was instantaneously ignited. "Lin Zichuan, do your utterances reflect human sentiment? My mother's misfortune was a direct consequence of her altruistic intentions toward you. Do I hold her actions in high esteem? Preposterous." Subsequent to these pronouncements, Lin Zichuan terminated the telephonic communication with an abrupt percussive sound. Lin Shiyan, fixating upon the banking instrument in her possession, experienced a sudden epiphany. "Mother, was it not previously asserted that the familial coffers were insufficient to facilitate the acquisition of the automobile? From whence did these pecuniary resources originate? Mother, how could you have elected to divest me of my adornments? Those constituted betrothal gifts bestowed upon me by the Feng lineage. Furthermore, they represent a paucity of objects personally conveyed to me by Feng Xingzhi." Lin Shiyan's complexion underwent a perceptible alteration, indicative of her agitation. "What if I sold them? If you hadn't consistently harbored reservations regarding Zichuan, refusing to contribute either financially or through exertion, would I have resorted to the sale of your betrothal gifts? Lin Shiyan, do not presume I am ignorant of your machinations. You have always harbored a deep-seated aversion for your brother, secretly wishing for his perpetual misfortune." Zheng Lanin's ire escalated with each word until, breathless and overcome, she fainted. "Mother." Lin Shiyan leaned against the corridor wall, her frame trembling as she gazed at the crimson light illuminating the emergency room. Suddenly, her phone chimed, announcing a call from Feng Xingzhi. Answering with alacrity, Lin Shiyan exclaimed, "Feng Xingzhi, My mother was involved in an accident while en route to purchase a car for Lin Shiyan. Her eyes welled with tears as she spoke, her heart heavy with sorrow. She had long believed herself capable of accepting her mother's preferential treatment towards her son, especially considering the affection she had shown her over the years. However, the realization that her mother had sold her dowry to benefit Lin Shiyan had left her with an indescribable ache. Silence stretched on the other end of the line. Just as Lin Shiyan feared the call had been inadvertently disconnected, Feng Xingzhi's voice broke through. The theatrics of you and your mother are becoming increasingly elaborate. To procure funds for a lavish automobile, you resort to fabricating a car accident. Lin Shiyan's breath hitched, her words lodging in her throat. After a prolonged pause, she managed to utter, Feng Xingzhi, this is not a fabrication. She had never deceived Feng Xingzhi, neither in her love for him nor in any other matter. The path of love was fraught with difficulty. To finally unite, only to be separated by unspoken words, misunderstandings, and ultimately, a parting was an act of utter foolishness. Therefore, she had always been forthright, fearing any potential misinterpretations. Yet, here they were. He had never misunderstood her. His lack of affection was resolute, impervious even to the unveiling of her innermost feelings. Could something truly have transpired? He arose, displacing his chair, and uttered, Lin Shiyan. Thus, you intend to persist with this charade tonight? I conveyed my intention to remain at the hospital. Before she could complete her utterance, he terminated the call with impatience. She gazed at the cessation of the communication, and after a protracted moment, languidly stowed her cellular device. He harbored perpetual suspicion of her ulterior motives, and his suspicions were not unfounded. Indeed, she harbored an ulterior motive, as now, she had never contemplated soliciting funds from him. Rather, she yearned for his presence, for an embrace. Alas, such was but a whimsical desire. She recoiled, awaiting in the corridor for an extended duration until the illumination above the emergency chamber was extinguished. A surge of vitality coursed through her as she hastened to intercept the physician. Doctor, how fares my mother? Madame Zheng is in stable condition, yet her constitution is frail and necessitates ample repose, shielded from excessive agitation. She acquiesced, accompanying Zheng Lanin to the ward. The latter remained in a state of unconsciousness, and Lin Shiyan procured heated water, saturating a cloth to cleanse her person. Her mother was emaciated, her integument lax, bearing the indelible imprints of perennial toil. She had aged, no longer the colossus of her memory, the bulwark against adversity. Mortality, it would seem, is the most impartial phenomenon in existence. On the subsequent morn, she awoke betimes to procure congee. As she arrived at the entrance of the ward, she spotted Lin Shiyan emerging with a bank card clutched in his hand. Upon seeing her, he flashed a smug smile and remarked, weren't you reluctant to buy me a luxury car? Look, I have money in hand now. Lin Shiyan's expression darkened. The card in Lin Shiyan's possession was none other than the one their mother had handed to her the previous day. Lin Shiyan, sensing his sister's displeasure, was struck by a sense of trepidation and swiftly made his escape. Zheng Lanin, having overheard the altercation at the ward's entrance, cautiously glanced at her daughter and advised, Yin, do not be so angry. Zichuan is your brother. Him driving a nicer car reflects well upon you, does it not? I can earn my own reputation. I do not require Lin Zichuan's assistance. Zheng Lanin's countenance immediately darkened. What kind of attitude is this? If you hold Zichuan in such disdain, perhaps you should simply disown me as your mother. I do not wish to have a daughter who is so cold-hearted towards her brother. Well, have I ever looked down upon Lin Shiyan? I merely. Lin Shiyan's words were abruptly cut off as Zheng Lanin expelled her from the room. The sun hung high in the sky, its radiant light illuminating the earth. And as she observed the hurried passers-by on the street, Lin Shiyan found herself at a loss for where to go. Suddenly, an urgent call from old Master Feng interrupted her thoughts, requesting her presence. Upon arriving at the specified location, she discovered it to be a personal styling studio. As she stepped through the door, she was immediately surrounded by a throng of people, ushering her to sit before the mirror. Bewildered, Lin Shiyan inquired, Grandfather, what is the purpose of this? Old Master Feng remarked, Of course, we must adorn you splendidly. You are the young mistress of the Feng family. and you must look exquisite. Only then can you astonish the suitor I have arranged for you. Chapter 17. Brother Xingzhi, be gentle, it hurts. This one, do not include. Prepare everything else according to my dear Yin Yan's specifications. With a grand gesture, old Master Feng nearly emptied the entire studio. Lin Shiyan felt both helpless and anxious. She wondered what merit she possessed to receive such kindness from her grandfather. Young mistress, please close your eyes. Lin Shiyan instinctively complied, shutting her eyes. When the styling concluded, 2 hours had elapsed. Old Master Feng was thoroughly pleased, and he confidently escorted Lin Shiyan to a renowned private dining establishment. Upon their arrival, the lobby manager greeted them. Old Master Feng. President Feng is already in the private room. Lin Shiyan was taken aback, not expecting her grandfather to have arranged a meeting with Feng Xingzhi. Recalling his words from that day at the entrance to the living room, her heart involuntarily tightened. Yet, she said nothing, understanding that this was all her grandfather's thoughtful intention. Old Master Feng gently patted the back of Lin Shiyan's hand, reassuringly stating, Yin Yan, do not be afraid. Everything will be handled by your grandfather. Lin Shiyan nodded, supporting Old Master Feng as they followed the lobby manager to the peony hall. Just as they reached the entrance, a soft voice echoed, Brother Xingzhi, you're hurting me. Lin Shiyan lifted her gaze and beheld Feng Shuwei seated upon Feng Xingzhi's lap. Her skirt hiked up, revealing her thigh in a provocative and suggestive manner. She was thunderstruck, unable to believe that the two were embracing so intimately within the confines of the private room. Old Master Feng was incensed. Feng Xingzhi, what do you think you're doing? Hearing the voice, Feng Xingzhi turned to see his grandfather and Lin Shiyan standing at the entrance. Grandfather, you've arrived. Indeed, I have arrived. Perhaps you feel that this old man's timing is off, interrupting your amorous endeavors. Would you prefer that Yin Yan and I depart, lest we impede your dalliance with this disreputable woman? Old Master Feng's words were unsparing, offering Feng Xingzhi no quarter. Feng Shuwei immediately interjected, her voice filled with grievance. Grandfather, you misunderstand. Xingzhi and I being like this was merely an accident. Silence. I am addressing my grandson. When did it become your place, an outsider, to speak? You possess no decorum whatsoever. Old Master Feng held a deep-seated aversion for the Feng sisters. After rebuking Feng Shuwei, he turned to Feng Xingzhi and stated coldly, Feng Xingzhi, if you wish to remain and dine with me, remove this woman from my sight. Her presence spoils my appetite. Feng Shuwei's complexion turned ashen, her eyes brimming with tears. She pleaded with a pitiable expression, Grandfather, please do not fault Xingzhi. I merely came to dine with a friend and happened upon Xingzhi. I simply wished to converse with him, never anticipating such a misunderstanding. I share an entirely innocent relationship with Xingzhi. If it is indeed innocent, why do you cling to another's husband so desperately? Do you wish to showcase your so-called purity to the world? Or perhaps you intend to repeat last time's spectacle, arranging for paparazzi to capture your innocence and thrust it into the headlines, allowing everyone to witness your entanglement with a married man? Lin Shiyan had always believed that over the years, she had adeptly managed the scandalous rumors surrounding Feng Xingzhi and various women. Yet now she realizes that, in comparison to her grandfather, she remains woefully inexperienced. At the very least, her grandfather's decisiveness and authority are qualities she could never hope to emulate. Even with a lifetime of practice, Feng Shuwei could no longer contain herself. Since becoming a star, she had grown accustomed to adoration and could hardly bear the sharp words from old Master Feng. Grandfather Feng, I have always held you in high regard. Even when you insisted on meddling in Xingzhi's marriage 3 years ago, I bore no grievances against you. Yet you should not wound me so. I, too, am the daughter of a respectable family, leading a straightforward and virtuous life. Old Master Feng scoffed. Straightforward? Virtuous? If those two phrases possessed any spirit, they would be weeping in indignation. Feng Xingzhi, I warn you, there must be limits to your reckless behavior. The Feng family upholds a reputation of integrity and righteousness, and I shall not permit you to drag our name through the mud with scandalous affairs. The Feng family cannot afford such disgrace. Feng Shuwei could no longer endure the situation. Covering her face, she wept and fled from the room. Shoo Wei. Feng Xingzhi could not help but rise to his feet. Old Master Feng exclaimed with anger. Feng Xingzhi, should you dare to step out of this private room to pursue that woman today, do not expect me to acknowledge you as my grandson. The atmosphere in the room was exceedingly tense, making even the act of breathing feel laborious. Sensing the discomfort, Lin Shiyan hastily interjected, Grandfather, may we place our orders now? I am rather hungry. Feeling famished, you may nibble on some light snacks to tide you over. Our guests shall not arrive for a while yet, replied Old Master Feng. His demeanor softened as he turned his gaze towards Lin Shiyan, affection radiating from him as he pushed the assortment of snacks and tea towards her. After sampling some delicacies, Lin Shiyan curiously inquired, Grandfather, who is the fortunate individual that you have invited today? It is your grandmother's nephew, and he is the suitor we have arranged for you today. With a sudden burst of surprise, Lin Shiyan sputtered the tea she had just sipped. How could you be so careless? Old Master Feng quickly offered her a napkin. Grandfather, how can you arrange a suitor for me, especially one who is my grandmother's nephew? The connections are rather convoluted, and besides, I am a married woman. How can I possibly entertain the notion of a match? Why not? Retorted Old Master Feng. Your husband, having tied the knot, cavorts with women outside, parading his affairs brazenly. You need not cling to him. Heed my advice and explore the possibility of finding a commendable man. The memory of the earlier incident still simmered in his mind, fueling his indignation. Feng Xingzhi was acutely aware that his grandfather had arranged a meal with him, yet he was indulging in intimate moments with a woman surnamed Feng in the private room. Despite his usual demeanor in public, he remained unrestrained before Yin Yan, subjecting her to untold grievances. The elder Feng addressed Feng Xingzhi, stating, Since you are here, assist Yin Yan in this matter. We cannot allow her to choose yet another blind fool, can we? Lin Shiyan's gaze instinctively fell upon Feng Xingzhi, hopeful that he would not permit his grandfather's frivolity. To her dismay, she heard Feng Xingzhi respond, Grandfather speaks wisely. I shall ensure Lin Shiyan is well cared for. However, my cousin is unsuitable. If you lack a worthy candidate, I can provide recommendations. Lin Shiyan's countenance paled instantly, her heart plummeting into despair. If the grandfather intended to incite jealousy in Feng Xingzhi by arranging blind dates for her, that scheme would surely falter. If he truly cared for her, even a fraction, he would never have entrusted that list of names to him. The elder Feng furrowed his brow, about to speak, when a melodious male voice interrupted. Apologies for my tardiness. Chapter 18. Feng Xingzhi's discontent. Lin Shiyan turned to see a young man dressed in a light gray casual suit, strikingly handsome and exuding an air of charm. Hansu. He greeted, Grandfather, cousin, with polite decorum before finally directing his gaze toward Lin Shiyan. Upon recognizing her, his eyes sparkled with delight. Adorned in a lavender gown, her hair cascaded in undulating waves over her shoulders. Bathed in the sun's golden rays, she sat serenely, her beauty ethereal. Linjia, Hansu greeted with a smile. It's a pleasure to see you today. A flicker of surprise crossed the elder Master Feng's face. Su, you know Yin Yan? We had a brief encounter at Starry Sky. I never imagined she was your goddaughter, and that you would consider introducing her as my girlfriend. I am truly fortunate. Master Feng raised an eyebrow. It seems you approve of my Yin Yan. A blush crept onto Hansu's handsome features as he earnestly replied. How could anyone not be captivated by someone as wonderful as Linjia? Master Feng glanced at Feng Xingzhi, who remained indifferent, perusing the menu. Irritation welled within him. He pressed on. Su, you have excellent taste. My Yin Yan is not only beautiful, but also filial, and a gifted student at the prestigious Tsinghua Academy of Fine Arts. So, Linjia is a Tsinghua student. Had I known, I would have studied there instead of going abroad. Hansu lamented with a touch of regret. But it is never too late to become acquainted. You are both in the prime of your lives. Hansu nodded in agreement. His gaze toward Lin Shiyan filled with tenderness. Lin Shiyan, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, longed to vanish. Just as she was about to reach her breaking point, Feng Xingzhi finally interjected. Grandfather, enough. Xiaosu and Lin Shiyan are not a suitable match. Does my assessment of suitability hold no weight? I find it quite fitting. The elder Mr. Feng inquired of Han Su. Xiao Su, what is your opinion on the matter? Han Su glanced at Lin Shiyan, his cheeks flushed, and responded, I defer to Grandpa Feng's judgment. The elder Mr. Feng stated with a refreshed countenance, Xiao Su, if your afternoon is free, why not escort Yin Yin on an outing? Han Su promptly agreed, very well. Grandpa. Lin Shiyan looked at the elder Mr. Feng. Go along now, enjoy yourselves. It is always beneficial for young individuals to cultivate friendships. Lin Shiyan, left with no alternative, could only accompany Han Su as they departed. While en route to the parking area, Han Su interjected, I would prefer not to address you as elder sister Lin. May I address you by your given name henceforth? Lin Shiyan acquiesced, certainly. Yan Yan, Han Su uttered, flashing a radiant smile at Lin Shiyan. Lin Shiyan, taken aback by Han Su's affectionate manner of addressing her, felt a sense of unease. Just as she was about to speak, Han Su had already opened the passenger door, shielding the top of the car with his hand, and said, Yin Yin, please enter the vehicle. Lin Shiyan remained stationary, raising her gaze to meet Han Su's, and stated, today's arrangement for a blind date was unexpected. I apologize if it has caused you any inconvenience. I deeply regret my previous lack of courage in requesting your contact information. I feared it would be a long time before I saw you again, or perhaps never at all. However, Providence is indeed on my side, allowing us to meet so soon. Lin Shiyan looked up, beholding Han Su's joyous expression. She suddenly realized that Han Su might indeed harbor some interest in her as a woman, and she felt compelled to clarify the matter. Young Master Han, are you aware of my relationship with the Feng family? Han Su was taken aback. You are the god-granddaughter of Grandfather Feng. No, that is not correct. I am not his god-granddaughter. I am his granddaughter-in-law. Feng Xingzhi is my husband. What? Your cousin is your husband, but you too. Is it not strange? Why would grandfather arrange a match for me as a granddaughter-in-law? Lin Shiyan let out a bittersweet smile. You must have heard some rumors regarding my marriage to Feng Xingzhi. Han Su pressed his lips together, indeed having heard whispers about his cousin's marriage. Everyone claimed that the eldest daughter of the Lin family was ruthless and cunning, having caused the demise of Feng Ji's first love, yet still managed to win the favor of old Master Feng, soaring to success. Although the Lin family was referred to as a prestigious clan, in their eyes, it bore no distinction from newly rich upstarts, hardly worthy of respect. In the past, when he heard others speak of her, he refrained from uttering harsh words, yet he held a profound disdain for this Lin family heiress. Little did he expect that this person was Lin Shiyan herself. Han Su felt a pang of discomfort in his heart, unwilling to accept this reality. Observing Han Su's despondent demeanor, Lin Shiyan felt a twinge of guilt. I apologize. I am sorry for today's events. Han Su gathered his spirits and replied with a wry smile. Why must you apologize? This is not your fault. Come, let's take a stroll. As he entered the president's office, Zhou Chen immediately approached him. Mr. Feng just now. Sister Zhang called and mentioned that Miss Feng is quite inebriated and insists on seeing you. Feng Xingzhi furrowed his brow and replied with irritation. Inform Sister Zhang that if she cannot perform her duties adequately, she should arrange for someone else to take her place. Zhou Chen promptly acquiesced. There is one more matter. Speak. Chairman Feng indicated that he has organized the dowry list for the young lady and would like you to review it for any omissions. Zhou Chen's voice trailed off as he noticed the darkening expression on Feng Xingzhi's face, which was as foreboding as the sky before a tempest. Zhou Chen, frightened, dared not utter a word, silently lamenting the old master's peculiar antics. Preparing a dowry for his granddaughter-in-law seemed to be a singular endeavor. Feng Xingzhi's demeanor grew increasingly grim as he withdrew his phone to call Lin Shiyan. Hello. Lin Shiyan's voice was melodious, akin to the gentle babbling of stream. Just as Feng Xingzhi was about to speak, he heard Han Su's voice interject. Yin Yin, whose call is that? Feng Xingzhi's brow knitted in displeasure. Are you still with Han Su? Aye. Lin Shiyan was about to clarify when Feng Xingzhi's sharp voice cut through. Lin Shiyan. Did I not expressly forbid you from engaging with Han Su? Have my words fallen on deaf ears? Chapter 19. Preparing for Lin Shiyan, the words became lodged in her throat, unable to be uttered. She had intended to elucidate that her association with Han Su was to clarify their relationship and prevent any misconceptions. However, her words were abruptly cut short by Feng Xingzhi's frigid interjection. What pained her most was the loathing and vexation evident in his tone. Had she been in his presence, he would have likely berated her for coveting what was unattainable. If that is your unwavering belief, then so be it, she retorted, severing the call. Yin, was that my cousin on the phone? Did he perhaps misconstrue something? I shall call him to clarify. There is no need for explanations. In what instance between herself and Feng Xingzhi had she not provided lucid explanations? What was the outcome? Utterly futile. It was not a matter of distrust, but rather indifference. Had it not been for her grandfather's selection of Han Su as her prospective match, Feng Xingzhi would have likely orchestrated their union himself. Han Su, keenly observing Lin Shiyan's countenance, detected the bitterness etched upon her face and expressed his remorse. I apologize. Had the vehicle not broken down en route, you would already be home. Lin Shiyan shook her head, refraining from further discourse, and directed her gaze towards the beverage in his hand. Is that for me? Indeed. Would you care for a sip? Yes, please. Lin Shiyan anticipated that Han Su would directly hand her the milk tea in his possession. To her surprise, he inserted a straw into the cup and brought it to her lips, cautioning, be careful while drinking, it might be a tad hot. Never before had she been treated with such meticulous care by a young man, leaving her momentarily speechless. As Lin Shiyan tilted her head upward, Han Su bowed his head, and at that proximity, onlookers might easily mistake them for a couple deeply in love. A distant flash from a camera captured this scene, though Lin Shiyan remained oblivious to it. After the initial bewilderment faded, she took a step back, creating distance between herself and Han Su, and reached out to take the milk tea. I can manage it myself, she stated. Han Su felt a profound sense of disappointment. Yet he recognized that he had overstepped earlier. Suddenly, he noticed Lin Shiyan's brow furrowed tightly, her delicate face etched with discomfort. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Or is the milk tea not to your liking? Observing Han Su's anxious demeanor, Lin Shiyan hurriedly replied, imperfectly fina. I might have rushed my meal earlier, and my stomach feels a bit uneasy, but it's nothing serious now. Han Su scrutinized Lin Shiyan's expression, and upon realizing she appeared to be all right, he breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, their taxi, which they had summoned online, arrived, and Han Su ensured Lin Shiyan settled into the vehicle safely. Meanwhile, in the study, Feng Xingzhi was engrossed in his work when a video call from his father unexpectedly came through. Upon establishing the connection, the venerable Mr. Feng's resonant voice reverberated through the line. Have you perused the items? Which items are you referring to? Feng Xingzhi inquired, somewhat perplexed. Why? The inventory of the dowry I've curated for Yin, naturally. I observed that Xiao Su is quite fond of her, and they seem to engage in amiable conversation. While she is a couple of years his senior, there is merit in that, as she wouldn't possess the frivolous nature of younger girls. A courtship spanning a year or so would suffice in preparation for matrimony. No, I still feel that this inventory is rather meager. I must procure several more residences for Yin, in addition to 500 million in cash. As the adage goes, with funds in hand, one's heart remains unperturbed. The elder Mr. Feng continued, seemingly engrossed in his own thoughts, before adding, indeed, you must also make preparations. As both her cousin and former spouse, it would be unseemly to present a paltry offering. I propose you bestow upon Yin a dowry of 1 billion, along with your villa in Bohemia Garden. She has grown accustomed to residing there these past few years. Upon her marriage, she and Xiao Su can simply move in. A chill permeated Feng Xingzhi's gaze. Grandfather, such pronouncements should not be uttered lightly, lest they be misconstrued. Misconstrued? How so? Mark my words. Were you to finalize your divorce from Yin this instant, I would have her and Xiao Su conceive a grandchild for me by nightfall. Feng Xingzhi. Upon pushing open the door, a veil of darkness descended. Although this had been the case for several days, Feng Xingzhi found it particularly unbearable this evening. With a somber countenance, he dialed Lin Shiyan's number. Hello. Her voice possessed a melodious quality, akin to the gentle murmur of a brook, yet it grated upon Mr. Feng's ears. Lin Shiyan, have you not instigated enough turmoil? He exclaimed with palpable anger. Bewilderment washed over Lin Shiyan's countenance. But I have instigated nothing, she replied. Nothing? Would Grandpa have berated Ms. Shu Wei without provocation? Would he have prepared a dowry inventory for you, demanding you marry Han Su? A chill permeated Lin Shiyan's heart, and the joy she had felt upon receiving Mr. Feng's call now seemed like a cruel jest. After a moment of silence, she responded, if Grandpa was angered by Feng Shui, it is because she not only interfered in our marriage, but also refused to remain discreet. Mr. Feng, you possess the capability to maintain a mistress, yet you lack the ability to control her. This is your incompetence, not mine. I bear no responsibility, either morally or rationally. You cannot exploit my affection for you to treat me with such injustice. Mr. Feng stared at the disconnected phone, his expression contorted with displeasure, as if he wished to bore a hole through it. Lian Lan raised a thumb towards Lin Shiyan, exclaiming, my dear friend, you are exceptional. You have finally revealed the brilliance of the former most beautiful and talented woman of Qing University. Lin Shiyan appeared momentarily lost in thought. Had Lian Lan not mentioned it, she would have forgotten that she had once possessed such spirit. To commemorate Lin Shiyan's awakening, Lian Lan generously ordered an abundance of barbecue and beer. In the midst of their revelry, she patted Lin Shiyan's shoulder and declared, men only hinder our progress in accumulating wealth. Let all this love and romance perish. Lin Shiyan chuckled, her heart gladdened by Lian Lan's cheerful countenance. However, her elation was short-lived. A knock at the door of Lian Lan's apartment revealed the landlord. He entered with profuse apologies. Yet his intentions were unmistakably clear. He had already sold the property and expected them to vacate the premises that very evening. Tonight? Lian Lan raturta. Insansa. Are you out of your mind? Where are we supposed to go at this hour? Miss Li, that is a matter for your own consideration. In any event, you must be gone by tonight, as the new owner intends to take residence. Upon hearing footsteps, the landlord hastened to greet the newcomer, his face plastered with obsequious smiles. Mr. Feng, please, if you would be so kind as to wait a moment, I shall have this matter resolved forthwith. Lin Shiyan glanced up to see Feng Xingzhi approaching, clad in a sharply tailored suit. His statuesque frame and handsome features commanded attention, as if he were the focal point of a stage, even in the dimly lit corridor. It was indeed Feng Xingzhi. Chapter 20. Feng Xingzhi, you have no idea how much I want to start liking someone else. Lin Shiyan rose to her feet, somewhat taken aback. What brings you here? Lin Shiyan pursed her lips, a delicate shade of rose. Could it be that all her emotions, all her heartache and distress, were merely a performance in his eyes? If he perceived it as a game, shouldn't he remain a detached observer, allowing her to carry on, secure in the knowledge that she wouldn't dare seek a divorce? If we must move, then we shall move. Lian Lan, seizing Lin Shiyan's arm, glared at Feng Xingzhi and declared, so what if he's acquired this entire apartment building? We'll simply take a hotel room for tonight and find a new place tomorrow. I refuse to believe that Feng Xingzhi can purchase every property in Shenzhen. I cannot possibly acquire all the properties in Deep City. However, I can ensure that you find no refuge within its confines. Miss Li, if memory serves me correctly, you hold the position of public relations manager at the Tang Corporation. The president of the Tang Group is a dear childhood friend of mine. Lian Lan's face flushed crimson, and a surge of anger welled up within her. She discerned the underlying threat in Feng Xingzhi's words. Should she show any sign of weakness, she would no longer deserve the surname Li. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Shiyan restrained her. Lin Shiyan shook her head at Lian Lan, fully aware of Feng Xingzhi's temperament. Confronting him would yield no favorable outcome. Feng Xingzhi's expression softened. Then let us depart, Yin Yan. Lian Lan could not restrain herself from grasping Lin Shiyan's arm, feeling a profound sense of injustice. It pained her deeply that Lin Shiyan, so exceptional, should be ensnared in a loveless and hopeless marriage. Please retrieve my handbag, she requested. Lin Shiyan squeezed Lian Lan's hand reassuringly. Do not worry, I will be all right. I have vowed to cling to you for support, and I shall never renege on that promise. Lin Shiyan's tone was both gentle and resolute. Her decision to leave was final. Ultimately, Lian Lan refrained from uttering anything further and retrieved the handbag, saying, You may leave your belongings. You might need them soon. With that, She cast a defiant glance at Feng Xingzhi. "Ah, it seems my dear Anlin is quite considerate," Feng Xingzhi remarked. Lin Shiyan waved goodbye to Li Anlin and followed Feng Xingzhi away. Upon returning to Bauhinia Garden late at night, Lin Shiyan was about to open the car door when Feng Xingzhi's voice reached her. He said, "Tomorrow morning, inform Grandpa at the old residence to cease his antics. Hansu is my uncle's only progeny, and is certainly not someone for you to become entangled with. If you fail to heed this warning and persist in pursuing him, do not blame me for my reaction." Lin Shiyan's movements faltered, and her complexion paled instantaneously. She remained silent for a long while. Feng Xingzhi expressed his discontent. "Lin Shiyan, are you even listening?" Interrupting him, Lin Shiyan, without turning to face him, fixed her gaze on a distant point outside the car window. "I have always wanted to ask you, what kind of person do you perceive me to be? I have known you since I was 10, and now I am 26. A total of 16 years. This extensive period constitutes nearly 2/3 of my life, and I have consistently loved you. My affection for you is akin to the air I breathe. I cannot fathom what it is like to not love you. Therefore, why would you assume that after merely 2 encounters and a few words exchanged with Hansu, I would transfer my affections?" Feng Xingzhi was taken aback, never having anticipated such words from Lin Shiyan. In the subsequent moment, a surge of emotions welled up within him. He could not decipher the exact nature of these emotions, but the cloud that had settled over him after seeing the dowry list prepared by his grandfather for Lin Shiyan seemed to dissipate. The car's dome light was on, casting a dim, yellowish glow that illuminated the depths of her eyes, making the light within them appear radiant, as if containing a myriad of stars. An ethereal and captivating sight. She gazed at him with a rueful smile, lamenting, "You cannot fathom how I yearn to transfer my affections elsewhere. Were such a feat attainable for a price, even an exorbitant one, I would spare no expense to attempt it." Having uttered these words, Lin Shiyan remained silent. Alighting from the vehicle, Feng Xingzhi fixed his gaze upon her retreating figure, cognizant that her very respiration and posture betrayed her wakefulness. "Leave?" Lin Shiyan abruptly sat upright. Her eyes reddened with emotion, and exclaimed with fervent agitation, "I demand that you depart this instant." Feng Xingzhi furrowed his brow, retorting Lin Shiyan, "If you refuse to leave, then I shall depart." Lin Shiyan cast aside the covers and descended from the bed. "Lin Shiyan." Feng Xingzhi seized her wrist, inquiring, "I am endeavoring to engage in a civil discourse with you. Why are you behaving in such a manner?" "Why am I behaving in such a manner?" Lin Shiyan retorted. "Feng Xingzhi, it is I who should be posing that question to you. What is it that you seek to achieve? Are you attempting to provoke me, so that you may seize the opportunity to divorce me?" Lin Shiyan's eyes burned with fervor, her countenance tinged with vehemence. "I shall disabuse you of that notion. I shall inform Grandfather that even if I were to descend into madness, or even if you were to orchestrate my demise at the behest of the Feng sisters, I shall tenaciously cling to my position as the young madam of the Feng family. Your paramour shall forever be barred from the portals of the Feng household, relegated to the status of a scorned mistress." Feng Xingzhi's countenance underwent a sudden transformation, darkening with displeasure. "Lin Shiyan, you have become audacious, daring to threaten me. Therefore, if you harbor trepidation, then refrain from further provocation." Lin Shiyan castigated him. With these parting words, Lin Shiyan clutched the bedding and absented herself from the master bedroom. As Lin Shiyan stepped into the guest room, tears cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks. Feng Xingzhi surveyed the desolate room and the vacant bed, disbelief etched across his features. Lin Shiyan was being deliberate. He realized she intended to emphasize her significance through such actions. It was an effective approach, but regrettably, when directed at him, it was nothing short of self-degradation. Chapter 21. The stolen blueprints. The following day, Lin Shiyan arrived early at Xingyu Entertainment Company. By the time she arrived, director and the others were already in a meeting. She was escorted by her assistant to the waiting area, where she encountered Yin Xiaoxiao, a renowned designer from Lingguan. Unlike Yin, who had devoted much of her energy to her family after marriage, Yin Xiaoxiao remained single, having dedicated herself to her career since graduation. She had earned considerable acclaim in the field of fashion design. Lin Shiyan greeted her with a nod, but Yin Xiaoxiao merely turned away, her demeanor cold and distant. Lin Shiyan was slightly taken aback, but chose not to speak further. Tang Yunzhao, the owner of Xingyu and the second largest investor in the film, was approached by a throng of admirers. With his chin raised and an air of arrogance, he relished the flattery directed at him. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a familiar figure in the lounge, and he halted abruptly, inquiring, "What is she doing here?" Assistant Chun, noticing Tang Yunzhao's fixation on Lin Shiyan, responded with surprise, "This is Miss Lin Shiyan, a designer from Yunduan Studio. Do you know her, Mr. Tang?" Assistant Chin's mind raced with thoughts. If Lin Shiyan were acquainted with a personage like Tang Yunzhao, she would no longer be the easily bullied little designer. It was imperative to treat her with a measure of respect. They had crossed paths not long ago. Assistant Chin cautiously observed Tang Yunzhao's demeanor, noting his calm expression, which offered no clues as to his familiarity with Lin Shiyan. Tang Yunzhao lifted his gaze. "You all may proceed inside. I need to make a phone call." Once the others departed, he immediately dialed Feng Xingzhi. "Brother Feng, guess whom I spotted at Xingyu? Your wife, my sister-in-law. She is actually a designer at Yunduan, and she was previously the one that Endao held in high regard. It seems that when we saw her last at the Marriott, she wasn't following you. She was there to submit her design drafts." So, Tang Yunzhao found himself bewildered by Feng Xingji's cold response. "So what? Are you not coming to take a look?" "Tang Yunzhao, do you think I have the luxury of time?" With that, the call abruptly ended. Tang Yunzhao sighed. Perhaps he had been too exuberant, forgetting that Brother Feng was utterly indifferent to Lin Shiyan's actions. Before long, the meeting commenced. Lin Shiyan followed Assistant Chun into the room, taking a seat at the far end of the conference table beside Yin Xiaoxiao. Upon spotting Lin Shiyan, Feng Shuwei displayed a provocative expression. She aspired to achieve fame through Endao's film, but that was merely a fantasy. This time, she was determined to show Lin Shiyan what it truly meant to be a pawn for others. Lin Shiyan averted her gaze, disregarding Feng Shuwei. Instead, her eyes inadvertently fell upon the female lead, Lu Yiyun, and she offered her a genial smile. At that moment, the office door swung open, and Tang Yunzhou strode in purposefully. The assembled company rose to their feet, greeting him with deference. "Mr. Tang, you've arrived." Tang Yunzhou assumed the head seat without hesitation, his gaze sweeping across the conference room, eventually settling upon Feng Shuwei and Lin Shiyan. "I merely came to observe. Please continue," he stated. Director and rose to address the room. "After a protracted period of preliminary selection, I have resolved to choose between Yin Xiaoxiao, a designer from Lingguang, and Lin Shiyan, a designer from Yunduan, to serve as the costume designer for Royal Decree. Here are their respective design drafts for your perusal." Director and first handed 2 craft paper envelopes to Tang Yunzhou, then distributed the photocopies to the others. Tang Yunzhou perused the designs in his hand, his brow furrowing imperceptibly. The attendees of the meeting also began to murmur amongst themselves, their gazes frequently returning to Lin Shiyan. Their voices were hushed, and Lin Shiyan could not discern the substance of their discussion, but instinct told her that their words were not complimentary. A sudden pang of unease shot through Lin Shiyan's heart, and an ominous premonition took hold. Indeed, Feng Shuwei swiftly interjected, her tone laced with feigned bewilderment. "Director in, did you not mention 2 design drafts? Why is one of them a blank sheet of paper? Could it be that a certain designer has conceived garments akin to the Emperor's new clothes for our benefit? Or perhaps, is this merely a deliberate squandering of our collective time? Indeed, even if one's abilities may fall short, and one feels unqualified for this particular design task, we can still comprehend such sentiments. However, is it truly necessary to resort to mere sheets of blank paper to mislead us? Perhaps it is a certain designer who, in their arrogance, intentionally presents such a farce." Tang Yunzhao, intrigued, inquired, "Can someone elucidate this matter for me?" Yin Xiaoxiao promptly rose and declared, "I assure you, what I submitted was a design draft, not mere blank pages, specifically the one contained within that blue-labeled craft paper bag. Mr. Tang, director, and what are your thoughts on my design?" Tang Yunzhao examined the design draft in hand and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, this designer Yin has produced an impressive draft. Upon hearing this, Director and immediately expressed his approval. Furthermore, this time designer Yan's work resonates profoundly with my vision. The enchanting consort who has the power to upheave an entire dynasty should don such ostentatiously exquisite attire, captivating the emperor to forsake his realm for her. Director, and brimming with excitement, elaborated extensively. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Xingzhi interjected. Since Director and is so pleased, let us appoint Yin Xiao as the costume designer for imperial decree. Director and nodded in agreement, and Yin Xiao, elated, felt a sense of achievement. However, at that moment, Lin Shiyan unexpectedly spoke up, drawing the attention of everyone in the conference room. Feng Xingzhi shot a glance at Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao immediately retorted, "What do you mean by that, designer Lin? Mr. Tang and Director and have already chosen me. What is the purpose of your interference? Did you lose and are unwilling to accept it? I merely wish to see the design drawings." Upon encountering Yin Xiao, Lin Shiyan attempted to engage in conversation, but was interrupted as she exclaimed, "Is there something unsightly about designer Yan's design drawings? Of course, there is nothing improper. I simply worry that you, a failure, might leak the drawings, causing unnecessary losses for the production team," Yin Xiao asserted, earning the agreement of all present. What could possibly be leaked from just a glance? If a mere look could divulge the drawings, then anyone here could do so. As Tang Yinzhou spoke, he tossed the drawings before Lin Shiyan. Yin Xiao, momentarily dazed, instinctively lunged for them. However, Lin Shiyan had already seized the drawings. Upon glancing at the paper before her, a smile broke across her face as she stated resolutely, "If designer Yan is selected as the costume designer for the Emperor's edict with this drawing, I cannot consent, for this is my design." Chapter 22. Not slim enough, not busty enough, as Lin Shiyan's words echoed in the conference room. A wave of astonishment swept over the attendees. Yin Xiao, erupting in fury, leapt to her feet, exclaiming, "You speak nonsense. Just moments ago, everyone witnessed that this drawing was taken from my leather folder. At last, I understand why designer Lin submitted blank paper. She has not designed the Emperor's new clothes, but is intent on directly usurping designer Yan's work." With a sigh, Feng Xingzhi earnestly conveyed, "I empathize with your urgency to produce a design, yet creating it yourself remains paramount. Appropriating another's work is not a sustainable solution." Director In's countenance was somber, displeased by Lin Shiyan's actions. He stated sternly, "Miss Lin, absent a coherent explanation, I shall be compelled to request your departure and publicly disclose your conduct on Weibo." Tang Yinzhou recognized the silence could no longer persist. Though present as an observer, he could not permit Lin Shiyan's reputation to be tarnished, lest he incur the wrath of Grandpa Feng. "I believe this to be a misunderstanding. Perhaps we could postpone this until another day. Who asserts that I lack a coherent explanation? I can substantiate that the design is indeed mine." Substantiation? More likely. Continued prevarication. Yin Xiao regarded Lin Shiyan with disdain, disbelieving her capacity to produce any evidence. Aware of Lin Shiyan's capabilities, Feng Xingzhi, anxious lest she produce incriminating evidence, addressed Director and, "We are convened today for a principal creative meeting, not an adjudication. The matter of the design's authorship can be discerned subsequently. Both Liu and I must depart for scheduled engagements shortly. Should we be delayed, the consequences would be untenable. Indeed, Senior Liu, once this day concludes, unless Lin Shiyan possesses the power to reverse time, she shall be irrevocably branded a plagiarist beyond redemption." Remaining taciturn until this juncture, Liu Yiyun lifted her eyelids and remarked, "As far as I'm concerned, it's inconsequential." Subsequent to Director N's notification regarding today's principal creative meeting, I preemptively deferred all my engagements. A momentary rigidity seized Feng Xingzhi's countenance, her eyes betraying a fleeting surge of indignation. Liu Yiyun's utterance subtly impugned her lack of professional dedication. However, refraining from engaging in a contentious exchange with Liu Yiyun, Feng Xingzhi prioritized the endeavor to discredit Lin Shiyan, addressing Director and with urgency, "Director and the hour is indeed advanced." Director and, glancing at the time, acknowledged that it was past 11 o'clock, and the selection of a costume designer remained unresolved. Recognizing the protracted delay, he resolved. The costume designer shall be Yin. Before director and could complete his declaration, the conference room door was thrust open, revealing Feng Xingzhi standing at the threshold. Adorned in a black suit, he exuded an aura of aristocratic refinement, his countenance possessing an arresting allure. Director, and momentarily taken aback, promptly rose to his feet, addressing him with deference. President Feng, what brings you here unexpectedly? Having concluded the affairs of the company, I decided to pay a visit, Feng Xingzhi responded, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. What seems to be transpiring? Director and promptly elucidated the situation. Tang Yunzhou interjected with a measured tone. Sister-in-law, designer Lin has avowed the means to substantiate her innocence, albeit it may necessitate a modicum of time. Finally, Feng Xingji's gaze settled upon Lin Shiyan. In truth, he had always been cognizant of Lin Shiyan's external professional pursuits, yet he had never delved into the specifics of her occupation. It had not occurred to him that she was a designer at Yinduan. Though Yinduan is but a modest studio, it holds a significant place in the hearts of all esteemed ladies due to its long-standing history. Additionally, Yinduan boasts master craftsmen of unparalleled skill. Previously, the manager of the design department incessantly urged him to acquire Yinduan. After much insistence, he had Zhou Chun attempt negotiations, which ended in refusal. Subsequently, overwhelmed with other responsibilities, he set the matter aside. Finally, Feng Xingzhi spoke up. Designer Lin, are you not seeking to vindicate your innocence? Why do you linger in silence? I am indeed proving my innocence, Lin Shiyan replied as she set down her pen. She lifted a sheet of blank paper before the assembly, declaring, "This is my vindication." The crowd looked on in confusion. What did Lin Shiyan mean? Why had she displayed Yin Xiaoxiao's design? Feng Shuwei smirked slightly, remarking, Designer Lin, brandishing another's blueprint to prove your innocence seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Wasn't her design just stolen? Lin Shiyan met Feng Shuwei's gaze, asserting, this blueprint is one I have just created. How is that possible? Lu Yi interjected, it is true. I was watching Designer Lin closely just now. Lin Shiyan cast a surprised glance at Lu Yiyun, taken aback by her unexpected support. Yin, Xiao retorted, even if you were to draw it now, what of it? You have already seen my design, making it an uncomplicated task. Since designer Yin believes it to be so simple, then I invite you to draw it once more. Lin Shiyan approached, flipping the design sketch over and placing the paper and pen before Yin Xiao. Designer Yin, please. Yin Xiao picked up the pen. But as she prepared to begin, her mind was as blank as the white sheet before her. She simply could not bring herself to draw. This often happened. She vividly remembered the appearance of the sketch, yet when it came time to reproduce it, not a single line would materialize. Soon, others discerned from Yin Xiao's reaction that she was utterly incapable of drawing. This was undeniably perplexing. Murong Rong had hardly glanced at the sketch for a minute, yet she managed to recreate it entirely, while Yin Xiao, a designer, found herself unable to replicate the drawing. Anyone could see that there was something amiss. Tang Yunzhou clicked his tongue, stating, it seems the outcome is quite evident. Designer Lin is indeed the creator of this design. Yin Xiao's face drained of color as she fixated on the sketch in Lin Shiyan's hands, suddenly exclaiming, even if Lin Shiyan drew the sketch, she is not the designer. For there are several mistakes in her drawing. If she were a designer, such errors would be inconceivable. Feng Shuwei, prompted by Yin Xiao's remark, also noted the discrepancies and smiled, saying, indeed, designer Lin's memory is exceptional, but unfortunately, she still made mistakes. Lin Shiyan cast a glance at Feng Shuwei and replied coolly, that is not a mere oversight. You have clearly made a mistake. Lin Shiyan stated without hesitation, when I designed the costume for the second female lead, I based it on the character's appearance, status, and lifestyle as described in the novel. Upon seeing Miss Feng cast as the second female lead today, I realized that my previous design lacked maturity. The collar was designed a bit too high, the bust area was excessively loose, and the waist was too tight. Although I am quite pleased with the patterns on the garment, they would overshadow Miss Feng if she were to wear them. When I revisited the design earlier, I made several revisions. As Lin Shiyan spoke, She took the design sketches and handed them to director and examined Lin Shiyan's designs closely. Then slapped the desk in approval, saying, very good, very good. Your modifications are excellent. Initially, when I saw the designs, I thought they were flawless yet somewhat inappropriate. But now they are perfectly suited. In Chapter 23, Feng Xingzhi held Feng Xingzhi, whose complexion turned an alarming shade of purple. Director An's endorsement of Lin Shiyan's alterations left Feng Xingzhi puzzled. Did this imply that her neck was not long enough, her bust not ample, her waist not slender, and her looks not appealing? Lin Shiyan must be doing this deliberately. She must be trying to insult her appearance in front of Feng Xingzhi. Feng Xingzhi gritted her teeth and remarked, even if designer Lin's revisions are commendable, the original designs ultimately came from Yin Xiaoxiao. I am aware that designer Lin is once again going to use Yin Xiaoxiao's inability to produce the drawings as an excuse. However, given the number of people involved, it is understandable that she might falter under pressure. After all, not everyone is as well prepared as designer Lin. Feng Xingzhi turned to Feng Xingzhi and playfully asked, Brother Xingzhi, do you not agree with my reasoning? To some extent, Feng Xingzhi replied, affirming her statement. Upon hearing his agreement, Feng Xingzhi's spirits soared, and she cast a triumphant glance at Lin Shiyan, eager to witness her dismay. To her surprise, Lin Shiyan nodded in concurrence. Mr. Feng's reminder was astute. If this matter were to spread, the ownership of the design would indeed become a topic of contention, potentially causing significant disruptions to the film as production. It would be unfortunate for the film to make headlines due to a plagiarism scandal before it even commenced, while others might not mind. Director and detests such sensationalism. Yin Xiaoxiao, feeling anxious, quickly produced a stack of sketch papers and passionately recounted the challenges she faced during her creative process, even going so far as to display a few sketches. She understood that a single finished design could not wholly validate her efforts. That was exceptionally articulated, Lin Shiyan remarked, generously applauding her. However, there is something designer Yin might be unaware of. I have a habit of certifying all completed designs on the design window at the earliest opportunity. The design window is an official software launched by Huagua to safeguard the copyrights of designers. The certification process is rigorous, ensuring that the copyrights of certified design drawings are unequivocally clear, eliminating any potential disputes. Yin Xiaoxiao's expression abruptly froze. She had never anticipated that Lin Shiyan had undergone certification. If designer Yin insists on her viewpoint, she may resort to reporting the matter to the authorities or contacting the official body for a review. No, that's unnecessary, Yin Xiaoxiao managed to utter, collapsing into her chair. Observing Yin Xiaoxiao's state, there was no need for further words. The dispute over the design had drawn to a close. The drawings unequivocally belonged to Lin Shiyan. Director and extended his hand toward Lin Shiyan, saying, Designer Lin, welcome. I hope our upcoming collaboration will be delightful. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Lu Yun was the first to rise, smiling at Lin Shiyan. With such an exceptional designer like Lin joining Imperial Command, I'm even more eager for the forthcoming shoot. Thank you. Lu Yun glanced at Feng Xingzhi and remarked, Xingzhi, are you not going to congratulate designer Lin? Feng Xingzhi, wishing to storm off, could only suppress her anger under Feng Xingzhi's gaze, managing to say, Congratulations. Lu Yun found a measure of satisfaction in Feng Xingzhi's vexed demeanor. Originally, she was the leading actress of the film, yet due to Feng Xingzhi's ostentatious entry with $500 million in funding, she was nearly overshadowed. She derived immense satisfaction from finally discomfiting Feng Xingzhi. Lu Yun generously extended her goodwill towards Lin Shiyan. Lin Shiyan, while polite, remained reserved, engaging in a brief conversation with Lu Yun before departing. Lu Yun's assistant, Xiaoyi, indignantly remarked, She's just a minor designer. What does she have to be proud of? Daring to treat you with such an attitude? Don't speak nonsense. Once filming commences, you must take extra care of designer Lin, understand? Such as Feng Xingzhi. In truth, Feng Xingzhi was not unattractive, possessing delicate features and a pitiable demeanor that easily garnered affection. However, this time, she was to portray a devastatingly beautiful concubine who brought ruin to the nation. Lin Shiyan, representing Yin Duan Studio, signed a collaboration agreement with director and promptly sent a message to Li Amlin upon exiting. Li Amlin, who had been vigilantly awaiting the message, immediately called. Yin Yan, you're incredible. I knew you could do it. Li Amlin exclaimed with fervor. Did your design sketches immediately captivate director and prompting him to implore you to sign the contract? You're overthinking it. In the future, when online platforms compile lists of film and television costumes, Royal Decree will undoubtedly be among the most celebrated. Lin Shiyan couldn't help but smile as she listened to Li Amlin's increasingly enthusiastic pronouncements. Although these words were far-fetched, the fact that there was someone in this world who trusted her so implicitly and rejoiced in her every small advancement filled Lin Shiyan's heart with warmth. Suddenly, she sensed a gaze upon her. Lin Shiyan looked up to see Feng Xingzhi standing not far away, observing her. Was Feng Xingzhi waiting for her? Lin Shiyan hung up the phone with Li Amlin and quickened her pace. A gust of wind swept past her, and Feng Shuwei, like a fluttering butterfly, rushed by. With her eyes sparkling, she sweetly addressed Feng Xingzhi. Brother Xingzhi, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Tang Yinzhou added, I have also been here, keeping Brother Feng company while waiting for you. Feng Shuwei shyly smiled. Mr. Tang, I'm sorry to have made you wait as well. Lin Shiyan paused, a self-deprecating smile escaping her lips. She must have been a reincarnated goldfish in her past life. For every encounter with Feng Xingzhi rendered her memory as fleeting as that of the fish. After exchanging pleasantries with Feng Shuwei, Tang Yinzhou turned his gaze toward the approaching Lin Shiyan, greeting her with sister-in-law. Lin Shiyan stepped closer, replying, Young Master Tang. As she neared, Feng Shuwei instinctively wrapped her arms around Feng Xingzhi's, leaning against him like a tendril of a plant. Feng Xingzhi raised his hand, intending to free his arm, but found himself unable to do so for a moment. Sensing Feng Shuwei's shivering form, he ultimately refrained from pushing her away. Chapter 24. You two bear an uncanny resemblance. Lin Shiyan observed the intimate duo with a chill in her heart and spoke softly. Xingzhi, might you consider retracting your hand and adjusting your position? You are a man, a merry man at that. Displaying such closeness to Miss Feng in public is rather inappropriate for her. If the reporters were to capture this, using your new drama as an excuse would be untenable. What do you think? Feng Xingzhi frowned slightly. Is this what you wish to convey to me? Indeed not, she began, her voice measured. What I truly wish to convey is that witnessing my husband embrace another woman causes me considerable displeasure. Each word was enunciated with precision as she addressed him. Mr. Feng, observing you in the arms of another induces a profound sense of discontent within me. Tang Yinzhou cast an appraising glance in her direction, inwardly commending her forthrightness. Irrespective of her reputation within their social circle, he found her to be rather admirable, particularly for her candid manner. Somewhere along the line, women had adopted the habit of expressing themselves incompletely, cloaking it under the guise of modesty. He found such pretense distasteful. The purpose of speech was communication, to mitigate misunderstandings, not to cultivate an air of reserve. No one possessed the ability to read another's thoughts. Feng Shuwei interjected hastily. Sister, I was merely overcome with excitement upon seeing Mr. Feng and momentarily lost my balance, hence my grasp on his arm. And I implore you not to misinterpret the situation or allow it to cause discord between you and Mr. Feng. Remaining silent, Lin Shiyan approached a mobile flower stand nestled in the corner. She beckoned Feng Shuwei. Given your instability, perhaps you should avail yourself of the flower stand for support. With unwavering sincerity, Lin Shiyan elaborated. This flower stand is of exceptional quality and design, and the orchid atop is quite exquisite. Not only will it provide you with stability, but it will also allow you to strike a pose as the reporters capture your image. Who knows, you might even achieve viral fame together. Tang Yinzhou erupted in laughter, deeming it the most sincere and cutting jest he had ever encountered. Flushing crimson, Feng Shuwei yearned to erupt, yet constrained by Feng Xingzhi's very presence. She could only suppress her ire. She resolved to cling tightly to Feng Xingzhi, knowing it was the most effective way to provoke Lin Shiyan. However, at that very instant, Feng Xingzhi withdrew his arm with an undeniable force. Xingzhi, dear? Shuwei, Didn't you mention having something of import to discuss with Lin Shiyan? Perceiving Feng Xingzhi's resolute stance, Feng Shui dared not press further. She inhaled deeply, then donned a smiling facade. Indeed, I have something to discuss with my sister. Sister, might we find a place to converse? No, Lin Shiyan retorted with utter finality. Miss Feng is far too delicate. I fear that if we were to converse, some untoward incident might occur, and I would be left unable to exonerate myself. If you have something to say, it would be best to say it here. Furthermore, she paused, then declared with solemnity, I am called Lin Shiyan. Zheng Lanin, my mother, bore only one child. I have no sisters. Feng Shui's complexion deepened, never imagining that Lin Shiyan would rebuff her so consistently in Feng Xingzhi's presence. Yet, mindful of her objective, she restrained herself. Actually, the sole purpose of inviting Xingzhi to bring me to see you today is this. I hope that when you design the costumes for Royal Decree, you will adhere as closely as possible to the original work and embody the persona of Consort Liang. Lin Shiyan's eyes widened in realization. No wonder you had to enlist Feng Xingzhi to make this request. She scrutinized Feng Shui, then sighed deeply. It is my job, and I will naturally strive to do my best. Lin Shiyan uttered not a single word. Yet her furrowed brow and the sighs within her speech vividly conveyed the burdensome nature of Feng Shui's request. This instantly recalled the earlier meeting, where Lin Shiyan elucidated the modifications to the design sketches. The neck insufficiently elongated, the bosom lacking in grandeur, the waist devoid of delicacy. A chuckle escaped Tang Yunzhao, who quickly covered his mouth, apologizing, I'm truly sorry. It was unintentional. I simply couldn't restrain myself. Feng Shui's eyes brimmed with tears as she plaintively exclaimed, Xingzhi Ge, Sister Lin must still be angry with me. She is deliberately making things difficult, wishing to embarrass me. Feng Xingzhi frowned slightly and turned to Lin Shiyan, inquiring, What is your perspective? With a resigned sigh, Lin Shiyan replied, As a designer for Yunduan, I represent its interests. As a professional, I shall not allow personal grievances to interfere with my work. She continued, I assure you, I have no intention of making things difficult for Miss Feng. It simply lacks necessity. If you truly doubt my intentions, perhaps it would be wiser to engage another expert, specifically to oversee Miss Feng's styling. What is the point of an explanation if it serves merely to obfuscate? That is all there is to it. Amidst the dialogue, the implications were clear. Feng Shui's appearance was rather ordinary. This notion nearly incited Feng Shui's fury, and she cast a pleading glance at Feng Xingzhi, yearning for his support. However, Lin Shiyan, already weary of the entanglement, excused herself to the restroom. Xingzhi, Feng Shui tugged at Feng Xingzhi's sleeve, playfully imploring, Please help me. I dread the thought of being ridiculed for my appearance after the film premieres. Feng Xingzhi, observing Feng Shui's earnest expression, furrowed his brow and replied, I have long advised you that if you wish to avoid public mockery, you ought not to accept this role. Feng Shui remained silent. As Lin Shiyan washed her hands at the sink, a figure suddenly appeared beside her. It was Feng Shui. With gritted teeth and a fierce expression, she declared, Lin Shiyan, do not presume that securing the design contract for Imperial Decree equates to victory. You are woefully naive. As long as Brother Xingzhi stands by my side, you shall forever remain the loser in my presence. Lin Shiyan gazed at Feng Shui for a moment before replying. Remember to transfer the 500,000 to my account promptly. What 500,000? Have you lost your mind? My apologies, Lin Shiyan feigned realization, her tone laced with contrition. I mistakenly took you for that girl who used to follow Xingzhi around. After she collided with my car, she vanished without a trace, refusing to compensate me. When you walked in, I assumed you were her. I merely intended to remind you to settle the payment swiftly. Otherwise, legal action may become necessary. Miss Feng, I genuinely regret the misunderstanding, but it truly isn't my fault. You both bear an uncanny resemblance. Together, you could easily play a matching game. In any case, I am sincerely sorry and hope you can forgive my presumption. Lin Shiyan's apology was heartfelt, yet Feng Shui was seething with rage. Her pride was rooted in her appearance. although she was acutely aware that her appearance was not among the finest in the entertainment industry. Her striking resemblance to her sister, Feng Yahue, had garnered the devoted care of Feng Xingzhi, ultimately leading to her current status. Thus, despite the rampant trend of cosmetic enhancement in this realm, she had never entertained the notion of altering her visage. However, the very asset she cherished so deeply was, in Lin Shiyan's words, something that could be effortlessly substituted. More alarmingly, she recognized the truth in Lin Shiyan's assertion. She was painfully cognizant of the countless women who had flitted in and out of Feng Xingzhi's life over the years. The foundation upon which she relied could, in fact, be replaced with alarming ease. In that moment, Feng Shuwei was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Chapter 25. Surely, Feng Xingzhi must have been lacking that night. After departing from Xinyu Entertainment, Lin Shiyan received a call from the pawn shop. The manager apologetically informed her, "Miss Lin, I'm sorry, but I have attempted several times to reach the buyer without success." Lin Shiyan implored the manager to make further efforts, her eyes brimming with melancholy. Just as she hung up, she received a call from her mother-in-law, Han Fenghua. "Shiyan, Yinin and I will be heading to Zhejiang Garden in an hour." As Lin Shiyan attempted to respond, Han Fenghua had already disconnected the call. With little time to consult her teacher, she swiftly turned her vehicle towards Zhejiang Garden. Along the way, she contacted Aunt Jun, instructing her to promptly prepare fruits and snacks according to her mother-in-law's preferences and to hasten the dinner preparations. It had been 3 years since she married Feng Xingzhi, and apart from the initial move from the old residence, this was her first visit to Zhejiang Garden. Over the past 3 years, although her mother-in-law had never been difficult with her, her demeanor remained cold and distant, leaving Lin Shiyan feeling quite apprehensive about the unexpected visit. Suddenly, a WeChat message chimed in. It was from Feng Xingzhi, presenting a detailed menu that included not only delightful fruit beverages, but also a variety of dishes. Feng's younger sister, knowing this is your first time hosting your mother-in-law alone, I am providing this menu for your convenience. No need for thanks, but if you insist, a little pocket money would suffice. Feng's younger sister. They say one should not burn bridges after crossing rivers, yet you seem eager to dismantle it before even crossing. Lin Shiyan. You are mistaken. I wish to cross the river, yet the bridge remains unbuilt. Feng's younger sister. Those years were ultimately a misallocation of affection. Lin Shiyan smiled gently, pondering for a moment before dialing Feng Xingzhi. He did not answer, prompting her to send a WeChat message instead. Hastily, Lin Shiyan washed her hands and went to the entrance to greet her mother-in-law. "Mother, you have arrived." "Indeed," came Han Fenghua's indifferent response, exuding an air of aristocratic superiority. Once Lin Shiyan respectfully ushered Han Fenghua into the living room, she prepared a cup of rose tea. "Mother, please enjoy some tea." Han Fenghua did not accept it. Without even a glance, she coolly replied, "Just set it down over there." Lin Shiyan dared not utter a word, standing respectfully beside Han Fenghua, hardly daring to breathe. Observing Lin Shiyan's demeanor as a dutiful daughter-in-law, Feng Xingzhi quickly interjected, "Mother, look how thoughtfully Yin Yan has prepared everything, all your favorite dishes. Even this flower tea is brewed just the way you like it. It is truly wonderful." Breaking the increasingly oppressive atmosphere between the two, Feng Xingzhi spoke with exaggerated intonation. Han Fenghua cast a sidelong glance at her daughter, remarking with a serene tone, "Do you take me for a naive old woman to be trifled with?" Feng Xingzhi clasped Han Fenghua's arm affectionately, feigning offense. "Mother, what are you saying? Where in this world could one find such a comely elder as yourself?" "Yin Yan, am I not correct?" Lin Shiyan responded promptly, "You are quite right, though only partially so. Beauty of countenance is but a fraction of mother's virtues. More notable are her elegant demeanor and refined deportment. As the saying goes, a wealth of learning lends grace, which perfectly describes mother." Feng Xingzhi gave Lin Shiyan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "My sister, splendid. Such flattery is first-rate." Lin Shiyan feigned ignorance of the gesture. Although her words contained an element of adulation, her mother-in-law, Han Fenghua, was indeed born of a great family, and her excellence was plain for all to see. Han Fenghua's expression softened slightly as she glanced at her. "Why do you stand?" Should others see, they might think I, your mother-in-law, mistreat you. You are the finest mother-in-law in all the world, treating me as though I were your own daughter. Should anyone say otherwise, they would surely be sowing discord, Lin Shiyan avowed with utmost sincerity. Feng Xingzhi, of course, was accompanying Feng Xingzhi, perhaps even suspecting that she was deliberately employing such means to deceive him. Han Fenghua gave a slight nod, ceasing her interrogation, and the matter was considered closed. Lin Shiyan breathed a sigh of relief. Zhen Ma approached, announcing, "Madam, the ingredients are prepared. We may commence cooking." Lin Shiyan promptly replied, "Mom, please have a seat. I will prepare a dish, and then we can dine." "Yin Yin, you are truly thoughtful. Even taking the time to cook for your mother-in-law," Han Fenghua remarked. "You mustn't be too harsh on her." Han Fenghua cast a disapproving glance at her daughter. "My strictness towards Lin Shiyan is for her own benefit. She comes from a modest background. If I do not properly guide her, how will she establish herself in this circle? Moreover, Lin Shiyan is your sister-in-law. Addressing her by name is inappropriate. You should refer to her as sister-in-law." "All right, sister-in-law it is. Is that satisfactory, Mom? You truly are particular about the smallest matters. If you are so keen to manage, perhaps you should pay more attention to my brother. Just look at what he is up to with all those women. If it were me in Lin Shiyan's position, I would have long since retaliated." Silence. Han Fenghua retorted sharply at Feng Xingzhi. With a huff, Feng Xingzhi rose and left the living room, mysteriously stepping away to make a phone call. Lin Shiyan sighed with relief. At the dining table, Han Fenghua inquired about Lin Shiyan's daily life with Feng Xingzhi. Suddenly, she asked, "Xingzhi, have you had an argument with Shiyan? Has she done something wrong that has left you so displeased with her?" "No, she's quite sensible now." Feng Xingzhi remained silent, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards Lin Shiyan. In the past, Han Fenghua had never interfered in his personal matters. Her sudden inquisitiveness could only be explained by a significant change in circumstances. Feng Xingzhi exclaimed loudly, "Mother, do take a look. In your presence, my elder brother dares to glare at his sister-in-law. Without you here, he likely doesn't even know how to mistreat her. Perhaps he will confine her daily, withholding food and water. Sister-in-law, you are truly unfortunate." As she clutched Lin Shiyan, tears streamed down her face. Lin Shiyan's lips twitched slightly. "That's not true. Xingzhi would never act in such a manner." Feng Xingzhi scoffed. "Even if he hasn't subjected you to physical torment, he has surely inflicted mental anguish. Let's not even mention the myriad of women outside. Look at your condition. You have been married for 3 years and still haven't given me a niece or nephew. It's undoubtedly because my brother lacks prowess at night." Chapter 26. The Ever-Hidden Mistress Feng Xingzhi. Han Fenghua admonishit. "What kind of behavior is this for a young lady of your stature? I believe you need to be properly disciplined." She then turned to Feng Xingzhi. "Come here." Feng Xingzhi glanced at Lin Shiyan and stepped away with Han Fenghua from the living room. Feng Xingzhi felt a sense of triumph. "Yin Yin, this time, my brother will surely be scolded thoroughly by Mother." Lin Shiyan retorted with annoyance, "Indeed, your brother will face reprimand, but he will undoubtedly think it is all my doing. I fear he will dislike me even more." "Let him dislike you," Feng Xingzhi replied, "as if your cautious demeanor over these 3 years has won you his favor. In my opinion, you should either divorce and seek a second chance at love or fiercely take hold of my brother. Regardless, he has submitted all his assignments to you, and any other little mischief makers can only stare in frustration." Lin Shiyan pinched Feng Xingzhi's chubby cheek, grinding her teeth as she remarked, "I believe Mother is right. You truly ought to be properly disciplined. Just look at the words she speaks, so fierce and predatory." In the garden, the mother and son remained silent. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and Feng Xingzhi removed his coat, draping it over Han Fenghua's shoulders. "Mother, it's chilly. Take care of your health." Han Fenghua lifted her gaze to her son and replied softly, "Do not indulge in frivolity with Feng Shui. My health is better than ever." Feng Xingzhi frowned slightly. Why bring up Shui out of the blue? She has been quite sensible these past years. Feng Shui has been sensible? Han Fenghua let out a laugh. Her eyes filled with derision. When did you become so blind? If she were truly sensible and well-behaved, would she have resorted to slashing her own face to force Lin Shiyan to apologize or thrust herself into the spotlight. Feigning wrongful accusation and threatening to jump off a building, Han Fenghua spoke candidly. Feng Xingzhi, do not tell me you are both blind and foolish, incapable of understanding this matter. The reason your grandfather and I had previously left you be was to give you time to gradually accept Lin Shiyan. Feng Xingzhi furrowed his brow and could not help but interject. I know Feng Shuwei has acted excessively at times, but this has nothing to do with Yuan. If it weren't for Yuan risking her life to donate blood to me back then, I would have long since perished. Han Fenghua remarked. If it were not for this life-saving grace, do you think I could have tolerated Feng Shui's antics alongside your grandfather? However, regardless of the circumstances, there exists a fundamental line that must not be crossed, even by you, my son. Otherwise, as your elder, I can only contemplate ways to assist you. Feng Xingzhi remained silent, his expression taut. Han Fenghua sighed. I understand your aversion to coercion, but you must consider not only yourself but also our family. Your father passed away early, and your second uncle took advantage of the situation to seize control of the Feng family enterprise. Although you currently hold the reins of the Feng family, your second uncle is merely biding his time. Feng Xingji's expression shifted, and he finally lowered his head. Mother, I understand. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Han Fenghua's eyes as she turned to her son. Remember what I have told you. Ying, let us depart. Are we leaving already? Feng, Ying protested. Mother, the hour is not late. Why don't we stay? This way, we can keep an eye on my brother. What nonsense! Your brother is not a criminal. Han Fenghua frowned, visibly displeased. She then turned to Feng Xingzhi. Xingzhi, what is your opinion? Feng Xingzhi replied, Zenma. Please prepare the guest room. Zhenma acknowledged with a nod, and Lin Shiyan followed suit. Although Han Fenghua was strict, she was not difficult to please. Upon seeing the room arranged by Lin Shiyan, she nodded and said, Thank you for your efforts today. Lin Shiyan quickly expressed her gratitude, feeling unworthy of the compliment. Feng Ying leaned closer to Lin Shiyan's ear and whispered, An opportunity has been created for you. Go for it. After saying this, she accompanied Han Fenghua into the room. Lin Shiyan noticed that her mother-in-law had already retired for the night and let out a sigh of relief. Just as she intended to speak with Feng Xingzhi, Aunt Zhen, who had been observing, cautiously remarked, Madam, the eldest young master appears rather displeased. He seems to be angry. Lin Shiyan brought a cup of warm water into the study. Xingzhi, why don't you have a sip? Before she could finish her sentence, the teacup in her hand was knocked to the ground by Feng Xingzhi. What are you doing? Lin Shiyan furrowed her brows. Feng Xingzhi's piercing gaze bore into her dark almond-shaped eyes, brimming with fury. Lin Shiyan, you have grown bold. Learning to slander in front of mother? What slander? Lin Shiyan was taken aback. The incidents involving Feng Shui's injured face and her threats of jumping off a building were matters she had long suppressed. Mother could not possibly know. Unless you have chosen to inform her yourself, seeking to use her hand against me. Lin Shiyan was utterly astonished. You think I told Mother about these matters? Isn't that the case? Lin Shiyan's breath hitched. Feng Xingji's disdain and suspicion constricted her throat as if it were being choked. In truth, being misunderstood and doubted by him had occurred many times before, yet each instance pierced her heart just as deeply. Still trying to argue? Why have you fallen silent? Her heart felt as though it were being mercilessly clenched. In the subsequent moment, she erupted in laughter. You have already condemned me. What is there left for me to say? Would you prefer to perceive me as eloquent and silver-tongued? However, by what justification do you assume that I was the one who reported and instigated discord? Even the police require evidence to make an arrest. What proof have you presented? At this juncture, Lin Shiyan offered a smile, directed not only at Feng Xingzhi but also at herself. To be regarded in such a manner by the man she deeply loves is truly a profound failure on her part. Because as long as I do not divorce, as long as I remain in the position of the young mistress of the Feng family, whether it be Feng Xia or Feng Shuwei, they will forever be relegated to the status of clandestine mistresses. Lin Shiyan, Feng Xingzhi. Lin Shiyan gazed resolutely at Feng Xingzhi, her eyes ablaze with unwavering intensity, devoid of any trepidation, akin to a fiercely burning fire threatening to scorch him. The atmosphere between the two abruptly tensed, exuding an ominous premonition of an impending storm. Feng Xingzhi suddenly chuckled. With all your relentless agitation, in the final analysis, isn't it merely that you are experiencing the solitude of a neglected maiden, yearning for my companionship? Very well, then I shall gratify your desire this day. Lin Shiyan's pupils contracted, and before she could even react, she was forcefully thrown onto the desk by Feng Xingzhi. In the next instant, he leaned over her, pinning her beneath him. The desk behind her was cold and unyielding, causing considerable discomfort, while the weight of the man pressing upon her rendered her immobile. Lin Shiyan was in considerable distress, her delicate hand placed against Feng Xingzhi's chest, feebly attempting to push him away. Her brow furrowed into a knot as she protested. Feng Xingzhi, you're hurting me. I'm very uncomfortable. Would you please move? Does it hurt? Then you shall simply endure it. After all, you married me with the understanding that I would take you to my bed. As Feng Xingzhi's words trailed off, his presence descended upon her like an overwhelming storm. He tilted her chin upward and initiated a kiss. This kiss was akin to a tempestuous squall, ruthlessly and fervently plundering all the sweetness within her mouth, seizing every inch of her yielding domain. Whether it was the 13 years of unrequited adoration or the subsequent 3 years of marital life, intimacy between her and Feng Xingzhi had been exceedingly rare. Therefore, even though his kiss was somewhat painful, Lin Shiyan couldn't help but succumb to it. Her initially rigid body softened, and her arms instinctively entwined around his neck. Xingzhi, Lin Shiyan murmured unconsciously, her tear-filled eyes lifting to meet Feng Xingzhi's gaze. Then, Lin Shiyan felt as if a bucket of ice water had been thrown over her head, in stark contrast to her own immersion, infatuation, and delight. Feng Xingzhi's eyes were cold, indifferent, like an unfathomable, ancient well devoid of any ripple. Lin Shiyan instantly regained her senses. She suddenly realized that this intimacy was a mortification and punishment inflicted by Feng Xingzhi. And yet, she had felt joy. Lin Shiyan's heart grew colder and colder, but she did not push Feng Xingzhi away. Instead, she kissed his chin, then his neck, and when she reached his collarbone, she suddenly opened her mouth and bit down. He inhaled sharply, recoiling from the stinging pain, his brow furrowed in displeasure. Lin Shiyan, what do you think you're doing? Apologies, Lin Shiyan murmured, her rosy lips brushing against Feng Xingzhi's collarbone, gently kissing the marks repeatedly. I simply couldn't resist, Xingzhi. Lin Shiyan gazed up at Feng Xingzhi. I'll schedule a surgery for you tomorrow. What kind of surgery? Feng Xingzhi inquired casually, his breathing becoming heavier, as if tiny flames were ignited by Lin Shiyan's touch. A vasectomy reversal. Lin Shiyan's voice was softer, more tender. Once you've recovered, we'll have a child. This way, Grandpa will be at ease, Mom will be relieved, and I'll secure my position as the young mistress of the Feng family. Not only will I have support in the future, but a large portion of my energy will be devoted to the child, and you won't have to worry about me causing trouble for Feng Shuwei. It's a win-win situation, don't you think? You misunderstand. I genuinely have everyone's best interests at heart. Lin Shiyan's expression was utterly sincere. Feng Xingzhi released Lin Shiyan, stepping back to create distance between them. Give up, I won't agree to it. It's all right, you can reconsider. Lin Shiyan descended from the desk, smoothing her attire. After washing up, Lin Shiyan slipped into bed. She had anticipated difficulty falling asleep, but to her surprise, she drifted off into a deep slumber shortly after lying down. The following day, when Lin Shiyan awoke, she found herself nestled in the embrace of Feng Xingzhi. Her hands clung tightly to his strong waist, while her long legs entwined around him like seaweed, their posture intimate, akin to that of a loving couple. Rarely had she the opportunity to be so close and affectionate with him, their breaths merging as if they were one. Unable to resist, Lin Shiyan lifted her hand, her fingertips tracing the contours of Feng Xingzhi's face. Suddenly, her wrist was seized. As she looked up, she found Feng Xingzhi had stirred from his slumber. His dark eyes still held traces of sleepiness, devoid of the usual indifference. Instead, they radiated a hint of tenderness. Lin Shiyan couldn't help but smile. Good morning, Xingzhi. Enough of the embrace. Let go. Feng Xingzhi said with a hint of impatience upon realizing Lin Shiyan was nestled in his arms. Just last night, he had barely settled down when she rolled into his embrace. He had attempted to push her away numerous times, yet each effort only lasted mere minutes before she returned. He had considered retreating to the guest room, but recalling his mother and sister in the living room, he had opted to stay. However, enduring the night had become his limit. All right, Lin Shiyan responded, nuzzling against his chest and closing her eyes once more. Feng Xingzhi's expression darkened as he warned her. Lin Shiyan, you said to let go after you've had enough of the embrace. I feel it might take a lifetime to truly let go. Considering such a long span of time, I believe it would be better to sleep a little longer. Lin Shiyan, it's time to know when to stop. Feng Xingzhi could no longer contain himself and gently pushed her away. Lin Shiyan watched as Feng Xingzhi's figure faded from view and couldn't help but murmur to herself. Can't he just be a little more patient with me? By the time they had changed into their clothes and descended the stairs, Han Fenghua was already seated at the dining table. Lin Shiyan apologetically remarked, Mom, I am sorry, I overslept. To her surprise, Han Fenghua did not express any anger. Instead, she nodded, allowing Lin Shiyan to take a seat. However, Lin Shiyan did not sit down immediately. She first served a bowl of shredded chicken congee for Han Fenghua, and then poured a cup of hot milk for Feng Xingzhi. Just as she was about to inquire if he wanted another bowl of congee, his phone on the dining table lit up. It was a WeChat message from Feng Shuwei. In that instant, Lin Shiyan caught a glimpse of the message's content, which featured two alluring long dresses. Feng Shuwei wrote, Xingzhi, could you help me decide which outfit looks better? Sister Zhang asked me to choose something for the charity gala, but I can't decide. Can you assist me? Noticing Lin Shiyan's displeased gaze, Feng Xingzhi remarked, Lin Shiyan, do you have no manners? How could you sneak a peek at my phone? Lin Shiyan, feeling apologetic, responded, Dear, I am truly sorry. I should have looked at the message from Miss Feng. It won't happen again. You should hurry and help Miss Feng select her attire, so she doesn't catch a cold wearing something so flimsy. Chapter 28. Promise me to love forever. Help Miss Feng choose an outfit. Which outfit are you referring to? Han Fenghua immediately inquired. Lin Shiyan preemptively and thoughtfully interjected before Feng Xingzhi could speak, explaining, It's just a female acquaintance of Xingzhi. I happened to glance at her message and saw she was agonizing over whether to wear a revealing neckline or an exposed back to the charity gala. Han Fenghua's countenance immediately darkened as she extended her palm towards Feng Xingzhi, demanding, Give me your phone. Feng Xingzhi furrowed his brow. Mom, what? Have you become so independent that my words, as your mother, carry no weight? Or would you prefer I confront her directly? Han Fenghua's tone was grave, revealing her rising anger. Helpless, Feng Xingzhi surrendered his phone. Han Fenghua located Feng Shuwei's WeChat account and initiated a voice call. The call was promptly answered, and Feng Shuwei sweetly greeted Brother Xingzhi. Miss Feng Shuwei, Han Fenghua's tone was stern. There should be a clear distinction between you and my son. For trivial matters like choosing an outfit, it would be more appropriate to consult someone within your own circle. Should anyone witness this, the impact on your reputation would be minor. But if my son and his wife were to have discord because of this, then you would be culpable. After delivering her sharp rebuke, Han Fenghua ended the call and tossed the phone onto the dining table. Feng Xingzhi frowned. Mom, Shu Wei is timid. You shouldn't have frightened her like that. Han Fenghua scoffed, timid. Is there anything she's done that suggests timidity? If she were truly timid, she wouldn't have become a homewrecker. Feng Shuwei is not a homewrecker. Feng Xingzhi's expression turned somber as he solemnly clarified. With a frigid countenance, Han Fenghua inquired, Do you intend to raise your voice at me for the sake of that woman? A palpable tension seized the atmosphere between mother and son. Ultimately, Feng Xingzhi, exuding an aura of iciness, pushed back his chair and departed. Han Fenghua, visibly displeased, cast her chopsticks upon the table, her agitation evident. Mother, I apologize. I ought not to have uttered such words abruptly, thereby perturbing your disposition. Lin Shiyan felt a pang of remorse, having witnessed Feng Shuwei's early communication with Feng Xingzhi, couched in such blatant terms. Her discontent prompted her to deliberately provoke Feng Xingzhi, yet she had not anticipated Han Fenghua's staunch support. It was well known that her mother-in-law was typically stern and though she had not mistreated her, they were not particularly close. Now, however, she had repeatedly championed her cause, for which Lin Shiyan felt immeasurable gratitude. Han Fenghua demurred. Indeed, an injustice has been committed, but not by your hand. Suddenly, she seized Lin Shiyan's arm, her gaze intense. Lin Shiyan, pledge to me that you shall forever cherish Feng Xingzhi. Lin Shiyan was taken aback. Han Fenghua pressed with greater force. Promise me. Lin Shiyan nodded instinctively. I pledge to you that I shall eternally love him. Only then did Han Fenghua's countenance soften into a smile. After sharing breakfast with Han Fenghua, Lin Shiyan departed. As she stepped out of the villa's gates, she espied the black Rolls-Royce stationed at the entrance. Lin Shiyan's steps faltered, and she instinctively sought to evade detection. But it was in vain. Feng Xingzhi's gaze fell upon her. Enter the vehicle, he commanded. Lin Shiyan could only steel herself and enter the car. Lin Shiyan, I offer my apologies. Lin Shiyan promptly apologized. Please forgive me. I was momentarily blinded by jealousy. It will not happen again. Feng Xingzhi let out a cold laugh. Your acknowledgement of the mistake is rather swift. What can I do? Lin Shiyan sighed and earnestly stated, if I do not admit my fault, you would surely be upset. However, you must understand my feelings. It is entirely natural for me to feel jealous when I see the man I cherish conversing so intimately with another woman. With a silver tongue, Lin Shiyan spoke. Feng Xingzhi's cold smile softened the displeasure in his heart, yet he cautioned Lin Shiyan, this is the first and last time. Do not think that with your mother and grandfather backing you, you can act without restraint. You know my limits. Is your limit Feng Shuwei or Feng Yan? My dear husband, can you truly distinguish between them? Lin Shiyan. Feng Xingzhi's brow twitched, momentarily unsure whether it was the names of the Feng sisters or the term husband that unsettled him. After Lin Shiyan finished speaking, she pressed the accelerator and sped away. Feng Xingzhi stared at the departing vehicle, his expression dark and filled with an icy demeanor as he entered his car. Zhou Chun immediately started the engine. Glancing at Feng Xingzhi through the rearview mirror, Feng Xingzhi raised his eyelids and irritably remarked, Speak plainly. Why are you hesitating? Miss Feng just called, inquiring what time you would be picking her up for the charity gala tonight. Feng Xingzhi immediately recalled his mother's earlier warning. Tell her that for tonight's charity gala, she need not attend. Zhou Chun responded and promptly contacted Feng Shuwei. Soon after, Feng Xingzhi's phone rang, and a sob echoed from the device. Xingzhi, are you truly going to disregard me from now on? Just as Lin Shiyan entered her studio, a series of pops erupted as celebratory poppers were unleashed, scattering confetti into the air. Assistant Feng Yuanyuan approached, embracing Lin Shiyan enthusiastically. Lin, you're absolutely incredible, securing such a substantial order right off the bat. With the costume design commission from the Royal Decree production, Yunduan could finally breathe a sigh of relief and avoid the previous financial deficits. In an era heavily influenced by foreign luxury brands, it's exceptionally challenging for studios like Yunduan, which insist on handcrafted, custom-made garments, to remain viable. The artisans who depend on these skills for their livelihood struggle to make ends meet. Had Lin Shiyan not taken charge of Yunduan several years ago and decisively launched an online presence, deeply embedding the studio within the ancient style community, Yunduan likely wouldn't have survived to this day. Lin Shiyan demurred, shaking her head. This is a collective achievement. Indeed, a collective achievement. But you deserve the lion's share of the credit. As the words were spoken, a woman in her 60s entered. Her hair was already white, and she was adorned in a cheongsam with simple pearl earrings. Though her attire was understated, it possessed an exquisite elegance and indescribable charm. She stood upright and respectfully greeted. Teacher. Her mentor, Yang Shuzhen, had inherited the Cloud Dreams enterprise from her parents, subsequently elevating it to prominence and widespread renown. However, with the shifting perspectives of the younger generation, it eventually waned in popularity. Yang Shuzhen's unwavering devotion and ardor for Cloud Dreams remained constant. She regarded Lin Shiyan with gentle warmth, expressing with a smile, Yuanyuan is quite right. Your performance this time has been exceptional. You are a source of pride for us all. Despite her usual composure, Lin Shiyan felt a surge of delight upon receiving Yang Shuzhen's praise and affirmation. akin to the elation of a child commended by their parents for a minor accomplishment. It was a poignant realization that, despite having both parents, her father was stern and aloof, and her mother, meek and more preoccupied with Lin Shiyan, the illegitimate son, had never shown her the simplest form of maternal affection and encouragement. Lin Shiyan shook her head, banishing these extraneous thoughts from her mind. Let's deliberate on the forthcoming design proposals. Director is exacting, and the design timeline is compressed, so we must expedite our efforts to meet next week's filming schedule. Lin Shiyan immersed herself and her entire studio in their work. When she finally looked up, it was past 3 in the afternoon. She exhaled with relief as she gazed upon the completed design blueprints. As she reached for a glass of water, her phone began to ring. It was Han Fenghua, requesting her company at a charity gala. Lin Shiyan was reluctant to attend, knowing that Feng Xingzhi would also be present. Though she held no fear of Feng Xingzhi, she wished to avoid constant encounters with her, particularly in the presence of Feng Xingzhi, for it repeatedly underscored the insignificance of her standing in her husband's heart. That sensation was utterly dreadful. No matter how many times she experienced it, she could never grow accustomed to it. Lin Shiyan declined, saying, "Mother, I truly cannot leave work today. Perhaps Ying could accompany you instead?" Yet Ying had already departed to meet her classmates. "Shiyan, I understand your refusal is not solely due to your busy schedule, but rather your apprehension about running into Feng Xingzhi and that woman he is involved with." Han Fenghua's tone grew increasingly stern. "But tell me, how long can you continue to evade? A lifetime? Will you simply relinquish the position of the Feng family's young mistress along with your beloved man? If this is what you desire, then you must tell me now." Lin Shiyan found herself at a loss for words. She felt a surge of unwillingness. How could she possibly accept this? She was the one who had grown up alongside Feng Xingzhi. He had once claimed that marrying her would be a fine choice. He had even dissuaded several of her suitors while they were still dating. Yet all of this had changed with Feng Yahui's arrival. What pained her further was that Feng Yahui had passed away, only for another, Feng Xingzhi, to take her place in Feng Xingzhi's affections. And what of her? What did her shared history with Feng Xingzhi amount to? What of their 3 years of marriage? "Mother, I will accompany you." Han Fenghua was then satisfied and offered a few more reminders before ending the call. The charity gala tonight was unlike the ostentatious charity events often held in the entertainment industry. This time, it was organized by the Qin family. In the present day, although the Feng family stands as the foremost aristocracy in Deep City, it was the Qin family that reigned supreme a quarter of a century ago. The descendants of the Qin family flourished, each a paragon of capability, their influence permeating every sector. It could be said that the mere sneeze of a Qin would send tremors throughout Deep City. Subsequently, the birth of the Qin family's little princess marked a significant event, as she was the sole girl born into the family in 3 generations, undoubtedly a child cherished beyond measure. From a moment of her arrival, she garnered the affection of all within the Qin household, destined to be an object of admiration. Tragically, this little princess went missing at the tender age of 4. On that fateful day, the very sky seemed to collapse upon the Qin family. Every member of the clan mobilized, turning Deep City upside down, resulting in an untold number of misfortunes for others. The entertainment industry, which often indulges in ostentation, was not the focus here. Instead, invitations were extended annually solely to the upper echelons of society, and the number of recipients barely accounted for 1/3 of those within this elite circle. Indeed, an invitation to the Qin family's charity gala served as the most compelling testament to one's status and influence. Thus, those fortunate enough to receive an invitation found themselves with the ultimate badge of honor. Every lady invited to this charity event endeavored to outshine her peers. Yet no matter how hard they tried, the moment Feng Xingzhi arrived, all others faded into the background. She commanded attention not only due to the exquisite jewels worth millions adorning her, but also because of the distinguished man by her side. It is often said that a woman's most precious accessory is the man beside her. In truth, the reverse holds equally true. As Feng Xingzhi stepped out of Feng Xingzhi's vehicle, she had already ascended to a position of unrivaled splendor. Who could this illustrious daughter be, walking alongside Feng Xingzhi? I gazed at her, a sense of familiarity tugging in my memory. as if she were a celebrated actress. Yet, even if she were a mere actress, she was likely no ordinary one. I had heard whispers that Feng Xingzhi had been neglecting his wife at home for this very Miss Feng. Ah, the young mistress of the Feng family. One of the noble women scoffed, her voice laced with disdain. She's become a laughingstock. Feng Shuwei, overhearing these remarks, felt a surge of elation, though she maintained a facade of gentle grace. Xingzhi, I'm so grateful that you allowed me to accompany you to tonight's charity gala, she said. I am overjoyed. Feng Xingzhi simply nodded. Let's go in. As Feng Shuwei reached out to take Feng Xingzhi's arm, a voice from behind announced, Madame Feng has arrived as well. Tonight has become truly worthwhile. Han Fenghua's beauty and regal bearing were undeniable. She had always been the cynosure of all eyes. However, tonight, it was the young woman accompanying her who repeatedly captured the crowd's attention. She was clad in a scarlet gown, its cut simple and unadorned, devoid of any ostentatious embellishments, as none were needed. Her exquisite and radiant countenance rendered all adornments insignificant in her presence. She was like a blazing fire, dazzling and captivating, stealing the breath of onlookers with a mere appearance. Heavens, she's absolutely stunning. It had been assumed that Feng Shuwei was the belle of the evening, but in comparison to this young lady, she paled into insignificance. A flicker of astonishment momentarily graced Feng Xingzhi's eyes. In bygone days, he had beheld Lin Shiyan adorned in finery, yet at that juncture, she possessed a naive charm, her beauty laced with an endearing innocence, unlike the present, where she resembled a resplendent peony in full bloom, her loveliness dazzling to the eye. Observing this spectacle, Feng Shuwei harbored a flicker of envy, instinctively clutching Feng Xingzhi's arm. Xingzhi, assist me, pray. Interrupting Feng Shuwei's entrati, Han Fanshua Vekunat Feng Xingzhi. Feng Xingzhi was on the verge of complying. Brother Xingzhi. It was then that Feng Xingzhi recalled Feng Shuwei's presence. Feng Shuwei gazed at him imploringly. Brother Xingzhi, forsake me not. I shall be fraught with trepidation if left alone. Xingzhi, why do you tarry there? Feng Xingzhi discerned the displeasure in his mother's tone. I shall entrust Tang Yunzhou to attend to you. He will ensure your well-being. Feng Xingzhi cast a reassuring glance upon Feng Shuwei before departing. Feng Shuwei, unwilling to be outdone, attempted to pursue him, only to be intercepted. Tang Yunzhou, obstructing her path, cheerfully proposed, Fair Feng, how would you fancy my company for the entirety of this evening? Need not. Feng Shuwei retorted icily, turning away in a fit of pique. Tang Yunzhou merely shrugged, unfazed. Over the years, Feng Shuwei had presented one facade to Feng Xingzhi and another to him, perhaps deeming the Tang family as nouveau riche, unworthy of her esteemed regard. A glint of derision flickered in Tang Yunzhou's eyes. Chapter 30. Snatching your heart's desire, what brings you hither? On the other side, Feng Xingzhi inquired of Lin Shiyan in a hushed tone. I come to defend my position as Mrs. Feng. If you bring Feng Shuwei to such occasions as a couple, then my status as Mrs. Feng becomes a mere farce. I refuse to be the subject of ridicule or allow others to mock me. Lin Shiyan stated this with remarkable composure. As her mother-in-law rightly pointed out, she cannot evade Feng Shuwei for a lifetime, unless she intends to divorce Feng Xingzhi and relinquish both her beloved man and her position as the young mistress of the Feng family. She cannot do that. Her only recourse is to strive for Feng Xingzhi's affection, compelling him to fall in love with her. Feng Xingzhi regarded Lin Shiyan with a stoic expression and coldly warned, you would do well to keep a low profile. Otherwise, should you stir up trouble in such settings, even I will be unable to protect you. Instantly, Lin Shiyan's face lit up, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Feng Xingzhi. Xingzhi, do you mean you wish to protect me? He harbored no such intention. His concern was merely for Lin Shiyan, wary of her penchant for trouble. She had never been one to play it safe. Yet, witnessing her delight and joy, the words that hovered on his lips suddenly evaporated. In summary, he reiterated that she should remain unobtrusive. With that, Feng Xingzhi turned and strode towards the banquet hall, prompting Lin Shiyan to hastily follow. Her spirits soared. Even without chattering like the other women, her lips curled into a smile. With her natural beauty and such a radiant grin, she was nothing short of captivating. A gaze lingered upon her, unable to divert its attention. Xiao Su, whom are you gazing at? Han Fenghua inquired, noticing ang Xu's distracted demeanor. Presumably, he is casting glances at the heiress of that esteemed family. Our young prodigy, Han Su, has also entered the corporate world and reached the age where matrimony and procreation beckon. Upon hearing Tang Yunzhou's words, Han Fenghua was visibly enlivened and promptly inquired, Xiao Su, which family's daughter has captured your heart? Do tell your aunt, and I shall immediately propose on your behalf. Han Su turned to Han Fenghua and earnestly questioned, Aunt, am I at liberty to choose any family's daughter that I desire? Assuredly, Han Fenghua responded without hesitation. Any young lady who has gained entry into this banquet hall hails from a family of considerable standing. The invitation itself serves to eliminate families lacking the requisite pedigree. Consequently, the annual charity gala, in addition to being an occasion for families to showcase their prowess, also serves as an ideal venue for matchmaking. That is heartening to hear, Han Su remarked. Upon hearing Han Su's declaration, Han Fenghua discerned that he indeed harbored affections for someone. Her curiosity piqued. She pressed Han Su to divulge the object of his affections. However, Han Su demurred, stating, This is merely my personal sentiment, and she remains unaware of my feelings. Therefore, I cannot yet confide in you, Aunt, as I wish to avoid causing her any discomfort. I trust you can appreciate my position. Very well, very well. Han Fenghua acquiesced readily. She gazed upon Han Su with gratification, exclaiming, It is truly heartening to witness our Xiao Su come of age and harbor affections for a young lady. When you eventually marry and bring forth children, I shall be able to render an account to your departed parents. Han Su's countenance flushed crimson as he responded, I, too, eagerly anticipate that day. Tang Yunzhou could not help but exclaim softly, perplexed by the youth's choice to bind himself in such a manner with a woman. Han Su, however, paid no heed to Tang Yunzhou's remarks, his gaze fixated on Lin Shiyan, brimming with fervent admiration. This must be what one calls love at first sight. From the very moment he laid eyes on her, he found himself unable to look away, and her mere presence filled his heart with joy. Feng Shui, on the other hand, was far from joyful. After much pleading with Feng Xingzhi, she had finally secured an invitation to the charity gala, promising to represent her sister in witnessing the true essence of the event. Initially, she believed that as Feng Xingzhi's companion, she would undoubtedly be the center of attention. Indeed, that was the case until Lin Shiyan's arrival altered everything. This woman was insidiously cunning, deliberately stealing her chance to be by Feng Xingzhi's side. Unfortunately, the throng surrounding Feng Xingzhi made it exceedingly difficult for her to approach him. Just when she thought she had a chance, Tang Yunzhou intervened. Miss Feng, he advised gently, I understand your anxious feelings, but I would recommend that you remain composed. This occasion is of great significance. Should you cause a scene or draw unwanted attention, Xingzhi may be displeased. Feng Shui longed to assert that Feng Xingzhi would never be angered by her. Yet she couldn't shake the unsettling thought that since that fateful incident on the rooftop, he had scarcely acknowledged her. Had it not been for her feigned illness, which had drawn him to her, she wondered how things might have unfolded. As all the guests were ushered to their seats, Lin Shiyan found herself seated in the center of the front row alongside Feng Xingzhi and Han Fenghua. Han Su, Tang Yunzhou, and Feng Shui occupied the second row. By coincidence, Feng Shui's seat was right behind Lin Shiyan, a mere breath away. As Feng Shui settled in, Lin Shiyan sensed her gaze fixed upon her, sharp and piercing, as if it sought to bore a hole through her. Lin Shiyan chose to disregard this scrutiny, channeling her focus onto the exuberant auctioneer who was passionately introducing the piece in hand. This is King S.'s latest creation for the year, titled Longing. With an opening bid of 500,000, I invite all esteemed guests to place their bids. No sooner had the auctioneer concluded his invitation than numerous affluent ladies began to raise their bids. Unable to restrain herself, Lin Shiyan called out 850,000. This was already a substantial sum, considering the market value of the necklace hovered around 750,000, exceeding its worth by 10%. It was unlikely anyone would contest further, even in the spirit of charity. The lady who had previously bid flashed a smile at Lin Shiyan while holding up her paddle. Lin Shiyan nodded in acknowledgement, but at that moment, a voice rang out, 1 million. This sudden increase captured everyone's attention. Lin Shiyan was truly adept at playing her part. She was eager to see just how composed she could remain. 1 million, third and final call. The auctioneer struck his gavel with authority, proclaiming, "The masterpiece Longing by Master Designer King belongs to Miss Feng, number 28. Thank you." With poised grace, Feng Shuwei arose, casting a look of contrition towards Lin Shiyan. "I extend my sincerest apologies, Miss Lin, for having acquired what you so deeply desired. However, I possess an ardent wish to contribute to those in dire need." As Lin Shiyan's gaze fell upon her, she deliberately swept her fingers through her hair, brandishing the black card. Lin Shiyan's eyes narrowed, her attention drawn to the card. A rare emblem of prestige within the city of Shenzhen. Issued to reflect the exclusivity and eminence of its clientele, each card bore a unique insignia, a testament to the holder's identity. The card in Feng Shui's possession was none other than Feng Xingzhi's. In that instant, a palpable stiffness overcame Lin Shiyan's countenance. Noticing Lin Shiyan's gaze, Feng Shui's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Then, in a deliberately amplified tone, she inquired, "When may I proceed with the transaction?" The auction's manager swiftly approached, his demeanor radiating warmth. "Miss Feng, it is customary to settle payments and collect your treasured acquisitions in the backstage area upon the auction's conclusion. However, my admiration for this necklace is such that I yearn to behold it immediately," Feng Shui declared, toying with the bank card in her hand, a hint of regret in her voice. The manager, a man of discerning acumen, promptly responded, "I shall have the necklace delivered forthwith." The necklace was promptly presented. Feng Shui opened the jewelry case, her eyes widening with awe as she beheld the necklace nestled within the black velvet box. Such exquisite craftsmanship. She murmured in a tone of delighted surprise, "Dear Xingzhi, may I present it to you this evening for your perusal?" Her so-called whisper was, in fact, heard by everyone nearby. For a moment, they disregarded the impassioned voice of the auctioneer on the podium and turned their attention to Feng Shui. In this circle, secrets are scarce. All were aware that Feng Shui was the woman kept by Feng Xingzhi, the one who resided in the depths of his heart. Many gazed at Lin Shiyan with eyes brimming with curiosity, eager to witness her response. Lin Shiyan exchanged a brief greeting with Han Fenghua before rising to leave. She could not bring herself to compete with Feng Shui in such a setting, as it would be exceedingly undignified. However, she also did not wish to linger, for the black card felt like a barbed thorn piercing her heart, leaving her anxious and distressed. Feigning innocence, Feng Shui remarked, "Miss Lin, what seems to be the matter? Are you truly upset over this necklace?" "I simply adore it and did not consider the implications." "Enough," Feng Xingzhi interrupted, his expression already tinged with impatience. Feng Shui, sensing his discontent, dared not speak further and merely gazed at him with timid eyes. Feng Xingzhi furrowed his brow, yet, confronted with her countenance, even his anger seemed to dissipate. Suddenly, he felt a firm grip on his wrist. Turning, he found Han Fenghua glaring at him. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and check on Shiyan." Feng Xingzhi remained still, fully aware that his mother hoped to unite him with Lin Shiyan as a genuine couple. However, he deemed it an impossibility. Otherwise, how could Yahweh, who had saved him that year, yet perished due to Lin Shiyan's jealousy, find peace? Feng Xingzhi, damn it. Feng Xingzhi grasped Han Fenghua's hand and remarked, "The jade hairpin currently up for auction is exquisite. Allow me to bid for you." With that, he raised the bidding paddle, declaring 1,200,000. After stepping into the garden, Lin Shiyan made a phone call. Deep down, she understood that her earlier exit would only serve to bolster Feng Shui's arrogance and provide fodder for the upper-class ladies to mock her for her inability to keep her man in check. Yet, in that moment, she found herself utterly unable to contain her emotions. Ding dong. Her WeChat notification chimed. The place where he fell lacked a railing, and his standing position was perilously close to the edge, causing him to plunge directly into the lake. Lin Shiyan was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Disregarding everything else, she sprinted over. "Hello, can you hear me? Someone has fallen in." The ripples on the lake's surface began to calm, and the sight of such a substantial figure sinking into the depths was akin to a drop in the ocean. If this delay continued, even if the person were retrieved, he might well be beyond saving. Without hesitation, Lin Shiyan swiftly removed her high heels and discarded the cumbersome fabric of her gown onto the ground. Without a second thought, she plunged into the lake. The icy water sent a shiver through her, and she realized she could not afford any delay, diving deep to search for the man's whereabouts. After an arduous search, her strength began to wane, and she felt as though she was on the verge of exhaustion. However, the realization that she was dealing with a living, breathing person caused Lin Shiyan to bite her tongue fiercely and plunge back into the lake. Then, she witnessed Lin Shiyan completely submerging herself in the water. His mind exploded with a deafening buzz, and, at that moment, only one thought consumed his consciousness. Lin Shiyan had jumped into the lake, driven to despair by her cousin. This was unacceptable. She couldn't possibly do something like that for a man. While shouting for help, Han Su had already sprinted to the lake's edge. He removed his suit jacket and dove into the water without hesitation. Just as he was about to search for Lin Shiyan, he heard a splash, and Lin Shiyan emerged from the depths. Shiyan. Han Su was overwhelmed with emotion and relief, instantly comprehending the meaning of joyful tears. Lin Shiyan, equally surprised to see Han Su in the lake, exclaimed with delight, "Quick, come and help me get this gentleman ashore." It was then that Han Su noticed Lin Shiyan had rescued a man. The man was unconscious, his head lolling to the side, completely unresponsive. Han Su didn't dare to delay any further and immediately rushed over. Together, he and Lin Shiyan pulled the man to the shore. The security guards, alerted by the commotion, had arrived and promptly grabbed the unconscious man's hands, dragging him onto dry land. At that moment, Lin Shiyan's body suddenly sank. "Shiyan." Han Su swiftly pulled Lin Shiyan towards him, his eyes filled with concern. "What's wrong?" "I'm fine," Lin Shiyan reassured him, urging him not to be so anxious. "I'm just exhausted." Han Su breathed a sigh of relief. "I'll take you up." Lin Shiyan demurred, suggesting he ascend first, assuring him her weight would be inconsequential. She was taken aback, never anticipating such solicitude from a young man she had only encountered thrice. Aware of the escalating peril of prolonged submersion, Lin Shiyan, without further delay, availed herself of Han Su's assistance to clamber ashore. Once steady, she promptly extended her hand to Han Su, urging his swift ascent. Chapter 32. Whom would you entrust? Han Su, beholding the delicate, fair hand before him and the concern etched upon Lin Shiyan's countenance, felt a sudden surge of warmth within his heart. Unhesitatingly, he grasped her hand, leveraging her support to emerge from the lake's embrace. He promptly retrieved his discarded coat, draping it over Lin Shiyan's shoulders. She initially declined, suggesting he don himself. Han Su forestalled her gesture, remarking that as a lady, particularly one adorned in formal attire, she was more deserving of its warmth. The gown, of gossamer fabric, would become revealing when saturated. Understanding dawned upon Lin Shiyan, and she acquiesced, murmuring her gratitude. "The gratitude is mine. For affording me the occasion to play the hero," Han Su responded. Scarcely had his words dissipated when a chorus of jubilation erupted. "He's awake! He's awake!" The man who had fallen into the water, having held his breath, was fortunate that the security personnel were expertly trained. Following their proficient ministrations, he finally coughed, his eyes fluttering open. Lin Shiyan hurriedly stepped forward and saw the man lying on the ground had opened his eyes. His complexion was pale, and his drenched appearance was quite disheveled. However, his eyes shone brightly and keenly. His lips parted slightly, as if he wished to speak. Yet his strength was insufficient to utter a sound. "The ambulance has arrived. Quickly, get him to the hospital." The manager responsible for the entire charity gala promptly directed the security personnel and the designated individuals to assist the man into the ambulance. Lin Shiyan chuckled softly and said, "Manager, you are too kind. I merely could not stand by and watch someone in peril." However, Han Su interjected, "Yin Yin, you have no idea whom you just saved. That is the 8th master of the Qin family. Each year during the charity gala, the Qin family arranges for a family member to preside over the event. And this year it happened to be the 8th master. The eighth master has always had frail health and is usually surrounded by caretakers. Today, for reasons unknown, he ventured alone into the back garden and fainted, resulting in an unfortunate incident. Regardless, had it not been for Lin Shiyan fortuitously encountering him and unhesitatingly leaping into the lake to rescue the eighth master, the guests might have remained unaffected. But the manager overseeing the charity gala would undoubtedly have faced dire consequences. He is genuinely grateful to you. The manager hastily added, Miss Lin, please allow me the opportunity to offer you compensation. How about this? There are still some rare items that have not yet been auctioned. I will bring over the list, and you may choose one, which I will purchase as a token of my gratitude. That won't be necessary, Lin Shiyan replied. Let this incident be my introduction to Manager Tang as a friend. Manager Tang was taken aback by Lin Shiyan's words, and his smile grew more sincere as he assured her, from now on, whatever Miss Lin requires, I shall spare no effort. Indeed, there was something that required his assistance, but there was no need for such extreme devotion. I hope you can arrange for a lounge and prepare a formal outfit for me. It will be quite inappropriate for me to enter in this attire. Han Su was quite surprised. Are we still going to the venue? The thought of his cousin's efforts to defend Feng Xingzhi against Lin Shiyan's grievances made his brow furrow. There was still an excellent performance to witness, and it would be a shame to miss it. Lin Shiyan turned to Manager Tang. Is that possible? Without hesitation, Manager Tang replied, Absolutely, Mr. Han. I shall arrange a lounge for you as well. It is best to change out of those damp clothes promptly. Han Su nodded in agreement, turning to Lin Shiyan. Allow me to escort you to the lounge. Come, I shall lead the way. Noticing Han Su's insistence, Lin Shiyan refrained from declining further and followed him towards the lounge. As she ascended the steps, she stumbled slightly. Be careful. Han Su quickly steadied Lin Shiyan. His gaze swept downward, and he then realized that her leg was bleeding. Han Su's expression shifted in alarm. You are hurt. I shall take you to the hospital for treatment. There's no need. The lounge should have a first aid kit. A simple bandage will suffice. Seeing Lin Shiyan's determination, Han Su pressed his lips together and then bent down to lift her into his arms. Han Su, walking will aggravate your wound. Since you are reluctant to go to the hospital, allow me to escort you to the lounge. Lin Shiyan ultimately did not refuse Han Su's kind gesture. Meanwhile, standing not far away, Feng Xingzhi's expression grew increasingly frigid upon witnessing this scene. Feng Xingzhi could not help but exclaim, Who is this man? Why is Miss Lin so intimate with him? Could it be that their relationship is more than ordinary? Noticing Feng Xingzhi's cold gaze directed at her, Feng Xingzhi quickly amended her statement. What I meant was, Miss Lin must have encountered some trouble, which is why this gentleman is holding her. Mind your words and refrain from making baseless assumptions. Although Feng Xingzhi's demeanor remained aloof, Feng Xingzhi felt a surge of delight within, convinced that attending tonight's charity gala was exceedingly worthwhile. Not only did it reveal Feng Xingzhi's affection for Lin Shiyan, but it also showcased Lin Shiyan's closeness with other women. She understood men like Feng Xingzhi all too well, proud, possessive, and utterly unwilling to accept a woman who is affectionate with other men as his wife. It seemed she could indeed begin preparations for marrying into the Feng family. After all, her previous passivity in front of Lin Shiyan stemmed from her lack of status, did it not? In a lounge, Han Su gazed at Lin Shiyan and suddenly inquired, Are you urging me because you are concerned? Indeed, you've aided me immensely, so I'm certainly worried. Han Su's expression softened momentarily, and without lingering further, he departed from the lounge. Lin Shiyan rose from the sofa, shedding her drenched gown and taking a dry towel to wipe the moisture from her skin. Just as she had retrieved the dress that Manager Tang had delivered, a knock resounded at the door of the lounge. Hastily, Lin Shiyan donned the gown and approached the door, assuming it was Han Su, inquiring, Did you drop something? Her words were abruptly halted. Lin Shiyan stared in surprise at the man at the entrance of the lounge. What brings you here? If I do not come, who do you intend to invite? Feng Xingzhi's voice was low, his expression cast in deep gloom. Han Su. Chapter 33. Who is the third party? Lin Shiyan was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. The joy she had felt upon seeing Feng Xingzhi just moments ago dissipated like mist. Her face, once bright, now clouded with concern as she furrowed her brows. What if I am waiting for Han Su? I have every right to be forthright and innocent. Is there any harm in that? Feng Xingzhi stepped closer, pressing Lin Shiyan into the conference room. His large hand gripped her shoulder, pinning her against the wall. His gaze is frigid as if frozen. When I say it is not allowed, it is not allowed. Lin Shiyan, I have warned you before not to provoke Han Su. Do you treat my words as mere whispers? Suddenly, Lin Shiyan raised her hand to touch Feng Xingzhi's forehead. No fever. She then held up 2 fingers before him, earnestly asking, Now, tell me, how many is this? Lin Shiyan, what do you mean? It holds little significance. It merely serves to ascertain whether your mind is in disarray. A hint of cold laughter curled at the corners of Lin Shiyan's lips. The one thing that most men dread and find utterly unacceptable is the notion of their wives entangled with other men. Yet here you are, fully aware that no such connection exists, deliberately intertwining my name with his. Do you feel the chill in the air, prompting you to don a metaphorical green hat? Without warning, Lin Shiyan found herself abruptly falling into Feng Xingzhi's embrace, and in the next moment, a fierce and passionate kiss enveloped them. Just then, a sudden knock echoed at the door of the lounge. Yin, are you ready? Han Su's gentle voice drifted in from outside. A jolt of realization struck Lin Shiyan. How had she not anticipated that she would be kissing Feng Xingzhi? As she opened her mouth to speak, a sharp pain radiated from her collarbone, causing her to cry out in agony. Yin, Han Su's expression shifted dramatically. Assuming Lin Shiyan had sustained yet another injury, he unhesitatingly pushed open the door to enter, only to be met with the sight of Feng Xingzhi and Lin Shiyan locked in an embrace. Han Su stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. Feng Xingzhi lifted his head, holding Lin Shiyan closely around her waist, allowing her to nestle intimately against him. He smiled at Han Su, saying, Xiao Su, what brings you here? Are you looking for me? Ah! The word barely escaped Han Su's lips before he regained his composure, replying, Yes, I was seeking you, cousin, to discuss some matters regarding the company. It is indeed a rarity to find you interested in the affairs of the company. Please wait a moment while I bid farewell to your cousin. As you know, she possesses many admirable qualities, but she tends to be rather clingy. As Feng Xingzhi spoke, his slender fingers glided across her face, tucking the loose strands of hair behind her ear, revealing her neck adorned with marks of affection. Please proceed to the auction and await my arrival, if you would, he murmured softly, his tone laced with tenderness. A sweetness that would make any observer envious of their marital bond. Yet, in such close proximity, Lin Shiyan discerned the absence of any warmth in his gaze, which held only a chilling warning. At that moment, she realized that Feng Xingzhi's kiss was not an expression of desire, but rather a means to leave a mark upon her, a cautionary signal directed at Han Su. Indeed, she had once again acted foolishly. Feng Xingzhi's disdain for her was something she had always been acutely aware of. Yet she found herself unable to resist sinking into his embrace when he drew near and kissed her. A profound chill settled within Lin Shiyan's heart, igniting a fervent desire to confront Feng Xingzhi and inquire what exactly she meant to him. Was she merely a plaything to be toyed with at his whim? Ultimately, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, knowing that to do so would only invite humiliation. In silence, she merely nodded stiffly, her voice hoarse as she acquiesced. As Feng Xingzhi departed with Han Su, Lin Shiyan remained alone on the sofa in the lounge. Perhaps it was the overpowering air conditioning or the chilling water from earlier, but she instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, seeking solace against the pervasive cold. Upon stepping outside, I encountered Feng Shui. Sister Lin, where have you been? I've been searching everywhere for you. What do you need me for? With a contrite expression, Feng Shui said, I must offer my sincerest apologies. I was simply unable to resist acquiring the items I desired. However, I cannot accept full responsibility, as it was Xingzhi who instilled in me the notion that one should seize what one covets. Most importantly, he willingly allows me to hold him in my grasp. Lin Shiyan felt weary and had no desire to engage in a verbal sparring match with Feng Shui, who, however, was unwilling to let her off so easily. With an earnest tone, she inquired, Ms. Lin, might I pose a question that you could perhaps elucidate for me? No, Lin Shiyan ritorti tersely, causing Feng Shui's expression to falter. She then proceeded to ask directly, Ms. Lin, in your estimation, who is the interloper, the unloved wife or the woman genuinely cherished by the man? Lin Shiyan was fully cognizant of Feng Shui's veiled intentions, as she was subtly insinuating against her. It was beyond her comprehension when the notion that the unloved party in a romantic entanglement is the third wheel became so prevalent. Such a notion is truly preposterous. If that statement were to hold true, what would be the purpose of the marriage law? It's not difficult to discern. The wife, who has been joined in matrimony and possesses a marriage certificate, is, of course, the legitimate spouse. My perspective diverges entirely from yours, Sister Lin. While the wife may be recognized by marriage, the law, and societal norms, she is not acknowledged by love. After all, if she were loved even to the slightest degree by her husband, they would not have remained childless after 3 years of marriage. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Shiyan's complexion paled. This statement struck her at her most vulnerable point. After 3 years of marriage, Feng Xingzhi had persistently refrained from any intimate contact with her. At long last, in a moment of inebriated confusion, he hastily underwent a vasectomy and received contraceptive injections. Even after they had shared a bed again, he had Zhou Chun deliver the morning after pill. All of this served to illustrate just how little Feng Xingzhi valued her as his wife. Observing Feng Shui's triumphant demeanor, Lin Shiyan brushed her hair back and remarked, "Your words seem to carry some weight. Yet you have overlooked one crucial aspect. Whether one is an uncherished wife or a beloved mistress, none of these matters bear any relation to that of a mere substitute. Miss Feng, would you not agree with my assertion?" Chapter 34. Your filial piety is limited. Feng Shui's fury ignited, her expression contorting into a grotesque mask of rage as she swung her hand toward Lin Shiyan. Anticipating the attack, Lin Shiyan swiftly evaded Feng Shui's slap. Grasping her wrist with one hand and seizing her shoulder with the other, Lin Shiyan forcefully shoved Feng Shui against the wall. Her delicate features darkened, and her almond-shaped eyes gleamed with sharp intensity as she articulated each word with precision. Feng Shui, who grants you the audacity to repeatedly act out of line before me? Do you genuinely believe that your resemblance to your sister affords you a license to act with impunity? Just as Feng Shui was about to retort, she caught sight of the hickey adorning Lin Shiyan's neck. Remembering that Feng Xingzhi had just left her side and re-entered the lounge, Feng Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. This was left by Feng Xingzhi. She was certain that Lin Shiyan had shamelessly attempted to seduce Brother Xingzhi. Feng Shui immediately retorted, "This question should be posed to you, Mrs. Feng, who cannot even afford the gemstone necklace she fancies. What right do you have to boast before me?" Lin Shiyan brushed off Feng Shui, her lips curling into a disdainful smile. "As for that gemstone necklace, Miss Feng, if you desire it, feel free to keep it. After all, it is merely a trinket acquired through another's brilliance, and who knows when it might be lost." With that, Lin Shiyan dismissed Feng Shui and straightened her attire before striding towards the banquet hall. Feng Shui, infuriated, let out a piercing scream. "Miss, what is the matter?" a maid inquired upon hearing the commotion. "Get lost. Just get out." Feng Shui scolded loudly, driving the maid away. She glared in the direction Lin Shiyan had departed, her chest heaving with rage, her exquisitely adorned eyes glinting with venom. She could not allow Lin Shiyan to have it easy. Lin Shiyan let out a sigh of relief and picked up a glass of water to drink. "Why had you been away for so long? You even changed out of your gown?" came the voice of Han Fenghua from above. Lin Shiyan quickly rose to assist Han Fenghua in sitting down. "I accidentally tore my gown while taking a breath in the garden, so I asked the person in charge here to prepare another." Han Fenghua recalled the earlier incident, gently patting the back of her hand and sighing, "You've endured quite a bit." Lin Shiyan shook her head and smiled. With such a wonderful mother-in-law, how could I possibly feel wronged? Upon hearing these words, Han Fenghua's gaze towards Lin Shiyan softened considerably. Soon, the host took the stage, and the second half of the auction commenced. To Feng Shui, this was nothing short of provocation. She clenched her teeth in frustration, harboring a deep-seated disdain for Lin Shiyan. In her eyes, This woman possessed nothing but luck for having married Feng Xingzhi, with no other qualities to commend her. Mother, how do you find this jade vase? I shall bid for it and place it in your room. Come winter, it would be splendid adorned with plum blossoms, Han Fenghua remarked, glancing over and giving a slight nod of approval. Seated in the back row, Feng Shuwei could not suppress a cold smirk. The bidding for the vase commenced at 300,000 and swiftly escalated to 600,000. 680,000. Lin Shiyan raised her paddle, reaching a rather elevated price, causing other competitors to withdraw. Lin Shiyan acknowledged them with a nod of gratitude. At that moment, Feng Shuwei raised her paddle, 990,000. Lin Shiyan was poised to raise her paddle in response, only to be halted by Han Fenghua's intervention. Let it go. Clearly unwilling to concede but also reluctant to defy her mother-in-law's wishes, Lin Shiyan suggested, then let us bid on this string of pearl necklaces instead. Your demeanor is regal and dignified, perfectly suited for pearls. Yet, she was once again outbid by Feng Shuwei. This pattern repeated for numerous items, with Feng Shuwei monopolizing the latter half of the auction. Even with her typically placid temperament, Lin Shiyan could no longer contain her frustration. Turning to Feng Shuwei, she exclaimed indignantly, Miss Feng, what is the meaning of this? Must you compete with me over everything? Is it truly amusing? These are gifts I have meticulously selected for my mother-in-law. I find your words rather disagreeable, Miss Lin, Feng Shuwei remarked after blowing on her nails. This is an auction, where the highest bidder prevails. If you cannot afford the price, you cannot fault the fact that these treasures elude your grasp. Furthermore, your frugality is rather amusing, considering you intended to gift it to your mother-in-law. Your reluctance to even raise the bid suggests that your filial piety is somewhat lacking. You, Lin Shiyan retorted, her face flushed with anger. Tang Yunzhou promptly intervened, attempting to mediate the situation. Sister-in-law, next in line is a pink diamond necklace, a masterpiece crafted by a renowned artisan. Its exquisite value renders it the piece assistance of this auction. Surely, such a precious item is befitting of your esteemed mother. Lin Shiyan, suppressing her fury, pledged to Han Fenghua, Mother, rest assured, I shall acquire this necklace for you. Han Fenghua's countenance softened slightly. I am aware of your utmost filial devotion. A glint of disdain flickered in Feng Shuwei's eyes. Lin Shiyan's aspiration to curry favor with Madame Feng through extravagant gifts was nothing more than a pipe dream. Given Lin Shiyan's cunning and the numerous occasions she had been outmaneuvered, she would not let this matter rest so easily. The auctioneer promptly commenced the introduction of the necklace. This pink diamond necklace was not only the creation of a distinguished artisan, but it also featured a flawlessly cut pink diamond weighing 5.21 carats. Upon its unveiling, the pink diamond necklace garnered widespread admiration, attracting a multitude of bidders. The price swiftly escalated from 5 million to 20 million. At this juncture, some individuals ceased their pursuit. Although the attendees of the auction were all affluent, they were hesitant to part with 20 million for a single necklace. Some formidable competitors remained in the bidding, and soon the price surged past 28 million. A sheen of perspiration formed on Feng Shuwei's palm. Although she currently possessed such wealth, her family hailed from humble origins, and in her childhood, they lived quite frugally, with the entire family lacking such funds. Having been with Feng Xingzhi for merely 3 years, during which she endeavored to maintain an image of purity, she had never once requested any extravagant gifts. Of course, Feng Xingzhi had not treated her poorly, otherwise she would not have access to such resources, nor would she have achieved her present stature. Nevertheless, the thought of spending such a considerable sum on a necklace left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Firmly gripping her bidding paddle, she resolved to cease her participation. Just then, she overheard Lin Shiyan conversing with Han Fenghua. Mother, we can finally secure this necklace. Yes, although the price exceeded our expectations. Lin Shiyan remained unfazed. A gift for you should never be cheap. Only such extravagance can convey my filial piety. Tang Yunzhou gave a thumbs up. Aunt, your daughter-in-law is truly devoted. You are in for a lifetime of blessings. Feng Shuwei's expression turned icy as she raised her bidding paddle. 28,500,000. Chapter 35. Freezing the husband's card, the auctioneer, visibly exhilarated, announced, "Miss Feng, the bid is now 28,500,000. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid?" No sooner had the auctioneer finished speaking than Lin Shiyan raised her paddle again. 29 million. All eyes in the venue converged upon them, as everyone present was aware of their relationship, leading to a flurry of speculation. To whom would the prize ultimately belong? Feng Shuwei, eager to steal the spotlight, promptly raised her paddle high and declared 30 million. At the utterance of this figure, the auctioneer seemed invigorated, energetically shouting, 30 million, going once. Miss Feng bids 30 million. Are there any bids higher than 30 million? 30 million, going twice. Feng Shuwei, composed and self-assured, regarded Lin Shiyan, anticipating her to raise the bid further. She had already researched the necklace, confirming its exorbitant value, yet it was merely worth 20 million. Now, the bid had escalated to 30 million. Even if Lin Shiyan were to win it and present it to her mother-in-law, it would undeniably render her a fool. Shortly, she planned to circulate some rumors in the banquet hall, ensuring that Madame Feng would no longer favor this daughter-in-law, thus sealing Feng Shuwei's position as the true Lady Feng. At that moment, she heard Lin Shiyan's apologetic tone as she said, "Mother, I truly regret disappointing you once again. The price of this necklace has soared too high." She sighed, "Let it be. If someone wishes to play the fool, so be it. We shall heed your wishes, mother." Feng Shuwei's mind went blank, and cold sweat trickled down her back. She had initially assumed Lin Shiyan would continue to escalate the bid to curry favor with her mother-in-law, but to her astonishment, Lin Shiyan had chosen to withdraw. Just then, the auctioneer's gavel fell heavily, accompanied by his booming voice, 30 million, going 3 times. "Madame Feng, congratulations. This rare pink diamond necklace is yours from this day forward." He initiated the applause, followed by the others, who gazed at Feng Shuwei with admiration. Feng Shuwei's mind was somewhat muddled. She realized her fingertips were icy only when they curled into her palm. Heaven knows, she genuinely had no intention of acquiring the necklace, given its exorbitant price of 30 million. However, Feng Shuwei swiftly regained her composure, recalling the black card in her purse. She had verified that Feng Xingzhi's card had no spending limit, even if he were displeased by her extravagance. She could assuage him with some cajolery and a mention of her sister, and the matter would be resolved. The corners of Feng Shuwei's lips curved upward, and she regained her confidence as she addressed the guests. "Thank you all for your indulgence." Following the auction, a cocktail reception was held, and Feng Shuwei, as the auction's most prominent figure, garnered much attention. After a brief exchange with the guests, Feng Shuwei approached Lin Shiyan with a glass of red wine, her face filled with feigned contrition. "Miss Lin, I do apologize. I was simply captivated by those treasures and couldn't resist bidding, never anticipating that it would leave you empty-handed. How about this? When the items are delivered later, I'll allow you to select anything you desire as a token of our acquaintance." These words sounded magnanimous, but were, in reality, utterly revolting, capable of grating on even the most placid of temperaments. Han Fenghua's expression darkened, but she was interrupted by Lin Shiyan before she could speak. Lin Shiyan shook her head at Han Fenghua. "Mother, it's all right." Han Fenghua frowned. Although she hoped her daughter-in-law would be gentle, she did not want her to retreat when faced with the provocation of a mistress. That was not magnanimity, but weakness. Lin Shiyan did not explain, but instead looked at Feng Shuwei with a delighted expression. "Can I really choose anything I want?" "Of course, except for that pink diamond necklace. You can choose anything you like." Feng Shuwei's tone was arrogant, feeling that all her resentment had vanished at that moment. "Then I won't stand on ceremony. After Miss Feng pays, I must take my time to choose carefully. After all, what you've acquired today are all treasures." As Lin Shiyan's words trailed off, Manager Tang led a group of staff carrying trays, walking over in a grand manner. Manager Tang greeted Lin Shiyan first, then approached Feng Shuwei and said respectfully, "Miss Feng, these are the items you've purchased. Please inspect them." Feng Shuwei reveled in the attention of the crowd, feeling both proud and satisfied. She casually glanced at the items and said with reserve and arrogance, "The items are correct, and they are worthy of my attention." Manager Tang bowed even lower and said politely, "Now that Miss Feng has confirmed everything is in order, please swipe your card." The total is 46.87 million, and these charitable funds will be donated in Miss Feng's name. Feng Shuwei was taken aback by the figure. She knew she had bought a lot of things earlier to compete with Lin Shiyan, but she didn't expect it to cost more than 40 million. Upon recalling the bank card nestled within her handbag, Feng Shuwei regained her composure. She handed the black card belonging to Xingzhi Hong to Manager Tang, saying, "Proceed with the transaction." "Frozen? How could that be?" she retorted incredulously. "Do you not know how to swipe a card? This is a black card. It cannot possibly be frozen." Manager Tang replied, "It has indeed been frozen. If you do not believe me, feel free to call the bank for confirmation." Feng Shuwei promptly made the call and soon approached Lin Shiyan with a stern expression, her voice laced with anger. "It was you, wasn't it? You are the one behind this." Lin Shiyan looked bewildered. "Miss Feng, what are you talking about? What have I done? You had the bank freeze my bank card, didn't you?" Lin Shiyan chuckled, adopting a tone of feigned surprise. "Your words are quite puzzling, Miss Feng. What authority do I possess to freeze your bank card? My powers extend only to freezing my own card or, under the guise of protecting marital assets, freezing my husband's card. That is the privilege bestowed upon me by marriage. Miss Feng, being young and single, seems to lack understanding of such matters. Lin Shiyan, you are being excessively arrogant. You are fully aware that this is—" "What is it?" Lin Shiyan interjected, her smile unwavering as she inquired. Feng Shuwei abruptly fell silent, unable to articulate the words that lingered on her lips. Although she was certain that the majority of people were aware of her relationship with Feng Xingzhi, the matter had never been openly discussed, and Feng Shuwei preferred it remained unmentioned. Her ambition was never merely to be a woman kept by Feng Xingzhi. Her aspiration was to be the wife of the esteemed Feng. Chapter 36. An early heir. The astute Manager Tang promptly approached with a POS machine, inquiring, "Miss Feng, how would you prefer to settle the payment? We accommodate card transactions, mobile payments, and online transfers." Feng Shuwei was reluctant to part with the sum. Over the years, her career as a celebrity had been lucrative, yet her expenses were equally substantial. The team she maintained, along with her daily lifestyle, demanded considerable financial resources. Furthermore, her frequent appearances at events necessitated a constant influx of new attire. Draining her reserves of over 40 million would leave her coffers bare. More significantly, the items she had acquired were not only priced 20% above market value, but also largely undesirable to her. Her previous actions had been solely motivated by the desire to seize Lin Shiyan's possessions. "Manager Tang," she proposed, "let's negotiate. I'll retain 2 of these items, and you can relist the remainder at a subsequent auction." Manager Tang responded with astonishment. "Miss Feng, as a prominent celebrity, you must be familiar with auction proceedings. Now that the auction has concluded, the transaction is binding. Regrettably, these items cannot be resubmitted for auction." With a flourish, Manager Tang gestured, and the staff presented an array of exquisite treasures before Feng Shuwei, creating an atmosphere of veneration. While Feng Shuwei once reveled in such attention, she now felt deeply uneasy. Her gaze instinctively searched the crowd, seeking Feng Xingzhi to extricate her from this predicament. However, Feng Xingzhi was nowhere to be found. An urgent matter at Feng's corporation had compelled him to depart before the charity gala's conclusion. Manager Tang, with a benign smile, inquired, "Has Miss Feng completed her inspection? If so, we would appreciate payment." After a slight pause, he added, "Miss Feng may be unaware of the auction house's regulations. Once a transaction is finalized, and unless demonstrable evidence of quality issues or counterfeit goods is presented, any retraction incurs legal ramifications." Upon hearing this, Feng Shuwei's countenance twitched. She was, of course, cognizant of this fact, and further understood that refusing to remit payment would irrevocably tarnish her reputation. Taking a deep breath, Feng Shuwei forced a smile and retorted, "Naturally, I'm aware of all of this. My previous statement was merely a jest. I am disappointed that you, as the orchestrator of a charity gala, possess such a limited sense of humor." As she spoke, her expression shifted to one of disdain. Manager Tang remained affable, reiterating, "Then, Miss Feng, we await your payment. I shall make a call first. Naturally, not a single penny will be omitted afterward." Feng Shuwei prepared to contact Feng Xingzhi. confident that her tearful plea would compel him to settle the account on her behalf. At that moment, Han Fenghua spoke, her face reflecting admiration. Miss Fong is indeed exceptional, effortlessly producing such a substantial sum of money. Unlike some young women who, lacking in ability, rely solely on their beauty to manipulate men into spending lavishly on them. I would never accept a woman who views men as mere sources of wealth as my daughter-in-law. Upon hearing Han Fenghua's words, Feng Shui's fingers stiffened. Even she, though not particularly astute, recognized the intentionality behind Han Fenghua's remarks. However, this woman was the mother of Feng Xingzhi, holding significant sway in his heart. If her dislike were to stem from these finances, it would be impossible for Feng Xingzhi, with his filial piety, to divorce Lin Shiyan and marry her. After all, it was precisely due to old Master Feng's critical illness that Feng Xingzhi had ultimately compromised and married Lin Shiyan to bring him joy. Contemplating this, Feng Shui resolved to call her agent, Sister Zhang, to arrange for the funds. Although she possessed considerable wealth, much of it was tied up in investments. Why was there such an urgent need for money? Feng Shui erupted at Sister Zhang's response. When I ask you to raise funds, just do it. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Half an hour later, Feng Shui's money finally arrived. In the past, she would have feigned gratitude theatrically, but now she felt both pained and disgraced, leaving without even taking her belongings. Lin Shiyan gave Han Fenghua a thumbs up and sincerely said, "Mom, I truly appreciate your help today. If it weren't for you, Feng Shui would never have willingly parted with her money." Indeed, after witnessing Feng Shui flaunt Feng Xingji's black card and leave the banquet hall, she promptly called to freeze that bank card. As Feng Xingji's wife, she had every right to do so. Today, she decided to extract such a substantial sum from Feng Shui as a lesson, reminding her that she could not continue to flaunt her power simply because of Feng Xingji. Even clay figurines have their limits, let alone a person. Han Fenghua remarked, "If you truly wish to thank me, then hurry up and give me a grandson. Everyone around me has grandchildren, yet our family is yet to welcome even one child. If others knew, they might think we are without such blessings." Lin Shiyan responded, her expression growing somewhat solemn. Han Fenghua glanced at Lin Shiyan and continued in a calm tone. "Shiyan, please do not take my words harshly. You must understand that only by bearing a child will you solidify your position as the young mistress of the Feng family. It will forge an unbreakable bond between you and him. Not even Feng Shui, nor even if Lin Yahui were to come back to life, could sever that connection." Lin Shiyan lifted her head and replied, "Mom, I understand. Rest assured, I will make every effort." Han Fenghua left, thoroughly satisfied. Lin Shiyan stood by, seeing her off until her figure disappeared, at which point she finally let out a sigh of relief, her shoulders sagging slightly. The phone suddenly rang, prompting Lin Shiyan to retrieve her device. Upon glancing at the caller ID, she hesitated briefly before answering. "Xingji, where is Mom?" Feng Xingzhi replied. "Mom just called and asked me to pick her up, but I cannot leave at the moment." Lin Shiyan responded empathetically, "I understand. I will comfort her on my end." A subtle acknowledgement escaped Feng Xingzhi, his tone revealing a sense of satisfaction. Clearly, Lin Shiyan's perceptiveness had brightened his mood, just as she was about to nod in agreement. A delicate voice resonated from the other end. "Xingzhi, are you finished with your work?" It was Feng Shui. Lin Shiyan's expression stiffened, and she almost inquired whether this so-called busy matter pertained to Feng Shui. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Feng Xingzhi had already terminated the call. A chill breeze swept through, causing Lin Shiyan to shiver involuntarily, as if her entire being had been enveloped in coldness. Particularly, her heart felt as though it had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 37. Becoming the matriarch of the Feng family in the Feng group. Feng Xingzhi furrowed his brows as he regarded Feng Shui with displeasure. "What brings you here?" Following closely behind, Zhou Chun expressed his apologies. "I am sorry, President Feng. I failed to prevent Miss Feng from entering." Feng Shui appeared visibly anxious. "Xingzhi, are you upset with me?" Observing her fearful demeanor only deepened Feng Xingzhi's frown. Feng Shui trembled slightly, her face pale as she hastily apologized. "I am sorry. I know my sister is not like me. I recognize her excellence, and no matter how hard I strive, I cannot reach her level. However, I have truly made an effort. I am also aware that had it not been for my sister's previous request for you to take good care of me, you would hardly concern yourself with my well-being. As Feng Xingzhi spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, rendering her utterly pitiable. Even with a heart of stone, Feng Xingzhi could not remain indifferent. His tone softened slightly. Do not think too much. He extended his large hand towards her. Come here. Feng Xingzhi, wiping her tears to reveal a smile, hurried to Feng Xingzhi, grasping his hand and sweetly calling out, Xingzhi ge. The expression on Feng Xingzhi's face softened as he handed her a tissue. What brings you here? I came to apologize. Xingzhi ge. It seems I have erred and made Sister Lin very angry. Lin Shiyan, what has happened to her? Upon hearing the evident displeasure in Feng Xingzhi's tone, Feng Xingzhi's anxious heart settled. She began to embellish her account. It is all my fault. I should not have allowed my fondness for that sapphire necklace to compel me into bidding. In truth, had Sister Lin merely informed me, I would willingly have relinquished the necklace without hesitation. There was no need for Sister Lin to orchestrate such an elaborate scheme to ensnare me. Feng Shui's eyes turned red, displaying an expression of profound grievance. She had not anticipated Feng Xingzhi's response. It was clear he held Lin Shiyan in high regard. A woman's position in a man's heart is never secured solely by love, but rather by trust. Feng Shui felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction, her expression growing increasingly despondent. She remarked, It must be due to that black card of yours. During the auction, I had intended to prepare my bank card for checkout, but inadvertently retrieved the wrong card, allowing Sister Lin to catch a glimpse of it. That black card was not actually given to me by Feng Xingzhi. Rather, it was accidentally left behind during a previous visit to the hospital. I had continuously fabricated excuses to avoid returning it. Earlier at the auction, upon seeing Lin Shiyan seated in front of me, my irritation compelled me to brandish the black card in an attempt to provoke her. Sister Lin must have misunderstood the situation, not only freezing your black card, but also deliberately enticing me into relentless bidding during the ensuing auction. Being young and impulsive, I was unable to resist, and my mind became foggy, leaving me a mere pawn in Sister Lin's game. It was only when the auction concluded that I realized, to my astonishment, I had spent over 40 million. Sister Lin even remarked that I deserved it, as though I had merely purchased a lesson with my money. As Feng Shui contemplated her empty bank account, tears of sorrow streamed down her cheeks. To her surprise, Feng Xingzhi did not react as she had anticipated, filled with righteous indignation. Instead, he nodded in agreement, stating, Lin Shiyan makes a valid point. If you can amend your impulsive and reckless tendencies, then the expenditure of over 40 million would indeed be worthwhile. Feng Shui was taken aback by Feng Xingzhi's unexpected response. She instinctively clutched her clothing, nearly gasping for breath, her heart brimming with resentment that almost threatened to overwhelm her. With a fierce bite to her tongue, she struggled to maintain her composure. She offered a resigned yet pallid smile, acknowledging, I understand that Sister Lin's actions are intended to teach me a lesson, and I am genuinely grateful to her. However, the money I had was meant for purchasing a new house for my parents. Xingzhi, you are aware that my sister's greatest wish was to ensure our parents led a comfortable life. I feel utterly powerless after so long. I finally managed to save enough to buy a villa in Yanhai, only to see it vanish in an instant. How am I supposed to explain this to my parents and my sister? Feng Shui nodded stiffly, a tumult of emotions swirling within her that was difficult to articulate. She had anticipated that Feng Xingzhi would proactively offer to replenish the lost funds, or perhaps gift her the villa in Yanhai, as any property there was exorbitantly priced, and she would incur no loss. Yet, to her dismay, Feng Xingzhi remained silent, in her resolve to project an image of purity. She had never dared to hint at her financial needs. Her expression dimmed, and she plaintively inquired, Xingzhi, are you trying to send me away? Realizing her words fell somewhat askew, she quickly softened her tone, adding, It's merely that I wish to spend a little more time with you. If you have pressing matters to attend to, please go ahead. I can wait here in your office until my family car arrives. At that moment, Zhou Chen arrived to urge Feng Xingzhi onward. He chose not to linger further with Feng Shui and departed the office. Alone, she began to pace slowly within the expansive confines of the office, her aspirations soaring to unprecedented heights. Eventually, she would reign as the matriarch of the vast Feng family. In the confines of the Zijing garden, Lin Shiyan lay restlessly upon her grand bed, unable to succumb to slumber. The saccharine voice of Feng Shui echoed incessantly in her mind, exacerbating her unease. Her heart burned with anxiety, thwarting any hope of tranquility. Though Feng Xingzhi had always maintained close ties with Feng Shui, Lin Shiyan had never been overly concerned. Secure in the knowledge that Feng Xingzhi's affections did not lie with her, and he would never meet Feng Shui late at night. However, tonight, Feng Shui had managed to keep Feng Xingzhi by her side, igniting a sense of crisis that robbed Lin Shiyan of her peace. Ultimately, Lin Shiyan conceded defeat. She rose from her bed, donned her attire, and drove to the Feng Corporation. Feng Shui's countenance darkened, her displeasure evident as she retorted, "Since when is it your place to dictate my actions or departure?" The assistant hastily demurred, not daring to betray any hint of discontent. They had long grown accustomed to Feng Shui's frequent visits to the Feng Corporation, each time adopting an imperious demeanor, leading some to mistake her for the rightful mistress. "Madam, what brings you here so late?" Lin Shiyan's arrival? She must be here to slither into Xingji's bed, shamelessly seeking his affections. Feng Shui seethed with a mixture of rage and indignation. A cunning plan began to formulate in her mind. As Lin Shiyan approached the office door, reason finally prevailed. She realized that her impulsive arrival at the Feng Corporation might displease Feng Xingzhi, who detested her unauthorized visits. For him, the notion of his grandfather marrying her was already a considerable strain. He would never permit her to casually step into the Feng family. Just as Lin Shiyan was wavering, she suddenly heard a sultry and heated female voice emanating from the office. "Xingzhi, be gentle. I can hardly endure it." Lin Shiyan felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her entire being chilled to the core. "Ah, detestable." The woman's sultry moans, coupled with the man's heavy breaths, at that moment were the sharpest blades in the world, piercing Lin Shiyan mercilessly. Feng Shui sat in the office chair, gazing at the shadowy figure that appeared at the slightly ajar office door, her heart swelling with pride and satisfaction. She knew well that no woman could withstand this. Lin Shiyan was no different. As long as she could not bear it, as long as she clashed with Feng Xingzhi, she would only push him further away. Then, she would present herself more gently, confident that the bed of Feng Xingzhi would soon be within her reach. If she could successfully conceive a child, would the position of Feng's young mistress not inevitably belong to her? Just as Feng Shui reveled in her delightful fantasies, the office door was suddenly thrust open with a resounding bang. Startled, Feng Shui's voice quivered. Then, she heard Lin Shiyan's scornful remark, "Miss Feng, your cries are truly melodious. Please continue. I would love to witness a live performance." Feng Xingzhi had just concluded an urgent meeting when his assistant reported that Lin Shiyan had arrived and had encountered Feng Shui, who had yet to leave. Upon hearing this, Feng Xingji's brow furrowed slightly, and he quickened his pace towards the office. As Feng Xingzhi appeared, Feng Shui rushed towards him like a fledgling returning to its nest, weeping with a heart-wrenching, delicate fragility. "What's wrong?" Feng Xingzhi inquired, his brow furrowed, refraining from embracing her. "It's nothing really, except that Sister Lin." Her hesitant expression was replete with grievance and accusation, but before she could elaborate, Lin Shiyan interjected. "Indeed, Miss Feng is correct. It's truly nothing. It's merely that Miss Feng, upon learning of my visit, decided to stage a rather dramatic bedroom scene just as I approached the office door. Xingzhi, be gentle. I can hardly bear it." "Ah, you're such a tease," Lin Shiyan recited impassively. Feng Shui was taken aback that Lin Shiyan would be so blunt. Seeing Feng Xingzhi turn his gaze towards her, she immediately denied it. "I would never do such a thing. My heart is filled with well wishes for Xingzhi. How could I possibly do something like that? Sister Lin, just because you dislike me doesn't mean you can falsely accuse me." Feng Shui's eyes reddened, and tears threatened to spill. "TSK, I simply cannot abide being falsely accused. Lin Shiyan retorted, producing her phone and playing a recording. A sultry voice filled the air. Xingzhi. Feng Shui nearly lost her composure, never imagining Lin Shiyan would stoop to recording her. She glared at Lin Shiyan, a mixture of shock and anger in her eyes. Lin Shiyan then turned to Feng Xingzhi, offering a particularly sincere apology. Initially, I had foolishly assumed that you had used your financial influence to secure Ms. Feng's role in Director's project. A lapse in judgment due to my own mental fog. However, it has become clear that Ms. Feng's acting prowess is the true reason. My husband. Your discerning eye leaves me in awe. With a soft chuckle, Zhuochun could not suppress his laughter. What is sarcasm, if not this? Sensing Feng Xingzhi's piercing gaze, he promptly sealed his lips and lowered his head. I won't leave. Feng Shui adamantly refused, clutching tightly to Feng Xingzhi's sleeve. Brother Xingzhi, please don't send me away just yet. Allow me to explain. Shui complied. Feng Xingzhi's voice grew more pronounced, tinged with impatience. A shiver ran through Feng Shui's heart. Despite her reluctance, she dared not persist any longer and could only follow Zhuochun out. How can Miss Feng be allowed to leave so easily? I believe you owe her an explanation, an opportunity to articulate what led her to sit in your office chair in such a carefree manner. Feng Xingzhi's handsome visage darkened further. Lin Shiyan, you two should clarify your purpose in coming to Feng's. If I recall correctly, I had previously warned you against setting foot in Feng's. I'm left with no choice, Lin Shiyan sighed. It was my mother's insistence. She urges us to hasten the process of having a child. Lin Shiyan approached, entwining her arm with Feng Xingzhi's. Since I cannot conceive alone, I have no choice but to seek you out. As the distance between them closed, Lin Shiyan distinctly caught the scent of the perfume lingering on Feng Xingzhi, a fragrance left by Feng Shui. The scent unsettled her, prompting her to unhesitatingly attempt to remove Feng Xingzhi's garments. Feng Xingzhi grasped Lin Shiyan's wrist, irritation flickering in his eyes. What do you think you are doing? Undressing to have a child, of course. I am aware that you may currently lack this capability. Nevertheless, the process itself is quite gratifying. Lin Shiyan, rising on her toes, breathed softly. Xingzhi, does the notion not appeal to you? In a fleeting reverie, Feng Xingzhi's mind conjured up memories of past nights. While he harbored animosity towards Lin Shiyan, he had to concede that her allure was indeed captivating. Momentarily enraptured, Feng Xingzhi's grasp on her wrist loosened. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shiyan tore open his shirt. Upon witnessing Feng Shui's enraged countenance, Lin Shiyan remarked, "Is there an issue with being intimate with my husband?" "Indeed there is," Feng Shui retorted, her voice laced with both anger and indignation. In her heart, despite Feng Xingzhi's marriage to Lin Shiyan, she believed that she alone should be his wife. However, Feng Shui, maintaining a semblance of reason, refrained from uttering these words. With tear-filled eyes, she covered her mouth and fled. He was taken aback by how swiftly the young mistress and President Feng had become entangled. Lin Shiyan, unfazed, instructed Zhuochun, kindly retrieve Miss Feng's handbag and hasten to pursue her. Inform her, in passing, not to be so alarmed, even if she inadvertently stumbled upon us. There's no need for embarrassment. We are husband and wife, and such intimacy is perfectly natural. Zhuochun responded with an ambiguous acknowledgement and hurriedly followed suit. Feng Xingzhi seized Lin Shiyan's hand, which was creating havoc within his attire, and with a darkened countenance, he questioned, "Are you doing this deliberately?" Chapter 39. My intimacy with you stems from affection. What nonsense is this? Since you deem my extraordinary abilities to be impossible, why would you assume that I would deliberately engage in such actions for Feng Shui's sake? Lin Shiyan inhaled deeply and spoke with gravity. Feng Xingzhi, let me reiterate with utmost seriousness, my closeness to you, my desire to be intimate with you, stems from genuine affection. It is unrelated to any other matters. She continued, I would never employ intimacy with others to provoke you, nor would I use my closeness to you to achieve any ulterior motives. Though Lin Shiyan may possess a fragile strength, perhaps deemed inconsequential by others, the purity of her love for him remained undeniable. At that moment, Feng Xingzhi felt as if something had struck his heart with tremendous force. igniting a profound stirring within. The following day, Han Fenghua learned of Lin Shiyan's initiative to visit Feng's group, and she was thoroughly pleased, instructing the kitchen to prepare a plethora of nourishing supplements for Lin Shiyan. You are absolutely right to act this way. A woman should embody gentleness and softness. To conquer with tenderness is the wisest strategy, the path to true happiness. Feng Xingzhi, overhearing this, scoffed disdainfully and remarked, "What outdated nonsense is this? Even the principles of obedience and virtue have evolved in today's world. Haven't they? Obeying, a wife's commands must be followed. Wherever the wife goes, one must accompany her. The wife's reasoning must be accepted without question. Virtues, a wife's spending should be indulged. One must comprehend the wife's intentions. A wife's displeasure must be endured. A wife's makeup must be patiently awaited. As long as my brother can adhere to this, I assure you, Yin Yin and my brother will enjoy a loving marriage, with 2 children within 3 years. My brother is always gallivanting with those women outside, mistreating Yin Yin in every possible way. Why do you always impose so many demands on Yin Yin? Isn't that blatant favoritism?" Han Fenghua's countenance immediately darkened, and she said with displeasure, "It seems I have been remiss in disciplining you, to the point where you utter such nonsensical words." Having spoken, she darted away in a flash. Seeing that Han Fenghua was still upset, Lin Shiyan quickly poured a glass of water, saying, "Mom, have some water and calm your anger." Han Fenghua did not drink. She raised her eyes to look at Lin Shiyan and asked sternly, "Lin Shiyan, tell me the truth. Do you also think I am biased?" Lin Shiyan smiled and said, "Mom, you are biased, but your partiality is towards me. If you didn't favor me, how would you teach me to win Xingzhi's heart and live well with him? I understand your good intentions." Han Fenghua's tense expression immediately softened. She sighed and said, "You are the only sensible one. If only Xingzhi could be like you. Xingzhi has a genuine nature and has been educated so excellently by you. She only needs to emulate you in the future. There's no need to speak well of her. I know exactly what kind of daughter I have. I only hope that you, as her sister-in-law, can look after her more in the future." Lin Shiyan said solemnly, "I am not her sister-in-law. I am her sister, a blood sister. As long as I am here, I will never allow anyone to bully Xingzhi." Hearing Lin Shiyan's words, Han Fenghua's mood immediately became cheerful. Although Feng Xingzhi always wore a stern expression and exuded an air of indifference, he did not outright refuse. Han Fenghua observed all of this with satisfaction. She did not linger in Zijin Garden and left with Feng Xingzhi. "Young madam, how did you end up sleeping on the sofa in the living room?" Mama Zhen, who had risen early to prepare breakfast, noticed Lin Shiyan asleep on the couch and hurriedly called her awake. "It is only early summer, and the nighttime temperatures can be quite low. You might catch a chill here." "I must have dozed off after sitting for too long," Lin Shiyan replied, rubbing her heavy head. "Please prepare breakfast. I will go check on Xingzhi." After giving her instructions, Lin Shiyan stretched her body and ascended the stairs. She suddenly recalled the scene from yesterday, when Feng Xingzhi had held her hand, reassuring her mother-in-law. Lin Shiyan then immersed herself in her exceedingly busy work, leaving early and returning late as she sketched designs and crafted costumes for imperial decree. Ugh! Lin Shiyan felt a wave of nausea and clasped her chest. Retching slightly, Feng Yuan handed her a glass of water, concern etched on her face. "Sister Lin, why are you still feeling ill? We should see a doctor." "No need. I simply caught a chill from sleeping on the sofa that day, and my irregular eating patterns have exacerbated it. Once I drink some warm water, I shall be fine. Now, let us not dwell on such trivial matters. Quickly check the costumes. Next Monday, we must bring our attire to the set. Whether Yin Duo can soar to great heights hinges on this opportunity." Upon hearing these words, Feng Yuan immediately felt a surge of anxiety, setting aside everything else to attend to her tasks. Having imbibed half a glass of tepid water, Lin Shiyan quelled the nausea that churned within her and promptly immersed herself in her tasks. Monday arrived, and Lin Shiyan, at the helm of a van, conveyed Feng Yuan to the film set. Within the designated chamber, they meticulously suspended the brought garments upon hangers. A total of 100 articles of clothing were transported. Despite the temporal constraints and the frenetic pace of production, Lin Shiyan endeavored to ensure the utmost quality in each piece. Heavens, how exquisite! Lu Yun exclaimed, accompanied by her assistant, Xiao Yi, as she approached. Her gaze fixated upon a pale lilac court dress, eliciting a cascade of admiration. Lin, is this the attire designated for my character? Indeed, Lin Shiyan affirmed. Even without the application of cosmetics, I can discern its resplendence. Once captured on film, it shall undoubtedly serve as my latest and most captivating promotional image. Xiao Yi concurred. I eagerly anticipate the commencement of filming. Undoubtedly, you shall eclipse all others in beauty. Ms. Yun, Feng Xingzhi, who had just entered, upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, her countenance darkened perceptibly, her eyes ablaze with indignation, her heart consumed by wrath. In this production, she was not only cast as the peerless enchantress, but also as the foremost beauty. If Lu Yun were to outshine all others in splendor, where would that leave her? Feng Xingzhi then scrutinized the costumes designed for the second female lead, either exceedingly simplistic in style or consisting of armor, appearing monotonous in comparison to Lu Yun's attire. A disparity of immense proportions. Lin Shiyan is deliberately orchestrating this. She seeks to humiliate me through these means. What malevolence resides within her heart? Chapter 40. The expedient assistant after accompanying Lu Yun on a brief tour of the costume department. Assistant Shun arrived to inform them that the commencement ceremony was about to begin. As Lin Shiyan was not an actress, she was not required to partake in the incense offering with director. However, as a member of the principal creative staff, her presence was expected. Upon her departure, Lin Shiyan meticulously instructed Feng Yuan to safeguard the costume department. Given the multitude of individuals on set and their status as newcomers, any untoward incident could prove difficult to resolve. During the commencement ceremony, director personally arranged the sacrificial offerings and led the incense offering, followed by the film's principal actors. It is customary for directors to select the easiest scenes to film on the first day. Director chose Feng Xingzhi's scene, which depicted the female antagonist before she became the reviled femme fatale. The scene was simple, requiring only the portrayal of the female antagonist's carefree and idyllic life. Despite Feng Xingzhi's mediocre acting skills, she managed to complete the scene without incident. The auspicious start filled director with elation, and he exuberantly declared the day's work concluded. Inside the makeup room, an imperious voice resounded. You, come and remove my makeup. Lin Shiyan noticed that everyone's gaze was fixed upon her. Perplexed, she inquired, Are you asking me to remove your makeup? Indeed. Am I not in a position to command you? Feng Xingzhi's tone now carried a distinct note of displeasure. Before Lin Shiyan could respond, those surrounding Feng Xingzhi, eager to curry favor, began to vociferously denounce her. How presumptuous can this person be? Even with teacher Feng's personal invitation, she remains unmoved. Who knows where this grand Buddha came from? Some individuals are inclined to grandstanding and affectation. Does anyone genuinely believe that being addressed as teacher elevates them to that status? It seems their pretension is not of a teacher, but of a maestro. Perhaps even presuming their design acumen surpasses that of the esteemed Morphus. Overhearing the collective derision, Feng Yuan was on the verge of intervening, but Lin Shiyan restrained her. Since Miss Feng values my assistance, I have no reason to decline. Lin Shiyan approached, invited Feng Xingzhi to sit, and commenced removing her makeup with cleansing oil. Be careful. You're getting into my eyes, Feng Xingzhi exclaimed. Lin Shiyan, observing the cleansing oil that had barely touched her face, recognized Feng Xingzhi's deliberate provocation. My apologies. I presumed that Miss Feng's selection of a clumsy amateur like myself to remove your makeup was to afford me an opportunity for learning and growth. I sincerely regret my misinterpretation. Feng Xingzhi was taken aback, not anticipating Lin Shiyan's candid admission of her ineptitude and explicit acknowledgement of her amateur status. Should she persist in her fault-finding, it would appear as though she were deliberately making things difficult for Lin Shiyan. Although this was her original intention, such blatant behavior would be unseemly, leaving her no choice but to endure. As Lin Shiyan stood before Feng Xingzhi, preparing to remove her costume, her wrist was abruptly seized. Feng Xingzhi's grip on her wrist was forceful, her sharp nails nearly piercing the skin, causing a sharp, stinging sensation. Feng Xingzhi gritted her teeth and said, Lin Shiyan, do not be too pleased with yourself. As long as you continue to linger before my eyes, I shall have the opportunity to deal with you. Lin Shiyan's expression remained unchanged, and she replied calmly, Teacher Feng, if you could lift your hand, I would be able to remove my costume. Her voice rang out clearly, drawing the attention of everyone present. Feng Shui's expression faltered, and she had no choice but to release her grip. Lin Shiyan swiftly removed her costume and handed it to Feng Yuan, sincerely thanking Feng Shui for her cooperation before departing. As for the venomous glare directed at her from behind, she paid it no mind. After all, the rift between her and Feng Shui had long since become irreparable. Just as Lin Shiyan exited the set, she observed Feng Xingzhi entering amidst a throng of admirers, with Director and by his side. Noticing Director An's obsequious demeanor beside Feng Xingzhi, she surmised that he had come for Feng Shui's sake. Sister Lin, what are you looking at? Feng Yuan inquired, nodding before hastily departing. Lin Shiyan did not linger either, turning to leave. It seemed that Feng Xingzhi suddenly sensed something. When he glanced over, all he caught was a slender figure vanishing at the entrance of the set, reminiscent of Lin Shiyan. Mr. Feng, what a rare pleasure to encounter you today. Might I have the honor of sharing dinner with you? Director An expressed, though with a hint of regret, as he felt it inappropriate to impose. My mother-in-law has already departed. I have no pressing matters to attend to. Lin comprehended the situation instantly, and she exclaimed indignantly, So, President Feng truly regards you as merely a disposable instrument for him to feign filial piety before his mother, to be discarded after use. Is that it? Lin Shiyan responded candidly. He cannot dispose of this instrument, me, in the immediate future. Lin retorted acrimoniously. So, you are proud of this, are you not? Of course not, Lin Shiyan said, leaning against the bar. I am deeply saddened. It is right that you are saddened. It proves you still possess a heart. At this moment, the server delivered the wine, and Lin pushed it towards her, saying, Drink and drown your sorrows in intoxication. Lin Shiyan lifted the glass and took a sip, the pungent flavor instantly assailing her senses, burning like a fiery dragon all the way down to her stomach. Her cheeks flushed crimson immediately, and she pushed the remaining wine aside. Lin gazed at Lin Shiyan and inquired, So, you will not drink anymore? She and Lin Shiyan were longtime confidants, and she was aware of her habit of only ever taking a single sip of any wine, no matter how expensive. Indeed, if she drank too much, she would be unable to maintain her lucidity. Lin shook her head, remarking, Yin, your self-restraint is excessively exhausting. Lin Shiyan smiled faintly. I have grown accustomed to it, and it is not so bad. Lin shook her head, refraining from further persuasion, and instead raised her own glass to drink. Several men with malicious intent began to encircle Lin. Anlin, your brother and I have come to fetch you. How is it that you have imbibed so much? Lin Shiyan calmly approached, and supporting her, prepared to depart. Having just commenced their stride, their path was obstructed by a man of gaunt visage and lecherous eyes that roved over them. Whither do you lovely ladies venture? Perchance we gentlemen could escort you? He proposed, reaching out to seize them, evaded his grasp, her countenance darkening as she rebuked the persistent man. Stand aside. Oh, a fiery spirit, I relish it. Such vitality will undoubtedly prove exhilarating upon the bedsheets, promising a tempestuous encounter. The man retorted. His words incited a chorus of raillery from the onlookers. Bravo, young Master Hua. Subdue these beauties and revel in the bliss of simultaneous dalliance. Rest assured, your merits shall not go unrewarded. My dear, remarked, gazing past the man, why did you not divest yourself of your uniform before entering? Observe, we have garnered the attention of all. Upon hearing the word police, young Master Hua and his cohort instinctively turned, seized this moment of distraction to swiftly depart. Finding themselves ensnared, young Master Hua advanced, rubbing his hands together with a chilling smile. Run, were you not so fleet of foot? Let us observe whither you shall flee this time. Should I fail to render you compliant, I shall renounce my very name. I apologize for misleading you earlier. However, it was a matter of self-preservation. Allow me to offer a sincere apology, and perhaps we can consider this matter resolved. Resolved? How can we simply absolve you after you trifled with my brother's affections? Who says we cannot? Disrobe yourself and offer a few dulcet entreaties, and perhaps we shall find it in our hearts to forgive you. And if you were to utter a few more endearing appeals to your esteemed elder brothers, we would be amenable to satisfying your every desire. Upon hearing these words, the assembly erupted in boisterous laughter, and the impatient young master who had gestured for his cohorts to seize Lin Shiyan and Li Yanlin. Observing this, Lin Shiyan sighed softly as she gently placed Li Yanlin aside. As she straightened, the men surged toward her en masse. Lin Shiyan remained composed, and as the first man lunged, she swiftly delivered a precise kick. Moments later, the men lay prostrate on the ground, clutching their abdomens and groaning in agony. Lin Shiyan dusted off her hands, sparing the men not a glance, and assisted Li Yanlin to her feet. Shiyan, it's all right. Elena Shiyan patienli consulad Li Yanlin. We shall not allow this to pass without retribution. All right. Li Yanlin attempted a smile, which soon dissolved into tears, but he is gone. He no longer desires me. Li Yanlin was profoundly intoxicated, and as Lin Shiyan soothed her, she guided her toward the parking area. After a considerable struggle, she managed to settle Li Yanlin into the vehicle, her own garments saturated with perspiration. With a sigh of relief, Lin Shiyan fastened her seatbelt. Just as she was about to start the car, two uniformed police officers intercepted her, knocking on the window. Lin Shiyan hesitated before rolling down the window, only doing so after they presented their badges. She inquired with surprise, "Is there a problem?" Lin Shiyan, one of the officers, stated, "We received a report alleging that you deliberately caused harm to someone. We need you to come with us to the station for questioning." Subsequently, Lin Shiyan and Li Yanlin were escorted to the police station. As they alighted from the police vehicle, Lin Shiyan noticed Little Master Hua's entourage. The young man, cradling his injured face, flashed a venomous grin at Lin Shiyan. "You dare lay a hand on me, you vile woman? This time, you'll pay dearly." Upon hearing Little Master Hua's menace, Lin Shiyan promptly retorted, "Officers, I wish to report a threat. I request personal protection and intend to sue the individual who threatened me. I hope you will be available to testify as witnesses." Little Master Hua erupted, "You dare slander me, you hussy?" He lunged forward, attempting to strike Lin Shiyan, who feigned terror. "Officers, help. This man is trying to kill me." The police swiftly restrained Little Master Hua. "Calm down. Please remain calm, or we will be forced to take coercive measures." Under the officer's pressure, Little Master Hua was subdued, his face contorted with rage as he exclaimed, "This woman is fabricating lies. She assaulted me and several of my associates. I demand a forensic examination of our injuries." The police officer turned to Lin Shiyan, furrowing his brows as he inquired, "Lin Shiyan, why did you resort to violence? Are you aware that harming others is a criminal offense?" Unfazed by the biased tone of the question, Lin Shiyan replied calmly, "Officer, may I inquire if my friend has regained consciousness?" "Not yet," came a response. "Did Hua Xiao just accuse me of injuring him and several of his companions?" "Indeed." Lin Shiyan pressed further. "And how many did I injure?" "Surely, Hua Xiao isn't so inebriated that he cannot recall." The officer sensed something amiss, but before he could speak, the irate Hua Xiao interjected loudly, "6. You injured 6 of my brothers." Thus, to clarify, a solitary woman, accompanied by an intoxicated friend, managed to incapacitate Hua Xiao and his 6 companions, correct? Lin Shiyan's tone remained gentle and sincere. "Fortunately, before my visit to the police station, I shared the incident on Weibo." She glanced at her phone, noting there are quite a few individuals following this matter, all inquiring about the audacity of a young woman capable of besting 7 men. Many wish to learn martial arts from my mentor. The officer, taken aback, promptly searched for Lin Shiyan's Weibo account, and indeed, as she had stated, she had detailed the entire incident on her platform. With a substantial following of several 100,000 on her Weibo account, Lin Shiyan's post immediately garnered a flurry of light-hearted banter from her devoted fans. However, a segment of her followers, demonstrating their resourcefulness, had already pinpointed the location of the precinct through the provided address. They began to tag the authorities in their Weibo posts. Seeking updates on the matter, law enforcement officers promptly proceeded to gather information. Lin Shiyan, feigning apprehension, inquired, "Is the situation truly this dire?" Turning her attention, she requested, "Young Master Hua, would you be so kind as to step outside for a moment?" Reluctant to yield, young Master Hua, who had yet to witness Lin Shiyan's submission, was unwilling to comply. However, before he could voice his refusal, he was forcibly escorted out by the officers. Chapter 42. Your husband is not home. Sleeping beside me, left alone in the room, Lin Shiyan was soon joined by one of the officers. "Ms. Lin, the matter has been thoroughly investigated. It appears that young Master Hua and his companions, under the influence of alcohol, inadvertently stumbled and fell. Coincidentally, you were passing by, leading them to mistakenly believe you were responsible for their injuries." "I see," Lin Shiyan responded with a subtle smile, refraining from dwelling on the previous incident. An unspoken understanding in the adult realm. The officer, visibly relieved, stated, "Ms. Lin, you may now contact a family member to come and sign the necessary paperwork for your release." When contemplating whom to summon to the police station, Lin Shiyan's initial thought gravitated towards her mother, Zheng Lanin. Observing the lingering anger in Zheng Lanin's expression, Lin Shiyan suddenly recalled the last encounter at the hospital. She had learned that Zheng Lanin, in a fit of fury, had sold her jewelry to assist Lin Zichuan in purchasing a vehicle. Unable to contain her emotions, she had vented to her mother, only to be chastised for lacking fraternal affection, for not behaving like an elder sister. With a silent sigh, Lin Shiyan ultimately dialed Feng Xingzhi's number. At that moment, within the confines of the Starry Sky Club, her delicate and graceful visage bore traces of tears and an unsettled spirit. Trembling, she gazed into Feng Xingzhi's eyes, filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Xingzhi. If you hadn't arrived in time tonight, the consequences would have been dire." Feng Xingzhi, recalling the incident where Feng Shuwei had nearly been led astray by the notorious investor, Ba Sun, felt an irate flame ignite within him. "Where is Sister Zhang? And your assistant? Why are they not by your side?" Feng Shuwei replied, "Sister Zhang's child is unwell, and my assistant has been overworked without respite for quite some time. Since family has finally come to visit, I granted her a leave of absence. Truly, this was an unforeseen circumstance. Ba Sun was also manipulated, mistaking me for that kind of woman." She cautiously observed Feng Xingzhi's reaction. "I promise I will never attend a dinner alone again. Please do not be angry." Feng Xingzhi regarded her anxious demeanor under the dim light, ultimately refraining from further words. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Shuwei suggested, "Xingzhi, you should take a shower. Your clothes are stained." Feng Xingzhi glanced at the red wine on his chest, remnants from the chaotic moment when he had rushed to rescue Feng Shuwei, only to be inadvertently splashed by her in a moment of distress. His fastidiousness rendered him utterly intolerant of the blemishes. He furrowed his brow, divesting himself of his jacket en route to the lavatory. As she watched Feng Xingzhi's form recede, the terror and timidity that had cloaked Feng Shuwei's countenance evaporated. A triumphant expression dawned upon her features. With the surreptitious assistance of Director Sun, she had orchestrated this rendezvous with Feng Xingzhi. By any means necessary, she was resolved to seize this opportunity to share his bed. Incredulously, she had attended Feng Xingzhi for 3 years, yet he had never so much as brushed a finger against her, save for the occasional moments when he would gaze at her visage in a pensive reverie. Lin Shiyan's remark, likening them to a game of visual matching, had deeply stung her. It served as a perpetual reminder that she was not unique and that her distinction lay solely in her being Feng Yaoi's sister. Just as Feng Shuwei prepared to don her sartorial armor, Feng Xingzhi's cellular device emitted a resonant chime, signaling an incoming call from Lin Shiyan. After a moment of deliberation, Feng Shuwei grit her teeth and answered the call. "Hello." Upon hearing the delicate, alluring voice on the other end, Lin Shiyan paused. "Feng Shuwei? Speaking. Is Madame Lin seeking Brother Xingzhi at this hour?" "I'm afraid you'll have to tarry. He is presently abluting." Lin Shiyan's composure remained unruffled as she remarked serenely, "It appears Miss Lin is poised to showcase her thespian talents with a live performance." Upon hearing Lin Shiyan's words, Feng Shuwei recalled the mortification she had endured in Feng's presidential suite, prompting her to grind her teeth. With a feigned chuckle, she retorted, "If Madame Lin desires an encore, I am not averse to obliging." Feng Xingzhi approached the bathroom, her voice soft as she inquired, "Xingzhi, I have summoned room service. What would you like to eat?" "I'm not hungry. You should eat by yourself. You ought to have something, or at least a glass of milk, as it would greatly aid your sleep tonight. You decide." Feng Xingzhi had been harboring this tension for quite some time, and just as she intended to provoke Lin Shiyan further, the call was abruptly terminated. A triumphant smile spread across her face. However, at that moment, she noticed the sound of running water in the bathroom had ceased. She swiftly deleted the call log and restored her phone to its previous state. At the police station, Lin Shiyan's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, her mind buzzing. Ever since her marriage to Feng Xingzhi, Feng Xingzhi had persistently lingered within the confines of her relationship. A handsome man and an enchanting woman, both seemingly enamored and frequently in each other's company, led her to believe in their innocence. This was nothing short of an affront to her intelligence. Previously, ignorance had afforded her a degree of tranquility, but now, the situation was irrevocably altered. She had heard the taunts of Feng Xingzhi over the phone, and her hands clenched involuntarily. "Miss Lin, when can we expect your family to arrive for the signatures?" Half an hour later, the police re-entered, bearing news that her family had arrived and she was free to leave. Lin Shiyan expressed her gratitude and exited to assist Li Anlin in another lounge, only to unexpectedly encounter Han Su in the waiting area. She paused, momentarily taken aback. "What brings you here? Where is Yingying?" "It is merely a misunderstanding." Lin Shiyan was reluctant to elaborate, simply stating, "Let us depart." Han Su nodded and took the initiative to support Li Anlin. At that moment, Li Anlin regained consciousness, glanced at Han Su, and excitedly whispered in Lin Shiyan's ear, "Yin Yin, you have finally come to your senses, ready to abandon that oddball Feng Xingzhi and seek solace in the arms of charming young men." Lin Shiyan swiftly covered her friend's indiscreet mouth, exclaiming in irritation, "What nonsense are you spouting? This is Han Su, not only the owner of Xingcombe, but also Feng Xingzhi's cousin." Li Anlin appeared somewhat disappointed. "Oh, so he is a cousin." With a sigh, she extended her hand toward Han Su. "Greetings, cousin. Yin Yin and I are the best of friends. Anshujanli kalaspad lian lanzan, alu, sisteri. Thank you for always being there for Yin Yin." "Yin Yin?" Upon hearing this, Li Anlin's gaze caught the way Han Su looked at Lin Shiyan, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. Chapter 43. Would you like to come in and sleep with me? As they exited the police station, they did not linger outside for long. Lin Shiyan, unable to resist Han Su's insistence, agreed to let him escort them. Just as Li Anlin was about to get out of the car, she suddenly draped her arm around Lin Shiyan's shoulder and whispered in her ear, "Seize the opportunity." She then flashed a supportive gesture toward Lin Shiyan. Lin Shiyan, feeling exasperated, replied, "Let us hurry and leave." "Is that so? I find Sister Li to be quite amiable, particularly with her discerning eye." Lin Shiyan remained silent. After all, she and Han Su had previously been on a date, and delving too deeply into the subject felt somewhat ambiguous. Originally, Lin Shiyan feigned sleep to avoid any awkwardness between them, but unexpectedly, she dozed off while leaning against her seat. Han Su quietly adjusted the air conditioning in the car and reduced the speed, wishing to ensure Lin Shiyan's slumber was undisturbed and to prolong their journey. An hour later, the vehicle halted outside the villa at Zijinjuan. Lin Shiyan remained asleep. After stopping the car, Han Su retrieved a blanket from the storage compartment and gently draped it over Lin Shiyan. Startled, she awoke, glancing at Han Su with a hint of panic. Han Su quickly expressed his apologies. "I'm sorry. I merely intended to cover you with a blanket." Lin Shiyan, now alert, replied, "I should be the one apologizing for dozing off in your car." Han Su chuckled softly, his voice melodious. "It is my privilege to have your trust." Lin Shiyan was momentarily taken aback. It had been a long time since she had heard such words. Just as she was about to respond, a deep voice resonated from behind them. "Lin Shiyan, Han Su, what are you doing?" Turning around, Lin Shiyan saw Feng Xingzhi standing outside the car. Han Su stepped out and called out to him, "Cousin." However, noticing Feng Xingzhi's frosty demeanor, Han Su chose not to say anything further and walked away. As Han Su's vehicle vanished into the night, Lin Shiyan turned and walked towards the courtyard, not sparing a glance at Feng Xingzhi. Upon entering the living room, she noticed Aunt Zhen anxiously watching the stairs. "Where is Lin Shiyan? The young mistress has gone upstairs." Zhen Ma observed that Feng Xingzhi's expression was rather grim, and couldn't help but advise, "Young master, the young mistress has had a tough time. When issues arise, you should converse with her sincerely." As Feng Xingzhi ascended the stairs, he spotted Lin Shiyan just arriving at the threshold of the master bedroom. "Lin Shiyan," he called out, striding towards her and seizing her wrist, his demeanor exuding an indescribable ire. "What kind of commotion are you causing? Lin Shiyan, I warn you to speak to me properly." "Fine. Since you do not wish to share the bed, I have nothing further to say," Lin Shiyan retorted, attempting to close the door. Feng Xingzhi pressed against it, declaring, "Lin Shiyan, do not think you can evade accountability this way. You have yet to explain how, in the dead of night, you found yourself entangled with Han Su. Do not attempt to deceive me with your usual excuses. They are futile. You must provide me with an explanation today." "All right, if it is an explanation you seek." Lin Shiyan raised her voice slightly. "Tonight, I was wrongfully accused and taken to the police station. I proved my innocence, but to leave, someone needed to sign for my bail. I called you." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she continued, "You were with Feng Shui, and you were taking a shower. Why would a man, in good spirits, feel the need to bathe? It can only imply he engaged in something inappropriate." Feng Xingzhi was momentarily taken aback. "You called me?" I did not answer. Lin Shiyan, weary of further discussion, promptly opened her phone and displayed the call log, stating, "See for yourself." Lin Shiyan's voice wavered with doubt. "Is this truly the case? Did you not engage in any inappropriate actions?" She found it hard to believe that Feng Shui would let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Lin Shiyan suddenly stepped forward, embracing Feng Xingzhi's waist, burying her face in his chest. Feng Xingzhi's expression darkened. "Lin Shiyan, what are you doing?" She remained silent, carefully inhaling his scent. Aside from the fragrance of shower gel, there were no other disarrayed odors, particularly not that of Feng Shui, nor the lingering essence of intimacy between a couple. Lin Shiyan's tense demeanor relaxed, and she tore open Feng Xingzhi's shirt, biting down fiercely on his chest. A sharp gasp escaped Feng Xingzhi as he pushed Lin Shiyan away, exclaiming in anger, "What madness is this? Why would a sensible person like you act like a dog?" Lin Shiyan was unperturbed, a smile gracing her face. "Feng Xingzhi, thank you. Thank you for not embracing Feng Shui on this night, for providing her with a reason to persevere." She was aware that some would condemn her for being foolishly elated simply because Feng Xingzhi had not spent the night with Feng Shui. Yet, to love someone is inherently to be foolish. Without that folly, love ceases to exist. Feng Xingzhi glanced down at his chest, where a series of bite marks were imprinted, some having drawn blood from her fervent grip. Despite being scolded, Lin Shiyan's eyes sparkled with delight. He scoffed. "Did you not once inquire of me whether I was with Yahweh or merely a face resembling hers? Now I can affirm it was indeed Yahweh." Thus, he would not engage with any woman other than Feng Yan. Lin Shiyan's smile froze, and the joy within her vanished instantly. Having a deceased person overshadow her marriage was far more terrifying than the ceaseless presence of a mistress. A mistress can be vanquished, but the white moonlight and the vermilion mole are eternally insurmountable, becoming increasingly perfect with the passage of time. Feng Xingzhi, is it truly so difficult for you to comfort me, to bring me a moment of joy? Lin Shiyan's smile turned bitter. Chapter 44. What nonsense are you talking? Lin Shiyan did not conceal anything and recounted the events plainly. Upon hearing this, Feng Xingzhi was on the verge of laughter mixed with anger, unable to refrain from scolding. "Lin Shiyan, have you lost your mind? Two single girls dare to go out drinking? And when you notice those individuals with ill intentions, why did you not report them to the police beforehand and avoid entangling with them? Moreover, when I was unavailable, why did you not call Zhou Chun? Why call Han Su instead?" "I did not call Han Su. I called Ying Ying. She was unwell, which is why Han Su came." After finishing her explanation, Lin Shiyan let out a long sigh, helplessly stating, "Feng Xingzhi, I have already clarified that there is nothing between me and Han Su. You may choose not to believe me, but you cannot belittle my feelings for you. Han Su is your cousin. We see each other often. With you being so suspicious, how am I to face him in the future? Feng Xingzhi remained silent, fully aware that Lin Shiyan held no interest in Han Su. One's affections are invariably transparent, obviating the necessity for verbal inquiry. Their gaze and demeanor will unequivocally betray their sentiments. It is often said that love, much like a cough, is impossible to conceal. Should a man profess ignorance of a woman's enduring love for him, he is either profoundly simple or uttering the most egregious of falsehoods. Abruptly, his arm was clasped as Lin Shiyan tenaciously gripped Feng Xingzhi's sleeve, inquiring, "Your constant concern regarding Han Su, does it perhaps indicate a nascent affection for me?" Suddenly, Feng Xingzhi's palm met Lin Shiyan's forehead. His gaze lowered as he regarded her. Lin Shiyan's eyelashes fluttered as she gently lifted them to meet his eyes. His countenance was earnest, and in the illumination of the lights, he possessed an ineffable allure, captivating Lin Shiyan's attention. Subsequently, Feng Xingzhi remarked, "You seem to be coherent. Why are you speaking such nonsense? What? You inquire whether I harbor even a modicum of affection for you." Upon uttering these words, Feng Xingzhi turned away. Only then did Lin Shiyan comprehend that Feng Xingzhi was dismissing her earlier inquiry about his concern for Han Su as mere delirium. Feng Xingzhi, yet, she was unwilling to permit his departure. She resented his failure to answer her calls and was disconcerted by his showering in Feng Shui's chamber. But above all, she did not wish for him to leave. Lin Shiyan hastened downstairs. However, it was too late. Feng Xingzhi had already entered his vehicle and departed, affording Lin Shiyan, who was frantically waving behind him, not so much as a glance. "Madam." Emerging with a shawl, Madame Jeanne draped it over Lin Shiyan's shoulders, remarking, "The night deepens, and a chill permeates the air. You mustn't allow yourself to become cold." Noticing the icy touch of Lin Shiyan's hands, Madame Jeanne promptly warmed a glass of milk. Tenderly urging, "Madam, please partake of this warm milk to revitalize yourself." Obediently, Lin Shiyan slowly sipped the milk, the soothing liquid cascading into her stomach, enveloping her in warmth. Abruptly, she clasped Madame Jeanne's hand, inquiring, "Tell me, am I merely uttering fantasies? Is it delusional to believe that Feng Xingzhi harbors even a modicum of affection for me?" Lin Shiyan's query was earnest and insistent. Madame Jeanne nodded, her voice laced with compassion. "Indeed, it is no mere fantasy. Madam, you possess such admirable qualities. Once the young master perceives your virtues, he will undoubtedly fall in love with you." Lin Shiyan's eyes gleamed with renewed hope, a shy smile gracing her lips, her demeanor akin to a child brimming with anticipation for the future. Madame Jeanne, observing Lin Shiyan's countenance, felt a pang of inexplicable sorrow. Within the confines of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, Feng Xingzhi engaged in a telephone conversation with Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun was relaying the events. This evening, young Master Hua, accompanied by 6 ruffians, attempted to accost Madame and Miss Li. After being subdued by Madame, he, consumed by resentment, summoned the police, seeking to exploit the Hua family's influence to detain them at the police station, coercing them into submission. Madame's safe release was facilitated by her foresight in disseminating the incident online, thereby arousing public attention, which compelled the police to act cautiously and release Madame and Miss Li. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Feng Xingzhi's countenance darkened, and he stated icily, "It seems the Hua family has become exceedingly arrogant of late, to the point of disregarding the Feng family. In that case, we shall take action, lest every insignificant Tom, Dick, and Harry starts to act presumptuously." Zhou Chun, taken aback, hastily acquiesced, harboring profound sympathy for the Hua family at that moment. The last family to incur such wrath from President Feng had long since vanished without a trace. The following day, Lin Shiyan awoke somewhat late, her mind still in a daze. However, before she could fully regain her senses, Assistant Chen's call came through. "Ms. Lin, please come as early as possible. Director says today's scenes are demanding, and the costume and makeup department needs to be on set promptly." Lin Shiyan agreed and rose from the bed. Whether it was due to getting up too abruptly or some other reason, Her mind momentarily went blank. However, it was only for a fleeting moment, and Lin Shiyan didn't pay it much heed. Ms. Lin, Ms. Fong has requested your presence. Please go and see what she wants. Without even taking a sip of water, Lin Shiyan, accompanied by Feng Yuan, headed to the filming location. Feng Shuwei was surrounded by a throng of people, weeping. Her agent, Sister Zhang, upon seeing her throw the armor over, berated Lin Shiyan with a barrage of angry words. Lin Shiyan, are you holding a grudge against Wei Wei for making you clean the armor a few times, that you would deliberately harm her? Today, Feng Shuwei was filming a battlefield scene, where the 16-year-old eldest daughter of the general's mansion donned a suit of silver armor to join her father and brothers on the battlefield. This was a common occurrence for them. Before their departure, the second female lead had cheerfully made a pact with her father and brothers to drink and dance around the bonfire at night. They also concurred that, subsequent to the culmination of this conflict, the second female lead would be wedded to her childhood sweetheart. However, little did they anticipate that this was an unattainable reverie. In this battle, they were ambushed, resulting in countless casualties. Director and aspired to capture the transition from idyllic beauty to the solemn grandeur of demise. The second female lead, Feng Shuwei, was to have her silver armor transformed from pristine to stained with gore. This scene, intended to depict Feng Shuwei's valor and devastation, posed a challenge for her, and her lack of focus led to repeated takes. Lin Shiyan was by no means a delicate woman, but toiling for hours under the sun, attending to the heavy armor, was exhausting. After meticulously cleaning it once more, Lin Shiyan was about to catch her breath when she heard a resounding thud. The silver armor was cast heavily before her. Lin Shiyan inquired with a hint of perplexity, "What is the significance of this gesture?" Zhang Jingji, "Do you surmise that my armor design is insufficiently exquisite, thereby impeding Ms. Feng's performance?" Feng Shuwei's complexion flushed crimson as she felt deeply affronted. Accustomed to indulgence, she was ill-prepared for such humiliation. She lamented, "Lin Shiyan, do not presume that your sophistry will conceal your transgressions. You resent my poor performance, which has compelled you to labor incessantly, and thus you erected the armor fragments, lacerating my neck." It was then that Lin Shiyan observed Feng Shuwei clutching a handkerchief to her neck, where crimson bloodstains had already seeped through, indicating a considerable injury. Sister Zhang, in a fit of indignation, exclaimed, "Lin Shiyan, I am aware that you harbor resentment towards my Wei Wei for her initial support of Yan Xiaoxiao. But your malice knows no bounds. Do you not realize that for an artist, appearance is of utmost importance? What do you intend to achieve by repeatedly attempting to harm Wei Wei? Director and Lin Shiyan is the costume designer for your production. You are obliged to provide an explanation." Director furrowed his brow and inquired, "Lin Shiyan, what do you have to say regarding this matter?" Lin Shiyan remained silent, crouching down to inspect the armor on the ground. The collar of the armor, which she had meticulously treated with soft fabric to prevent any abrasion to the actors' delicate necks, had now been torn apart, with rough threads remaining due to the crude handling. To add insult to injury, the originally aesthetically designed neck protection had risen up like a series of sharp little blades. Lin Shiyan's brow knitted tightly as she remarked, "The armor I had prepared was not in this condition. It has been deliberately damaged." "Huh," Sister Zhang scoffed, her voice growing increasingly shrill. "You are responsible for the costumes and the production. Now that something has gone awry, you claim it is not your responsibility. How do you possess such audacity?" Director queried, "Designer Lin, do you have any evidence?" "I have video footage of each cleaning session," Lin Shiyan replied, glancing at Feng Yuan, signaling her to retrieve her phone and play the recording. However, upon feeling the collective gaze of everyone upon her, Feng Yuan appeared flustered and stammered, I did not record it just now." She had just felt that recording videos of polishing armor was rather tedious, so she opted not to film. Director furrowed his brow, and upon hearing this, Sister Zhang's demeanor grew even more arrogant as she vociferously demanded that Lin Shiyan compensate for the damages caused by Feng Shuwei's injury. Surrounded by onlookers, the injured Feng Shuwei bore an expression of acute pain, yet her lips could not help but curl into a slight smile. This time Lin Shiyan was doomed. She would undoubtedly be expelled from the crew. The gesture was swift, almost instantaneous, as she lowered her upturned lips. However, Lin Shiyan, who had been observing her closely, noticed it. She stood up abruptly and rushed to Feng Shui's side, pulling her hand down to reveal the nape of her neck. The skin on Feng Shui's nape was fair and delicate, tinged with a deep crimson, yet there was no visible wound. A small blood bag was clutched within the handkerchief she held. Lin Shiyan sincerely remarked, "Fortunately, Miss Feng had the foresight to place a blood pack at the nape of her neck beforehand. Otherwise, the armor might have harmed your tender skin, causing unnecessary alarm for everyone." Truly, what a relief. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the onlookers varied, for they were astute individuals who understood precisely what had transpired. Their gazes towards Feng Shui were laden with intrigue. Director and was also displeased. Filmmaking was an expensive endeavor from the outset, especially for such grand scenes, where a single NG could equate to a significant financial loss. However, considering Feng Shui's connection to Feng Xingzhi, he ultimately refrained from admonishing her, instead directing his ire towards the crowd. "What are you all gawking at? Don't you have other matters to attend to?" After the assembly dispersed, Director and could not help but remark to Feng Shui, "Miss Feng, please take a respite to recuperate and regain your composure. We shall resume filming once the armor is restored." Feng Shui acquiesced, her countenance betraying her distress, as if oblivious to the exchange. Instructed Feng Yuan to procure the necessary implements to mend the armor, further directing her to activate the mobile phone's recording function. Her voice, laced with indignation, exclaimed, "How could Feng Shui be so malevolent? Not only has she tormented you with her stratagems throughout the day, but she also unjustly accuses you. Were it not for your perspicacity in discerning her feigned state, I, who neglected to record the proceedings, would have been embroiled in dire straits." Silence interjected, curtailing's lamentations. Observing her palpable resentment, she tempered her tone, stating, "Such is the nature of reality. Rather than harboring animosity towards others, it is more prudent to attend to one's own endeavors." Her gaze fixed upon Feng's earnest profile, assented. She nestled beside, observing her meticulous repair of the armor, her agitated spirit gradually finding solace. The armor's damage was not extensive. Within half an hour, had completed the restoration. She entrusted it to, saying, "Deliver this to the director." Acknowledged, grasping the armor with the intent of seeking out Director, and subsequently, she beheld rise, only to stagger momentarily before collapsing to the ground. Cried out, languidly opened her eyes, her gaze drifting across the pristine white ceiling, a sense of bewilderment clouding her features. "Ms. Lin, you are awake." Turning her gaze, Lin Shiyan observed a nurse replacing her foredrip. "So, I've been admitted to the hospital," she murmured. "Indeed," the nurse responded, her words flowing freely. "You must be more cautious. It's only been 2 months into the pregnancy, and you've already exerted yourself so much. Fortunately, the baby is resilient this time, or else it might have been irretrievable." Lin Shiyan, utterly bewildered, interrupted the nurse. "What are you saying? I am pregnant. How can that be?" Although she and Feng Xingzhi had consummated their marriage on a few occasions, there was only one instance before his vasectomy. Furthermore, she had taken a pregnancy test a week later, which yielded a negative result. Upon hearing Lin Shiyan's words, the nurse replied, "It's possible you were in the very early stages of pregnancy at that time, and the test couldn't detect it. However, you are indeed pregnant now. Congratulations. You're about to become a mother." Noticing Lin Shiyan's lack of elation, the nurse's smile waned slightly. "Are you perhaps not intending to keep the child? Do you realize how many people yearn for a baby and are unable to conceive? It's not that I don't want my baby, it's just that I can't believe it," Lin Shiyan said, suddenly anxious. "I even took contraceptive pills and consumed alcohol afterward." She was seized with panic at the thought of these things. The nurse reassured her, "According to the current examination results, the baby is quite healthy. Moreover, there will be numerous future checkups to monitor the baby's health. There's no need for such worry." Lin Shiyan nodded, finally feeling reassured. "Sister Lin, you have finally awakened. You frightened me just now. I am fine, merely experiencing a bout of low blood sugar after being exposed to the sun for so long, which caused me to faint." Lin Shiyan refrained from mentioning her pregnancy. She wished to be the first to share the news with Feng Xingzhi. The thought of him learning about her pregnancy filled her with both anxiety and anticipation. Would Feng Xingzhi share her excitement for this child? Chapter 46. Feng Xingzhi proposed divorce. What is it? Came Feng Xingzhi's somewhat impatient tone once the call connected. Is it about grandfather? No, it concerns us. Without hesitation, Feng Xingzhi replied, there is nothing between us that requires discussion. Hearing this, Lin Shiyan's expression darkened. She was reluctant to give up so easily. Just as she was about to make another attempt, she heard a cacophony on the other end of the line. With a sudden thud, someone fell to their knees, weeping and pleading, Mr. Feng, I know my son has wronged the esteemed Mrs. Feng. I implore you to show mercy and spare the whole family. Please. After that, the man's voice faded, and the call was abruptly terminated. As Lin Shiyan continued driving, her previous despondency dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming joy that made her feel as though she could soar. Though she had only caught fragments of the conversation, Lin Shiyan had already come to a realization. The previous day's infatuation had led the arrogant young Master Hua to be dealt with by Feng Xingzhi, and it seemed that even the Hua family would not escape unscathed. Feng Xingzhi was taking action to avenge her. Her husband was seeking retribution on her behalf against the Hua family. How benevolent of him! Could she perhaps allow herself a glimmer of hope that he harbored feelings for her? Surely he did. If not, why would he be so perturbed by Han, Su, and discreetly take her side? Unintentionally, Lin Shiyan turned her gaze and caught sight of her own smiling lips and sparkling eyes reflected in the car window. That was the visage of her happiness. At the phone group, Feng Xingzhi wore a dark expression. Secretary Zhou, do you think my office is a marketplace? Anyone can just waltz in? President Feng, my apologies. I will rectify this immediately. After acknowledging his mistake, Zhou Chun promptly summoned security to escort the wailing Director Hua out. President Feng, I implore you to spare the Hua family. I beg you. Tang Yinzhou sidled into the office only after Director Hua had been removed. Unable to restrain himself from giving Feng Xingzhi a thumbs up. Brother Feng, that was impressive. Your decisive action has surely sent shivers down many spines. Today, numerous individuals approached me, eager to understand how you so suddenly asserted your authority. I advised them not to fret, not to panic, as long as they manage their own affairs. Take care of their families, avoid being seduced by beauty, refrain from harassing virtuous women, and do not abuse their power. They shall remain safe and sound. Feng Xingzhi paid him no mind, instead picking up a document to peruse. Undeterred, Tang Yinzhou pressed his palm on the document, leaned in, and inquired with a gossipy tone. Brother Feng, tell me honestly, have you fallen for my sister-in-law? Feng Xingzhi glanced up at Tang Yinzhou. What utter nonsense are you spouting? Are you still reeling from last night's revelry? Tang Yinzhou scoffed. This is no mere conjecture, but rather a deduction based on your actions. If you hadn't fallen for my sister-in-law, why would you be so incensed? You even went so far as to deal with the whole family. This is quite unlike you. Brother Feng, one would expect you to gloat at my sister-in-law's misfortune, yet you're actually helping her vent her anger. Feng Xingzhi's expression remained impassive as he coldly remarked, it seems the Tang Corporation is indeed too idle. How about you take charge of the diamond mine currently being excavated in South Africa? Having spoken, he promptly turned around and fled, fearing that Feng Xingzhi might lash out at him for his absurd pronouncements. Yet, in truth, that was precisely what he thought. Setting aside the matter of Lin Yawei from years past and her somewhat troublesome family, Lin Shiyan herself was truly impeccable, especially her genuine affection for Brother Feng, which was exceedingly precious. Feng Xingzhi resumed perusing the documents, but half an hour elapsed without him completing even a single one. In frustration, he tossed the documents aside. Ding dong, a text message arrived. It was from Lin Shiyan. Feng Xingzhi promptly flung his phone aside and pressed the intercom, placing a call. Attorney Qi, please come up here. Zijin Garden. With the assistance of Zhen Ma, Lin Shiyan prepared an exquisite Western meal, transforming the dining area into a splendid setting. On the silvery candelabra, elegantly shaped candles flickered to life as she struck a match. The warm glow danced in the darkness, infusing the deep night with a touch of intoxicating romance. Lin Shiyan rose abruptly, her heart fluttering at the sight of the man entering the dining room. She joyfully called out, Xingzhi, Feng Xingzhi. observing the meticulously arranged scene before him, furrowed his handsome brow. Lin Shiyan, what are you trying to do? He inquired, moving instinctively to turn on the lights. Do not turn on the lights, Lin Shiyan interjected, stepping forward to grasp his sleeve, guiding him to a seat. I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish for you to join me for a candlelit dinner. Her earnest gaze met his, her eyes sparkling with hope. Is that acceptable? Although Feng Xingzhi initially intended to decline, this marriage had never been his desire, and Lin Shiyan was not the woman he wished to wed. His obligations to his grandfather left him powerless to resist. His only recourse was to withhold any warmth from Lin Shiyan. Yet, as he beheld the earnestness in her eyes, the words of rejection lingered unspoken on his lips. Silently, he picked up the knife and fork set beside him, slicing a piece of steak and placing it in his mouth. This is your handiwork. Indeed, you can still taste it, Lin Shiyan responded, her heart swelling with joy. In truth, she was feeling weak, being in the early stages of pregnancy, and ought to be resting. However, today was special, a moment that could potentially transform her relationship with Feng Xingzhi. She hoped that they could evolve from mere acquaintances into a true family. Lin Shiyan partook of her steak with deliberate slowness, her gaze drawn to Feng Xingzhi, who sat opposite her at the dining table. He was attired in a bespoke black suit, which accentuated his upright stature, and in the warm glow of the candlelight, his countenance appeared all the more strikingly handsome. Is the flavor to your liking? Lin Shiyan inquired, unable to resist. Should I perhaps calibrate the proportions of the marinade the next time I prepare steak? It is perfect as it is, he responded. Upon hearing Feng Xingzhi's affirmation, Lin Shiyan was elated, as though she had won a grand prize. Her heart pounded in her chest as she thought of the prenatal examination report nestled beside her. Xingzhi, she began, her voice laced with trepidation. There is something I wish to discuss with you. As it happens, I too have a matter to broach with you, he replied. You may proceed first. Regarding the matter of divorce that I previously raised, what are your contemplations on the subject? Chapter 47. Terminate the pregnancy. Divorce. Lin Shiyan echoed, her voice tinged with bewilderment. Why would we seek a divorce? Have we not coexisted peacefully these past 3 years? Peacefully? Feng Xingzhi offered a mirthless smile. That is merely your delusion, I dare say. If you were capable of rational thought, you would recognize that it is but a self-deception. Lin Shiyan, even if the entire world acknowledges you as my spouse, I shall never concede that you are my wife. My wife has always been and shall forever be Feng Yao alone. Lin Shiyan's heart felt as though it were being lacerated by a blade. Her complexion drained of color, resembling a blank sheet of paper. Her hand, clenched tightly around the prenatal examination report, trembled as she uttered in a hushed tone. What if I were to be with child? You're with child? Feng Xingzhi's gaze pierced sharply towards Lin Shiyan, akin to a blade. He then shook his head, declaring, Impossible. I have taken every precaution, except for that one occasion a month ago, during a drunken lapse of judgment. The expression on Feng Xingzhi's face abruptly darkened. Are you truly pregnant? A shiver of inexplicable dread coursed through Lin Shiyan's heart. Words of affirmation lingered on her lips, yet they swiftly transformed into denial. I was merely hypothesizing. She gazed at Feng Xingzhi with pleading eyes. What if we were to have a child? Would you refrain from divorce? Would you commit to a life together with me? Terminate it. Lin Shiyan could hardly fathom his response. Throughout her journey of discovering her pregnancy, she had envisioned countless scenarios, each more conceivable than the last, yet none were as frigid and merciless as this. Why would you want to terminate it? I am pregnant. I mean, if I am pregnant, the child within me is yours, bearing your blood. How could one consider such an act? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her emotions tumultuous. It was unfathomable that the man she loved so deeply could utter such heartless words. Feng Xingzhi's mind raced back to Tang Yunzhou's earlier remarks in the office, questioning whether he had fallen for Lin Shiyan. He realized he had not truly fallen for her. His actions today were merely a product of her being a member of the Feng family, and he could not abide by the notion of her being mistreated as if the Feng family were powerless. Now, Feng Xingzhi felt a pang of regret. Sensing that he may have erred, he should not have acted thus. It would only lead Lin Shiyan to harbor false hopes, mislead others, and ultimately invite endless complications into his life. The expression of Feng Xingzhi grew, increasingly distant from coldness. Lin Shiyan, you must understand that my decision to divorce you is unwavering, irrespective of anyone or anything, even the hypothetical child you envision. Feng Xingzhi continued, do you know why I chose to undergo a vasectomy after you, inebriated, climbed into my bed? From a moment Lin Yue had risked her life to donate 600 cubic centimeters of blood to save him, she became his wife, the woman he vowed to cherish for eternity. Lin Shiyan's heart contracted painfully, her lips trembling. The pregnancy test she had once treasured was now drenched in perspiration from her clammy palms. She suddenly felt absurd. How could she forget the extent of Feng Xingzhi's disdain and loathing for her? How could she place her hopes on an unformed child, expecting that Feng Xingzhi might see her anew and engage in a normal marital life with her? Observing Lin Shiyan's ashen complexion, a strange emotion surged within Feng Xingzhi. It was so fleeting that he dismissed it entirely. He then slid a divorce agreement across the table towards her. This is the divorce agreement drafted by Lawyer Qi. If there are no further issues, please sign. Lin Shiyan glanced at the document. The bold letters spelling divorce agreement pierced her vision like a knife. Swiftly averting her gaze, she pressed her lips together and said, Grandfather would never agree. You know he desires our marriage to be a happy one. Thus, I must entrust this matter to you. After the divorce, I hope you can keep this under wraps until I have persuaded Grandfather. Once I have done so, we can reveal it to the world. As compensation, I am willing to grant you one condition, provided it is not excessive. I will fulfill it. Lin Shiyan spoke without hesitation. I desire you, Feng Xingzhi. My sole condition is that you belong to me. Feng Xingzhi's brow furrowed, and a clear displeasure shadowed his expression. Do not be unreasonable. Lin Shiyan couldn't help but laugh, her heart heavy with bitterness. She had loved Feng Xingzhi for 16 years, married him for 3, and now she carried his child. How could her desire for him be deemed unreasonable? Yet, she was acutely aware that, in his eyes, it might indeed appear so. To him, she was merely a neglected little girl whom he had once helped out of kindness, and now she clung to him. He had finally proposed a divorce, merely asking her to endure for her grandfather's sake for another year or two, while allowing her to present a condition. Yet here she was, overstepping boundaries and yearning for him completely. In this light, she seemed rather despicable. However, she had never intended to be this way, especially with the child growing within her. Though it was only 2 months along, with nothing visibly apparent yet, it would soon grow, and then the truth would be undeniable. Feng Xingzhi was a man of his word. Just as he had vowed not to permit, she would find herself firmly seated in the position of Mrs. Feng, relying on her pregnancy to share his life intimately. He would undoubtedly take matters into his own hands, compelling her into the operating room to terminate the pregnancy. Instinctively, Lin Shiyan's hand fluttered to her abdomen in a protective gesture. The advent of this child, coupled with Feng Xingzhi's demeanor, had finally jolted her into a state of lucidity, a clarity she had never before possessed. She had been willing to languish in this desolate marriage for the sake of her affection, clinging to the faint hope of a miracle. However, she could not gamble with the life of her unborn child. Though the child was but a nascent being, yet to stir within her, Lin Shiyan sensed a profound awareness, as if the little one were imploring her protection with gentle, fish-like nudges against her womb. Ultimately, Lin Shiyan arrived at a resolution. She inhaled deeply, suppressing the tears that threatened to spill forth, and uttered, "Give me a moment." With a pen in hand, she unfurled the divorce agreement on the dining table, swiftly affixing her signature. Then, she presented it to Feng Xingzhi, declaring, "There, Xingzhi, I release you to your freedom. What ulterior motive do you suspect I harbor?" Feng Xingzhi remained silent, his gaze still imbued with suspicion. Lin Shiyan could not help but offer a wry smile. How utterly had she failed in her relationships, that even with her signature clearly inscribed on the document, Feng Xingzhi remained unconvinced of her sincerity? She inhaled deeply and spoke, "Believe what you will. Regardless, I have acquiesced to your desires. Should you require my cooperation in completing the divorce proceedings, I shall comply. Should you wish me to feign the role of spouse, I am amenable. However, I have 2 stipulations. Feng Xingzhi wore an expression as if his suspicions were confirmed, and prompted, "Speak. Stay with me tonight, watch television. Embrace me as we bathe, and like all devoted husbands, hold me as we drift into slumber. Bestow upon me a gentle good-night kiss, and upon waking, grant me a tender good morning kiss. Afterward, accompany me to a destination for a brief excursion, concluding by this time tomorrow evening. The day after, I shall be ready to accompany you to the Civil Affairs Bureau to complete the necessary formalities. Is that agreeable?" Feng Xingzhi was taken aback. "Is this your request?" His tone shifted to one of gravity. "You should comprehend that this cannot alter anything. No, it can change. At the very least, she can transform herself, assuring herself that she has once known happiness. When the child arrives, she can recount to them how deeply she and their father once loved each other. This is my affair. After all, what you lose amounts to merely a day. Your second request." Feng Xingzhi acquiesced, and Lin Shiyan's lips curved into a smile as she stated, "Once the filming of the imperial decree concludes, you are to arrange for me to study at the Royal Academy of Fine Arts in Milan for 6 months, with all expenses borne by you. By then, her belly would surely be at least 7 months along, making it quite difficult to conceal. The sole consolation is that most of the filming for the imperial decree occurs in distant locations, and, as the costume designer, she is contractually obliged to accompany the crew. Thus, she can seamlessly transition to Milan after the filming concludes to prepare for childbirth." Lin Shiyan raised her gaze to Feng Xingzhi and remarked, "Feng, you have wronged me, so I shall use your resources to empower myself. Once you persuade Grandpa to agree to our divorce, it will not be difficult for a talented, beautiful, and still youthful individual like myself to seek a second spring in life." Feng Xingji's brow furrowed slightly, an unsettling feeling tugging at his heart. Unsure whether it stemmed from Lin Shiyan's accusation of him failing her or from her declaration of a need to empower herself in pursuit of a new beginning. Lin Shiyan extended her arms, tilting her head slightly, her face adorned with a sweet smile as she boldly proclaimed, "Feng Xingzhi, hold me." Feng Xingzhi gazed at Lin Shiyan. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward and embraced her. Nestled in his arms, Lin Shiyan wrapped her slender arms around his neck, her face resting against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his strong heartbeat. It was during the winter of her second year in junior high when they went out together and encountered an unfortunate avalanche. In that harrowing moment, while everyone else scrambled to escape, there was one who remained steadfast, Feng Xingzhi. They were fortunate to have escaped being buried in the snow, yet unfortunate in having lost their phones, leaving them unable to contact anyone. In the midst of the blizzard, it was just the two of them. When she could no longer move, he cradled her in his arms just as he did now. At that time, fear should have gripped her. They had no food, no water, and if help did not arrive, death loomed near. Yet, she felt no fear at all, for she was not alone. She was embraced by the finest person in the world. "Do you prefer a bath or a shower?" Feng Xingji's expression darkened, his patience wearing thin as he pinched Lin Shiyan's nose, exclaiming, "Can you not think of something else?" Lin Shiyan contemplated earnestly. "I cannot." She hastened to elucidate. "You cannot fault me. Your allure is so potent. Is this not placing me in a predicament? Cease your flattery. I shall prepare the bath water." Feng Xingzhi released Lin Shiyan and proceeded to the bathroom. Lin Shiyan, hearing the cascade of water filling the tub, could not resist approaching. The rising steam elevated the bathroom's temperature, prompting him to remove his coat, leaving him in only a shirt. The supple black fabric clung to his form, delineating his upright figure. The sleeves rolled to his elbows, revealing his robust forearms. The mere sight of his back stirred her affections. Lin Shiyan approached, encircling his trim waist from behind. Feng Xingzhi. Feng Xingzhi lowered his gaze to the hands clasped before him. "Were you not to wait outside? Why have you entered?" "I could not resist," Lin Shiyan confessed, her cheek nuzzling against his back. "I desire to be with you, without a moment's separation." Feng Xingzhi remained silent, disengaging Lin Shiyan's arms. "The water is ready. Commence your bath." "Assist me," Lin Shiyan entreated. "Husband, I am weary. Would you be so kind as to assist me?" "I would not." Feng Xingzhi demurred, his eyes cast downward as he addressed Lin Shiyan. "I have acquiesced to your terms. accompanying you in certain farcical endeavors. But that does not extend to consummating our union. Not even for this fleeting day and night. Lin Shiyan's voice quivered. Feng Xingzhi softly remarked, "It is not permissible." Suddenly, a sound akin to something shattering on the ground echoed. Upon closer inspection, it was the sound of her heart breaking. "What kind of body wash would you prefer? Would you care for a glass of red wine? How about some Chopin piano music?" Feng Xingzhi inquired about her preferences. Indeed, apart from his desire for them to be a genuine couple, Feng Xingzhi was quite considerate. Yet, Lin Shiyan found it impossible to feel joy. In an instant, the day and night she had anticipated with such fervor felt utterly ridiculous. But Feng Xingzhi was cruel. Even the simplest indulgence of allowing her to dream was denied to her. "No need. I can manage on my own." Feng Xingzhi furrowed his brow. "Lin Shiyan, what trickery are you attempting? The conditions were set by you. I merely believe that rather than letting you linger here with insincerity, it is better for me to enjoy myself. Rest assured, now that I have signed, I will not retract my words." Pausing, Lin Shiyan smiled and replied, "And you would not allow me to retract mine, would you?" Just as Feng Xingzhi was about to respond, his phone unexpectedly rang. He stepped outside to answer the call. "Hello? Shu Wei. I will be there shortly." Chapter 49. Observing her husband embrace Feng Shu Wei, Lin Shiyan. "I heard everything." With her back turned to Feng Xingzhi, she said, "Feng Shu Wei is looking for you. If you must go, then go." As she spoke, she began to disrobe, casting aside her shirt and pants carelessly. Originally, he had no obligation to explain this matter to Lin Shiyan. For the past 3 years, it had always been the case that whenever Feng Shu Wei had an issue, he would leave without a second thought. However, for reasons unknown at this moment, he found himself unable to take a step forward. He gazed at Lin Shiyan, who had already lifted her leg to step into the bathtub, and after a brief silence, he said, "Tonight does not count. I will make it up to you." "Make it up?" Lin Shiyan couldn't help but laugh. Sitting in the bathtub, she raised her eyes to Feng Xingzhi and asked, "How do you intend to compensate me? By accompanying me for 2 nights? How many nights do you desire?" This was undoubtedly Feng Xingzhi's most amiable demeanor, yet Lin Shiyan found it rather ironic. Her husband was inquiring how many nights she wished for. She replied, "Would it be possible for me to have as many nights as I want?" Lin Shiyan leaned back against the edge of the bathtub, taking the towel that lay beside her to cover her face. Feng Xingzhi, concerned about Feng Shu Wei, did not linger for long, leaving her with a remark, "I will have Zhou Chun come to pick you up tomorrow morning." As Lin Shiyan listened to the sound of the bathroom door closing and the man's footsteps fading away, she slowly removed the towel from her face, revealing her reddened eyes. Lin Shiyan did not wish to cry. She had always believed that crying was a sign of weakness, a futile act that accomplished nothing but projecting vulnerability. Yet at this moment, she found herself unable to hold back. She placed the towel beside the bathtub and carefully took out the pregnancy test results that she had hidden in her pocket, gently smoothing the paper as she gazed at the ultrasound image it bore. Although not medically trained, she scrutinized the B ultrasound image, which appeared to her as a dark, amorphous mass. Nevertheless, she examined it with meticulous care, her fingertips tracing its contours as if caressing the world's most precious jewel. "Hello, baby," she whispered. "It's your mother. A foolish mother, unable to keep your father, and incapable of providing you with an intact family. But please believe that in the years to come, even without a father, I will shower you with enough love and raise you with utmost care." Abruptly, her phone chimed, signaling a call from Feng Xingzhi. Lin Shiyan swiftly wiped away her tears, inhaled deeply twice, and composed herself before answering the call. "Hello," she said. "I've asked Zhou Chun to deliver something to you," he stated. "What is it?" she inquired. "Something you've always desired," he replied. Lin Shiyan's curiosity piqued upon hearing Feng Xingzhi's words. Aside from Feng Xingzhi himself, she was uncertain of what she truly wanted. She promptly emerged from the bathtub and, having just changed her clothes, received Zhou Chun. He reverently presented her with a small box. "Madam," he said respectfully, "this is a gift from President Feng. Please accept it." It would be disingenuous to claim she felt no anticipation, even after personally signing the divorce agreement. Deep down, she still yearned for a gift from him. This marked the first time in their 3 years of marriage that he had bestowed a present upon her. Lin Shiyan personally opened the box, revealing a set of car keys. She was perplexed, as she already possessed a vehicle. Why would Feng Xingzhi gift her another? Lin Shiyan's expression stiffened, feeling as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. She realized that Feng Xingzhi was attempting to make amends. Her husband was compensating her for his infidelity. How absurd it was. Zhou Chen observed the distress on Lin Shiyan's face with concern. "Madam, are you all right?" "I'm fine, truly," she replied. "Your Mr. Feng is so generous. I should be delighted, shouldn't I? After all, a daughter from a fallen family like mine could hardly indulge in such opulence, luxuriating in a grand villa and an array of extravagant cars." Zhou Chen noted the redness in Lin Shiyan's eyes and felt a pang of discomfort. "Madam, please do not speak that way. If anyone hears you, they might misunderstand that you married Mr. Feng solely for his wealth." He spoke gently. "Did you not say that you possess a voice and must express your thoughts without concealing them from Mr. Feng? You should refrain from speaking in anger. Whatever the matter, it is vital to communicate clearly with him. You also mentioned that life is fleeting and the moments spent with a beloved are few. It would be foolish to squander that time on misunderstandings." "Indeed, those are my words once," she reflected. In her former confidence and naivety, she believed that laying bare her heart would yield the sincerity she desired. Now, she perceived her past self as foolish and naive. If she were not foolish, how could she have thought that Feng Xingzhi would anticipate the arrival of their child? "Yes, you are right. I should not act out of spite." Lin Shiyan managed to smile. "Please tell Feng Xingzhi that I genuinely appreciate it." After a slight pause, she added, "Please inform him that the conditions I previously mentioned were merely jest, and he need not take them seriously. I shall not renege on my promises to him. And should he harbor any misgivings, I am prepared to assume responsibility at any moment." Zhou Chen, with keen perception, discerned the despondency in Lin Shiyan's eyes. With a stroke of ingenuity, he proposed, "Madam, might I suggest that I place a call so that you may converse with President Feng directly?" Without awaiting Lin Shiyan's dissent, he promptly dialed the number and placed the device in her hand. "Hello. Did you receive the items? Do they please you?" "Indeed, they do." "That is heartening." Abruptly, a silence descended upon them. Though wedded, at this juncture, they found themselves devoid of subject matter for discussion. After a brief interlude, Lin Shiyan broke the silence, stating, "I shall not alter my resolve. Tomorrow or the day after, whenever you find the time, I am prepared to cooperate. Therefore, rest assured." Upon hearing these words, Feng Xingzhi's brow furrowed involuntarily. "That is not my intent. I merely felt compelled to offer some recompense for my failure to fulfill my promise to you this evening." As Feng Xingzhi was on the cusp of further elaboration, a flustered female voice interjected, "Xingzhi, where are you?" Subsequently, Feng Shuwei, hastily draped in a bath towel, burst forth and flung herself into Feng Xingzhi's embrace. She trembled visibly, her voice laced with a sob as she uttered, "Xingzhi, why have you come here? I did not find you after my ablutions, and I feared you had reconsidered and departed surreptitiously. But you distinctly assured me that you would keep me company this evening." "I have not departed. I merely came to receive a phone call." Upon concluding his words, Feng Xingzhi finally realized he was on the line with Lin Shiyan. The unexpected collision with Feng Shuwei had caused his phone to fall, and when he picked it up, the call had not yet ended. Lin Shiyan was quietly observing the two of them in embrace. Chapter 50, Usurping Lin Shiyan's Position, Becoming Mrs. Feng Lin Shiyan was silently watching the two entwined through her phone, a suffocating sensation coursing through her heart. Yet, her expression remained tranquil. "If there is nothing further, I shall end the call," she stated, deliberately withholding any opportunity for Feng Xingzhi to respond before terminating the conversation. "Xingzhi, forgive me. I was simply overwhelmed with fear. Has Sister Lin misunderstood again? Perhaps I should call her to clarify. After all, she is your wife," Feng Shuwei suggested, attempting to reach for her phone, only be halted by Feng Xingzhi. "There's no need to do that." "Why not?" Feng Shuwei felt a surge of delight within, aware that her instigation had taken effect. Having been by Feng Xingzhi's side for so many years, she understood well that he detested hearing others refer to Lin Shiyan as his wife. With a sympathetic tone, she remarked, "Do not worry. Sister Lin will only scold me a few times for being shameless. She will not take any serious action against me." I said there is no need. "All right, Xingzhi." Feng Shuwei feigned a startled demeanor. Feng Xingzhi suppressed his inner irritation, striving to soften his tone. "I will handle this matter. You need not concern yourself. Aren't you set to film early tomorrow morning? You should hasten to rest." With a delicate and fragile demeanor, Feng Shuwei nestled into Feng Xingzhi's embrace. "Will you stay with me tonight?" Before she could finish her sentence, she was gently pushed away by Feng Xingzhi. He called over Sister Zhang, instructing her to take good care of Feng Shuwei. Pausing for a moment, he warned in a serious tone, "As a manager, if you cannot even look after your own artist, then there is no reason for you to remain in your position, don't you think?" Sister Zhang shivered at his words, promptly assuring him that she would take excellent care of Feng Shuwei. With that, Feng Xingzhi strode away. "Xingzhi, Wei, do not chase after him." Sister Zhang intercepted Feng Shuwei, preventing her from pursuing Feng Xingzhi. Feng Shuwei could only watch helplessly as he departed. Fuming with rage, she struck Sister Zhang across the face and shouted, "Do you have any idea how much effort I exerted to have Xingzhi come here tonight? I had everything prepared. I intended to spend the night with him, and you have ruined it all." Sister Zhang felt unjustly accused. If Feng had truly desired to be with Feng Shuwei, could she have thwarted that? Yet, she dared not voice such thoughts, instead offering a nervous smile as she explained, "Tonight is not the right moment. Remember, we orchestrated a ruse involving paparazzi to lure him here. If you were to climb into his bed, would it not plainly reveal to him that this was all a deception? If you cannot maintain your innocent image in his eyes, how will you ever replace Lin Shiyan and become Mrs. Feng?" Upon hearing these words, Feng Shuwei managed to suppress the anger simmering within her. In Zijinjiwan, Zhou Chen expressed his sincere apologies, saying, "Young madam, I am truly sorry. If it weren't for my meddling in letting Lin Shiyan speak with Feng Xingzhi, you would not have witnessed the embrace between President Feng and Feng Shuwei. What is the point of apologizing? It was not you who orchestrated the union between Feng Xingzhi and Feng Shuwei. Moreover, she had already signed the divorce agreement. Once the formalities were completed, she would no longer be the young madam of Feng. She had become a mother, the sole guardian of the tiny being within her womb, akin to a tadpole. If she were to succumb to tears and turmoil, who would protect the child?" After a brief moment, Lin Shiyan broke into a smile, saying, "I shall take that as your agreement. Good night, baby." The following day, upon awakening, she drove to the filming location. After being subjected to Feng Shuwei's relentless antics the previous day, she resolved not to afford her another opportunity today. The set was bustling with activity, and, as Lin Shiyan, accompanied by Feng Yuan, prepared the costumes needed for the day's shoot, her phone rang. It was a call from Feng Xingzhi. "Hello, where have you gone?" "I've gone to work at the film crew." Feng Xingzhi furrowed his brow. "Did we not agree that you would allow me to accompany you on a short trip today?" "That shall be for another time. The crew has just commenced, and I am far too busy to spare any time." "Busy? This is the first time someone has claimed to be busy in my presence." Feng Xingzhi was exceedingly displeased. "Lin Shiyan, do not blame me for not forewarning you. Should you miss this opportunity, I shall not deliberately carve out time again to accompany you in such absurd endeavors." "Absurd? Do you truly perceive my request for you to join me on a short trip as something laughable?" Lin Shiyan chuckled softly, recalling how Feng Xingzhi had just promised to accompany her before being summoned away by Lin Yaowei. She finally grasped one undeniable truth. "You are correct. It is rather comical." Taking a deep breath, Lin Shiyan said, "Since you have matters to attend to today, you may carry on. I shall end the call now." With that, she hung up the phone. Feng Xingzhi stared at the disconnected call, a storm cloud settling upon his handsome visage. Lin Shiyan had indeed shown remarkable audacity by severing the call with him. On set, Lin Shiyan gazed at her phone, feeling a pang of regret. She should have spoken to Xingzhi more thoughtfully. In her haste, she had let her temper flare. Now, it seemed that what could be the last opportunity for a short getaway in her lifetime was at risk of being dashed. This might be the sole chance for the baby to bond with their father. Lin Shiyan, unable to dwell on these thoughts, hastily immersed herself in her demanding work. She attempted to call Feng Xingzhi again, but he did not answer. Ultimately, she decided to reach out to Zhou Chun. Secretary Zhou, is Xingzhi occupied? Yes. He is quite busy, Zhou Chun replied hesitantly. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shiyan could hear the voices of other members of the secretarial team exchanging greetings. Miss Feng, you have arrived. President Feng is awaiting your presence for dinner. Lin Shiyan froze, her words caught in her throat. Upon realizing that the voice on the other end of the phone had fallen silent, Zhou Chun felt a twinge of concern. Madam, please do not overthink it, Mr. Feng is merely discussing business with Miss Feng. I understand. I am not overthinking, she replied. Madam, I'm feeling quite hungry and must go have a meal now. Goodbye, Secretary Zhou. Lin Shiyan could hardly contain herself as she hastily ended the call, tears spilling forth in that moment. Yin Yin. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed through the air. Lin Shiyan turned to see old Master Feng entering the living room accompanied by Uncle Chun. She was taken aback and quickly stood to greet them. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, a wave of nausea surged within her. Lin Shiyan rushed to the restroom, succumbing to the urge to vomit. Chapter 51. Morning sickness. Before old Master Feng, her stomach churned violently until she had emptied its contents. Only then did Lin Shiyan begin to feel somewhat relieved, clutching the toilet as she gasped for breath. Yin Yin, what is the matter? Why are you vomiting so violently? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Shiyan tensed, realizing the predicament she had created by losing control in front of her grandfather. He might suspect she was pregnant. The very fear she dreaded was manifesting. A moment later, old Master Feng exclaimed joyfully, Yin Yin, are you pregnant? If we calculate the days, it certainly seems so. Old Master Feng, brimming with excitement, urged, quick, let's go to the hospital. If you're indeed pregnant, it would be wonderful. The Feng family has awaited this child for far too long. Lin Shiyan dare not confirm, no, I am not pregnant. Upon observing the elder Mr. Feng gazing at her with suspicion, Lin Shiyan recognized that her tone had been overly resolute. Xingzhi had undergone a sterilization procedure a month prior. With no alternative, Lin Shiyan resorted to this matter to deflect Mr. Feng's doubts. What? Sterilization? Mr. Feng's complexion flushed with indignation, his face alight with fury. Has Feng Xingzhi lost his mind? What is he attempting? Does he not acknowledge my existence as his grandfather? Grandfather! Lin Shiyan hastily grasped Mr. Feng's sleeve, her eyes pleading. Please do not confront him. If Xingzhi learns that I disclose this matter to you, he will loathe me even more. Grandfather! He already despises me to the extent of considering the child within me a bane, intending to personally escort me to the operating room for an abortion. She was acutely aware of Mr. Feng's anticipation for the next generation of the Feng family, yet she could not voice it. The stakes were too high, and the price of failure would be the life of her child. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, tears streamed down her cheeks. I do not wish for him to harbor such hatred towards me. Grandfather, I implore you, do not let him despise me so. Lin Shiyan shook her head vehemently. It is not as it seems, grandfather. Marrying Xingzhi has always been my heartfelt desire, and you have helped me realize this wish. If I cannot retain him and inspire his love for me, it is my own inadequacy. Are you contemplating a divorce with Xingzhi? No, I have no intention of divorcing. Lin Shiyan was taken aback by Mr. Feng's keen perception and promptly refuted the notion. Xingzhi is such a wonderful man. He has finally become mine, and I can never bear to let him go. Grandfather, please refrain from this. I shall remain by Feng Xingzhi's side, unwaveringly. A profound sense of guilt enveloped her, for she was acutely aware of how much the elder Feng anticipated the arrival of the next generation. Yet, now that she bore a child, she was compelled to conceal this joyous news. You haven't dined yet, have you? Come, allow me to accompany you for a meal. Lin Shiyan assisted the elder Feng to the dining hall for dinner. She was already experiencing the early symptoms of pregnancy, which had significantly affected her appetite. Fortunately, the elder Feng merely attributed her lack of enthusiasm to a foul mood, without delving deeper into the matter. After dinner, the elder Feng departed. Upon leaving the Zijin garden, his suppressed anger could no longer be contained, and he erupted in a fit of rage. Ultimately, it was only through Uncle Chun's soothing presence and the memory of Lin Shiyan's tear-streaked face that he managed to regain his composure. Her emotions had been tumultuous that day, particularly due to her incessant worry that her grandfather might scold Feng Xingzhi on her behalf. It took her a considerable time to finally drift into slumber. In the realm of entertainment news, a tabloid had captured an exclusive photo of Feng Shui, claiming to have photographed her mysterious boyfriend. Speculation ran rampant, with gossip circulating about anyone who had ever collaborated with her being dragged into the fray for comparison. Yet no one bore a striking resemblance. However, Lin Shiyan instantly recognized the identity of the man, her husband, Feng Xingzhi. Initially, she contemplated making a phone call to inquire. But the image of Feng Xingzhi cradling Feng Shui in his arms dissuaded her from doing so. What difference would it make, after all? Feng Xingzhi had been on a business trip for 5 days. On the evening prior to his departure, he received a call from his grandfather, instructing him to leave immediately. When he sought to understand the reasons behind the abrupt summons, he was met with a barrage of scolding from the elder. After a period of intense work, I noticed the sensational news circulating online, which caused me to furrow my brow in displeasure. I inquired curtly, "Zhou, how did this preposterous news end up on the internet?" Zhou pondered internally. How did it appear? Obviously, someone orchestrated it, and that person is undoubtedly Feng Shui. However, he kept this thought to himself. I will immediately have these reports retracted. Feng Xingzhi responded with a hum of acknowledgement and then asked, "Has Lin Shiyan contacted you to cause any trouble these past few days?" "No, Madam has always been very discreet and never engages in unreasonable behavior." Feng Xingzhi's brow furrowed deeply. Lin Shiyan's behavior was truly unusual. Not only did she readily sign the divorce agreement, but she also remained completely silent. He wondered what she was planning. When Feng Xingzhi realized that his thoughts were constantly occupied by Lin Shiyan, he suddenly understood that perhaps this was her intention, to capture his attention. Feng Xingzhi scoffed inwardly. He had to admit that Lin Shiyan was quite clever this time, but her cleverness would ultimately lead to her downfall. Meanwhile, Lin Shiyan was doing well on set. Although she was tired, everything was gradually falling into place. "Designer Lin, Ms. Feng's dress has been torn. Please attend to it immediately." Lin Shiyan responded affirmatively and retrieved her sewing kit. Today's scene was a climax in the film and marked the beginning of the female antagonist's descent into darkness. After the tragic deaths of the female second lead's brothers in battle, they were falsely accused of treachery and betrayal by treacherous individuals. The emperor, enraged, ordered their corpses to be displayed on the city walls for all to see, subjecting them to the scorn of countless onlookers. Unable to bear this indignity, the female second lead made several attempts to scale the walls in order to retrieve her brother's remains. Meanwhile, Feng Shui, clad in the coarse attire of a common woman, stood atop the fortress wall. She noticed Lin Shiyan approaching, who, with an apologetic expression, said, "I'm sorry, Designer Lin, but I seem to have torn my skirt." Lin Shiyan approached to inspect Feng Shui's garment and found the tear to be quite severe, to the extent that any movement could lead to further exposure. Selecting a thread of a similar hue, Lin Shiyan began to stitch the dress. Observing this, the surrounding crew members busied themselves with other tasks. As soon as they noticed they were free from scrutiny, Feng Shui leaned in closer to Lin Shiyan and whispered, "Do you know Lin Shiyan? I truly detest you. You marry Xingzhi solely because of your family background, yet you constantly flaunt your position as the legitimate wife before me. It is utterly infuriating. This time, I must teach you a lesson, so you understand that in my presence, you are but a turtle forced to retreat and remain subdued." Lin Shiyan instinctively lifted her gaze, only to be met with the madness etched upon Feng Shui's face. Chapter 52. Lin Shiyan is captured. Sensing Feng Shui's unsettling demeanor, Lin Shiyan instinctively attempted to retreat, seeking to distance herself and avoid being wrongfully implicated. However, Feng Shui had long been prepared and would not allow Lin Shiyan to escape so easily. She seized Lin Shiyan's wrist with a firm grip. "Lin Shiyan, do not blame me. If you must assign blame, direct it toward yourself for encroaching upon a space that does not rightfully belong to you." As Feng Shui's words fell, she abruptly raised her knee and struck at Lin Shiyan's abdomen. Lin Shiyan's heart constricted sharply. She was merely 2 months into her pregnancy. a time when the fetus was particularly vulnerable. How could she withstand such an assault? Instinctively, she reached out to shield herself, only to witness Feng Xingzhi stagger backward. A peculiar smile etched on her heavily made-up face, before plummeting from the city wall like a broken-winged butterfly. Lin Shiyan's pupils dilated in shock as realization dawned upon her regarding Feng Xingzhi's intentions. She attempted to grasp her hand, but it was too late. She could only watch helplessly as Feng Xingzhi fell onto the safety mat below the wall. The impact was severe, blood seeping from her thigh, quickly spreading into a dark crimson pool. The onlookers were initially taken aback, but as they processed the situation, they rushed towards the fallen Feng Xingzhi, transforming the set into a chaotic scene. Good heavens, how did Miss Feng fall? Quick, someone fetch a doctor. As Lin Shiyan descended from the wall, she found everyone encircled around Feng Xingzhi, awaiting the intervention of the crew's physician. After examining her, the doctor reported, Miss Feng has sustained a broken right leg, with varying degrees of abrasions on her left leg, back, and arms. The only fortunate aspect is that her head remains unharmed. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Director let out a sigh of relief, grateful that Feng Xingzhi had not encountered any life-threatening issues. Otherwise, the production, having only just commenced, would have faced an unfortunate predicament with one of its leading stars already in distress. They promptly transported instructor Feng to the medical facility. The production team promptly procured a stretcher, gingerly placing Feng Xingzhi upon it. As they passed Lin Shiyan, she abruptly spoke, Lin Shiyan, how could you be so malevolent? I merely experienced difficulty finding my rhythm, resulting in the damage of several costumes that you were tasked with mending. How could you harbor such resentment and inflict such cruelty upon me simply because you were burdened with extra labor? Your actions are utterly reprehensible. These words ignited a firestorm of commotion, eliciting a chorus of astonished murmurs and accusatory gestures directed at Lin Shiyan from the assembled crew. Lin Shiyan, however, remained impervious to their censure, fixing her gaze upon director, and as she asserted, I did not push her. I am not so devoid of intellect as to commit such an act. Director An's brow furrowed into a deep scowl, torn between belief in Lin Shiyan's words and his own mounting exasperation. Since the commencement of filming, Lin Shiyan had been the epicenter of numerous disruptions. He cared not for the nuances of culpability. His sole concern lay in the fact that Lin Shiyan's actions had precipitated delays, each second of which translated into financial losses. Suspend your current duties, he commanded. I have already alerted the authorities. Further action will be contingent upon the findings of the police investigation. Feng Yuanyuan visibly trembled, shaking her head in protest. Sister Lin, I am incapable. I am not adequate for this task. You are capable, Lin Shiyan reassured her. With succinct instructions, Lin Shiyan delegated her responsibilities to Feng Yuanyuan as the police arrived. You're Lin Shiyan, correct? We have received a report alleging that you propelled Ms. Feng Xingzhi from the city wall, resulting in a fractured leg. We request your presence at the station to assist with our inquiry. Composed and collected, Lin Shiyan offered no resistance, accompanying the officers as they escorted her away. As she emerged, a bucket of cold water was suddenly splashed upon her, catching Lin Shiyan completely off guard and drenching her from head to toe. A group of young girls, fierce and aggressive, lunged towards her, exclaiming, You vile woman, how dare you harm our beloved Wei Wei? You wretched creature, I shall tear your skin apart to reveal the filthy heart concealed beneath. Let us punish her. Avenge Wei Wei. Their numbers were overwhelming, and they advanced with such ferocity that even several police officers were pushed aside. Encircled by them, Lin Shiyan found herself shoved and clawed at, her clothes being torn and her hair pulled. Outnumbered and powerless, she felt like a fragile boat tossed about in a storm. Her only instinct to protect herself and safeguard the child within her. My daughter would never intentionally harm anyone. Just then, a figure rushed in, a frail and slender form shielding Lin Shiyan from the crowd. My daughter is the kindest person in the world. She would never hurt anyone. Lin Shiyan paused in astonishment, softly calling out, Mom? The newcomer was none other than Zheng Lanin. She had never anticipated that Zheng Lanin would arrive silently. nor that she would so fearlessly stand in front of her at this critical moment. The fans exchanged glances at the sight of the two police officers, a flicker of trepidation crossing their minds. Even in their ignorance, they dared not confront the police. Yet, unwilling to relent, they issued a fierce warning. "You elderly woman named Lin, just wait. You've caused Wei Wei to break her leg, and we will not let this matter rest." Having observed the departure of the throng of admirers, Lin Shiyan emitted a sigh of relief. The cold perspiration that had surfaced on her back had thoroughly dampened her attire. The preceding moments had been exceedingly harrowing. A single misstep could have jeopardized the well-being of the child she carried. "Shiyan, are you all right? Is there any discomfort you're experiencing?" Zheng Lanyin, with palpable concern, clasped her daughter's hand, her voice tinged with a sob. "I apologize. I was mistaken in my previous approach. I ought to have engaged in a more considerate dialogue with you. I am unharmed, and I extend my gratitude for your protection today, Mother." Lin Shiyan was deeply moved. She had presumed that her mother's sole concern was Lin Zichuan, never anticipating such selfless devotion on her behalf. "Silly child," Zheng Lanyin remarked affectionately, gazing upon Lin Shiyan. Before she could elaborate further, a nearby police officer interjected. "All right, any further discourse can wait. You must accompany us to the police station to assist with our inquiries." Zheng Lanyin's complexion paled instantly, and she hastily addressed the officer. "Officer, there must be some misunderstanding. My daughter is of such benevolent nature that she would never inflict harm on another." Upon arrival at the police station, Lin Shiyan was escorted to an interrogation room for questioning. Chapter 53. Interrogation. Lin Shiyan was directed by the officers to a chair within the interrogation room. The air conditioning was set to a frigid temperature, and the chair was icy to the touch. As Lin Shiyan took her seat, she involuntarily shuddered, a chilling sensation creeping up her spine. The officers produced paper and pens, and, seated behind a desk, commenced their inquiries. Initially, they sought Lin Shiyan's personal details, and, subsequently, they broached the central matter. "Lin Shiyan, what was your motive for pushing Feng Xingzhi from the city wall? Are you cognizant that your actions could prove fatal to her?" Lin Shiyan asserted, "I did not propel her." The officer interrogated further. "If you did not propel her, how did she plummet? Are you suggesting she leaped of her own volition?" "Affirmative." "Are you implying that Feng Xingzhi is attempting to frame you in this manner?" "That is a plausible interpretation." "And the rationale behind this?" "I am uncertain." The officer persisted. "It has come to our attention that animosity exists between you and Feng Xingzhi, with frequent altercations. Is this accurate?" Lin Shiyan countered, "That is inaccurate." Following a series of 10 inquiries, Lin Shiyan remained uncooperative, inciting the officer's ire. He slammed his hand upon the table, exclaiming, "Lin Shiyan, allow me to remind you that this is a police precinct. You are accountable for every utterance. Equivocation and non-cooperation carry legal ramifications." Lin Shiyan furrowed her brow, retorting, "I stand by every statement I have made." "Conversely, officer, what is your objective in deliberately prompting me to concede to events that never transpired? What is your ulterior motive?" The officer, incensed, advanced towards Lin Shiyan, declaring, "Such a devious woman. Even within the confines of the police station, you persist in denying an act of attempted homicide. Officer, I implore you to maintain composure." Lin Shiyan, observing the officer's inclination towards physical confrontation, cautioned, "This interrogation room is under surveillance. Your agitation renders any potential admission on my part inadmissible. Moreover, unless you are certain of my demise within this interrogation room, once I emerge from this place, I shall undoubtedly disclose the injustices I have endured. I trust this outcome aligns with your desires." The officer's actions suddenly froze, his expression growing increasingly vexed. At that moment, his partner hurried over and restrained him. "All right, let us pause the interrogation and allow Miss Lin a moment to reflect on whether she wishes to speak the truth. You are indeed correct. We should permit Miss Lin to contemplate her words, lest she rambles indiscriminately." The officer retorted vehemently, seizing a nearby spotlight and flipping it on with a sharp click, directing its harsh glare toward Lin Shiyan's face. The blinding light rendered her unable to open her eyes, and she instinctively shielded them with her hands. Yet, The brilliance proved too intense, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. The interrogation room fell into an eerie stillness, broken only by the sound of her heartbeat and breath. In that moment, time became a meaningless construct, and all her fears and terrors were evoked, especially the memories of past experiences. For this was not her first encounter with such questioning in an interrogation room. Years ago, when Feng Yawei met her tragic end, she too had been confined here and subjected to a similar interrogation. Beads of sweat began to bead upon Lin Shiyan's forehead, her body trembling uncontrollably. Time stretched infinitely in that moment. Each minute and second felt as protracted as a century. The officer returned intermittently, each time attempting to coerce Lin Shiyan into confessing that she had deliberately pushed Feng Xingzhi from the city walls. Driven by spiteful resentment from their daily conflicts and a malicious desire to end Feng Xingzhi's life, Lin Shiyan shielded her eyes with her hands, her hair soaked with perspiration, presenting a disheveled figure. Yet she chuckled. Feng Xingzhi is indeed formidable, Lin Shiyan remarked. Her reach extends far beyond my expectations. But, considering your allegiance to Feng Xingzhi, does she happen to disclose my identity to you? Or the reasons for her vehement animosity towards me, seizing any opportunity to utterly crush me? I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't think I don't know you're trying to weasel out of this. If you're unaware, feel free to investigate. I see you remain obstinate. I suggest you reflect on this thoroughly. The officer departed in a rage. Lin Shiyan exhaled in relief, slumping against the interrogation chair, feeling on the verge of collapse. A dull ache pulsed in her lower abdomen, and layers of cold sweat continued to surface. She bit down forcefully, piercing her oral cavity. Her tongue flooded with a metallic taste of blood. Drawing strength from the pain, she managed to maintain consciousness, silently imploring Feng Xingzhi to arrive swiftly. Immediately after the incident, she had messaged Feng Xingzhi, now fervently hoping she would see it soon, lest she succumb to the ordeal. At that moment, the interrogation room door swung open once more, and in the subsequent instant, the glaring lamp directed at her face was abruptly kicked aside. Immediately following was an irate voice. Such audacity! How dare you subject my sister-in-law to coercive interrogation? A misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding. The arriving police chief, bowing obsequiously, promptly gestured for the officers behind him to unlock the interrogation chair. Yin, gazing upon Lin Shiyan's pallid countenance, Feng Xingzhi's eyes welled with tears, and she couldn't resist seizing her hand. Lin Shiyan's mind felt somewhat numb. It took her a moment to respond. Tentatively, she uttered, "Xingzhi, is that you?" "It is I." Feng Xingzhi expressed profound remorse. Yin, I apologize. I saw the message late and could only arrive now." Lin Shiyan breathed a sigh of relief, a faint smile gracing her parched lips. "Xingzhi, it's good that you're here. This is not the place for conversation. Let us depart from here first," Lianlin, who had accompanied them, suggested. "Indeed, this inauspicious place. We must leave at once." Feng Xingzhi immediately assisted Lin Shiyan, and together with Lianlin, they supported her as they proceeded towards the exit. The police chief trailed behind, saying, "Miss Feng, there must be some misunderstanding regarding today's events. I implore you to be magnanimous and not dwell on it." Feng Xingzhi, losing patience, retorted, "Whether there's a misunderstanding or not, I cannot say. Whether or not to dwell on it is not for me or Yin to decide. I shall inform my grandfather." The fact that the eldest granddaughter-in-law of the Feng family was apprehended and subjected to coercive interrogation in a police station. "The resolution of this matter shall be determined by my grandfather." The police chief's complexion underwent an immediate transformation. What? The Feng family's eldest granddaughter-in-law? He immediately felt the urge to beg for mercy, but Feng Xingzhi, no longer inclined to listen, instructed her companions to intercept him and escorted Lin Shiyan out of the police station. Upon exiting the precinct, a familiar voice reached their ears, and they beheld Feng Xingzhi, clad in a suit, standing at the entrance. Lin Shiyan gazed in his direction, her vision blurred by the harsh light, discerning only a vague outline. Yet, she could envision Feng Xingzhi's imposing figure, akin to a deity descending from the heavens. In that moment, Lin Shiyan was particularly averse to facing him. "Xingzhi, Listen to the vehicle, she said. Indeed. Feng Xingzhi replied, still displeased with her elder brother, and with no intention of acknowledging him. She guided Lin Shiyan toward her car. Just then, Lin Shiyan's wrist was seized. Chapter 54. Hemorrhage. Aware of her disheveled appearance, with tangled hair and sweat-soaked garments, she detected an unpleasant odor emanating from herself. She was reluctant to present herself in such a state before Feng Xingzhi. Even if he was indifferent, she always desired to be radiant and resplendent. Release her, Feng Xingzhi directed at Feng Xingzhi, his brow furrowed. Lin Shiyan's hand is scalded. Feng Xingzhi promptly released her grip, noticing the blisters on Lin Shiyan's hand. Alarmed, she exclaimed, Yin, why did you not inform me? Your hand is in pain. I did not observe it, she replied. Lin Shiyan spoke softly, realizing only upon being reminded that a sharp pain was radiating from the back of her hand. This must have been a remnant from her time in the interrogation room. The bright lights had been blaring directly at her face, and in an effort to shield herself, she had instinctively covered her face with her hand. However, the discomfort had distracted her from noticing the burn on her skin. Considering what Lin Shiyan had endured in the interrogation room, she could never bring herself to blame her. She immediately said, I will take you to the hospital. Feng Xingzhi then lifted Lin Shiyan into his arms and placed her inside the car before following suit. He instructed Zhou Chun drive. Lianlin, witnessing this, felt an urge to chase after them, but was halted by Feng Xingzhi. Don't follow. Let my brother go. Right now, what Yin needs most is his company. Reflecting on Lin Shiyan's infatuation with Feng Xingzhi, Lianlin chose not to pursue them. Inside the car, Lin Shiyan had barely settled when she instinctively distanced herself from Feng Xingzhi, pressing against the door. Feng Xingzhi furrowed his brows, observing her behavior. What are you doing? I'm covered in sweat. Do you think I would care about that? Feng Xingzhi replied incredulously. At times, he truly wished he could pry open Lin Shiyan's mind to discover her thoughts. Indeed, that is my assumption, for I do not know what you care about. Do not know what I care about? Feng Xingzhi scoffed. If you were truly unaware, how could you have pushed Feng Shuwei down the stairs? Lin Shiyan, I have warned you, do not provoke Feng Shuwei. You may have eluded justice for your role in Yaoi's demise due to a lack of substantiating evidence. But your luck will not perpetually hold. Each word that left Feng Xingzhi's lips was laced with a chilling resolve. As Lin Shiyan emerged from the constabulary and beheld Feng Xingzhi, an initial surge of elation coursed through her. However, upon hearing his accusations and admonitions, her heart plummeted into an icy abyss. Feng Xingzhi harbored suspicions that, driven by animosity towards Feng Shuwei, she had callously shoved her from the city walls, intending to end her life. Lin Shiyan's heart was gripped by an excruciating pain, far surpassing the anguish she had endured within the interrogation room. I avow my innocence. Feng Xingzhi, I am not capable of such an act. Lin Shiyan fixed her gaze upon Feng Xingzhi, imploringly asking, Can you not, for once, repose your faith in me? Lin Shiyan, your mere assertions are insufficient. Evidence is irrefutable, and I shall conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. I shall not unjustly accuse you. However, should your culpability be established, I shall not spare you, even with your grandfather's influence. I shall ensure that you atone for your malevolence. Lin Shiyan found the situation bitterly ironic. Malevolent, you say? Feng Xingzhi, how can you utter such preposterous words? Were I truly malevolent, I could simply declare that Feng Shuwei is shameless, that she seduced my husband, intruded upon my family, and exploited our marital assets to advance her career. She would immediately be ostracized, branded as a pariah, and forever haunted by scandal, devoid of any future prospects. Lin Shiyan, dare you? As if forced through clenched teeth. Feng Xingzhi's voice resonated with an icy, keen light in his profound eyes, akin to piercing swords. Clutching her chest, Lin Shiyan felt as though 1,000 arrows had pierced her heart, the deep ache causing her to tremble. With reddened eyes, she gazed at him. I dared not. I originally dare not, for I care for you. I yearn for a future with you. Thus, no matter my anger, my resentment, I desperately restrained myself. But now, it is different. I have signed the divorce agreement you presented. Once the formalities are completed, we will be estranged. Since I am destined to never have you, why should I continue to suppress myself? I have no reason to endure. Why should I tolerate Feng Shui's provocations? Why should I? So, this is your objective, isn't it? To make your malice appear justified, less reprehensible. Not only ruin Feng Shui, but also conveniently garner a wave of sympathy. Lin Shiyan, you have indeed played your cards skillfully. Indeed, I am so calculating. Why did you provoke me? Why could you not have been kinder to me? Did you not know that I would be driven mad? Or was it Feng Xingzhi's intention all along to push me to the brink of insanity? Feng Xingzhi remained silent, merely regarding her with a chilling gaze, laden with stark warning. The atmosphere within the car grew oppressively heavy, and Zhou Chun, who was driving, dared not even breathe audibly. After several minutes, Lin Shiyan spoke first, her demeanor much calmer compared to her previous agitation. But I regretted those words as soon as they were uttered, for fear of causing you displeasure or, worse, misunderstanding, which I deeply wished to avoid, Lin Shiyan lamented, her countenance etched with profound sorrow. Feng Xingzhi, do you realize that I have never concealed my affections from you? I have laid bare my love, desiring you to perceive the depths of my heart, apprehensive that misinterpretations might drive a wedge between us. Such a circumstance, I believed, would be utterly foolish. Her voice was a mere whisper, as if her heart had been rent asunder, allowing her lifeblood to seep away. Yet, I have come to realize that the true fool is myself, for there exists no misunderstanding between us. Your lack of affection for me is simply that, a lack of affection. Tears streamed down her face, which she hastily wiped away before forcing a smile. Observing the trails of tears on her cheeks, Feng Xingzhi felt a profound discomfort, as though his heart had been filled with grit. Never had he anticipated such words from her. As he prepared to speak, Lin Shiyan exclaimed, "Stop the car. Madam, we are nearly at the hospital. Stop the car." I said, "Stop the car." Her emotions were turbulent, for she could no longer bear to share the same space as Feng Xingzhi. Despite her enduring love for him, she could not bear to look upon him at that moment, for it caused her unbearable pain. She was, after all, flesh and blood, with a heart wrought of the same, and it ached intensely. Feng Xingzhi's expression mirrored her own distress, and he coldly commanded, "Stop the car. Let her out." Zhou Chen attempted a few words of persuasion, but they fell on deaf ears. Helpless, he brought the vehicle to a halt at the roadside. Even before the vehicle had fully decelerated, she flung open the door and alighted. Swiftly, Lin Shiyan was overcome with regret. A sharp, agonizing pain gripped her lower abdomen, as if a blade were relentlessly churning within her, leaving her complexion pallid. A viscous, damp sensation emanated from below, as if something were seeping out. Chapter 55. Let's procure the divorce certificate. Lin Shiyan's countenance underwent a transformation, her heart brimming with trepidation. Her child, she was utterly reprehensible. Despite knowing the precariousness of the first trimester, she was unable to temper her emotions. Should anything befall the child within her womb, she would never absolve herself. Lin Shiyan mustered her strength and staggered toward the roadside to flag down a vehicle. But after only a couple of steps, darkness enveloped her vision, and she lost all awareness. As Lin Shiyan roused from her unconscious state, she beheld Feng Xingzhi cradling her as he alighted from the vehicle, rushing toward the emergency room. He was visibly agitated. Perspiration streamed down his cheeks, glistening like crystals in the twilight, a testament to his prolonged sprint. He continued to utter her name, Lin Shiyan, Lin Shiyan. Each syllable, each invocation, was imbued with urgency. How mellifluous it sounded. Though merely three ordinary characters, they transformed into celestial music when uttered from his lips, instantly evoking memories of that snow-laden day and the youth who embraced her with unwavering tenacity. In the ensuing instant, Lin Shiyan closed her eyes, recalling his words within the confines of the vehicle. Emergency room. Lin Shiyan was placed upon a mobile hospital bed. Feng Xingzhi stood adjacent, relaying her condition to the physician. He articulated with such meticulous detail, akin to a husband deeply enamored with his wife, yet it was merely a semblance. "Leave?" Lin Shiyan exclaimed, her tears welling up and cascading down her cheeks. She bit her lip, enunciating each word with resolute determination. "Make him leave." Feng Xingzhi furrowed his brow. "Lin Shiyan, cease this commotion. Medical attention is paramount. I implore you to depart this instant. Lin Shiyan's stance was unwavering, observing her escalating emotional state. The nurse promptly requested Feng Xingzhi to exit. As soon as the emergency room doors closed, Lin Shiyan seized the doctor's wrist with urgency, exclaiming, "I am with child, and my abdomen is assailed by pain. I beseech you to save my child." Lin Shiyan was clad in dark trousers. Upon hearing her words, the doctor noticed the blood flowing from her lower body, staining the disposable bedsheet crimson. Alarmed, the doctor immediately ordered, "Procure the signature of the pregnant woman's family forthwith." "Nay, desist," Lin Shiyan interjected. "Do not apprise him. He is unwilling to accept this child. Should he be informed, the child's safety would be irrevocably compromised. I entreat you. I implore you." Lin Shiyan's condition was perilous. Commencing treatment without familial consent contravened protocol. However, witnessing Lin Shiyan's supplication, the doctor relented and instructed, "Prepare for resuscitation." Hearing this, Lin Shiyan's heart eased, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, she was greeted by a pristine white ceiling, the air redolent with the scent of soda. Recalling the events of yesterday, Lin Shiyan's immediate reaction was to touch her abdomen. "Is something amiss with your stomach? Are you experiencing discomfort?" Lin Shiyan heard a familiar voice and turned her head to see Feng Xingzhi sitting beside her, regarding her with a puzzled expression. Lin Shiyan felt a jolt of anxiety, as if electrified, and quickly withdrew her hand. She feigned nonchalance and said, "It's nothing." Feng Xingzhi scrutinized Lin Shiyan, noting her pallid complexion, devoid of any color. His brow furrowed in displeasure as he retorted, "Do you take me for a fool? Do you think I would believe such a blatant falsehood?" Lin Shiyan responded, "I'm not lying. My stomach really isn't hurting much anymore. I've contacted a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. After your discharge, we'll have him administer treatment. You're still young and shouldn't endure such pain every month." Lin Shiyan was taken aback before realizing that Feng Xingzhi was referring to her menstrual cycle. He assumed her current distress was due to her period. She breathed a sigh of relief and vaguely agreed. Upon seeing the doctor enter, Lin Shiyan promptly said, "Feng Xingzhi, I'm hungry and craving porridge. Could you possibly buy me a bowl? If I could have a bowl of babao porridge that you personally bought, I'm sure I would feel much better." "Very well, you lie down and rest. I'll go and buy some." Feng Xingzhi rose to leave. "You are fortunate. The baby has been preserved. However, you may not always be so lucky. Therefore, it is imperative that you take good care of yourself and the baby in your womb. Do you understand?" "I understand. Thank you, doctor." Lin Shiyan reached out to touch her belly, feeling a surge of joy at the thought of her baby peacefully sleeping within. Suddenly, she paused. "Are you saying he's been watching over me all this time?" "Indeed, I can see that he is quite concerned for you." Lin Shiyan found it hard to believe. No one understood the nature of Feng Xingzhi's feelings for her better than she did. Yet, this was a private matter, and she preferred not to voice her thoughts. Instead, she smiled and replied, "Thank you, doctor. I shall take your words into serious consideration." The doctor expressed his satisfaction. "Excellent. Communication is vital between spouses. It would be a pity to part ways due to misunderstandings." At that moment, Feng Xingzhi entered, carrying a box of 8 treasure porridge and several small dishes. Just as Lin Shiyan intended to rise from her hospital bed to eat, Feng Xingzhi gently stopped her. "Stay put. Since your stomach is unsettled, it's best to eat here." "Your husband is truly considerate," the doctor remarked with a smile, making a gesture of encouragement towards Lin Shiyan. "What did the doctor say? It seems rather mysterious." "Oh, it's nothing of consequence. Merely a little secret among women. You wouldn't understand." Lin Shiyan deftly shifted the topic. "Did you buy sweet and sour ribs? It smells delightful." "Your sense of smell is quite impressive," Feng Xingzhi replied, placing the meal box on the small movable table. The spread was a delightful assortment of dishes, both meat and vegetables, all of which Lin Shiyan adored. She was pleasantly surprised. "You bought so much. And it's all my favorite. What can I say? Your tastes are rather particular, and I can't help it. I was blessed with a remarkably discerning palate." With a touch of self-deprecating humor, Lin Shiyan remarked, "Such an abundance of dishes. I couldn't possibly consume it all. Perhaps we could partake together?" Feng Xingzhi, without demur, procured a container of rice, and seated himself beside Lin Shiyan, joining her repast. Lin Shiyan, in a state of mingled astonishment and surprise, regarded him, the physician's words resonating in her ears, causing her heart to palpitate with increasing fervor. Her thoughts, a jumble of disarray, each imagining filling her with delight. Abruptly, Feng Xingzhi declared, "I've instructed Zhou Chun to deliver some garments for you. In a short while, accompany me to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Given that the divorce agreement has been executed, let us seize the opportunity this afternoon to procure the divorce certificate." Chapter 56. Avaricious and malevolent Lin Shiyan was taken aback, her mind momentarily blank. After a protracted pause, she finally responded, "You suggest acquiring the divorce certificate this afternoon? Indeed. Any stipulations you harbor may be voiced, save for the preposterous condition you previously articulated." "What preposterous condition did I articulate previously? Do you allude to my desire for you?" Lin Shiyan inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. "Do you deem this a preposterous condition? For I do not. It is in truth my most fervent desire." Feng Xingzhi's brow furrowed, his countenance betraying displeasure. "Lin Shiyan, I am engaging in earnest discourse. Must you persist in such obstinate contentiousness? Or, allow me to inform you that this dissolution of matrimony is inexorable, regardless." Lin Shiyan's heart plummeted, and after a moment of silence, she queried, "Might you enlighten me as to the cause of such haste?" Impatient to the point of not even waiting for her discharge from the hospital, he was intent on taking her to finalize their divorce certificate. Feng Xingzhi stated, "I no longer wish for you to leverage the status of Mrs. Feng to create difficulties for Feng Shuwei. Her luck will not always hold." Lin Shiyan's heart grew colder with each passing moment. "So it's for Feng Shuwei's sake?" "Affirmative. It is precisely for her." Lin Shiyan clenched her hands at her sides, gazing up at him as she spoke. "Feng Xingzhi, at times I'm exceedingly curious as to the person I truly am in your estimation, but hearing your words now, I find there is no need to inquire. In your eyes, I am avaricious and malevolent. The stepmother from Snow White possesses 10,000 times more benevolence than I. I occasionally perceive myself as a failure, particularly as we have known each other for so many years, and yet you are incapable of extending even a modicum of trust towards me. Therefore, the fact that we have arrived at this juncture is no one's fault but our own. A marriage devoid of trust is fundamentally unsustainable." Feng Xingzhi furrowed his brow, on the verge of uttering something, when a knock resonated upon the door. He extended the garments towards her. "Do change your attire." Lin Shiyan's complexion paled, discerning the implicit threat within Feng Xingzhi's words. Abruptly, she offered a smile, her eyes growing feverish. "Please depart. I have no desire to see you at present." Feng Xingzhi placed the attire aside. "I shall await you downstairs. Zhou Chun is stationed outside. Should you require anything, simply instruct him." Subsequent to these words, Feng Xingzhi departed. Lin Shiyan's tears, long suppressed, cascaded forth uncontrollably. She was suddenly seized by a feeling of utter foolishness, simply because of the doctor's remark that he truly cared for her, which had stirred an involuntary expectation within her heart. She had begun to anticipate a future with him, envisioning a blissful family of 3. How utterly naive she had been. Fortunately, she had not revealed the existence of their child. Otherwise, she would have risked losing not only her marriage, but also her child. A few minutes later, Zhou Chun entered and addressed her as Madam. "Is there anything I can assist with?" Lin Shiyan asked, suppressing her tears. "President Feng has asked me to remind you that he has an international video conference in an hour and a half that cannot be delayed." Upon hearing this, Lin Shiyan's temper flared, and she threw the nearby garment onto the floor. "If it cannot be delayed, then he can reschedule it. He is the one eager for a divorce, not me. Why should I accommodate him?" Zhou Chun remained silent, merely picking up the garment and placing it beside Lin Shiyan. The garment fell on the floor. "You might accidentally trip over it." "I apologize," Lin Shiyan said. "I was out of line just now and took it out on you. Please don't take it to heart." Zhou Chun looked perplexed. "Did you just have a fit of temper?" "I wasn't aware." Lin Shiyan said in a hushed voice. "Thank you. Please wait for me outside the door. I'm going to take a shower." Lin Shiyan took the garment and went into the bathroom. The sound of rushing water poured down, and Lin Shiyan stood under it, slowly cleansing her body. She had expected herself to weep amidst the sound of the water, but she did not. She shed no tears. In truth, there was no point in crying. Tears would not resolve anything, nor would they alter the outcome. The hospital room door. Zhou Chen was on the phone with Feng Xingzhi. Mr. Feng, the young mistress mentioned she would be waiting for you downstairs in half an hour. She agreed? Feng Xingzhi inquired, somewhat taken aback, for Lin Shiyan had previously shown considerable resistance. What did you tell Lin Shiyan? I merely informed the young mistress that you would be attending a meeting shortly and could not be delayed. It seems she did not wish to put you in a difficult position. You know how she abhors causing you discomfort. However, as I was leaving, I overheard her sobbing in the bathroom. The latter statement was Zhou Chen's personal addition. He was unaware of what Lin Shiyan had done in the past to earn Mr. Feng's disdain, yet after several years of interaction, he found her far more agreeable than Feng Shuwei. I understand. Feng Xingzhi fell into a momentary silence before ending the call. He gazed at the divorce agreement beside him, recalling the way her eyes had glistened with unshed tears moments ago, and a wave of agitation washed over him. The divorce was finally happening, yet did not bring the elation he had anticipated. Mr. Feng, at the sound of a voice behind him, Feng Xingzhi tucked the divorce agreement away. He turned to see Sister Zhang, her brow furrowed in concern. What is it now? Vivi is complaining of leg pain and insists on using a pain pump. Such devices, if used for extended periods, can be detrimental to one's health. Could you perhaps persuade Vivi? Sister Zhang looked at Feng Xingzhi with hopeful eyes. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, his phone rang. Upon answering, he instructed, "Wait for me at the building entrance with Zhou Chen. I shall be there shortly." After Feng Xingzhi hung up the phone, he turned to Sister Zhang and said, "Feng Shuwei should heed the doctor's advice. Do not bother me with trivial matters." With that, he strode away. In the hospital room, Sister Zhang remarked, President Feng followed Lin Shiyan out. "Why didn't you stop him? Why didn't you say your leg hurt and ask Brother Xingzhi to come quickly? This time, we cannot hinder President Feng. His departure with Lin Shiyan is a positive development." Feng Shuwei, upon hearing this, felt her temper flare, but Sister Zhang continued, "I saw President Feng holding a divorce agreement. Perhaps this time he left with Lin Shiyan to finalize the divorce, which would present an opportunity for Yu Weiwei." Upon receiving this news, Feng Shuwei felt invigorated, her eyes gleaming with ambition. This time, she was determined to seize the moment and become Mrs. Feng. Chapter 57. Obtaining a marriage certificate, Lin Shiyan sat in the back seat, quietly gazing out the window, observing Feng Xingzhi's profile reflected on the glass. This was likely the last time she would see him so closely. It would not be so easy to behold him again in the future. Perhaps it was for the best. Throughout her life, everyone harbors dreams, and for these past few years, she had been ensnared in the web of her own fantasies. Now, she was finally awakening. "President Feng, the future Mrs. Feng has arrived," Zhou Chen announced, having done his utmost to reduce the speed of the vehicle. Yet they still reached the Civil Affairs Bureau. Feng Xingzhi stood outside the car, his hand resting on the door, cautioning, "Watch your head. From now on, we shall be husband and wife. Remember your previous promise. You will take care of all household matters, and you will raise the children. Aside from childbirth, I shall not concern myself with anything else. I will certainly fulfill my promise and raise you into a blissful little pig. You are indeed the little pig." The young couple, clutching their vibrant red marriage certificate, had just emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau, their joy radiating unabashedly. Lin Shiyan gazed at their jubilant faces, her heart brimming with envy. That was the marriage she had longed for, yet she realized that she would never have the chance to experience it in her lifetime. The marriage she had painstakingly maintained for so long was finally coming to an end. Lin Shiyan found herself lost in thought once more and apologetically said, "I am sorry for taking up your time. It's all right. If you're tired, you may rest a while longer," Feng Xingzhi remarked, noticing Lin Shiyan's pale complexion, his heart stirring with a hint of compassion. However, Lin Shiyan shook her head. "No need. It won't take much longer anyway. Since this marriage is destined to dissolve, it is better to release him sooner. It is the least I can do for him in the end." As Feng Xingzhi accompanied Lin Shiyan toward the Civil Affairs Bureau, preparing to request a divorce registration form from the staff, an elderly voice interrupted. "What brings you here?" Lin Shiyan was taken aback. "Grandfather, what are you doing here? I happened to pass by. Now, it's your turn to explain why you are here, he insisted. Lin Shiyan hesitated to respond, feeling a pang of guilt for having promised her grandfather that she would diligently uphold her marriage to Feng Xingzhi, only to find herself on the brink of divorce so soon after. She felt as though she had let down her grandfather's expectations. Feng Xingzhi, you speak, she urged. Unexpectedly, Mr. Feng showed up, but Feng Xingzhi was determined to proceed with the divorce without further delay. Grandfather, I came to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Lin Shiyan today. Divorce. Before he could utter the final word, Mr. Feng began to cough violently, as if his lungs were about to burst. Grandfather. Feng Xingzhi promptly supported the old man, helping him to a nearby chair and patting his back to ease his breathing. Uncle Chen approached with a glass of lukewarm water, which Lin Shiyan quickly accepted. Uncle Chen, without objection, stepped back and stood before Feng Xingzhi, sighing, Young master, the old man's health has been quite poor recently. Dr. Zheng advised that he must not be agitated under any circumstances. Feng Xingzhi remained silent, watching as Lin Shiyan carefully helped Mr. Feng drink the water. After a moment of recovery, Mr. Feng looked up at Feng Xingzhi and asked, panting, Xingzhi, what did you say you and Yin Yan came here to do? Mindful of Uncle Chen's words, Feng Xingji's handsome face tightened, but he ultimately said, Lin Shiyan and I came to replace our marriage certificate. We lost it. It's not lost. Have you forgotten? I locked it in the safe at the old house. Yes, I forgot. Since we still have it, there's no need to replace it. Indeed, whether it's a marriage certificate or a marriage itself, the first one is always the best, don't you think? Mr. Feng remarked meaningfully. Grandfather is right. Lin Shiyan couldn't help but turn to look at Feng Xingzhi. His complexion was exceedingly grim, that handsome face shrouded in frost. When he lifted his gaze towards her, his eyes radiated an icy coldness devoid of warmth. Old Master Feng turned and called out, Xingzhi, why do you linger? During their lunch with the elder, he placed a chicken leg onto Feng Xingji's plate. Thank you, Grandpa. No need for thanks. Just see if it pleases your palate. Feng Xingzhi took a bite. It's quite delightful. The chef's skills have indeed improved. Old Master Feng remarked. The chef's craft has certainly advanced. But the most crucial factor is the quality of the rooster. Only a fine specimen can yield such flavor. However, the rooster serves little purpose, neither does it lay eggs. Nor does it crow, and now the hens don't even require it for fertilization to hatch chicks. Aside from being consumed, it holds no value. Wouldn't you agree? Feng Xingzhi replied, Grandpa, your words carry a deeper meaning. If you harbor any grievances, please express them directly to me. Feng Xingji's expression darkened. Grandpa, I cannot acquiesce. My initial agreement to spare my second uncle was contingent upon his family never entering the Feng clan again. Indeed, but that was predicated on Yin Yan of the Feng family producing an heir. Otherwise, the Feng clan will ultimately revert to the second branch. Xingzhi, you must comprehend the significance of heirs in a family such as ours. Old Master Feng's tone sharpened. Feng Xingzhi lowered his head. Grandpa, I understand. Lin Shiyan seized the opportunity, promptly saying, Grandpa, let us eat. The dishes have grown cold, and consuming cold food will surely upset your stomach. The expression on the elder Feng's face suddenly softened. All right, we shall heed Yin Yan's words. After lunch, Lin Shiyan departed the old residence alongside Feng Xingzhi. Lin Shiyan, momentarily bewildered, gazed at Feng Xingzhi in disbelief. Do you suspect that I informed Grandfather about our impending divorce? Wasn't it you? It was not me. Then, please provide me with an explanation as to why Grandfather appeared so fortuitously. I do not know. Ah, what a convenient ignorance. Grandfather, in all his wisdom, has taken a liking to a woman with such a cruel heart as yours. However, Lin Shiyan, I must convey this. Should anything unfortunate happen to Grandfather due to you, I will ensure that you pay a grievous price. Chapter 58. Feng Shui's disfigurement. Lin Shiyan beheld Feng Xingji's piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, and in that moment, her mind became a blank slate. She even forgot to breathe. The weight of his misunderstanding tormented her deeply. After speaking, Lin Shiyan self-deprecatingly remarked, Indeed, you would never believe me. Even if I were to speak eloquently, you would perceive it as mere sophistry. Following this declaration, Lin Shiyan turned away, clearly indicating her desire to say no more. Feng Xingji's expression darkened, his countenance grim as he could no longer contain his frustration. Stop the car. Once the vehicle came to a halt, he opened the door and coldly commanded, "Get out." Lin Shiyan stepped out of the car without hesitation. As she closed the door, the car sped away with a swift whoosh. A faint smile graced Lin Shiyan's lips as tears unexpectedly streamed down her face. A dull ache pulsed through her lower abdomen, which Lin Shiyan dared not disregard, prompting her to summon a vehicle to the hospital. The gynecologist who had attended to her the previous day, upon witnessing Lin Shiyan's condition, couldn't help but berate her. "Lin Shiyan, if you yourself are indifferent to the well-being of this child, no one can safeguard it." Lin Shiyan, her face pallid, responded in a subdued tone, "I won't let it happen again." The attending physician, observing Lin Shiyan's amenable demeanor, refrained from further reprimands and prescribed her 2 bottles of intravenous fluids. As Lin Shiyan was drifting into a slumberous state while receiving the infusion, an uninvited guest entered the room. The individual was seated in a wheelchair, clad in a hospital gown, and adorned with an oversized mask and sunglasses, an incongruous ensemble that attracted considerable attention. This person was none other than Feng Xingzhi. "What brings you here?" Lin Shiyan's brow furrowed slightly, her tone laced with impatience. "I came to see you, having heard that you endured torment in the interrogation room. My conscience is troubled. Had I known, I would have endured the pain and implored director and not to involve the authorities. It was my oversight that caused you to suffer," Feng Xingzhi uttered, her expression contrite, radiating an air of magnanimity. "And if I were to insist on redress, how do you propose to compensate me? What form of compensation do you desire? Money? Name your price." "Very well," Lin Shiyan responded with alacrity. "Let's settle on 10 billion. 10 billion? Feng Shui's voice rose in pitch. "Have you lost your senses in your destitution? Perhaps, but considering I didn't squander 40 million, I wouldn't say I'm quite bereft of reason." Recalling the events of the previous charity gala, Feng Shui could no longer contain her frustration and exclaimed with a heated voice, "Lin Shiyan, don't overestimate your worth. You have become a discarded woman after divorcing Xingzhi. So what is there left for you to be proud of in front of me?" Lin Shiyan's delicate features darkened instantly. "Who informed you of my divorce from Feng Xingzhi?" Feng Shui's face lit up with a triumphant smile. "Of course, it was Xingzhi himself. We both know how desperately he wishes to be rid of you. So, it will be wise for you to play the role of a quiet ex-wife. It will be beneficial for everyone involved. Why have you come to see me? To flaunt your superiority? I wish to befriend you. Although you and Xingzhi are no longer together, you were once a married couple. If you find yourself in a predicament, I would be inclined to assist you out of respect for our past connections. What do you require in return? Surely, your friendship and future assistance cannot come without a price." "Indeed, you are perceptive," Feng Shui replied with a smile. "My request is quite simple. You need to speak favorably of me in front of old Master Feng, persuading him to accept me as the lady of the Feng family. If you can accomplish that, I assure you, I will not treat you poorly in the future." Lin Shiyan burst into laughter, nearly doubling over in amusement. Feng Shui's countenance fell immediately. "What are you laughing at?" "Simply because it is amusing," Lin Shiyan retorted. "Feng Shui, when you fell from the city wall, it seems you did not injure your leg, but rather your brain. Just listen to the nonsense you are spouting. Lin Shiyan, please refrain from diverting the topic. I understand that the matter of divorce is distressing for you, yet you must learn to accept this reality. The mistress of the Feng family is destined to be replaced. Whether or not that replacement will occur in the future is uncertain, but for now, it has not happened." "What do you mean? You haven't divorced Xingzhi, have you?" Feng Shui was immediately filled with exasperation. "Lin Shiyan, how can you be so shameless, clinging to a man who does not love you? Is there any merit in that? Indeed, it is akin to challenging a global conundrum. The process is utterly captivating, not to mention the alluring fruits of success, especially since, as long as I remain the wife of Feng Xingzhi, those outside mistresses will forever remain in the shadows, which brings me immense joy. As a once popular saying on the internet goes, as long as I do not abdicate, all of you shall be consorts. Though that may not be entirely appropriate. For while a consort may be a mistress, at least it is done openly, and yet you all. Lin Shiyan merely smiled. Her intentions conveyed through her expression. Feng Shui's face turned a shade of green, seething with fury as she exclaimed, Lin Shiyan, what are you so pleased about? Your status as a wife is merely a fade. Xingzhi does not love you at all, even if countless people address you as the mistress of the Feng family. In his heart, you are not his wife, but rather a sinner. Whether Feng Xingzhi admits it or not, I am still the mistress of the Feng family, the one and only granddaughter-in-law recognized by grandfather. Lin Shiyan's name will eternally be intertwined with Feng Xingzhi's. In life, we shared a dormitory. In death, a common grave, unseparated for all eternity. Lin Shiyan cast a sidelong glance at her, then scoffed, You'd best safeguard that visage of yours. Should it ever become unsightly, obese, or aged, it remains uncertain whether Feng Xingzhi would still deign to hear you utter his name so familiarly. The very core of Feng Shui's deepest fears was laid bare by Lin Shiyan, causing her to rise abruptly from her wheelchair, hand raised to strike Lin Shiyan. The latter's eyes widened in disbelief. Your legs are unharmed? You didn't fracture your leg when you fell? Indeed, I did not break my leg, but this time I shall ensure that yours is broken. I am eager to witness whether a prominent family, such as the Fengs, would ever consider a cripple as the future matriarch. Upon witnessing Feng Shui's descent into madness, Lin Shiyan felt a pang of regret. Should her unborn child be harmed, her remorse would know no bounds. Thus she rose, detached the foredrip, and, heedless of her bare feet, fled from the room. Her flight down the corridor drew many eyes. Enraged, Feng Shui abandoned all caution and gave chase. She failed to notice the child frolicking in the hallway. The child, of considerable size, collided with Feng Shui, the force of which sent her staggering backward. Before she could regain her balance, she missed a step and tumbled down the staircase. As this transpired within the confines of a hospital, Feng Shui was swiftly attended to and taken away for medical treatment. Lin Shiyan remained stationary, her gaze fixed upon the scene. She had observed a shattered vial in the aftermath of Feng Shui's fall, its jagged shards stained with crimson where her face had struck the ground. Chapter 59. A taste of humiliation. The impetuous child, realizing the gravity of his actions, erupted into inconsolable sobs. A woman of considerable girth charged forth like a projectile. Upon witnessing Lin Shiyan retrieving Feng Shui's mobile device, she seized her garment, demanding, Are you an accomplice of this woman? How do you conduct yourselves? Do you realize you've injured my child? You shall compensate us. The woman, with unbridled ferocity, displayed no acknowledgement of her child's culpability in causing the fall, instead lamenting the minor discomfort he had sustained. Lin Shiyan, furrowing her brow, retorted, Your child merely suffered a fall, but prior to that, they precipitated someone down the stairs. Should she be unharmed, well and good, but if any calamity befalls her, you shall be held liable. The woman's countenance underwent a stark transformation. What talk is this of reparations? My Xiaobao is but a tender 13 years of age. What would he possibly comprehend? With these words, she cradled the child and departed, muttering curses under her breath. Lin Shiyan's complexion betrayed her displeasure. It was indeed as the adage proclaimed. Behind every unruly child stood an equally unruly parent. She refrained from pursuing them, for their presence within the hospital ensured their eventual apprehension. Lin Shiyan requested a nearby nurse to summon the authorities before proceeding to the emergency room, where she sought to ascertain Feng Shui's condition. Lin Shiyan stood in the corridor, her gaze fixed upon the glaring red letters indicating an emergency. A chill enveloped her palm, and she could scarcely fathom that Feng Shui had tumbled down the stairs, especially after having faced no repercussions from her previous 2 schemes against her. Suddenly, her phone rang, startling Lin Shiyan so much that she instinctively flung it away. In that fleeting moment, she yearned to conceal the device, allowing her to feign ignorance of the call. A passing family member of a patient gently interjected, Miss, your phone is ringing. Oh, Lin Shiyan acknowledged, moving to answer the call, but her fingers trembled uncontrollably, rendering her unable to connect. Observing her struggle, a nearby individual took pity and pressed the answer button for her. There, you can speak now. Who are you? Feng Xingzhi inquired, his voice laced with confusion upon hearing a strange voice on the line. Lin Shiyan inhaled deeply. It's me. Lin Shiyan? Feng Xingzhi's tone was riddled with uncertainty. This is Shu Wei's phone. Why are you the one answering? She fell down the stairs and is currently in emergency care. The phone is in my possession, Lin Shiyan explained, intending to provide her location when she realized the call had abruptly ended. Staring at the now black screen of her phone, her thoughts spiraled chaotically, her heart feeling as if it were being wrenched. She longed to contemplate the situation, yet her mind was a blank slate. Her disdain for Feng Shui was palpable. She despised how Shu Wei leveraged her beauty to create turmoil and loathed even more that she had audaciously inserted herself as a third party in Lin Shiyan's marriage, flaunting her presence with greater bravado than the wife herself. Irrespective of how repugnant Feng Shui may be, she never wished harm upon her. Shortly after, Lin Shiyan detected a voice from above. Upon raising her gaze, she beheld Feng Xingzhi standing before her. How many minutes had elapsed since the phone call connected? Merely 3 minutes, yet he had materialized before her. His arrival was indeed swift. Observing the perspiration on his brow, Lin Shiyan comprehended that Feng Xingzhi must have hastened here with utmost alacrity. Feng Xingzhi's brow furrowed involuntarily. Lin Shiyan's current state was rather deplorable, her hair disheveled, her bare feet treading upon the floor, her soles bearing traces of congealed blood. Yet she seemed oblivious to the pain, her entire being appearing distraught as she sat upon a chair. A sense of unease gripped Feng Xingzhi's heart. Where is Shu Wei? How is she? Feng Shui is still undergoing emergency treatment. Lin Shiyan bit her tongue, employing the pain to regain her composure. Feng Shui learned from an unknown source that I had divorced you. She sought me out, desiring me to speak favorably on her behalf before Grandpa, so that she could successfully marry into the Feng family. I refused to comply, and in a fit of pique, she assaulted me. Unwilling to engage in a physical altercation with her, I exited the ward. Feng Shui relentlessly pursued me, resulting in her being inadvertently bumped by a young boy, causing her to tumble down the stairs. Having concluded her explanation, Lin Shiyan lifted her head, determined not to miss Feng Xingzhi's expression. She yearned to discern whether Feng Xingzhi believed her. Swiftly, Lin Shiyan apprehended the meaning of self-inflicted humiliation. Feng Xingzhi uttered coldly, Lin Shiyan, your fabrications are becoming increasingly perfunctory. Shu Wei is completely unaware of the divorce proceedings that transpired with you today. Lin Shiyan offered no further elucidation, cognizant that any rationale she presented would be met with rebuttal. After a brief interlude in the restroom, Lin Shiyan was intercepted by law enforcement, who sought her account of the circumstances surrounding Feng Shui's fall down the staircase. Meanwhile, the physician addressed Feng Xingzhi. Your paramour's emotional state may be rather delicate. It is imperative that you extend considerable empathy in the coming days. Furthermore, dietary prudence is paramount. Her intake must be bland and devoid of spicy or stimulating elements, lest the wound's healing be compromised, resulting in more pronounced cicatrices that impede subsequent recovery. I cannot bear the thought of facial disfigurement. Xingzhi, please do not forsake me, Feng Shui implored, her agitation palpable as she clutched the physician's hand. The intravenous needle was dislodged, and blood trickled freely. Feng Xingzhi swiftly grasped Feng Shui's hand, entreating, compose yourself. You shall not be disfigured. Even should a scar mar your visage, your beauty shall remain undiminished. I shall not forsake you. Truly? Xingzhi, you pledge never to abandon me? Feng Shui clutched at Feng Xingzhi's sleeve, her eyes reddened and swollen, a prominent contusion adorning her forehead, and a sizable bandage concealing the left side of her face, with subtle traces of blood seeping through. Her countenance was woeful, her gaze upon Feng Xingzhi conveying a blend of pitiable supplication and trepidation, her eyes brimming with apprehension and anticipation. Feng Xingzhi's heartstrings were inexplicably tugged, and he murmured, I shall not abandon you. Feng Shui, as if receiving divine decree, lunged into Feng Xingzhi's embrace, exclaiming, Thank you, thank you. The physician at her side advised, Miss Feng, endeavor to modulate your emotions. Excessive agitation may induce a cephalalgia. You sustained a mild concussion from the recent impact and must exercise caution. Feng Shuwei promptly ceased her lacrimation and, with Feng Xingzhi's support, reclined upon the bed. He exhibited no sign of impatience, assiduously consoling Feng Shuwei, an exemplar of a paragon of a boyfriend. Chapter 60. Feng Xingzhi reposes beside her. Lin Shiyan perceived a profound irony. Feng Xingzhi, ostensibly her husband, was presently bestowing ardent affection upon another woman. Unable to endure the spectacle any longer, Lin Shiyan entered the chamber with measured steps. Xingzhi, I must confer with you. Upon beholding Lin Shiyan, Feng Shuwei immediately sought refuge behind Feng Xingzhi, as though confronted by a ravening beast, albeit one that subtly betrayed a provocative mien. Feng Xingzhi patted Feng Shuwei's hand in a gesture of reassurance and addressed Lin Shiyan with glacial detachment. I bid you to depart hence. The air conditioning within the sick room was set to an excessive degree, chilling her to the very marrow. Lin Shiyan remained stationary, fixing her gaze upon him, as she declared, Detectives from the Huaxi District Constabulary have interrogated me and inquired as to when Miss Feng will be available to provide a deposition. Having uttered these words, Lin Shiyan executed an about-face and departed. She did not tarry within the hospital, not for a solitary moment, but rather fled as if pursued by some unseen terror. Lin Shiyan had scarcely ingested a mouthful of congee when a wave of nausea assailed her. She was unable to reach the lavatory in time, and instead clutched at a waste receptacle, succumbing to violent emesis. Zhenma was so startled that she was at a loss for words and immediately exclaimed, I only used the freshest fish. Lin Shiyan, panting, replied, It has nothing to do with you. My stomach is just sensitive. The fishy odor wafted towards her again, and the urge to vomit surged within her, prompting her to wave her hand, signaling Zhenma to remove the porridge. After much commotion, Lin Shiyan managed to consume a bowl of plain porridge and a few slices of Zhenma's homemade pickled cucumbers. As the effects of the medicine took hold, fatigue enveloped her, and she finally succumbed to sleep. She awoke, drenched in heat, and upon lifting her head, realized that the air conditioning had inexplicably ceased. She fumbled for her phone, illuminated the screen, and descended to turn on the lights. Just as she pressed the switch, a burst of flames erupted, startling Lin Shiyan profoundly. The villa's electrical system had malfunctioned, and she resolved to investigate the situation. As she pulled open her door, a shadow loomed at the entrance. Fear gripped her, causing her to scream, and a plethora of terrifying scenarios raced through her mind. Burglars invading the home, thieves exploiting the absence of the male host, only to be discovered and met with deadly consequences by the female owner. These sensational news stories flooded her thoughts. In a panic, Lin Shiyan shouted, Thief! Catch the thief! Without hesitation, she hurled her phone at the intruder, seizing the moment of pain to dash out of the room. Hearing Lin Shiyan's cries from upstairs, Zhenma rushed up with a flashlight, her voice filled with urgency. Where is the thief? Where is the thief? Startled by another loud scream from Lin Shiyan, Zhenma gasped and quickly inquired, What is the matter, young madam? What transpired? A thief has taken me hostage. Zhenma, do not concern yourself with me. Swiftly seek assistance. Lin Shiyan, amidst her frantic gestures, struck the thief with reckless abandon. Zhenma, thoroughly alarmed, recognized the urgency of the situation and, without hesitation, rushed downstairs to summon help. Zijin Garden, an upscale community, boasted an abundance of security personnel, and soon a throng of them arrived in haste. Their voices clamored, Where is the thief? Where is the thief? Over here. The guards promptly shone their flashlights and discovered Lin Shiyan grappling with the thief on the ground. The thief's face seemed oddly familiar. Just as the guards were about to speak, the villa's lights suddenly illuminated the scene, revealing the thief's identity. Feng Xingzhi. Lin Shiyan recognized the face before her. Feng Xingzhi. She was both astonished and taken aback, never having imagined that the person she had just been subduing was Feng Xingzhi. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Thus, we shall take our leave. The guards, fearing repercussions from Feng Xingzhi, wasted no time in departing. I still have soup simmering downstairs, Zhenma remarked hurriedly as she too made her exit. Lin Shiyan sought an excuse to leave as well, but was thwarted. Feng Xingzhi, maintaining a composed demeanor, coldly remarked, "Will you not cry out for help this time?" Lin Shiyan quickly shook her head. "No, I shall not." Unable to contain herself, she whispered, "Why are you silent? I was genuinely terrified just now." Upon hearing this, Feng Xingzhi's irritation flared. "Did you afford me the opportunity to speak?" Each time he attempted to speak, Lin Shiyan would erupt in vehement shouts, her voice eclipsing his, rendering his words inaudible. While he possessed the strength to extricate himself from her grasp, her agitated state dissuaded him, fearing he would inflict harm upon her. "I shall not be coming. Whither should I venture?" Her resolve lay in vigil at Feng Shui's bedside. The memory of Feng Xingzhi's palpable concern for Feng Shui at the hospital stirred a disquiet within Lin Shiyan. She rested her wrist free, offered another apology, and prepared to depart, only to have her wrist seized once more as she turned. "Does your contrition reside solely in mere utterances? Then what is it you desire? At the very least, aid me in applying some ointment." Lin Shiyan retrieved the first aid kit and beckoned Feng Xingzhi to a chair in the bedroom, where she proceeded to dress his wound. Observing the considerable swelling on his forehead, Lin Shiyan felt a pang of remorse. "Should it cause you discomfort, do inform me, and I shall apply the medication with utmost gentleness." Initially, Feng Xingzhi harbored considerable ire. Yet, as Lin Shiyan drew near, gently exhaling upon his forehead, it felt as though a tender zephyr had wafted into the very core of his being, stirring something profound within him. Abruptly, Feng Xingzhi rose to his feet. "Pray, remain still. The wound has yet to be properly attended to. It is of no consequence. You shall go bathe." "Very well, but exercise caution with your injury." Once the bathroom door had closed, Lin Shiyan lingered on the ottoman at the foot of the bed for a spell before slowly ascending onto the mattress and nestling beneath the covers. Fatigue still clung to her, beckoning her back to slumber, yet the incessant rush of water filled her ears. She surmised that Feng Xingzhi would depart imminently, yet a hidden recess of her heart yearned for him to stay. Amidst her jumbled thoughts, the sound of water ceased in the bathroom. After a brief interlude, the bathroom door opened. Lin Shiyan anticipated Feng Xingzhi would simply open the door and leave. With Feng Shui still hospitalized, Feng Xingzhi's habit would dictate that he remain by her side. However, this time her prediction was incorrect. Feng Xingzhi lifted the quilt and lay down beside her. Chapter 61. Lin Shiyan, are you enticing me? The man's body temperature was elevated, like a furnace, tempting her to nestle closer. Lin Shiyan resisted, but ultimately succumbed to drawing nearer to him, incrementally. Just a fraction. She only moved a fraction closer to him. Feng Xingzhi feigned sleep, as if oblivious to her actions. Lin Shiyan's courage grew, and she edged closer to Feng Xingzhi, caressing her barely discernible abdomen, and whispered, "Baby, do you see him? This is your father. Isn't he wonderful? Isn't he handsome?" Indeed, he possessed striking features. Lin Shiyan's gaze remained fixed on Feng Xingzhi's handsome countenance, unable to look away. At times, Lin Shiyan couldn't help but wonder if Feng Xingzhi were not so aesthetically pleasing. Perhaps she wouldn't be so deeply entrenched. Suddenly, Feng Xingzhi opened his eyes, turning to face Lin Shiyan. "What were you contemplating while staring at me just now?" Lin Shiyan blurted out, "I was thinking about how handsome you are." Feng Xingzhi chuckled, his thin lips curving upward, enhancing his already exquisite features, making it impossible to look away. An era of unparalleled beauty. These four words were perfectly embodied at that moment. Lin Shiyan, unable to dwell on her chagrin, was once again captivated. Feng Xingzhi tapped Lin Shiyan's forehead and playfully chided, "You little lecher." Lin Shiyan couldn't help but touch her forehead, retorting with a hum, "The appetite for food and sex is human nature. It's an instinct I cannot, nor do I wish to, resist." Raising her eyes, Lin Shiyan fixed her gaze upon Feng Xingzhi's face, her ardent affection spilling forth without reservation. Their eyes met. Feng Xingzhi couldn't help but recall the earnest and tender manner in which Lin Shiyan had applied medicine to him earlier. Perhaps it was the enchanting night or the alluring atmosphere, but an irrepressible desire surged within Feng Xingzhi's heart. He did not restrain himself, His large hand clasped her waist, and with a gentle pull, she nestled into his embrace. Lin Shiyan exclaimed softly, but her voice was soon lost amidst the man's kiss. Feng Xingzhi's kisses were fervent, like a tempestuous summer afternoon storm, sweeping Lin Shiyan along in its wake, leaving her powerless to resist its ebb and flow. Lin Shiyan felt a sudden coolness upon her chest, and opening her eyes, she realized that Feng Xingzhi had almost completely undressed her. "May I?" Feng Xingzhi's breath ghosted across her ear, its warmth both seductive and tantalizing. Beads of perspiration trickled from his brow onto her skin, rendering him irresistibly alluring. Lin Shiyan nodded, unable to resist. Yet, as she was enveloped in Feng Xingzhi's embrace, a wave of regret washed over her. She had forgotten her recent scare with her pregnancy, a precarious time when the doctor had explicitly warned against intimacy. Yet she could not voice the truth. Instead, she clutched her abdomen and softly implored, "Please go gentle." "Xingzhi, it hurts." Feng Xingzhi embraced Lin Shiyan from behind, his lips brushing against her ear, his voice laced with intensity. "Lin Shiyan, are you deliberately trying to provoke me?" Lin Shiyan shook her head, eager to defend herself, yet each note of her protest shattered into fragments. After the storm subsided, she nestled in Feng Xingzhi's arms, unwilling to move even a finger, relishing the warmth of the moment. Lin Shiyan took his hand, placing his large palm on her abdomen, silently addressing their unborn child. "Little one, do you feel that? This is your father. Your father is holding you." Suddenly, Feng Xingzhi remarked, "Since grandfather has been keeping a close watch, we shall postpone the divorce for now." Lin Shiyan was momentarily taken aback, a wave of elation surging within her. It was the first time in a long while that Feng Xingzhi expressed a desire not to part ways. In truth, she had never wished for it either. Regardless of her previous bravado, she could not conceal one undeniable truth. She had never ceased to love Feng Xingzhi. Now, with his child growing within her, she secretly hoped to provide their child with a complete family. Perhaps she could make one more effort. Maybe the dynamics of her relationship with Feng Xingzhi could transform in the coming months. However, that did not imply that I would condone your actions today. Feng Xingzhi's tone suddenly turned stern. "I will say this once more. Feng Shuwei is very important to me, and you must not bully her." "Bully Feng Shuwei?" Lin Shiyan repeated this phrase, finding it profoundly ironic. Indeed, Feng Shuwei had encountered an incident, injuring her face and leaving behind scars. Yet this was not her fault. It was Feng Shuwei who had sought her out and attacked her. Had she not fled, the child she carried might have been harmed. Even her earlier fall from the city wall, which resulted in a broken leg, had been feigned, merely a ploy to frame her. These events could not be dismissed simply because she was now facing a predicament. Lin Shiyan turned to Feng Xingzhi and said, "Am I the one bullying her? Ask yourself, with all that has transpired recently, is it truly I who has been the aggressor?" She then let out a self-deprecating laugh. "Xingzhi, you just told me we wouldn't divorce for now. Yet here you are, defending another woman in my presence. Is that appropriate?" Feng Xingzhi's brow furrowed slightly. "You already knew I defended Feng Shuwei. To question the appropriateness of it now, doesn't that seem a bit late?" Lin Shiyan felt a chill. Just moments ago, she had been enveloped in warmth. Her eyes began to heat up, yet she refrained from crying. Not a single tear dampened her lashes. What if it were me who was pushed down the stairs by an unruly child, left disfigured and injured? Would you tell Feng Shuwei to behave, to cease her pursuits against me? Feng Xingzhi, would you repeatedly warn her on my behalf? Feng Xingzhi remained silent, his frown deepening. Lin Shiyan managed a self-mocking smile. She realized she was consistently forgetful, perpetually yearning to be the cherished one, despite knowing the outcome. It was because, before encountering the Feng sisters, she was the one who received such protection. Lin Shiyan stated softly, "You asked if it was a bit late?" "Yes, it is somewhat late. Had I known that the young man who once embraced me and stood up for me would become who you are today, I would have preferred never seeking you out. That way, she would not have fallen in love with him, and they would not have experienced so much together. In her heart, he might have remained a faint impression, but he would forever be her beloved young man." Lin Shiyan, your hypothetical holds no significance. And are you truly innocent? If you hadn't run out of the hospital room today, Feng Shui would not have suffered such a fate. I merely want your assurance that from now on, you will remain composed and never provoke Feng Shui. Nothing more. Nothing more? How ironic. I am sorry, but I cannot fulfill your nothing more. If Feng Shui behaves herself, I would not bother her, but if she continues to be relentless, I, Lin Shiyan, am not made of clay. After speaking, Lin Shiyan was unwilling to remain any longer, and she left the master bedroom with her blanket. Lin Shiyan lay on the bed in the guest room, wrapping herself in the blanket. She felt somewhat distressed, but mostly regretful. Feng Xingzhi's devotion to Feng Yan is profound. She is acutely aware of how he cherishes Feng Shui, treating her like a treasured gem. Now that Feng Shui has injured her face, he merely issued a warning and did not allow the police to take her away again. The fact that she is already delighted to have been interrogated is telling, especially since he had just embraced her warmly moments ago. The tremors in her body lingered from the recent tumultuous events. Lin Shiyan reassured herself that if Feng Xingzhi were to enter the bedroom, she would not sulk. Instead, she would converse with him calmly and relish the intimate embrace of their small family. As she waited, she soon heard the sound of a car engine revving downstairs. Unable to contain herself, she leapt from the bed and rushed to the window, where she spotted the black Rolls-Royce Phantom gliding through the gate. The window was rolled down, and he rested his arm upon it, showcasing a Patek Philippe watch adorned with deep blue gemstones that sparkled with opulence. Moments later, the car vanished from sight. A smile crept across her face, and she found herself chuckling at her own folly. Indeed, love, when deeply felt, is a hopeless malady in the realm of emotions. Lin Shiyan was abruptly awakened by the insistent ringing of her phone. Groggy, she answered hello. Li Amlin's urgent voice pierced through. Yin Yin, why are you still asleep? The internet is going wild. What is happening online? She inquired. It's about Feng Shui falling from the city wall. Her fans are in an uproar. Shiyan's heart clenched. Upon terminating the call, she promptly accessed Weibo, where, predictably, Feng Shui's incident had commandeered the trending charts. Hashtags such as Feng Shui falls off set wall, malicious costume designer shoves Feng Shui, and Lin Shiyan Feng Shui had detonated, amassing hundreds of thousands of reposts and comments in a mere moment, merely because the actress flubbed a few takes, inconveniencing her with additional errands. She callously propelled her from the ramparts. Is such a perpetrator even human? Upstairs, if this Ms. Lin were truly humane, she wouldn't have committed such a heinous act. I am a crew member on set, and I can attest that Teacher Feng and Lin Shiyan had a conflict. It originated when the crew was selecting a costume designer, and Teacher Feng endorsed another candidate. Subsequently, due to certain circumstances, Lin Shiyan prevailed, and she harbored resentment towards Teacher Feng ever since. Heavens, does that woman named Lin possess a heart the size of a pinhole? To shove someone off the ramparts over such a trivial matter. Had Teacher Feng not been fortunate, she would have perished this time. Where's the constabulary? They should apprehend her immediately, preferably incarcerating her indefinitely to prevent her from harming others. Accompanying these posts were graphic images of Feng Shui's injuries, depicting her supine on a stretcher, covered in blood, being carried by members of the crew, her once fair countenance contorted in agony. The release of this photograph ignited Weibo, prompting countless netizens to clamor for the doxing of Lin Shiyan, demanding that she atone for her transgressions. Lin Shiyan gazed at the venomous remarks online, her expression darkening with distress. She had envisioned a day when she would achieve success and become the center of attention, never anticipating that she would be known in such a disheartening manner. Given that Lin Shiyan was avoiding public appearances, a suggestion arose to confront her at the Yunduan studio, with disbelief that she could hide indefinitely like a turtle retreating into its shell. As this notion spread, countless individuals rallied in response. Soon, a throng of fans and journalists flocked to Yunduan. Upon witnessing the commotion, Lin Shiyan's mind raced with anxiety, realizing that the studio housed only a handful of instructors. She could no longer remain passive. Grabbing her phone and car keys, she drove to Yunduan. By the time she arrived, the studio was already surrounded by fervent fans, each one brimming with indignation, collectively chanting, "Hand over Lin Shiyan! Hand over Lin Shiyan!" Journalists captured the scene with eager cameras, narrating the unfolding drama with palpable excitement. Their biased commentary suggested that the fans were avenging Feng Xingzhi, portraying them as champions of justice. This subtle manipulation by the reporters led unsuspecting onlookers to develop an aversion to Lin Shiyan while sympathizing with Feng Xingzhi. Encouraged by the fervor, Feng Xingzhi supporters became even more unruly, storming into Yunduan, demanding, "Where is Lin Shiyan? Deliver her to us. She must apologize." The true nature of the incident remains shrouded in mystery, with the police still conducting investigations. However, I firmly believe that there must be some misunderstanding at play. Yang Shuzhen earnestly attempted to clarify the situation, her words steeped in sincerity. However, the fervent fans were deaf to reason, perceiving such words as mere nonsense. A defense of Lin Shiyan. That old woman is in cahoots with Lin Shiyan. They're the architects of Weiwei's suffering. We must avenge Weiwei. This cry erupted from the crowd, followed by an object hurtling through the air. The emotions of the fans, led astray, spiraled into chaos as they surged forward, ready to engage in violence. When Lin Shiyan arrived, this was the scene that met her. Her scalp prickled with alarm. She immediately exited the vehicle, only to feel a firm grip on her wrist. "Don't go over there." Han Su, perspiration glistening on his brow and breath quickened from his hurried approach, had just been handling official matters nearby when he spotted Lin Shiyan's car. Aware of the tumultuous events online, he feared her impulsiveness and rushed to her side. "I understand your urgency, but if you go now, it will only provoke them and put you in harm's way." As soon as his words fell, a line of police cars arrived, fully equipped, swiftly taking control of the situation. Han Su then realized his oversight and, with a rueful smile, remarked, "I apologize. I underestimated the situation, thinking you could handle it alone. This is a case of public disturbance. I cannot resolve this on my own." He chuckled awkwardly. "I erred in judgment. How could someone as astute as you make such a basic mistake? Nonetheless, I appreciate your concern." Seeing Han Su in his formal attire, Lin Shiyan remarked, "If you are encumbered with pressing matters, please do not concern yourself with me." Observing that the reporters and fans had been escorted away, Lin Shiyan hastened towards Cloud's End. Upon entering, she found the interior in utter disarray. Many finished garments and new items were torn asunder, and various decorations were toppled onto the floor, creating a chaotic scene. Yang Shuzhen had sustained a head injury, with blood streaming down her face, while others suffered from varying degrees of sprains and abrasions. In short, every employee who had come to work that day had been injured and required medical attention. Chapter 63. Nailing Lin Shiyan to the Pillar of Shame. As Lin Shiyan's car could only accommodate 4 people, she prepared to summon a vehicle online when Han Su interjected. "I shall escort them to the hospital." Lin Shiyan was surprised that Han Su had not departed. She politely declined, ordering a car will be swift. "Please do not let us impede your work. I have concluded my tasks," he replied. Given the magnitude of this incident and the fervor of Feng Xingzhi's fanbase, can you confidently allow them to travel to the hospital unaccompanied in a taxi? Han Su's words struck her deepest fear. Lin Shiyan relented. "Then I am most grateful. Await the conclusion of your affairs before expressing your gratitude. I shall certainly avail myself of the opportunity for a meal, at which point you may extend your thanks at your leisure." Lin Shiyan refrained from further prevarication, and she and Han Su departed for the hospital in separate vehicles. Yang Shuzhen, having sustained a head injury, was advised by the physician to remain under observation in the hospital. Lin Shiyan completed the necessary admission procedures for her. Relief washed over Lin Shiyan as she exhaled deeply. "Yin Yan." Lin Shiyan turned to see Li Anlin and Feng Xingzhi approaching. "What brings you here?" "Of course we came. With such a significant event unfolding, how could I not come and see?" Gratitude welled up within Lin Shiyan's heart. As she was about to speak, her phone rang. She retrieved it and saw several missed calls from Feng Yuan. Lin Shiyan immediately answered. Yuan, what's wrong?" Feng Yuan urgently stated, "Lin, Assistant Chun instructed me to inform you to come to the set as soon as possible to discuss the termination of the contract." "Termination?" Lin Shiyan was taken aback and immediately called Assistant Chun. Before she could speak, Assistant Chen's voice echoed, "Lin, I presume your assistant has already conveyed Director An's intentions to you." If it is convenient for you, you may come to the set at any time to discuss the termination of the contract. Director and intends to keep the costumes that have already been filmed. You may propose any conditions you deem necessary. Assistant Shun, the fault in this matter does not lie with me. I do not push Feng Xingzhi. In this matter, I would like to believe you, as you possess remarkable talent. However, the production has only just begun, and so many incidents have already occurred, which is considered inauspicious. Director and is particularly wary of such things. Despite our reluctance, we can only hope for a future collaboration. Lin Shiyan knew that although Assistant Shun spoke politely, Director An's intentions were resolute. However, Lin Shiyan could not accept this outcome. Assistant Shun, let's dispense with the formalities. You're acutely aware of the ramifications that terminating the contract at this juncture would have on me. Therefore, I cannot accede to such an action. After a moment of contemplation, Assistant Shun responded, Designer Lin, you must also consider the significant impact this unresolved issue is having on the production. Impeding the film's progress due to personal matters is a breach of contract. I shall resolve it expeditiously, Lin Shiyan asserted without hesitation. Assistant Shun offered no further remarks and terminated the call. Feng Xingzhi promptly inquired, Yin, what is amiss? Director and is incensed by this incident and is contemplating rescinding the contract and engaging another designer. Feng Xingzhi's countenance darkened instantly, and she exclaimed with indignation, On what grounds would he engage another designer? This predicament is not of your making. Lin furrowed her brow. Yin, you didn't agree, did you? No, I shall not consent. However, to continue collaborating with Director and this matter must be resolved. That's straightforward. I shall confront Feng Xingzhi immediately and compel her to confess. Should she refuse, I shall resort to physical persuasion until she capitulates. If you were to lay a finger on her, and she were to shed but a tear, I would be utterly compromised beyond redemption. What then is the recourse? Are we to allow her to act with impunity, emboldened by her fervent, albeit misguided, admirers? Lin turned to Lin Shiyan. Yin, did you have the foresight to record the genesis of this incident? Indeed, I commissioned a recording. However, Feng Xingzhi has demonstrated considerable astuteness this time, having made thorough preparations herself. She installed a jammer at the city wall, capturing nothing but a flurry of snowflakes, rendering visibility non-existent. This woman is exceedingly cunning, thought Feng Xingzhi, filled with exasperation. Do you have another idea? I do have a notion, but it requires Xingzhi's assistance. Me? Feng Xingzhi's excitement surged. Are you suggesting I bring bodyguards to drag her out for a good beating? Rest assured, I can execute the task flawlessly. She had long harbored resentment towards this woman. No need to beat her, but must be even more satisfying. Lin Shiyan elaborated slowly on her plan. The eyes of Feng Xingzhi and Lin sparkled with increasing intensity. After many of Feng Xingzhi's fans were detained overnight, a significant number were released. With so many fans, not every one of them had the opportunity to confront Yang Shuzhen and her companions. Given the high number of arrests the previous day, it was impossible to keep them all under control indefinitely. As soon as these fans were released, they attracted even more followers who solemnly adorned them with flower crowns. The younger fans, witnessing this scene, were eager to partake in the glory themselves, with Feng Xingzhi's fans exhibiting such formidable spirit and morale. Even well-established celebrities chose to steer clear, fearing the attention of these fervent individuals. In the hospital room, Feng Xingzhi gazed at her phone, pleased by the zealous efforts of her fans. She inquired of Sister Zhang, What news for Director N? Has the contract with Lin Shiyan been terminated? Once the production team severed ties with Lin Shiyan, she would promptly purchase trending searches to propel Lin Shiyan back into the spotlight. This time, she was determined to pin Lin Shiyan to the pillar of shame, ensuring that she would never rise again. Sister Zhang remarked, I called Director N this morning. He stated that he is currently addressing this matter and advised us to remain patient. Feng Xingzhi expressed her dissatisfaction. I can be patient, but my fans cannot afford such indulgence. Moreover, with Lin Shiyan's malevolence, I absolutely refuse to be in the same production as her. If necessary, I shall withdraw from the Imperial Command crew. By saying this, Feng Xingzhi was confident that Director N would not abandon her. After all, She had entered the project with a substantial investment of $500 million, and given her current popularity and influence, no production team would dare to let her go. Sister Zhang wholeheartedly supported Feng Shui's approach. If Feng Shui managed to eliminate Lin Shiyan, becoming the true Mrs. Feng Xiao, she too would reap significant rewards. At that moment, Sister Zhang's phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, her expression shifted dramatically as she listened to the voice on the other end. This is all fabricated. It is slander. Immediately have the trending topic removed. Sister Zhang issued a stern command, followed by several more calls, her countenance growing increasingly grim. Feng Shui straightened in her seat, unable to suppress her curiosity. What is happening? Sister Zhang hesitated, her lips moving but unable to articulate the words. Do speak quickly. What on earth has transpired? Finally, Sister Zhang steeled herself and stated, You deliberately fell from grace, and the incident of you injuring Lin Shiyan has been exposed. That is absolutely impossible. Feng Shui was incredulous. She had orchestrated the entire affair meticulously, leaving Lin Shiyan no avenue for exoneration. How could it have been exposed? Zhang Jia, at a loss for words, simply unlocked her phone and presented the trending search results to Feng Shui. The video depicted Lin Shiyan diligently mending Feng Shui's costume with needle and thread. Synchronized with the visual was Feng Shui's voice. Lin Shiyan, do you know how utterly repulsive you are? This time, I must teach you a lesson, making it clear that in my world, your only role is to be a tortoise, meekly withdrawing into your shell. Lin Shiyan, don't blame me. Blame yourself for occupying a position that isn't rightfully yours. Subsequently, Feng Shui abruptly lunged at Lin Shiyan in an attack. The footage, due to the angle and distance, was somewhat indistinct, and Feng Shui's attire, a voluminous period costume, further obscured her movements. However, Lin Shiyan's actions and expressions were captured with clarity, the alarm on her face and the reflexive gesture of raising her hand. A highly respected, national-level martial arts instructor, renowned on online platforms, offered a detailed explanation. Ms. Lin's reaction is an instinctive response to an assault. He then created a series of videos demonstrating that anyone subjected to a lower body attack would instinctively react as Lin Shiyan did. In addition, he elucidated another of Lin Shiyan's actions. Ms. Lin was attempting to seize Ms. Feng, but Ms. Feng fell too quickly and decisively, preventing Ms. Lin from catching her. If every actor demonstrates such dedication when performing scenes involving leaps from heights, one would surmise that stunt performers might find their roles considerably less arduous. This particular video, upon its release, was rapidly disseminated by countless netizens, leading to a surge in followers for the martial arts coach's account. Observing this phenomenon, other martial arts instructors could not resist delving into the video, meticulously analyzing each second and presenting numerous examples to assert that Lin Shiyan could never have pushed Feng Shui off the city wall. Yay! Feng Ying exclaimed joyfully, jumping up and waving her arms. At long last, we have cleared Yin Yan's name. Lin Shiyan reciprocated with a smile. I must express my gratitude to you. If you hadn't found someone with a voice so akin to Feng Shui's to re-record the audio, even with the subsequent analyses from the martial arts coaches, I would have struggled to prove my innocence so effortlessly. Why should we be formal, sister? Yin Yan, why didn't you have my friend record Feng Shui's original words? That way, she would be firmly pinned to the disgrace of being the other woman, with no chance of redemption. And what could be the reason for that? Perhaps it's because of President Feng. Yin Yan surely fears that revealing such could cause him distress. Lin Shiyan replied, Xingzhi is reluctant to publicize our marriage, and I do not wish to place him in a difficult position. Difficult position? Lianlin's temper flared instantly. What difficulty could he possibly face? With the red flag flying at home and the colorful banners fluttering outside? What is more, that red flag at home is so considerate of him that he must be soaring with delight. Fei Ying, in cahoots with Lianlin, rolled her eyes and quipped, When the opportunity arises, I must earnestly learn from my brother how he manages to be such a scoundrel while still inspiring such unwavering devotion from his partner. Anlin, do you think if I were to master this and publish it as a book, would anyone buy it? I am already contemplating where to hold your author signing event, and which hotel to host the celebratory banquet. Lin Shiyan, hearing their sardonic remarks, shook her head with resignation. This time was different from before. It wasn't that she was unwilling to publicize her marriage with Feng Xingzhi because they had temporarily postponed their divorce. But she didn't know how long it would last. When the day came that she had to leave, she simply wanted to leave quietly with her child. Perhaps it was because she was a selfish woman, but she hoped that when she took that step, she wouldn't have to tell her child that Feng Xingzhi was his father. At least not until he was grown and capable of discerning right from wrong. Meanwhile, the internet was abuzz. Faced with mounting evidence, Feng Shui's once vocal fans were silenced. Some neutral observers who had long been displeased finally dared to speak out. But the most exuberant were Feng Shui's rivals. Their fans swarmed in, overwhelming Feng Shui's comment section. To frame a designer simply because you dislike them, is there no justice? Justice? In the eyes of some celebrities, they themselves are the arbiter of justice. Those who align with me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. Is this the essence of tyranny? I am merely a lowly crew member, yet I have witnessed a certain celebrity wielding her influence and financial backing to torment our designer. It is one thing to falsely accuse someone of mishandling costumes, resulting in a minor injury to her delicate skin, but this time she devised a truly malicious scheme. I heard that before a kind soul shared the video to exonerate designer Lin, this particular actress pressured the director to terminate his contract with her, seeking to obliterate his career. Good heavens, how utterly malevolent. I cannot fathom how such a vile individual has risen to fame. After the tides had turned, and designer Lin's unborn child stabilized, she, accompanied by Feng Yuan, visited the set. Upon her arrival, the crew, who had previously regarded her with disdain, gathered around her. They expressed their apologies, saying, "Designer Lin, you have endured much injustice lately. It must be said, Teacher Feng has been excessively arrogant. A mere disagreement should not warrant such ruthless consequences. He has become too accustomed to success and adulation, and when confronted with someone as principled as designer Lin, he could not tolerate it." The last to speak was Xiao Yi, assistant to Lu Yun. Once the crowd dispersed, Xiao Yi remarked, "Fortunately, my sister Yun foresaw this situation and advised me to keep an eye on Teacher Feng. It allowed me to capture that crucial video that has cleared your name." Lin Shiyan expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Please extend my thanks to Teacher Lu. Once she is free, I shall personally convey my appreciation. There's no need to trouble yourself." Xiao Yi remarked with a smile. "We'll be working on the same production for the better part of a year, so there will be ample opportunities to meet with Yun in the future." Noticing Assistant Chun approaching, Xiao Yi didn't linger, having already achieved her objective. Assistant Chun greeted her warmly, as if the previous conversation about terminating their contract had never occurred. Lin Shiyan responded with a smile. "Now that I'm here on set, I intend to commence work today. I trust that won't be an issue, Assistant Chun?" "Certainly not." Assistant Chun personally escorted Lin Shiyan to the wardrobe department, relaying the director's desired adjustments to the costume arrangements. Lin Shiyan meticulously noted everything, and upon arriving in the wardrobe room, she began reassembling the outfits. Feng Yuan expressed her discontent. "Lin, are we just going to let this matter slide?" Lin Shiyan queried, regarding Feng Yuan with a puzzled expression, unsure of her meaning. Feng Yuan elaborated, "Earlier, Director and was contemplating terminating our contract. Now that the truth has come to light, are we simply going to overlook it?" "Certainly not," Lin Shiyan replied. "I intend to work even harder than before, striving to secure the Best Costume Design award upon the film's release. With such an accolade, our Yin Duan will have a solid foundation." Feng Yuan was incredulous. "Lin, I assumed you would choose to slack off until director and personally apologized for even the slightest rumor he was ready to terminate our contract with us." Lin Shiyan couldn't help but smile, and she inquired of Feng Yuan, "What do you think of my design drawings?" "Exceedingly well," Feng Yuan immediately lauded. "In my estimation, you are the most promising young designer. Am I the only one? Is there no one who can supplant me in this matter?" To the extent that the film's production would falter, Feng Yuan remained silent, for even in her conceit, she recognized the impossibility of such a notion. In this world, there exists no irreplaceable individual, not even the most established masters or the most preeminent luxury brands. Lin Shiyan patted Feng Yuan's shoulder, saying in a gentle voice, "All right, cease dwelling on such chaotic thoughts and return to your work. Feng Yuan obediently departed. Lin Shiyan retrieved her mobile phone, which remained serenely devoid of messages. Designer Lin, director, and has requested that you prepare the female lead's costume for the afternoon's filming. Very well, Lin Shiyan acquiesced, immersing herself once more in her exceedingly busy work. I am sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Bang! Feng Shui, incensed, slammed her phone violently onto the floor, roaring in fury. Why won't he answer my call? Why? The assistant circumvented the debris, cautiously tidying the room while saying with great care, President Feng must be occupied. A man of his stature must be incredibly busy with work. Wei, no matter how incensed you are, you mustn't resort to violence. Look at the state you've left him in. Sister Zhang promptly comforted her assistant, Xiao Rou, and handed her 20,000 yuan to tend to her injuries, also granting her a few days of leave. Feng Shui's complexion drained of color as she exclaimed, Xingzhi will not abandon me. I am significant to him. After all these years by his side, he cannot truly be angry with me. Indeed, he would not genuinely harbor anger towards you. However, President Feng is displeased this time. Regardless of anything, Lin Shiyan is his wife. What does Lin Shiyan even mean to him? Xingzhi has no desire to marry her. Sister Zhang remained silent, allowing Feng Shui a moment to regain her composure. After a while, Feng Shui bit her lip and inquired, What should I do then? Once President Feng's anger subsides, you should meet him again, dressed more alluringly, and take the initiative during the night. If you can please him in bed, what could possibly remain unresolved? Feng Shui nodded, though a sense of panic simmered within her. Others might be unaware, but she certainly was not. After more than 3 years with Feng Xingzhi, he had never truly touched her. Yet, expressing such thoughts was beyond her capacity. I refuse to accept this ending. I recall Lin Shiyan has a brother. Investigate his vulnerabilities for me. Feng Shui paused before continuing. You should approach Lin Shiyan and have her clarify that this is all a misunderstanding. Sister Zhang agreed, advising Feng Shui to take care of herself before setting off to attend to other matters. This matter is not up for discussion. I will not cooperate in any clarifications. Clarify what? That's not what I meant. Feng Xingzhi demurred, divesting himself of his coat and casting it aside, a palpable weariness etched upon his brow. What have you been doing? Lin Shiyan inquired, unable to suppress her concern. Why are you so exhausted? In truth, she yearned to know if his fatigue stemmed from tending to Feng Shui. I've been in Haicheng, acquiring a biotechnology firm. I just disembarked from the plane. So you haven't been with Feng Shui? What did you say? Nothing. Are you hungry? I'll prepare a bowl of shredded pork noodles for you. Feng Xingzhi, recalling Lin Shiyan's culinary prowess, acquiesced. Yes, I'll take a shower first. As Feng Xingzhi ascended the stairs, he noticed Lin Shiyan trailing closely behind. He halted at the bathroom entrance, striking a dashing pose. Are you planning to cook the noodles in a bathroom? Or is the noodle making merely a pretext for something else? I was going to inquire if you had any dietary restrictions, but I remembered now, so I won't ask. Lin Shiyan declared, before swiftly retreating. In her haste, she stumbled on the stairs, nearly plummeting. She clutched the handrail, descending cautiously. Upon reaching the ground floor safely, a radiant smile illuminated her face. Feng Xingzhi had not been doting on Feng Shui. He had been engrossed in his work. How wonderful. Chapter 66. Is a divorce truly off the table? Zhen Ma, witnessing Lin Shiyan's intention to cook, immediately offered her assistance, only to be politely declined. I can manage it myself. Lin Shiyan was somewhat taken aback. Why do you say that? The adage goes that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. And with your culinary skills, young mistress, it should be a piece of cake, shouldn't it? That's not at all. I just couldn't bear to see Mr. Feng so exhausted and hungry. Mama Zhen smiled knowingly, refraining from calling out Lin Shiyan's soft heart hidden beneath her words. Lin Shiyan had prepared handmade noodles, accompanied by a couple of side dishes. Just as she placed the bowl of noodles on the table, Feng Xingzhi descended the stairs. He had changed out of his sharp suit into a light gray lounge set, his hair freshly washed and still damp, with slightly disheveled strands falling across his forehead, lending the usually aloof President Feng an air of domesticity. Feng Xingzhi glanced at the large bowl of noodles on the table and inquired, "Is there more?" "Yes, there is. Serve a bowl and join me." "Join you?" Lin Shiyan was a little surprised. "Is there a problem with that? Or are you unwilling?" "No, I'm waiting." Lin Shiyan promptly went to the kitchen to serve herself a bowl of noodles and sat beside Feng Xingzhi. Seeing him take a bite, she couldn't help but ask, "How is it? Your skills have improved since the last time." "Not bad." Lin Shiyan was a bit surprised. "You still remember the taste of my cooking from before?" "I do. Your cooking leaves a lasting impression." "Really? Do you suspect I would deceive you about something so trivial?" Lin Shiyan hastily waved her hand. "No, I merely wish to confirm, and I am quite pleased." She had not anticipated that Aunt Zhen's words would ring true. Capturing a man's heart necessitates first winning his stomach. Although she had yet to seize this man's heart, the bowl of noodles she prepared for him in her youth lingered in his memory. Feng Xingzhi regarded Lin Shiyan, observing the corners of her lips lifting in a smile, and chose not to press further. However, Lin Shiyan could hardly contain herself. "Xingzhi, may I inquire about something?" "Ask away." "Last night, you mentioned that divorce was not an immediate option. Is that indeed true?" "Yes." Feng Xingzhi recalled the incessant scrutiny from his grandfather and the movements of the second branch abroad, which stirred a sense of unease within him. Lin Shiyan felt a surge of joy. She had not imagined this to be a reality rather than a mere figment of her dream from the previous night. If I were to become pregnant during our marriage." Upon noticing Feng Xingji's gaze upon her, she quickly added, "I am aware that you are sterilized and have received contraceptive injections. You have taken commendable precautions. Yet, no contraceptive method is infallible. This is what I wish to discuss, the possibility of what could happen." Lin Shiyan remained undeterred, convinced that the man she cherished was not cruel. She looked earnestly at Feng Xingzhi and said, "I believe you can change your perspective, for we are not merely discussing trivial matters, but rather your child. I refuse to believe that you would regard him as a burden, compelling me to terminate the pregnancy." Putting down his chopsticks, Feng Xingzhi turned his gaze towards Lin Shiyan, his brow furrowing slightly. "Lin Shiyan, are you cognizant of your words? Or have you already prepared to exploit this matter for some mischievous end?" Just as Lin Shiyan was about to respond, the doorbell chimed, and Zhenma hastened to answer it. "I must see Xingzhi. I must." "Xingzhi, it's Wei Wei." It was Feng Wei, creating a commotion at the entrance. Lin Shiyan's grip on her chopsticks tightened. As she prepared to investigate, Feng Xingzhi had already risen to his feet. "Continue eating." Lin Shiyan watched as Feng Xingji's figure disappeared from her sight. She listlessly resumed eating her noodles, attempting to convince herself that Feng Xingzhi would not so easily forgive Feng Wei this time. Feng Wei had been far too disruptive. She knew that Feng Xingji's temperament was most averse to women who caused such disturbances. Despite telling herself this, Lin Shiyan ultimately could not resist. She set down her chopsticks, proceeded to the entrance hall, and witnessed Feng Xingzhi embracing Feng Wei. Feng Xingzhi stroked Feng Wei's hair. "Didn't I tell you to obediently receive treatment in the hospital? Why wouldn't you listen? Why must you torment yourself so?" Although his words were a reprimand, his tone was exceedingly gentle. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I simply missed you too much and couldn't restrain myself. Xingzhi, could you stay with me tonight? I'm so afraid. The internet is filled with condemnation. People are doxing me, and fans even broke into my hospital room to assault me. I am terrified." Sobbing, Feng Wei spoke, prompting Zhang Jie to swiftly elucidate the perilous situation to Feng Xingzhi, who had turned his gaze towards her, emphasizing the alarming nature of the present era. Lin Shiyan, standing silently in the foyer, absorbed every word of their exchange, realizing that Feng Wei's tears had already softened Feng Xingji's heart. She felt foolish for persistently questioning him about accepting a child, despite his clear stance and explicit refusal to have children with her. Each breath Lin Shiyan drew felt like 1,000 needles piercing her heart. For a fleeting moment, she yearned to confront Feng Xingzhi, to demand that he inform Feng Wei of his refusal to accompany her to the hospital. Yet, she refrained, knowing it would only make her more detestable. Feng Xingji's affection was eternally reserved for the deceased Feng Yawei, extending to her sister, Feng Wei, who received boundless affection. With a smile, she beckoned Feng Xingzhi, urging him to dine before the meal grew cold. Feng Xingzhi regarded Lin Shiyan with scrutiny. Oblivious, Lin Shiyan simply smiled at him. Suddenly, Feng Xingzhi declared that he would instruct Secretary Zhou to cleanse the internet of the scandalous trending topics and assume responsibility for Yun Duan's losses and the staff's medical expenses. He hoped she would cease her disruptions and allow the matter to rest. Why are you making a scene? Lin Shiyan was taken aback by the question. She responded, bewildered. What scene am I making? If you're referring to the video about Miss Feng online, I assure you, I am completely innocent. I have no idea who filmed it or who posted it online. Would you like me to unearth the person who released the video and present them to you, so you would cease feigning ignorance? Chapter 67. Feng Xingzhi, your partiality is unwarranted. Lin Shiyan discerned Feng Xingzhi's displeasure. She knew that upon hearing about the incident from Feng Xingzhi, Feng Xingzhi immediately suspected her involvement, and indeed, that was the case. All right, I can see that I had the video posted online, and I also commissioned a voice actor with a similar timbre to Feng Xingzhi to dub her dialogue. However, it is the unvarnished truth. It is the reality of her fall from the city walls. Feng Xingzhi paused momentarily before stating, Feng Xingzhi will not engage in such actions in the future. She has suffered considerably this time, and her face has been injured. Let us consider this matter concluded. Lin Shiyan raised her eyes and declared, Xingzhi, your partiality is unwarranted. From beginning to end, this was not my fault, yet you asked me to let it go. When Feng Xingzhi slandered me, and I was vilified by everyone, you made no indication. Now she's being doxxed, but I was doxxed before, and she has people to protect her. What about me? What about Cloud's End? Feng Xingzhi offered no explanation, had he not permitted it. Even if Lin Shiyan had presented more conclusive evidence, it would not have garnered such widespread attention online. As Lin Shiyan recalled the unsuccessful attempts to divorce at the Civil Affairs Bureau, she repeatedly brought up the subject of their child. Feng Xingzhi's demeanor turned frigid as he calmly remarked, Have you not known of my bias all along? Upon hearing this, Lin Shiyan's face paled. Indeed, she had always been aware of it. Feng Xingzhi ascended the stairs, and upon descending, he had donned a black suit, an exquisite, bespoke creation that accentuated his unparalleled handsomeness. His indifferent expression rendered him even more haughty and noble, leaving those around him utterly entranced. Lin Shiyan called out to him, Do have some more. You barely touched your meal. No, thank you. Feng Xingzhi placed a black card before Lin Shiyan, stating, This card contains 10 million. Consider it compensation. With that, he turned and departed. Lin Shiyan stared blankly at the black card before her, feeling an unprecedented sense of irony. Undeterred, she continued to eat, wishing to consume the noodles so she could pretend that she and Feng Xingzhi had shared this evening's meal together. Yet, as the noodles entered her stomach, a wave of nausea surged within her. Lin Shiyan stumbled into the bathroom, collapsing before the toilet and vomiting violently. Jinma was taken aback by Lin Shiyan's distress and couldn't help but inquire, Young lady, what is the matter? Why have you been vomiting so frequently lately? Have you seen a doctor? What did the doctor say? I'm fine, Lin Shiyan replied, pressing the flush button and using a tissue to wipe away the tears that had escaped her eyes. I have already consulted a doctor. The physician attributed her condition to stress and emotional distress, resulting in physiological gastrointestinal discomfort. Mrs. Zhang expressed her disappointment, remarking wistfully, Madam, if your symptoms were due to morning sickness, it would be wonderful. Lin Shiyan chuckled at Mrs. Zhang's words, but inwardly felt a sense of trepidation. In the early stages of her pregnancy, she could attribute her symptoms to gastrointestinal issues. However, as her pregnancy progressed, it would become increasingly difficult to conceal from experienced women like Mrs. Zhang. She resolved to give herself 3 months. If within that time, her relationship with Feng Xingzhi remained distant, she would leave with her unborn child. She was willing to endure anything for the sake of love and the person her heart yearned for. However, now that she was to become a mother, she had to prioritize the well-being of the little life she was bringing into the world. Although she alone could not replace a father's love, she was determined to shower her child with all the love she possessed. As Lin Shiyan lay in bed, she received a call from her mother, Zheng Lanin. Yin Yan, how are you doing? I'm fine, Lin Shiyan replied, her voice filled with gratitude as she recalled their last encounter on set. I'm so grateful that Ying was able to arrive so quickly last time, thanks to your prompt phone call. Zheng Lanin gently chided. What are you saying? You are my daughter. Of course, I would be worried when something happens to you. You are a part of me, the child I raised with such care and devotion. Knowing that you encounter trouble, I find myself more anxious and distressed than you. Lin Shiyan responded softly, feeling a warmth within her heart. Yet guilt surfaced as she recalled her previous resentment towards her mother for Lin Zichuan. Of course, Lin Shiyan readily agreed without hesitation. Upon hearing those words, Lin Shiyan felt a bittersweet sensation. Mother, I will do my utmost to persuade Xingzhi to attend your birthday celebration with me. But as you know, his temperament is not easily swayed. I hope you can understand. Understand? Naturally, I understand, Zheng Lanin replied, her tone shifting to one of excitement, her words brimming with anticipation. Lin Shiyan was well aware that although her mother was the matriarch of the Lin family, she had long been overshadowed by the second wife, Qiao Hui. Despite her gentle demeanor and her avoidance of conflict, there were times she envied others. Her current dedication to her career stemmed not only from her own aspirations, but also from a desire to vindicate her mother. Yet, in the eyes of her traditional mother, no matter how successful her career became, it could never surpass the significance of a good marriage and a loving partnership. After exchanging pleasantries with Zheng Lanin, Lin Shiyan finally ended the call. At the Lin residence, Qiao Hui eagerly inquired as soon as Zheng Lanin put her phone away. Well, did Yin agree to invite General Feng to the birthday celebration? I followed your advice, and after speaking to her in that manner, Yin agreed that she would make an effort to try. Qiao Hui understood that Lin Shiyan's promise to try her best was a commitment she would fulfill, for the young lady of the Lin family had always possessed a tenacious spirit. This brought relief to old Lin. Zheng Lanin felt a twinge of anxiety. Would this place Yin in an awkward position? Sister, what are you saying? No matter how esteemed Mr. Feng is, he is still your son-in-law. It is only natural for him to attend his mother-in-law's birthday celebration. Moreover, you are aware of the predicament facing the Lin family. If we fail to attract investment, bankruptcy may be our only fate. We are all adults and can bear it. The main concern is Zichuan. If the Lin family encounters difficulties, his life will undoubtedly become challenging as well. That simply cannot be, Zheng Lanin exclaimed. Zichuan is so well-behaved. He deserves the finest this world has to offer. Her voice unconsciously conveyed a sense of heartbreak, as if Lin Zichuan had already suffered some injustice. Chapter 68. Trouble arises. Qiao Hui was quite pleased and encouraged. No wonder Xiao Chuan says every day that his greatest love is for his aunt. He even mentioned that when he becomes successful, he will take good care of you. Zheng Lanin's eyes widened, her voice trembling with excitement. Is that true? Did Xiao Chuan really say that? Could there be any doubt? Our Xiao Chuan's character is so pure, as you well know. As his aunt, you have always considered his well-being. How could he fail to honor you in return? Zheng Lanin nodded repeatedly. Yes, our Xiao Chuan is indeed filial. I must think of a way to have Yin seek Mr. Feng's support for the Lin family, so that Xiao Chuan can inherit the family business in the future. As Zheng Lanin departed, she was rambling on in a manner akin to someone possessed. Qiao Hui, watching Zheng Lanin's retreating figure, curled her lips into a subtle smile. Suddenly, she was embraced from behind. I merely wished to avoid impeding your performance, Lin Zichuan said with a grin. What are you implying? Qiao Hui retorted, displeased. Your aunt values the family's legacy. She is a virtuous woman. I'm simply accommodating her. Lin Zichuan gave Qiao Hui the thumbs up. Only my own mother could utter such brazen words with such a straight face. Go away, Qiao Hui said, playfully hitting Lin Zichuan. Lin Zichuan hopped back, made a face at Qiao Hui, grabbed his coat and keys, and headed out. Qiao Hui called out from behind, Zichuan, where are you going so late? To propagate the Lin lineage, of course. Lin Zichuan replied as he slipped out the door. Qiao Hui, exasperated, rushed to chase after him, but it was too late. Lin Zichuan had already driven away. At the White Horse Club, Lin Zichuan tossed his keys to the doorman. The club manager, spotting Lin Zichuan, greeted him with a beaming smile. Young Master Lin, welcome. Lin Zichuan nodded with an air of arrogance. Where is Xiao Ran? Have her attend to me in my private room. The manager replied apologetically, I regret to inform you that Xiao Ran is feeling unwell today. Perhaps a new girl could attend to you, young Master Lin? New? Lin Zichuan said with disdain. What is the point of someone new? I suspect you are simply trying to fob me off. The manager, with a servile smile, remarked, indeed. This newcomer may lack the worldly sophistication of some of our seasoned veterans, but she possesses an unblemished purity and youthful allure. Observing the manager's suggestive grin, Lin Zichuan's eyes gradually illuminated with understanding. Are you implying a virgin? He inquired. Manager Liu, you mustn't deceive me. Manager Liu chuckled ingratiatingly. Young Master Lin, I would never dream of deceiving you, especially not you. However, should she not meet your preferences, I would be more than happy to arrange for someone else, ensuring your utmost satisfaction. No need, Lin Zichuan retorted. The newcomer will suffice. While a virgin may possess a certain inexperience, there is a unique charm to be found in that innocence. Furthermore, to be deflowered by a man as virile as myself, she may very well ascend to become the premier attraction of your establishment. Manager Liu assented obsequiously, concealing his disdainful thoughts. Shortly thereafter, the door to the private room parted, and a young woman adorned in a white dress entered. While not exceptionally beautiful, her captivating eyes held an irresistible allure, fluttering like those of an enchanting forest doe. Lin Zichuan, immediately captivated, gestured towards the sofa beside him. Come hither, he commanded. I shall remain here, she responded. I can hear you perfectly well from this vantage point. Nonsense, he insisted. Certain words necessitate closer proximity. What words? She inquired, her expression conveying utter bewilderment. Her pristine innocence was readily apparent, as if she were a blank canvas, oblivious to the underlying implications of his words. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Zichuan lunged towards her with unrestrained fervor. He forcefully pinned her beneath him, tearing at her garments with the voracity of a depraved fiend, claiming her with ruthless abandon. Having retired to bed somewhat late, Lin Shiyan found her slumber elusive, her mind preoccupied with the image of Feng Xingzhi embracing Feng Shui, which caused her to toss and turn for an extended duration before finally succumbing to sleep. As she was deeply immersed in her repose, her cellular phone emitted a sudden auditory signal, abruptly jolting Lin Shiyan awake. She gasped for air, her hand pressed against her chest, where her heart palpitated vehemently. Taking a profound inhalation, she regulated her respiration and answered the call. Hello, Mother. Yin Yan, your younger brother has encountered a predicament. He has been apprehended by the constabulary. You must hasten to his rescue. Lin Shiyan swiftly changed her attire, hastily gathered her hair, and proceeded expeditiously to the police precinct. Upon her arrival, she observed that both Xiao Hui and Zheng Lanin were present. Zheng Lanin's countenance was mournful, as if the very firmament were collapsing, while Xiao Hui's expression was indicative of profound concern. Mother, Lin Shiyan uttered as she strode into the waiting room, but before she could inquire about the situation, she was met with vehement reproaches from her mother. Lin Shiyan was bewildered by Zheng Lanin's scolding, having arrived with utmost haste upon receiving the summons. Xiao Hui promptly restrained Zheng Lanin, saying, Yin Yin assuredly arrived with the greatest possible alacrity. Elder sister, communicate with her calmly. Observe how you have distressed Yin Yin. She then immediately consoled Lin Shiyan. Yin Yin, disregard your mother's words. She is merely overwrought. Irrespective of the circumstances, our paramount objective remains the extrication of Xiao Chuan. Lin Shiyan directed her gaze directly at Xiao Hui, stating, I wish to hear your account. Kiao Yu spoke equivocally. It is purported that Xiao Chuan sought to establish a rapport with a young lady, but his eagerness was misconstrued. Lin Shiyan did not believe a single word of it. What precisely did Lin Zichuan perpetrate? Elucidate the matter with clarity. Hearing Lin Shiyan's stern voice, Zheng Lanin abruptly stood up. Lin Shiyan, what is this attitude? Have I not made myself clear to Aunt Xiao? It's one thing to refuse to save Xiao Chuan, but why speak to us with such a tone of suspicion? Do you suspect your brother has committed some wrongdoing? Lin Shiyan was at a loss for words. Her mother was typically reasonable, yet she became utterly unreasonable when it came to matters involving Lin Zichuan. I will find out the situation. After uttering this, Lin Shiyan sought out the police to request a visit with Lin Zichuan. The officer, sizing her up, remarked, "So, you are a relative of the suspect." The peculiar demeanor of the police officer caused Lin Shiyan's heart to skip a beat. Just as she was about to inquire further, the officer turned away. "Follow me." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Shiyan hurriedly followed. In the meeting room, she finally encountered Lin Zichuan and learned from him about the allegations against him. "Rape? I cannot believe it. Lin Zichuan, are you insane? Do you dare to commit such an act at the White Horse Club?" Chapter 69. Allow Feng Shuwei to enter the Feng family openly. When did I say I committed rape? I said they're accusing me of raping a girl. Accusation. It's an accusation. Do you understand? Lin Zichuan, visibly agitated, could no longer contain his anger. Lin Shiyan felt the tension rise in her temples and took a deep breath. Lin Zichuan, go ahead and vent your anger. If you believe that expressing your rage will somehow set you free, then by all means, let it out. Alternatively, I shall await the cessation of your outburst before returning. With these words, Lin Shiyan arose, poised to depart. It was utterly ludicrous. Possessing such comeliness and affluence, the notion of coercing a female student was preposterous. Such are the circumstances. I implore you to devise a means of extricating me from this predicament. Disregarding Lin Zichuan's vociferations, Lin Shiyan, having assimilated the narrative, absented herself from the visitation chamber. Subsequent to dispatching a missive to Zheng Linin, she proceeded to the White Horse Club to ascertain the situation. Manager Liu, upon encountering Lin Shiyan, was replete with grievances, poised to unburden himself. Ere he could commence, Lin Shiyan interjected. "Manager Liu, if you harbor no objections, permit me to record our discourse." She articulated with earnestness, "Pray, do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely seek to devise a means of rescuing my feckless sibling." Manager Liu, disinclined to demur, exercised heightened circumspection in his subsequent utterances. He recounted the sequence of events, then lamented with resignation, "Behold the imbroglio that has transpired. I am at a loss as to how to render an account to President Yin hereafter." Manager Liu appeared crestfallen. Such an incident transpiring within the confines of the establishment portended significant repercussions, for which he, as manager, bore unequivocal responsibility. Lin Shiyan inquired, "Presumably, the establishment is equipped with surveillance apparatus. Might I be permitted to review the footage?" Manager Liu responded, "The surveillance apparatus within the establishment pertains to the privacy of our clientele. Regrettably, I am unable to grant access to Miss Lin." Lin Shiyan assented with a nod. "In that case, might I solicit my spouse, Feng Xingzhi, to contact you? What say you to that proposition?" Upon hearing the appellation of Feng Xingzhi, Manager Liu evinced heightened prudence. "Miss Lin's consort is Feng Xingzhi, President Feng? What? Is it requisite that I furnish our marriage certificate for your perusal?" Lin Shiyan, upon encountering Manager Liu, remained somewhat skeptical and suggested, "Perhaps it would be best for my husband to call General Yin at the White Horse Club. There's no need to trouble General Feng. I will promptly retrieve the surveillance footage," Liu replied. In the surveillance room, the video was quickly accessed. It revealed that shortly after Manager Liu exited the private room, a girl dressed in a white dress pushed open the door and entered. However, she soon emerged again. The White Horse Club's cameras were equipped with audio, and faintly, one could hear the girl apologizing, "I'm sorry, I went to the wrong room." In the next moment, Lin Zichuan rushed in and forcibly pulled the girl back into the room. Inside, there were no cameras, and the chilling sounds of the girl's cries echoed, "No, don't touch me. I'm not that kind of woman. I'm only here to wait for someone. Please, let me go. I beg you, let me go." After a considerable time, Manager Liu returned with another girl. They lingered at the entrance of the private room for a moment before departing. Lin Shiyan questioned, "Why didn't you bring anyone inside?" "Miss Lin," Liu explained, "given the commotion inside, I presumed that young Master Lin might be involved with someone else. It would be quite inappropriate for me to interrupt, and I certainly did not wish to provoke young Master Lin." Liu's explanation was without fault, and Lin Shiyan scrutinized the footage several times, but found no discrepancies. Liu then suggested, "Miss Lin, if you have no further matters, shall we depart? It is time for me to finish my shift." Lin Shiyan exited the White Horse Club and proceeded to consult at a law firm. Every attorney she spoke to informed her that Lin Zichuan's actions were of a heinous nature, and should the matter escalate to court, he would undoubtedly face imprisonment unless the victim chose to withdraw the complaint. Emerging from a law office with a heavy heart, she received a phone call from Xiao Hui, who had located the hospital where the girl was being treated. Without pausing to drink a sip of water, Lin Shiyan hurried to the hospital. In the ward, Zheng Lanin was in a state of distress, pleading fervently, "I implore you, show mercy and spare my son. He is still so young. He should not be ruined by this incident." She continued, "He may be young, but what of my sister? She is merely 19, just embarking on her university journey with a bright future ahead, all of which has been shattered by that scoundrel. We will never withdraw our complaint." Lin Shiyan recognized the voice as hauntingly familiar, a sense of foreboding washing over her. At that moment, Xiao Hui spotted Lin Shiyan and her eyes brightened. "Yin Yin, you're here? This is the sister of the girl. Please persuade them." Zheng Lanin rushed over, grasping Lin Shiyan's arm and pulling her into the room. "You must go in and tell them that we are willing to pay any amount." Thus, Lin Shiyan was drawn into the room, becoming the focal point of the ward. It was then that she laid eyes on the girl named Zhang Fenfen. Lying on the hospital bed, her face was pale, her body curled up in a shivering ball, and her large eyes were filled with terror. The exposed skin of her arms bore numerous bruises, immediately revealing the ordeal she had suffered. Furthermore, the individual tenderly consoling the girl was none other than Feng Xingzhi. A familiar acquaintance. Lin Shiyan's heart sank, realizing that this matter could not be easily resolved. Feng Xingzhi's anger flared, and she erupted, "Lin Shiyan, your heart is filled with such malice that you would allow your brother to ruin my cousin's innocence. My aunt and uncle have passed away, leaving behind their only daughter. How could you treat them in such a manner? I vow to make Lin Zichuan pay the price, even if it costs me everything. We will never withdraw the lawsuit." "Oh, please no," Zheng Lanin exclaimed anxiously, attempting to explain, "My son, Xiaochuan, did not intend to do this. He has always been a good child." Feng Xingzhi, growing increasingly impatient, was about to strike Zheng Lanin when Feng Xingzhi entered. She immediately burst into tears. "Brother Xingzhi, could you please ask them to leave? My sister will only be more distressed by their presence. They're truly driving her to the brink of despair." Zheng Lanin, however, saw a glimmer of hope and looked at Feng Xingzhi expectantly. "Xingzhi, you are on good terms with this young lady, aren't you? I implore you to speak with her and ask her to forgive Xiaochuan." Feng Xingzhi's brow furrowed, and he turned to Zhou Chun, escort them out of the room. Zheng Lanin refused to leave, as she had not yet obtained forgiveness from Feng Xingzhi and her cousin, Zhang Fenfen. Zhou Chun, sensing the impending storm on Feng Xingzhi's face, coaxed and intimidated them out of the room. Zheng Lanin paced anxiously, but Zhou Chun blocked the door, preventing her from re-entering. "Abruptly, Qiao lui interjected, Yan. That Feng Xingzhi from earlier. Isn't she the woman Mr. Feng is keeping?" Before Lin Shiyan could respond, Zheng Lanin exclaimed, "Indeed, it is that very lady. Otherwise, why would Xingzhi have come to the hospital today?" Zheng Lanin became animated, seizing her daughter's hand and declaring, "In a moment, you shall go in and tell Miss Feng that, provided she persuades your cousin to drop the lawsuit, you shall accept her as a concubine, allowing her to enter the Feng household with due recognition." Chapter 70. Lin Shiyan, how utterly vicious can you be? "Mother, are you cognizant of what you are suggesting? This is utterly preposterous," Lin Shiyan retorted. She was incredulous, never imagining she would hear such an absurd proposition from Zheng Lanin. "What is so preposterous about it?" Zheng Lanin retorted. "Anyway, Xingzhi is so attentive to Miss Feng, and after 3 years of marriage, you have not produced an heir. It would be prudent to bring her into the Feng family, both to project an image of your virtue and magnanimity and to please Mr. Feng. Moreover, Xiaochuan would be released. Such a move is advantageous on 3 fronts. What is not to like?" Xiao Hui chimed in, attempting to placate her. "Yin, I understand that you feel aggrieved, but this is all for the sake of our family. Your brother must not be convicted and imprisoned. Otherwise, upon whom shall your aunt and I rely? And how shall we face the ancestors of the Lin family after our passing?" Xiao Hui's words struck a chord with Zheng Lanin, who, without further ado, began to prod Lin Shiyan, urging her to seek out Feng Xingzhi. Go quickly and speak to Xingzhi properly. Lin Shiyan stumbled from the push, steadying herself against the wall to avoid falling. Lin Shiyan took a deep breath, caught in a dilemma. When Feng Xingzhi emerged from the hospital room, with no other choice, she steeled herself to approach him. Xingzhi, I need to speak with you. It was to plead for Lin Zichuan, wasn't it? Feng Xingzhi's countenance darkened, his tone laced with irritation. Lin Shiyan, how can you still have the audacity to plead? You have seen the state of the victim. She is merely 19 and has encountered a brute like Lin Zichuan. Her life is irrevocably shattered. How can you allow your brother to commit such heinous acts simply because of your animosity towards Feng Shuwei? Is that not the case? Shuwei, out of jealousy, schemed to have you imprisoned, and in return, you lured her to fall from a height. She has already suffered facial injuries, and the doctor has stated that she will surely bear scars. Yet, you remain unrelenting, employing such vile tactics to ensure that Lin Zichuan destroys the only sister left by her uncle and aunt. Lin Shiyan, what is your heart made of? How can you be so cruel? Lin Shiyan felt the air in the corridor grow oppressively thick. Her desperate attempts to draw breath were futile, her lips trembling. Feng Xingzhi, am I truly such a wicked person in your eyes? Wicked enough to let Lin Zichuan violate an innocent girl because of your entanglements with Feng Shuwei? Feng Xingzhi remained unmoved, his expression as cold as ice. It would be straightforward to ascertain whether you were the mastermind behind this affair. Lin Shiyan, allow me to warn you, you often fail to recognize your own position, perpetually yearning for what does not belong to you. I am too weary to engage in further discourse with you. Should you perpetrate such a heinous act, do not expect leniency from me. The repercussions will extend beyond merely incarcerating Lin Zichuan. Lin Shiyan's eyes burned with unshed tears, her voice wavering with a sense of detachment. Feng Xingzhi, I've come to realize that you've been rather indulgent with me. Despite presuming me to be a woman of such wickedness, you've still been willing to sustain our marriage. Feng Xingzhi interjected, with regard to that matter, I believe I've made my position clear. It is solely for my grandfather's sake that I have not divorced you. However, given your actions, I find that this marriage has become untenable. Lin Shiyan's countenance paled instantly, her heart pierced as if by 1,000 needles. She gazed at Feng Xingzhi, her pain exacerbated with each challenge to her endurance. Without uttering another word, he turned and departed, deeming further conversation with Lin Shiyan futile. Zheng Lanin, who had been waiting nearby, instinctively approached Feng Xingzhi. However, Feng Xingzhi disregarded her, striding past without acknowledgement. Zheng Lanin and Xiao Hui, intimidated by Feng Xingzhi, dare not pursue him. Instead, they hastened to Lin Shiyan, inquiring directly, Yin, how did it go? Did you come to an understanding with President Feng? Is he willing to spare Xiaochuan? What is to be done? Xiaochuan could never endure the hardships of imprisonment. Furthermore, a criminal record would irrevocably mar his future. As Zheng Lanin's thoughts grew increasingly anxious, she grasped Lin Shiyan's wrist and implored her with earnest eyes. Since Xingzhi is unwilling to compromise, why not seek the old master Feng? He dotes on you so much, he is bound to acquiesce. The more Zheng Lanin contemplated her suggestion, the more she found it appealing, and she urged Lin Shiyan to move outside. Mother, what are you planning to do? I'm going to the old residence to find the old master. I will not go. Lin Shiyan resolutely declined, feeling too ashamed to approach Master Feng with such matters. Memories of Lin Zichuan's adeptness at frequenting the White Horse Club flashed through her mind, and she realized he had been indulging far too much in that establishment. Lin Zichuan's behavior had become increasingly outrageous, resulting in this disastrous predicament. He deserved to be confined to learn a lesson. Zheng Lanin was instantly infuriated, expressing her outrage. Lin Shiyan, do you even comprehend the absurdity of your words? Xiaochuan is your brother. Your jealousy towards him is one thing, but this situation is different. If this goes awry, it could ruin his life forever. Xiao Hui was equally distressed. Her only son represented all her hopes, and she could not bear to witness his destruction. However, she remained more rational than Zheng Lanin, understanding that at this juncture, the only person who could offer assistance was Lin Shiyan. With sincerity, Xiao Hui implored, Yin, I recognize that your words stem from anger, for frustration with Xiao Chuan's lack of ambition. But regardless of the circumstances, he is still your brother. You two are the closest individuals in this world. You cannot truly stand by and watch him be ruined. With a resounding thud, Xiao Hui knelt before Lin Shiyan, imploring, I beseech you, for the sake of Xiao Chuan, endure this slight and allow Miss Feng to enter our home. Only then will true harmony prevail. Zheng Lan's voice echoed, Lin Shiyan, should you refuse, I shall consult Xingzhi directly and arrange for Miss Feng to enter the Feng household as a ward of the Lin family. Lin Shiyan was incredulous, finding the words she heard that day more preposterous than the sun rising in the west. Mother, she exclaimed, have you forgotten that Feng Shuwei is not the victim in this matter? She is merely a cousin and holds no sway over this situation. Then we shall implore Zhang Finfin. Whatever her desires, be it money or property, our family shall fulfill them. Even if she wishes for Zichuan to marry her, is not beyond negotiation. Chapter 71. On the verge of becoming a cast-off wife-mother, Lin Shiyan, aghast at her mother's words, exclaimed, Lin Zichuan's rape of an innocent girl is a crime. It cannot be resolved by merely offering money and forcing the victim to swallow her bitterness. Forcing a girl to marry her rapist is the most ludicrous and cruel act imaginable. Moreover, Zhang Finfin is Feng Shui's cousin. She will never allow this matter to be settled so easily. Then what shall we do? Zheng Lan panicked, her demeanor as if the heavens were about to collapse. Xiao Chuan cannot remain imprisoned in that godforsaken jail forever. Lin Zichuan has grown increasingly reckless, and I believe it would be best for him to remain confined, where he can learn a lesson. With a resounding slap, Zheng Lanin struck Lin Shiyan's face, pointing an accusatory finger and exclaiming, Lin Shiyan, what nonsense are you spouting? That is your brother. How could you allow him to be imprisoned? Lin Shiyan, cradling her stinging cheek, stared blankly at Zheng Lanin. Though she had long been aware of her mother's favoritism, it was the first time that she had resorted to violence in defense of Lin Zichuan. Zheng Lanin continued her tirade. Lin Shiyan, mark my words, if you fail to rescue your brother, do not dare to call me mother. With that, she stormed off in a fit of rage. Yin Yin, your mother is simply overly concerned for Xiao Chuan. She means no harm. Do not hold it against her. Xiao Hui attempted to soothe, before hastily departing. She remarked lightly, if you've seen enough, you may come out now. The corridor remained eerily empty, as if she had been speaking to thin air. If you do not emerge soon, I shall take my leave, she declared. Shortly thereafter, Feng Shuwei stepped out, handing Lin Shiyan a tissue. Here, wipe your face. There is still blood at the corner of your lips. Lin Shiyan accepted it with a quiet, thank you. There's no need for such formality. Your mother invited me to witness this splendid performance. Merely providing you with a tissue feels like quite the bargain, Feng Shuwei replied, her tone laced with schadenfreude and mockery. Lin Shiyan, seemingly unfazed, simply stated, Feng Shuwei, you orchestrated Lin Zichuan as predicament, did you not? Though phrased as an inquiry. Her words were, in essence, a declaration. With a faint smile, Feng Shuwei stated, Lin Zichuan violated my sister. It was not an act orchestrated by me. If you intend to exonerate him through such means, you are merely deluding yourself. Should my sister refuse to withdraw her accusation, your brother will bear the indelible mark of a criminal record, perpetually branded as a rapist, forever unable to hold his head high. Moreover, your perceived ineptitude will incur the lifelong disdain of your mother. Therefore, I ask you, what terms must be met for you to release Lin Zichuan from this predicament? Upon hearing this, Feng Shuwei chuckled. Lin Shiyan, I had mistakenly believed in your integrity. Yet, here you are, attempting to suppress his transgressions with monetary transactions. All for the sake of your brother. Lin Shiyan's countenance remained unchanged by Feng Shuwei's words. I have extended an opportunity for you to propose conditions. An opportunity you would be wise to seize. If you persist in squandering it on mere insults, so be it. Given your investigation into my family, you should be aware that while Lin Zichuan and I are siblings, he is merely my half-brother. His fate is of no consequence to me. With these words, Lin Shiyan turned without hesitation. Feng Shuwei had not anticipated such a swift departure. her indifference sowing seeds of uncertainty in Feng Shui's mind. "Wait," she called out. Lin Shiyan halted, yet did not turn. "Since you are so earnest, let us convene at a more suitable venue for discussion." "Very well." Lin Shiyan acquiesced without delay. Following Feng Shui to a CAF near the hospital, they seated themselves within the CAF. Feng Shui took a sip of her iced coffee and remarked, "You just mentioned that I could set conditions?" "Indeed, any conditions," came the reply. A calculating glimmer appeared in Feng Shui's eyes. "Since you are so straightforward, I shall not be coy. I have two conditions. First, I want you to divorce Feng Xingzhi. Second, you must assist me in marrying into the Feng family as the young mistress." "Those are rather formidable demands," was the response. "Alas, what choice do I have? Your brother is a lecherous demon, capable of committing such despicable acts as rape. If you wish to protect him, a price must be paid. Do you not agree?" Feng Shui smiled lightly, entirely unafraid that Lin Shiyan might refuse. This time, the initiative lay firmly in her grasp. Lin Shiyan pressed her lips together, ultimately conceding, "I will either divorce Xingzhi or I will not, and you may reside in the Feng family. I will only agree to one of these conditions. In that case, let us await the prosecution of Lin Zichuan. I am curious to see how you will explain this to your mother." Lin Shiyan's expression soured considerably. "Though my grandfather dotes on me, the choice of the next young mistress of the Feng family is not one I can dictate. However, I will do my utmost to assist you. Whether you can marry into the Feng family will depend on your own capabilities. It is not merely an effort. It is a certainty. I must marry into the Feng family. To demonstrate your sincerity, Lin Shiyan, perhaps you should consider moving out of Garden. It seems inappropriate to reside in the Feng family home when you are on the verge of separation." Lin Shiyan's expression was particularly grim, yet she ultimately acquiesced, stating, "I will move out of Zijinjuan as soon as possible." As she made this concession, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and her voice trembled uncontrollably, her demeanor still defiant. "What if I divorce Xingzhi, but you refuse to persuade your sister to withdraw her lawsuit, or your sister insists on continuing? Then you will have no choice but to concede. Lin Shiyan, do not impose conditions upon me. You must comprehend your current predicament. You lack the standing to do so." Lin Shiyan's expression was a portrait of suppressed frustration, and she could only grit her teeth in agreement. Reluctantly, she added, "This time, you have indeed triumphed. However, do not presume that if you renege, I will be powerless against you. Far from it. I possess countless means to ensure your regret." Feng Shui paid no heed to Lin Shiyan, viewing her words as the desperate cries of a defeated opponent, unworthy of concern. She placed a crisp 100 yuan note beneath her coffee cup and remarked, "This round of coffee is on me." After speaking, Feng Shui donned her mask and sunglasses, departing with an air of indifference. Lin Shiyan watched Feng Shui's retreating figure, her feelings of resentment and anger slowly subsiding. Memories of her earlier conversation with Lin Zichuan resurfaced, recalling his vehement words. Lin Zichuan had expressed his outrage, saying, "That woman smiled at me and claimed she was here to serve me. Yes, she struggled, but Manager Liu stated that she is a virgin, a woman unaccustomed to intimacy, crying out no in bed. Does that not signify consent? Given the multitude of women who would willingly share my bed, would I truly deign to force myself upon one?" Previously, she harbored doubts regarding Lin Zichuan's assertions. Yet Feng Shui's conduct today has affirmed to Lin Shiyan that this entire affair is a calculated scheme orchestrated by Feng Shui and directed squarely at her. Chapter 72. Feng Xingzhi's heart aches for her. Scarcely had Lin Shiyan crossed the threshold of the Zijin Gardens gate when she received a text message from an unfamiliar number. Countdown. 23 hours. She surmised that this missive originated from Feng Shui, pressing her to expedite the dissolution of her marriage with Feng Xingzhi. Her eagerness is palpable, and her intentions are laid bare. Upon ascending the stairs after changing her shoes, Lin Shiyan placed a call to Feng Xingzhi. "Is something amiss?" A deep, resonant voice inquired from the other end of the line. "Upon reflection, I find myself unwilling to continue this charade. Let us proceed with the divorce." Feng Xingzhi's brow furrowed in consternation. "Lin Shiyan, what madness possesses you now?" Feng Xingzhi stared at the darkened screen of his mobile phone. his countenance a mask of displeasure. Feng Shui had been assiduously monitoring Feng Xingzhi's phone calls, and she had caught snippets of Lin Shiyan's words. It appears Lin Shiyan is a woman of her word. Indeed, possessing leverage over her ensures her compliance. Understood. Feng Shui acquiesced demurely, escorting Feng Xingzhi to the door. Gazing at his departing figure, Feng Shui's fingers involuntarily traced her left cheek, still concealed beneath a gauze, though the grotesque wound beneath remained unseen. Feng Shui knew that her face would bear the indelible mark of this encounter, although Feng Xingzhi repeatedly assured her that he would never disdain her. Feng Shui did not believe a single word. If he truly felt no disdain, then why did he always hold onto a photograph of his sister when he was near her? Feng Shui's expression turned incredibly gloomy. She did not wish to end up like her sister, nameless and unrecognized. She yearned to marry Feng Xingzhi and become his rightful wife. In the midst of this turmoil, Feng Xingzhi received a call from Aunt Jun, informing him that Lin Shiyan had packed her belongings and moved out. Instantly, his demeanor shifted to one of irritation. After hanging up, he dialed another number to inquire about Lin Shiyan's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Lin Shiyan was in a suite at the Marriott Hotel, reviewing surveillance footage on her phone. She began watching from the moment Lin Zichuan entered the White Horse Club. Accompanied by manager Liu, he entered a private room, after which manager Liu departed. According to Liu, Lin Zichuan's usual companion had another client, prompting him to recommend a different hostess. Just as he left, Zhang Funfin inadvertently entered the room and was assaulted by Lin Zichuan. However, Lin Shiyan sensed that something was amiss. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Lin Shiyan tucked her phone away and opened the door, only to find Feng Xingzhi standing outside. She showed no surprise and simply said, "You're here." Late at night, after all the commotion Lin Shiyan had stirred up, Feng Xingzhi initially felt quite enraged. Yet, as his gaze fell upon her face and he noticed her swollen features, his brows furrowed in concern. "Who did this to you?" he asked, reaching out to touch Lin Shiyan's face. Lin Shiyan shivered slightly and instinctively raised her gaze, only to find Feng Xingzhi staring at her face. The memory of her mother's slap from the afternoon flashed through her mind, prompting her to sweep her hair aside to conceal the mark. "It's nothing. Please don't mind me." Feng Xingzhi did not press further. He understood that the slap could only have come from Zhang Lanning. A sense of unarticulated displeasure welled up within him as he took Lin Shiyan inside and seated her on the bench at the foot of the bed. He then retrieved the medical kit to tend her wound. Thinking of the child within her, Lin Shiyan instinctively recoiled, saying, "There's no need. It doesn't hurt anymore." "Don't move," Feng Xingzhi replied, noticing her reluctance. "Do you wish to flaunt a swollen face in public tomorrow? Is it really that exaggerated?" She retorted, "Before me, you are so eloquent. Yet, in front of your mother, you behave like a mute," he remarked, his frustration escalating. Lin Shiyan fell silent. Intimidated by his tone, Feng Xingzhi remained undeterred, his brows knitted tightly together, his handsome face etched with both irritation and concern, momentarily leading Lin Shiyan to believe he cared for her well-being. Because of Lin Zichuan, Feng Xingzhi began to tidy the medical kit. "Indeed, I think that once I divorce you and assist Feng Shui in marrying into the Feng family, her spirits will surely lift," which would persuade Zhang Finfin to drop the lawsuit, thus preventing Lin Zichuan from having a criminal record. "I could finally account to my mother." Upon hearing Lin Shiyan's words, a wave of fury surged through Feng Xingzhi. His expression was dark, and his eyes burned with intensity. "Lin Shiyan, you truly possess audacity. How dare you attempt to exploit my marriage to spare Lin Zichuan from peril?" Lin Shiyan gazed at Feng Xingzhi in utter confusion. "I believe this was an act of fulfillment. Feng Xingzhi, is divorce not what you desire? I have acquiesced and am prepared to facilitate your wishes, while simultaneously rescuing Lin Zichuan. It is indeed a win-win situation." Indeed, divorce had always been his longing. He harbored no affection for Lin Shiyan. Even in their youth, when their bond was particularly close, he had only ever regarded her as a sister. Her inability to recognize her own identity and the lengths she went to, including the tragic demise of Yahweh, had extinguished any remnants of feeling he might have had for her. Now that Lin Shiyan had finally shown the wisdom to let go, he ought to feel elated, yet his heart was consumed by boundless fury. It is I who decides what is good or bad, not you. Remember this. The conclusion of our marriage and the manner of its dissolution is not for you to dictate. As he spoke, Feng Xingzhi tore the divorce agreement, casting it into the trash. 3 years prior, Lin Shiyan had manipulated her grandfather to marry him, and now she sought to use him to absolve Lin Zichuan. Such convenience is scarcely found in this world. Chapter 73. Illusion Feng Xingzhi. Let us discuss this further. Lin Shiyan refrained from pursuing him, her previously urgent demeanor giving way to restraint. Indeed, she had been performing. Her call regarding the divorce and her departure from Zijinjuan were merely strategies to placate Feng Shuwai. What she had not anticipated was Feng Xingzhi's reaction. He had previously yearned for a divorce, yet now he tore the divorce agreement with his own hands. After dreaming for far too long, it was time for her to awaken. Lin Shiyan hurried to the bathroom, using a damp towel to wipe away the medication from her face. The hotel's ointment was not specifically designed for pregnant women, and she feared it might harm the child within her. Lin Shiyan understood the urgency and took out her phone, locating the footage of Lin Zichuan entering the private room, fixating on the time displayed beneath the video. This duration seemed excessively prolonged. A jolt of realization coursed through her. She accessed the hotel's computer, uploaded the video, and then magnified the scene of Lin Zichuan rushing to the hotel entrance. The surveillance cameras at the White Horse Club boasted exceptional quality, even on a dimly lit night. Lin Zichuan's demeanor was clearly visible. His complexion appeared flushed, and his eyes bore a vacant expression. Lin Shiyan instinctively straightened her posture, repeatedly scrutinizing that particular frame. Lin Zichuan's appearance was evidently not that of a person in a normal state. After some contemplation, Lin Shiyan made a phone call. An hour later, she received a report. It was Lin Zichuan's blood test results. She meticulously examined each value listed. Aside from indicating a high alcohol content, there seemed to be nothing amiss. Could it be that she was overthinking? Lin Shiyan furrowed her brow in concern. After a moment's thought, she changed her attire and departed from the hotel. When she arrived at the Starry Sky Club, it was already past 11 at night, a time when the venue was bustling with activity. As soon as she stepped out of the car, Han Su approached her briskly. Yin Yan. Lin Shiyan was taken aback to see him waiting at the entrance. What are you doing here? I mentioned that I would find you myself. There was no need for you to come out. It so happened that I was seeing a client off. Han Su would never divulge to Lin Shiyan that he had been waiting at the entrance since receiving her call. Han Su personally escorted Lin Shiyan to his private lounge. Lin Shiyan's gaze swept across the room. Unlike the extravagant nature of the Starry Sky Club, Han Su's lounge was decorated in a refreshingly simple style. Noticing Lin Shiyan's scrutiny, Han Su remarked, "The decor here is as unpretentious as I am." He added, "Although I'm surrounded by all this glamour and glitz every day, I'm actually very loyal. When I eventually have a girlfriend, I will devote myself to her wholeheartedly. Your future girlfriend will be incredibly fortunate. I must offer her my congratulations in advance." Lin Shiyan's tone was genuinely happy for another girl, seemingly oblivious to Han Su's underlying sentiments. Undeterred, Han Su poured a glass of lukewarm water and placed it before Lin Shiyan. "What brings you here so late?" "Indeed, there's a matter I wish to inquire about." Lin Shiyan asked, "Han Su, are you aware of any drug that, when ingested, could cause someone to act contrary to their true nature, with complete amnesia afterward?" Han Su responded, "Yes, hallucinogens. Those under the influence of hallucinogens may perceive scenarios entirely divorced from reality. For instance, if someone were to declare 'I love you,' the affected individual might interpret it as a threat of violence, or a clear rejection might be misconstrued as an act of enticement. More frequently, individuals under the influence of hallucinogens are susceptible to visions tailored to their desires, rendering them vulnerable to the perpetrator's exploitation. Indeed, this elucidates the discrepancy between Lin Zichuan's assertion of a woman's volition and the surveillance footage depicting her forcible abduction. If young Master Lin has been unjustly accused, his exoneration is merely a matter of time. There is no need for undue haste." Lin Shiyan offered a wry smile. It seems you are privy to the events surrounding Lin Shiyan. Han Su responded with a subtle smile. In this industry, secrets are scarce. Even the slightest tremor becomes common knowledge. Lin Shiyan lamented, I fear it is not so straightforward. Lin Shiyan underwent blood tests, which revealed only elevated alcohol levels, with all other parameters within normal limits. Han Su remained unfazed. The sophistication of modern pharmaceuticals is such that they can be metabolized within 6 hours. The interval between Li Zichuan dragging the girl into the booth and his apprehension by the police precisely exceeded 6 hours. Lin Shiyan furrowed her brow, realizing that proving Lin Zichuan's innocence through drug testing was now untenable. Do not fret. Although drug tests may not acquit young Master Lin, alternative avenues remain. Surely, young Master Lin would not have ingested hallucinogens without cause. Rest assured, I have dispatched individuals to locate Manager Liu, which should expedite his discovery. Lin Shiyan expressed her gratitude. Han Su, thank you. Rather than expressing your gratitude, I would prefer a lavish dinner upon the successful resolution of this matter. Lin Shiyan readily agreed. No problem. Since you are willing to treat me to a lavish meal, I shall certainly invite you for a late-night snack this evening. No need. I'm not hungry, she replied. Yet, scarcely had her words left her lips when her stomach let out a loud growl, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Han Su chuckled and rose to his feet, saying, Don't be so polite, or I might feel too shy to order. With the conversation reaching this point, Lin Shiyan found it difficult to decline. She had assumed Han Su would take her to dine on a set meal at a high-end establishment. To her surprise, he led her to a small noodle shop tucked away in a nearby alley. Lin Shiyan was taken aback. She had not expected such a refined young gentleman to eat at a humble eatery. Han Su skillfully ordered 2 bowls of noodles while Lin Shiyan surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, he realized and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I forgot you might not be accustomed to this place. Shall we go somewhere else? No, Lin Shiyan interjected. We still want the noodles. She hurried to stop Han Su. This place is quite nice. I used to come here often. I just didn't expect you would choose to dine here. Han Su was genuinely surprised. You often come here? What a pity I haven't encountered you before. I haven't been here in recent years, Lin Shiyan replied. Han Su, slightly astonished, asked why. Chapter 74. Feng Xingzhi, have you fallen for me? Because of Feng Xingzhi. She stumbled upon this noodle shop by chance, and after being amazed by the owner's skill, she became a frequent customer, later bringing Feng Xingzhi along. Subsequently, Feng Xingzhi would bring Feng Yawei, and she, unwilling to witness their tender affection, visited less often. It wasn't until 5 years ago, after Feng Yawei's accidental death, that she severed ties with Feng Xingzhi and completely stopped coming here. With the passage of time and the significant changes in the area, she wouldn't have remembered this was the noodle shop she used to frequent if she hadn't seen the owner. Owner, 1 beef noodle. While Lin Shiyan was lost in thought, a familiar voice echoed. Even in such a humble setting, Feng Xingzhi remained as noble as if he were attending the most lavish banquet. Mr. Feng, you're here. Your girlfriend has already arrived with another friend. Feng Xingzhi's gaze swept over, landing on Lin Shiyan, and his pupils contracted sharply when he saw Han Su sitting across from her. Lin Shiyan instantly felt a chill rise up, her back tensing. The owner, oblivious to Feng Xingzhi's reaction, warmly welcomed him to sit down and quickly brought over a cold dish. This is from your aunt. Enjoy it while you wait. The noodles will be ready soon. Thank you, owner. We're all family. No need to be polite. Just come more often. The owner laughed heartily and went to attend to other customers. Han Su handed Lin Shiyan disposable chopsticks, saying, Didn't you say you hadn't been here in a long time? Please savor the chef's artistry. Is it not as delightful as it once was? Thank you. Lin Shiyan offered a gentle smile towards Han Su, raising her hand to grasp the chopsticks. Just as she was about to seize them, a pair of large hands snatched them away. Feng Xingzhi remarked, Let me handle the chopsticks. I shall feed her. With that, he brought the food he had picked to Lin Shiyan's lips, saying, Open wide. Lin Shiyan remained still, lifting her gaze to Feng Xingzhi. He raised an eyebrow, smiling faintly, and queried, Why are you not eating? Are you perhaps waiting for me to feed you with my own mouth? That is not out of the question. Upon realizing that Feng Xingzhi was indeed serious, Lin Shiyan reluctantly opened her mouth. After swallowing, she replied, I can manage on my own. You may eat by yourself, but did you not claim to prefer my attentiveness as your husband? Feng Xingzhi insisted, unyieldingly placing another piece of food onto Lin Shiyan's plate. As she glanced up, she noted the subtle smile on Feng Xingzhi's face, yet his eyes betrayed no hint of mirth. Recalling Feng Xingzhi's repeated accusations regarding her relationship with Han Su, Lin Shiyan decided to embrace a more rebellious spirit. Darling, I desire braised pork. Very well. Feng Xingzhi selected a piece of braised pork and presented it to Lin Shiyan's mouth. She took only half a bite, beaming as she declared, Darling, you have worked hard to care for me. This remaining half of the braised pork is your reward. Feng Xingzhi regarded the leftover morsel, rich and quivering. Aware that he had a distaste for fatty foods and a slight obsession with cleanliness, Lin Shiyan deliberately prodded, Darling, why do you not partake? Is it disdain for your wife? Lin Shiyan provocatively gazed at Feng Xingzhi, questioning the fade of their supposed deep marital affection. One cannot feign such intimacy alone. It necessitates mutuality. Then, she observed Feng Xingzhi consume a piece of fatty meat. Lin Shiyan stared in astonishment. Thank you, dear wife. At that moment, the proprietor approached with 3 bowls of noodles, and upon witnessing the couple's affectionate demeanor, remarked, It is truly delightful to see such love between you. Perhaps by your next visit, you shall be a family of 3. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiyan felt an overwhelming sense of futility in their pretense. Although they were indeed husband and wife, genuine affection would forever elude them, and they would never become a family of 3. Unable to restrain herself, she gently caressed her still flat abdomen. This child would solely belong to her. Feng Xingzhi did not miss the shift in Lin Shiyan's emotions. His expression darkened as he recalled the divorce papers he had carelessly discarded in a hotel trash bin. His smile turned colder, pondering her earlier insistence that he was irreplaceable, while she now seemed to seek an escape. However, Han Su believed otherwise. Feng Xingzhi added chili to Lin Shiyan's noodles, then smiled lightly as he said, Xiao Su, I apologize. Your cousin is rather fond of being spoiled. Please do not take offense. I don't mind, Han Su replied, his voice strained, his gaze dimming with unspoken sorrow. After a supper fraught with unspoken thoughts, Feng Xingzhi escorted Lin Shiyan into the car. He then addressed Han Su, who was standing by the roadside, saying, Xiao Su, you should get back to your affairs. Feel free to visit us at home when you have the time. All right, Han Su replied, watching the black Rolls-Royce depart. Only when it had disappeared around the bend did Han Su turn away, unable to suppress his ire any longer. Feng Xingzhi exclaimed, You proactively signed the divorce agreement for Han Su, didn't you? Having heard this sentiment repeatedly, Lin Shiyan managed to maintain her composure. She responded serenely, Does it matter? Regardless of for whom I did it, the fact remains that I am granting you your freedom as you wished. Conversely, Lin Shiyan fixed her gaze upon Feng Xingzhi's face. I merely shared a late-night meal with Han Su, and you are already so concerned. Have you perhaps fallen in love with me? Fallen in love with you? Feng Xingzhi scoffed, his tone tinged with disdain. Have you not awakened from this 3-year-long reverie? While execution ends life, Feng Xingzhi's words devastated her spirit. Lin Shiyan's heart trembled, and she inhaled deeply before replying, Indeed, it has been a 3-year dream, and it is time for me to awaken. I shall print another copy of the divorce agreement tomorrow, and please remember to sign it. If you're concerned about Grandpa, I will speak with him. Feng Xingzhi's countenance darkened. Grandpa's health is fragile. He cannot withstand such a shock. Have you disregarded this entirely? Lin Shiyan retorted. You are the one who is disregarding Grandpa's health, not I. If you truly care for Grandfather, you should undergo the reattachment surgery at the hospital and grant him a great-grandson. Feng Xingzhi responded with a cold smile. Admit it, you are merely seeking to secure your position as the young mistress of the Feng family through the child. That will never happen. Lin Shiyan, upon hearing this, felt no tremor within her heart and resolutely turned to leave. The following day, Lin Shiyan was roused from her slumber by the shrill sound of her mobile phone. Groggily, she answered hello. Xiao Hui's anxious voice came through. Yin, you must hurry. Xiao Chuan has been injured by the people at the detention center and has been brought to the hospital. Chapter 75. Feng Shuwei is the mastermind behind it all. Lin Shiyan hastily made her way to the hospital, where she found the police alongside Zheng Lanin, Lin Wangshan, and Xiao Hui, all steadfastly guarding Lin Zichuan's hospital bed. At that moment, Lin Zichuan had regained conscious, driven to a frenzy. Zheng Lanin confronted Murong Rong, clutching at her while lamenting, Lin Shiyan, Xiao Chuan is your own flesh and blood. You mustn't allow your intense envy to condemn him to such torment. Xiao Hui echoed her sentiments through tears. Yin Yin, for the sake of your shared lineage, grant Xiao Chuan a chance at redemption. Bewildered by their accusations, Lin Shiyan responded, I haven't abandoned Lin Zichuan. I'm exerting every effort. But these things require time. Spare us your platitudes. Zheng Lanin retorted, her emotions heightened. I've already spoken with Miss Fong. She claims you haven't acquiesced to her demands, leaving her unable to intercede with her sister. Zheng Lanin's agitation was palpable. Lin Shiyan, you cannot allow your jealousy to ruin your brother's life. If you do, I shall never forgive you. Stunned by her mother's words, Lin Shiyan felt a sense of absurdity wash over her. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, Mother, are you aware of the conditions Feng Shuwei has stipulated? She demands that I divorce Feng Xingzhi and assist her in usurping my position as the young mistress of the Feng family. Lin Shiyan observed Zheng Lanin's eyes widen in astonishment. I have conceded to her terms. What? Lin Wangshan exclaimed, his composure shattered. You've agreed to her demands? Lin Shiyan, have you taken leave of your senses? How could you possibly consent to such a thing? Do you comprehend the significance of your marriage to Feng Xingzhi for the Lin Corporation? Lin Shiyan was acutely aware of the implications, and it was precisely this awareness that made her perceive the proposal of divorce as particularly opportune. This is the most effective method to rescue Lin Zichuan. The police escorted Lin Zichuan out of the ward, and Lin Wangshan, disregarding any further conversation with Lin Shiyan, hurriedly approached. Zheng Lanin and the others could hardly bear it, rushing forward with a flood of tears. The corridor became quite a scene of commotion. Lin Shiyan stood aside, observing this spectacle, feeling a sharp pang of discomfort. She turned and exited the inpatient area. As she stepped out of the hall, she spotted Feng Shuwei standing nearby. Her face was partially concealed by white bandages, and oversized sunglasses obscured much of her visage. Lin Shiyan instinctively halted her steps. Lin Shiyan, you are even more ruthless than I imagined. You would disregard your own brother for the position of Mrs. Feng, Feng Shuwei remarked, her voice dripping with malice. I wonder how you plan to explain this to your mother. Upon hearing Lin Shiyan's words, Feng Shuwei's expression darkened considerably, and she retorted furiously, Lin Shiyan, don't think for a moment that I am unaware. You are purposely trying to provoke me with such words. But what does it matter? Employing every possible means to entangle a man who despises you, stubbornly refusing to divorce. What is the significance of that? Lin Shiyan felt a profound ache in her heart, yet she showed no signs of it before Feng Shuwei. I have already stated my agreement to the divorce. It is Feng Xingzhi who does not concur. Perhaps he is already aware of your intentions to usurp your sister's position, which is why he refuses to agree to the divorce. If that is the case, Feng Shuwei, you must devise your own strategies to persuade Feng Xingzhi. Feng Shuwei, consumed by rage, gritted her teeth and declared, Lin Shiyan, I shall observe what further troubles your criminal brother might provoke, and how you will explain it to your parents. After uttering these words, she turned on her heel and strode away with determination. Lin Shiyan gazed after Feng Shuwei's retreating figure, her expression grave. If she had previously harbored suspicions regarding the dubious circumstances surrounding Lin Zichuan's sudden hospitalization, her certainty had now solidified. The individual who had assaulted Lin Zichuan was undoubtedly orchestrated by Feng Shuwei, aimed at exerting pressure on her through her parents, compelling her to divorce Feng Xingzhi. However, Feng Shuwei's actions this time were remarkably foolish. If she had hesitated to believe that Lin Zichuan's alleged assault on a female student bore any issues, she could now assert with absolute conviction that something was indeed amiss. At that moment, a call from Han Su interrupted her thoughts, and Lin Shiyan promptly answered. Hello, Han Su, what is the update? Lin Shiyan inquired eagerly. A surge of adrenaline coursed through her as she responded. I'm on my way. Clutching her phone, she hurriedly made her exit. In her haste, she failed to notice a black Maybach approaching. Just then, cold sweat drenched her back, and her eyes widened in terror. Aware of her own culpability, she repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry. It's entirely my fault. At that moment, a deep voice resonated. Song Feng. Instinctively, Lin Shiyan turned to see a young man emerging from the vehicle. Despite it being June, his suit was meticulously buttoned, exuding an aura of refined austerity. A pallor suggested delicate health, and a gentle breeze elicited a slight cough. He was a nobleman of unparalleled beauty and frail constitution. Song Feng, upon seeing his master descend from the vehicle, hastened to his side, offering support. The matter will be resolved momentarily. Please remain in the car. Disregarding the chauffeur, the man approached Lin Shiyan, who, head bowed, expressed her remorse. Sir, I am deeply sorry. I was not paying attention, and I've caused you trouble. I sincerely apologize. Indeed, an apology is due, though not from you, but from myself. Had you not intervened, I might have lost my life. Lin Shiyan looked up, belatedly recognizing the sharp intelligence veiled within those seemingly gentle eyes. Master Qin. It was the very man she had rescued at the charity auction. Overjoyed, she exclaimed, You've recovered and been discharged? I was discharged a week ago. I intended to visit your residence to formally express my gratitude for saving my life. But pressing matters of business intervened. I trust you will forgive my lapse in etiquette. Lin Shiyan quickly responded, Not at all. I am simply relieved to see you so well. Master Qin perceived the sincerity in her words. She genuinely felt that his recovery was a cause for celebration. What a benevolent young woman, Mr. Qin uttered with a gentle smile. Miss Lin, might I inquire as to the urgency of your destination? Lin Shiyan, recalling the earlier call from Han Su, responded, I intend to go to the Stellaris Club. As it happens, I am heading in that direction myself. Allow me to offer you a ride, Mr. Qin proposed. Lin Shiyan swiftly demurred, There's no need for such trouble. I can manage on my own. It is no trouble at all, Mr. Qin insisted, as he personally opened the car door, extending a gesture of invitation. Finding it impolite to refuse, Lin Shiyan accepted and entered Mr. Qin's vehicle. Previously, Lin Shiyan had only a vague understanding of Mr. Qin's stature, presuming him to be unapproachable. However, she was surprised by his amicable demeanor toward her. She couldn't help but inquire about the circumstances surrounding Mr. Qin at the charity auction. Mr. Qin responded, In retrospect, it is rather embarrassing. I suffered a bout of hypoglycemia that day and inadvertently stumbled into the lake. Had it not been for your presence, I fear this day next year would mark the anniversary of my demise. Miss Lin, you are my savior. Lin Shiyan promptly waved her hands in protest. I am hardly deserving of such a title. I merely happened to be there. One should take precautions against hypoglycemia, preferably by carrying some sweets to consume at the onset of any discomfort. Song Feng interjected, The family physician has echoed the same sentiment, but Mr. Qin deems it too effeminate to carry sweets. Miss Lin, perhaps you could persuade our master? Mr. Qin's tone deepened as he cautioned Song Feng. Song Feng recoiled slightly, yet maintained his gaze upon Lin Shiyan, recalling the previous incident when Mr. Qin's mishap had sent a wave of alarm through them all. Lin Shiyan possessed a profound understanding of Qin Bei's mindset. He, being a figure of high stature and renowned for instilling fear in others, was understandably reluctant to engage in trivial matters such as sharing sweets. She retrieved a jade gourd from her possession. This gourd contains candies that I have meticulously selected. They are small in size, delightful in flavor, and devoid of ostentatious packaging. Lin Shiyan gently took Qin Bei's hand and poured 2 candies into his palm. Do give them a try. Without hesitation, Qin Bei placed the candies into his mouth, so swiftly that Song Feng barely had time to intervene. Bei, he exclaimed, gazing intently at Qin Bei, anxious that he might experience any discomfort. It was only then that Lin Shiyan realized her own recklessness. For someone of Qin Bei's stature, he would undoubtedly exercise great caution regarding what he consumed. It was indeed foolish of her, a stranger, to offer him sweets so carelessly. With a hint of regret, Lin Shiyan confessed, I apologize. I acted too rashly. Why apologize? Qin Bei replied, a touch of confusion in his voice. The candies are quite sweet and delectable. However, I am curious as to why you carry such a thing with you. He continued, noting that it was not uncommon for young girls to have a penchant for sweets. It was rare to see one carrying them in a jade gourd. Upon hearing Qin Bei's inquiry, Lin Shiyan fell into a momentary daze. The reason she carried candies was rooted in her long-standing battle with severe hypoglycemia. This condition had begun when she was 18, following a devastating car accident that befell Feng Xingzhi. At that time, the hospital's blood bank was critically low on supplies, and without hesitation, she had stepped forward to offer her own blood to save him, despite having sustained minor injuries herself. A typical individual donates blood in a single instance of 200 cubic centimeters, and the maximum permissible amount is 400 cubic centimeters. However, she selflessly drew 600 cubic centimeters to save Feng Xingzhi's life. At that moment, her thoughts were imbued with a romantic idealism. She had known Feng since childhood, when he had once rescued her from a blizzard. Now, faced with his dire condition following a car accident, she sought to save him once more. The notion that her blood would sustain him symbolized their profound connection, a unity of souls destined to be together. Yet, upon awakening from her unconscious state and seeking to reunite with Feng, she discovered him nestled in the care of Feng Yahui. To her dismay, she witnessed him embrace Feng, planting a kiss upon her cheek. They were together. Lin Shiyan felt as though struck by lightning. Just a second before the accident, Feng had professed his feelings, declaring, "Yin Yin, I like you. Let us marry once you graduate from university." She endeavored to explain, but Feng's anger only intensified, and he grew to loathe her, casting her aside and refusing to meet her in private again. Even now, she remained bewildered, unable to comprehend why the man for whom she had risked her life had so drastically changed, disregarding their years of affection. "Yin Yin, what are you thinking?" The voice jolted Lin Shiyan back to reality. It was Qin Bei addressing her. She shook her head, replying, "I was merely reminiscing about the past." Only then did she realize that Qin Bei had just referred to her as Yin Yin. Seeing Lin Shiyan's confusion, Qin Yaba explained, "Since you are willing to share your candy with me, calling you Miss Lin would feel rather distant." After a brief pause, he inquired, "Is that acceptable?" "Of course," she replied. Qin Yaba continued, "My given name is Yin, and I am the 8th in my family. You may call me Qin Yin or simply Ba Ge. Ba Yi." Lin Shiyan cheerfully responded, unabashed. As Qin Yin gazed at the smile adorning Lin Shiyan's face, a momentary daze enveloped him. "Ba Yi. Ba Ge, I am here. Ba Yi. A hug, please. Ba Ge, you are my favorite. Ba Ge, let me treat you to some candy." Once, a little girl with braided hair had stumbled while trailing behind him, calling out to him in a sweet, childlike voice, causing his heart to melt. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his palm. Lowering his gaze, he discovered Lin Shiyan placing a jade gourd into his hand. "Thank you for bringing me here today, Ba Ge. As a token of my gratitude, let me treat you to some candy," Lin Shiyan said with a smile. Song Feng shook his head, realizing the girl was about to face disappointment. His master never accepted gifts from others, especially from girls. Then, Qin Yin took the jade gourd from Lin Shiyan's hand, offering a faint smile. "Thank you, Yin Yin." "No need for thanks," Lin Shiyan replied, her joy evident. "Ba Ge, I have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." Qin Yin stood by the car, watching as Lin Shiyan entered the Starry Sky Club. Abruptly, he discerned an intense gaze fixed upon him. Turning his head, Qin Yin beheld a man with a somber countenance observing him. The man possessed a striking handsomeness, akin to the resplendent sun on the horizon, devoid of the frail beauty that characterized Qin Yin. Instead, he exuded an air of aggressive ferocity. Qin Yin recognized him as Feng Xingzhi, the president of the Feng Corporation, and Yin Yan's husband. Recalling the details of their marital relationship from the files, a sense of detachment washed over Qin Yin, instilling an instinctive dislike for Feng Xingzhi. Inside the vehicle, Qin Yin fondled the jade gourd with evident delight. Observing this through the rearview mirror, Song Feng hesitated, as if struggling to articulate something. "Speak plainly. If you have something to say," Qin Yin urged. "There's no need for such reticence." Song Feng ventured, "Master Qin, while our family may not require strategic alliances through marriage, And the patriarch is known for his open-mindedness. He would never condone your entanglement with a married woman. Do you suspect I harbor feelings for Yin? Qin Yin inquired, addressing her so intimately already. Is there really room for doubt? Qin Yin, fully aware of Song Feng's implications, clarified, seeing her merely evokes memories of Baozhu. A tremor ran through Song Feng, his heart seized by apprehension. Who was Baozhu? She was the Qin family's long-lost princess, missing for 22 years, and a source of profound sorrow for the entire family, especially for Master Qin, who shared a maternal bond with Baozhu and had been her closest confidant during her time with them. Over the past 22 years, countless individuals had attempted to impersonate Baozhu, only to be exposed by Master Qin, their fates far beyond mere wretchedness. In recent years, no one has dared to impersonate Miss Baozhu any longer. Song Feng felt a profound sense of reverence, perplexed by the enigmatic allure that Miss Lin seemed to possess, compelling the esteemed Eighth Master to regard her as akin to Miss Baozhu. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yin was oblivious to Song Feng's inner thoughts as he popped 2 candies from the jade gourd into his mouth, savoring their delightful sweetness. At the Starry Sky Club, when Lin Shiyan arrived, Han Su was already awaiting her at the entrance. They proceeded to the lounge, where Lin Shiyan beheld manager Lu from the White Horse Club bound to a chair positioned in the center. Upon spotting Lin Shiyan, manager Lu immediately erupted in protest. Miss Lin, what is the meaning of this? How have I wronged you to deserve such treatment? Lin Shiyan approached and replied, Manager Lu, you are exaggerating. It is not that you have offended me. Rather, I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Manager Lu responded, Miss Lin, this must pertain to your brother's situation, correct? When you inquired previously, I provided all the information I could. You wished to record, and I permitted that. You requested surveillance footage, and although it was against protocol, I understood your concern for your brother and complied. What more do you desire? Lin Shiyan remarked, it is precisely the surveillance footage that has left me with some lingering doubts. Was it truly the case that the guests at your White Horse Club that night were exceptionally refined, so much so that they had no interest in gossip? Manager Lu sighed in resignation. Miss Lin, how am I to explain this? The private room where young Master Lin was located was at the innermost part of the 3rd floor. The other patrons in the surrounding rooms had arrived earlier and were enjoying themselves, so it was understandable that they didn't hear any commotion. I genuinely cannot elucidate why no one investigated. Perhaps you could direct the police to question those patrons when they initiate legal proceedings. Manager Lu was indeed eloquent and persuasive, presenting a very logical explanation. You flatter me. Although I am merely a humble manager, I pride myself on being reasonable. Manager Lu's words were a veiled jab at Lin Shiyan's perceived irrationality. Lin Shiyan, maintaining an impassive countenance, nonchalantly stated, Manager Lu's suggestion is excellent. If that day arrives, I will certainly propose it to the police. However, before that, I have another query. Why did it take you over half an hour to summon a hostess? Manager Lu's expression shifted to one of utter helplessness. It appears that this is the rationale behind Miss Lin's decision to detain me. He paused momentarily before continuing. I understand that Miss Lin is faulting me for my inadequate management, which led to young Master Lin's egregious error. However, I am truly innocent. As you know, the girl who piqued young Master Lin's interest that day was a virgin, and she was quite young. Although she willingly offered herself to improve her family's circumstances, she was understandably apprehensive as the moment drew near. To ensure young Master Lin's enjoyment, I had to provide considerable encouragement. After much persuasion, she finally acquiesced. On the way to the private room, I encountered some boisterous youths and attempted to pacify them, which prolonged the duration. I acknowledge my dereliction of duty, but young Master Lin's actions are not attributable to me. Manager Lu spoke with heartfelt sincerity, yet Lin Shiyan remained utterly unmoved. In a tone devoid of emotion, she stated, on the day Lin Zichuan encountered his misfortune, I requested to see him. He told me that the girl was willing. She voluntarily expressed her desire to serve him. This is entirely separate from what transpired in the surveillance footage. Alas, young Master Lin must have mistakenly believed that Miss Zhang was involved. Suddenly, Lin Shiyan pointed to Han Su and asked, Manager Lu, are you acquainted with him? He's a scion of the Han family, and also the mastermind behind the Starry Sky Club. Of course, Manager Liu was familiar in their line of work. One would not survive long without a keen sense of awareness. That is good to know, Lin Shiyan continued. I heard from young Master Han that there exists a substance known as a hallucinogen, which, when consumed, allows one to perceive entirely different people and events from reality. There is also another drug referred to as obedience water, which compels individuals to heed whatever is said to them. Is this true? The latter inquiry was directed at Han Su. Han Su nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is true. I find that hard to believe. What shall we do then? Why not conduct an experiment, allowing me to witness it for myself? Lin Shiyan's gaze settled on Manager Liu. In that case, I would trouble Manager Liu to be the subject of this experiment. Chapter 78. The truth. Manager Liu forced a smile. Say, Miss Lin, please do not jest. I am particularly timid. Not to worry. After consuming the drug, your courage will surely swell. Lin Shiyan replied to Han Su. I would appreciate your assistance in encouraging Manager Liu to open his mouth. Without hesitation, Han Su delivered a forceful kick to Manager Liu's abdomen, sending him and his chair crashing to the floor. Instinctively, he attempted to curl into a fetal position, but his limbs were constricted by the ropes, eliciting only agonizing howls. Han Su seized Manager Liu by the hair, compelling him to crane his neck upward, his mouth agape in a posture of excruciating discomfort. What compounded his distress and trepidation was the sight of Lin Shiyan approaching him, brandishing the ominously familiar vials. Lin Shiyan inquired with a hint of perplexity, Han Su, which do you think I should subject Manager Liu to first? The hallucinogen or the obedience serum? A cold sweat prickled Manager Liu's nape, and he endeavored to maintain composure, exclaiming, Miss Lin, please, exercise restraint. This constitutes a criminal act. What consequence is there? Lin Shiyan retorted, I shall meticulously expunge any trace of this affair, ensuring that no incriminating evidence remains. Without further ado, she positioned the vial of hallucinogen near Manager Liu's lips. No, please no. Manager Liu's brow was beaded with perspiration as he vociferously protested. I harbored no intention of targeting young Master Lin. I was merely acting under duress. Observing Lin Shiyan's hesitation, Manager Liu pleaded, Miss Lin, my mother is gravely ill in the hospital, and my children are still young. I implore you, show clemency and spare my life. Lin Shiyan remained unmoved, stating, regardless of Lin Zichuan's shortcomings, he remains my sibling, and I shall not countenance the besmirching of his reputation in this manner. She had spoken rashly, intending to impart a lesson to Lin Zichuan, but only in the event of his genuine transgression. Now, in his innocence, she would not permit him to be unjustly maligned. Manager Liu's face was etched with struggle. In truth, even if he did not speak up, I was already aware of who had bribed him, Feng Xingzhi. Observing the instant horror that washed over Manager Liu's countenance, Lin Shiyan realized her intuition had proven correct. Indeed, it was Feng Xingzhi. Could the events now be recounted? Manager Liu wrestled with his thoughts for a moment longer before ultimately conceding. He lowered his head and confessed, I was momentarily foolish, which led me to acquiesce to Miss Feng's request. After uttering Feng Xingzhi's name, there remained no need for him to conceal further. A week prior, an individual had approached Manager Liu, imploring his assistance in orchestrating a scheme to frame Lin Zichuan. Liu had promptly refused, despite Lin Zichuan's penchant for arrogance and his affinity for flattery. He possessed redeeming qualities as well, particularly when adequately praised. Lin Zichuan was remarkably generous, traits that endeared him to Manager Liu. He had no desire to ensnare such a favored client. However, the following day, his daughter called in a panic, disclosing that she had accidentally struck someone with her vehicle. Overcome by fright, she fled the scene, leaving her father's heart gripped with dread for the unknown fate of the other party involved. This was no trivial matter, should his daughter be apprehended. Her life would be irrevocably shattered. Given her exemplary academic performance and her generally obedient demeanor, he could not bear to witness her destruction. At that moment, another party approached him, presenting a condition: assist in the ruin of Lin Zichuan. Faced with the choice between his daughter and Lin Zichuan, Manager Liu needed no further deliberation to make his decision. Lin Zichuan, with his pride and lack of cunning, would be an effortless target, he would never suspect a trap. It wasn't until Lin Shiyan presented herself, brandishing Feng Xingzhi's name, that Manager Liu became truly frightened. He promptly telephoned the person in question, who dismissed his concerns, querying his panic and asserting that Lin Shiyan, a potential outcast from the Feng household, paled in comparison to their esteemed associate. Upon concluding the call, Manager Liu conducted an investigation, discovering that in recent years, Feng Xingzhi had cherished only Feng Shuwei, the celebrated actress, with utmost affection. Manager Liu was cognizant of the veracity of these assertions. It was common knowledge that Feng Shuwei's ascent to stardom was attributable to a powerful benefactor. Nevertheless, Manager Liu remained apprehensive, acknowledging Lin Shiyan's status as the legitimate wife. Recalling her poised and dignified demeanor, he succumbed to fear and requested leave, intending to abscond. Having recounted his tale, Manager Liu implored Lin Shiyan to show leniency, appealing to her compassion as a fellow parent. Lin Shiyan responded that she empathized with Manager Liu's paternal sentiments, as her own parents harbored similar feelings for Lin Zichuan. With that, she terminated the recording and departed. Subsequent to Han Su releasing Manager Liu, he hastened to pursue Lin Shiyan, finding her gazing pensively at the bustling thoroughfare. Han Su, concerned, uttered her name. Lin Shiyan responded, suggesting that such formality was unnecessary between friends. After a momentary pause, Han Su inquired about her subsequent course of action, questioning whether she intended to submit the recording to the authorities. Lin Shiyan countered with a smile, asking his estimation of the probability of Feng Shuwei being apprehended and held accountable. He admitted his uncertainty. Perhaps your reticence stems from the certainty that your cousin would invariably defend her, Lin Shiyan remarked, a smile playing on her lips. Han Su, witnessing this, felt a profound ache in his heart. Yin Yin, I implore you, cease this manner. Should you harbor such resentment, allow me to undertake this matter. I am certain I can procure justice for your brother. Whether justice prevails is now a moot point. Lin Zichuan was indeed ensnared. Yet the maiden named Zhang Fan genuinely forfeited her innocence. In any event, I extend my gratitude. Allow me to proceed from here. At that moment, the conveyance Lin Shiyan had prearranged online arrived. I must take my leave. Yin Yin. Han Su could not help but call out to her. It was midday, and the resplendent sunlight filtered through the foliage, casting dappled patterns upon Lin Shiyan's visage, imbuing her with a breathtaking beauty that left him spellbound. The words that had been on the verge of utterance, that when he had arranged for the apprehension of Manager Li, there had been another contingent, dispatched by Feng Xingzhi, remained unspoken. At that juncture, he was solely cognizant of the frantic palpitations of his heart. Han Su, it is of no consequence. Han Su suppressed the throbbing in his heart, offering Lin Shiyan a gentle smile, and earnestly entreated, do exercise caution on your journey. Chapter 79. Feng Xingzhi declares. I do not know Lin Shiyan. Scarcely had Lin Shiyan settled into the taxi when her cellular device emitted a ring. Retrieving the device, she noted that the call originated from Zheng Lanin. After contemplating the pulsating number on the screen for a protracted moment, she finally accepted the call. Lin Shiyan. Zheng Lanin spoke with a rather brusque tone, and before she could utter any further remarks, Lin Shiyan interjected. Upon hearing Lin Shiyan's words, Zheng Lanin's spirits lifted instantly. Yin Yin, you are simply remarkable. I knew you, as my sister, would never neglect Lin Zichuan. After all, you are siblings bound by blood. Mom, I'm going to handle matters concerning Lin Zichuan. Lin Shiyan interrupted Zheng Lanin. Zheng Lanin, undeterred, showered Lin Shiyan with a few more compliments before hanging up. Staring at the disconnected call, Lin Shiyan suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her. Her stomach tightened, an uncomfortable sensation creeping in, prompting her to lie down, curling up like a shrimp in the back seat. The taxi driver, observing her through the rearview mirror, expressed concern. Miss, are you all right? Is something bothering you? I'm fine, Lin Shiyan murmured. I'm just a bit tired. Then please take a moment to rest. I will wake you when we arrive at our destination. Lin Shiyan thanked him and closed her eyes, striving to empty her mind of troubling thoughts. Half an hour later, the taxi came to a halt outside the Fengshi Group's building. As Lin Shiyan entered, she was promptly intercepted by the receptionist. Hello, miss. Whom are you here to see? I wish to meet Feng Xing. Do you have an appointment? No. The receptionist, upon hearing Lin Shiyan's response, scrutinized her from head to toe. Her countenance was pleasing, yet her attire lacked distinction. Though her garments possessed a certain aesthetic appeal, they bore no renowned labels, betraying their modest value. It seemed she was yet another woman who, emboldened by a modicum of beauty, sought to elevate her station. The receptionist's tone turned frigid. I regret to inform you that Mr. Feng's schedule is invariably demanding. Meetings are contingent upon prior arrangement. I trust you comprehend. Lin Shiyan fixed her gaze upon the receptionist, discerning a hint of disdain in her eyes. It dawned on her that she had been mistaken for one of those women. Remaining composed, she addressed the receptionist with equanimity. Madam, I implore you to contact Feng Xingzhi and announce that Lin Shiyan wishes to see him. I believe he will grant me an audience. The receptionist, swayed by Lin Shiyan's conviction, made the call with some skepticism. Upon terminating the call, her expression soured. The CEO claims to have no acquaintance with anyone named Lin Shiyan. I must request that you depart. Lin Shiyan furrowed her brow and elected to contact Feng Xingzhi herself, only to find her calls unanswered. It became apparent that Feng Xingzhi was deliberately avoiding her. The receptionist, already incensed, saw Lin Shiyan still fiddling with her phone, and her ire flared. She summoned the security personnel. Here is another woman attempting to ascend through physical allure. Escort her off the premises without delay. The security guards, upon hearing this, moved to expel Lin Shiyan. If you do not leave voluntarily, we shall be compelled to forcibly remove you. Lin Shiyan, confronted with the menacing guards, grew indignant. I suggest you contemplate the ramifications of your actions before resorting to violence. The receptionist laughed heartily. What consequences could there possibly be? Stop trying to frighten us here. Do you really believe you are the mistress of the Feng family, the wife of our general manager Feng? The others joined in the laughter, all too aware that General Manager Feng was already married. However, they had heard that his wife, though of humble origins, possessed a fierce temperament. If she were to confront them, it would likely lead to an explosive confrontation. Lin Shiyan felt increasingly infuriated. She had contemplated revealing her identity as Feng Xingzhi's wife, but that thought was promptly suppressed. Previously, when she had presented the divorce agreement, it was intended to deceive Feng Shuwei. Yet it was also a decision made with careful consideration. Feng Xingzhi had previously mentioned that they would not proceed with the divorce for the time being, filling her with boundless hope that her relationship with him might improve over the coming months. However, the incident involving Lin Zichuan abruptly brought her back to reality. The prospect of that improvement seemed more challenging than climbing to the heavens. To gamble her unborn child on such an uncertain possibility was utterly foolish. Even if she now regretted it and wanted to declare that Feng Xingzhi was indeed her husband, no one would believe her. Just then, Lin Shiyan suddenly spotted a familiar figure, Secretary Zhou. Zhou Chen rushed over. Madam, what brings you here? At these words, the crowd in the hall fell silent, stunned by what they had just heard. Zhou Chen referred to the poorly dressed woman as Madam. As the executive assistant to the CEO, Zhou Chen held a significant position within the Feng Corporation, and his respectful address toward her implied that she was indeed the wife of Feng Xingzhi, the mistress of the Feng family. A cold sweat broke out among the onlookers, and ominous thoughts flooded their minds. It was all over. Lin Shiyan seemed oblivious to the crowd's reaction as she calmly stated, I wish to see Feng Xingzhi. Zhou Chen promptly nodded in agreement. Please follow me. Under Zhou Chen's courteous invitation, Lin Shiyan followed him into the elevator, paying little heed to the disheartened expressions of those in the lobby. Zhou Chen entered the CEO's office first, and after a brief moment, he returned to say, Madam, the CEO requests your presence. Lin Shiyan nodded, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. Feng Xingzhi was seated at his desk, reviewing documents, with brilliant sunlight streaming in from the balcony, casting a radiant glow upon him. His commanding aura was palpable. Even a mere silhouette of him could captivate anyone. Indeed, she found herself entranced, unable to extricate herself from this infatuation that had persisted through the years. Lin Shiyan clenched her jaw tightly, using the pain to maintain her clarity. Feng Xingzhi, if you're not too preoccupied, I would appreciate it if we could have a conversation. Feng Xingzhi finally lifted his gaze, speaking in a measured tone. What shall we discuss? Shall we talk about why I have yet to acknowledge your identity? Lin Shiyan, have you forgotten? This was all voluntary on your part. Indeed, it was voluntary. When she initially married Feng Xingzhi, she was aware of his reluctance. To please him, she willingly agreed to never publicly disclose their relationship. She believed that Feng Xingzhi would understand her intentions. Yet now she realizes this was merely her one-sided wishful thinking. Today, I have come to discuss Feng Shui's malfeasance against Lin Zichuan. With that, Lin Shiyan produced the recording and began to play it. The recording was brief, concluding after a few minutes. Lin Shiyan gazed at Feng Xingzhi's handsome face, hoping to discern anger from his expression. Feng Xingzhi was not fond of complications, nor did he appreciate a woman exploiting his affections to act with impunity. By informing him of this matter, she intended to reveal Feng Shui's current actions. However, she noticed that Feng Xingzhi's demeanor remained placid, devoid of any trace of anger. Even his movements while reviewing documents and signing his name showed no sign of hesitation. Suddenly, Lin Shiyan comprehended something and could not restrain herself from asking, "Did you already know that Feng Shui was the one who set up Lin Zichuan?" Feng Xingzhi slightly inclined his head, affirming, "Yes." "Then why do you continue to indulge her? Are you not aware of the distress Lin Zichuan's predicament has caused my family?" Reflecting on the past few days, during which her mother had been relentlessly pressuring her due to Lin Zichuan's situation, Lin Shiyan's emotions began to spiral out of control. Taking a deep breath, she asserted, "You must have him released immediately. Let this matter conclude here." Though unjustly accused, this tribulation may prove salutary for Lin Zichuan, whose arrogance and parental indulgence have led him to reckless behavior. "No," Feng Xingzhi mused, setting down his pen, a glint of malice in his eyes. "Lin Zichuan must not be released." He continued, with a hint of surprise, "Lin Shiyan, you have exceeded my expectations in uncovering this matter with such alacrity. Nevertheless, without my consent, he shall remain confined indefinitely." "Why? Is that not a question for you?" "Lin Zichuan's incarceration is a consequence of Shu Wei's machinations, a fate he is destined to endure, indeed a consequence of your failing." "Failing? What failing is that of mine?" Lin Shiyan's composure finally shattered. "Whether you desire a divorce, seek to conceal it thereafter, or now wish to remain married, I have acquiesced. I have conceded at every turn. What failing can possibly be attributed to me?" Her face flushed with indignation, her eyes ablaze with fiery intensity. Lin Shiyan possessed an unexpected allure. Feng Xingzhi was momentarily captivated. "Feng Xingzhi, speak," she implored, her voice trembling. "Do not exploit my affection to mistreat me so. That individual is Qin Bei, is he not?" Feng Xingzhi interjected, his tone icy. "The reason behind your sudden change of heart, your desire for a divorce." "What?" Lin Shiyan faltered, then, perceiving the implication in Feng Xingzhi's words, she understood the meaning of his words. Subsequently, it dawned upon her that Feng Xingzhi must have seen her entering Qin Yan's vehicle previously. He surmised that her consent to the divorce stemmed from an entanglement with Qin Yan. She felt an intense urge to question him about his perception of her. Yet the words caught in her throat, realizing it would only lead to further humiliation. "Believe what you will," she thought, as Lin Shiyan turned to depart. His words halted her in her tracks. "Do you not care about Lin Zichuan anymore? What is it you want?" she inquired. "Implore me," he responded. Lin Shiyan questioned, "How do you wish for me to implore you?" A sardonic smile played upon Feng Xingzhi's lips as he retorted, "Are you feigning ignorance? Surely you know how a woman implores a man." A moment of stunned silence was followed by a flush of crimson that rapidly spread across Lin Shiyan's cheeks. "Feng Xingzhi, what do you take me for?" she exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation. "That is of little consequence. What matters is the choice you make," Feng Xingzhi replied, reclining in his chair and gesturing with his chin. "You have 5 minutes to decide. There is nothing to contemplate. You simply desire to sleep with me. Is that it?" "Very well, let us go to the lounge," Lin Shiyan declared, inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly. Feng Xingzhi remained motionless, loosening his tie as he stated, "Right here. This is your office. Someone could enter at any moment." "Lin Shiyan, have you forgotten? You are the one beseeching. You have 2 minutes remaining." Lin Shiyan stared at Feng Xingzhi in utter disbelief. As husband and wife, she harbored no reservations about engaging in conjugal relations with Feng Xingzhi, an intimate experience meant for mutual enjoyment. However, Feng Xingzhi insisted on this particular setting, leaving her to question his motives directly, rather than enduring such humiliation. Feng Xingzhi observed the indignant yet unyielding expression on Lin Shiyan's face, which stirred a sudden displeasure within him. He recalled a time when Lin Shiyan would eagerly seek his attention, ready to embrace him at his slightest gesture, her eyes filled with adoration. She would offer shy smiles and cling to him affectionately, a stark contrast to her current demeanor. Feng Xingzhi reflected on the divorce agreement Lin Shiyan had presented at the hotel, her radiant smile directed towards Master Qin and the obvious intentions of Han Su. He realized Lin Shiyan's remarkable ability to ensnare both Han Su and Master Qin with minimal effort, igniting a sense of inexplicable vexation and anger within him. Either disrobe or depart. You have 10 seconds remaining. As the fleeting seconds elapsed, Feng Xingzhi abruptly rose from his seat, preparing to leave. Lin Shiyan intercepted him, stating, "So, you desire to bed me in the office? Very well." With a swift motion, she unzipped her dress, allowing the black gown to cascade to the floor like a blossoming flower. She embraced his neck, declaring, "You are handsome and skilled in bed, so I have nothing to lose." Feng Xingzhi's strong hand encircled Lin Shiyan's waist. "Do you think that provoking me with words will yield any results? That is merely a dream." As his voice fell, he captured Lin Shiyan's delicate lips in a fervent kiss, entwining her tongue with a tempestuous fervor. His hand, resting behind her, repeatedly caressed the small of her back, each movement imbued with a throbbing desire. Feng Xingzhi's gaze darkened. He found himself teetering on the edge of control. Initially, his intention was to use this method to engrave his identity into Lin Shiyan's mind, yet he discovered himself ensnared by an insatiable longing. Feng Xingzhi, unwilling to suppress his own desires, resolved that, as Lin Shiyan had articulated, they were indeed husband and wife. In the sanctity of marriage, no barriers should exist. His inclination to share their bodies was entirely justified. With a firm grip, he lifted Lin Shiyan onto the desk, kissing her with even greater fervor. Lin Shiyan felt both cold and warm, the chill of the desk beneath her and the searing heat of the man before her. She swayed like a small boat tossed upon the waves of Feng Xingzhi's passion. This rendezvous was exhilarating and intoxicating. Feng Xingzhi experienced a profound sense of satisfaction, enveloping Lin Shiyan in his embrace, savoring her softness. Suddenly, he realized the enormity of his previous oversight. The woman beside him was an exquisite treasure, one he had overlooked for far too long, a grievous waste. Though he could never truly love Lin Shiyan, this did not preclude the act of intimacy with her. Moreover, by engaging with Lin Shiyan, she would find joy and refrain from causing chaos, thereby sparing his grandfather some distress. As Feng Xingzhi made his decision and prepared to speak, Lin Shiyan interjected, "Feng Xingzhi, have you insulted me enough?" Chapter 81. What position would satisfy you? Feng Xingzhi lowered his gaze and observed Lin Shiyan, who was enveloped in a palpable chill. He suddenly realized that regardless of whether Lin Shiyan had cried, trembled, or pleaded previously, it was merely a visceral reaction born of their intimate encounter, not a reflection of her feelings towards him. His voice, gravelly and tinged with displeasure, inquired, "Do you believe I insulted you just now?" Lin Shiyan withdrew his hand from her arm, sitting upright, and replied flatly, "Can we release Lin Zichuan now?" "Lin Shiyan, must I beg you once more?" She turned back, once again entwining her arm around his neck, asking, "What posture would satisfy you?" Though it should have been a statement brimming with allure, Lin Shiyan delivered it in such a matter-of-fact manner that it evoked no interest whatsoever. This was not the true essence of Lin Shiyan. When she was enchanting, she possessed a fluidity akin to water. Feng Xingzhi's expression darkened considerably. "Lin Shiyan, you've only just met Qin Bei, and now you act as though you were preserving your purity for him?" A chill gripped Lin Shiyan's heart as she looked up at Feng Xingzhi, offering a faint smile as she remarked, "Feng Xingzhi, are you inherently insecure?" "What did you say?" "Feng Xingzhi, which version of yourself are you truly presenting?" She regarded Feng Xingzhi with a placid gaze, articulating, "I am, of course, cognizant of its futility." The individual who, failing in their initial endeavor to frame, subsequently contrived a scheme to ensnare Lin Zichuan is none other than your cherished Feng Shui. I have long been acquainted with your willful blindness and deafness the moment she enters your purview. How could you possibly believe me, so naive as to presume that a single night in your bed would elicit your protection? Feng Xingzhi, my affection for you does not equate to idiocy. Each syllable uttered by Lin Shiyan dripped with sarcasm, yet Feng Xingzhi's spirits remained buoyant. He scoffed, retorting, "Love? If you profess to love me, Lin Shiyan, then conduct yourself with obedience and refrain from causing disturbances. Furthermore, maintain a distance from both Han, Su, and Qinbei." Lin Shiyan merely inquired, "May I now place a call to secure Lin Zichuan's release?" Feng Xingzhi did not demur, as detaining Lin Zichuan served no further purpose. Upon hearing Feng Xingzhi's directive to release Lin Zichuan, Lin Shiyan seized her handbag and departed the office without a word. As she traversed the lobby, she noted that the receptionist and security personnel had been replaced, their gazes now tinged with reverence. Indifferent to this shift, Lin Shiyan hastened out of the building. As she prepared to summon a taxi, a voice hailed her, "Yin Yin." Turning, Lin Shiyan beheld Han, Su striding purposefully toward her. "What brings you here?" she asked, surprised. Lin Shiyan paused, taken aback. "Are you suggesting that Feng Xingzhi dispatched someone to locate Manager Liu?" Indeed, previously, when they were under the starry expanse, he withheld the truth from Lin Shiyan, not wishing to see her relationship with Feng Xingzhi improve. He harbored affections for Lin Shiyan, and if he were to have a chance, she would need to dissolve her marriage with Feng Xingzhi. Yet, he ultimately revealed the information. He yearned for his affection for Lin Shiyan to be untainted, ensuring that his feelings would not inflict any harm upon her. Lin Shiyan paused, taken aback by his actions. Accustomed to being disregarded by Feng Xingzhi, she had never anticipated his assistance. Her expression softened, and a sense of relief washed over her. With heartfelt gratitude, Lin Shiyan expressed, "Han Su, thank you for informing me of this matter. It holds great significance for me." It allowed her to realize that she had not been a complete laughingstock all these years. However, Han Su could not muster a smile. His gaze fell upon the love bite adorning Lin Shiyan's neck. Its freshness indicated that it was a recent addition. In that instant, Han Su felt as though he had been dealt a crushing blow, his heart filled with intense regret. He should not have divulged the information. Even if it meant appearing base, he regretted his disclosure. She had informed Feng Xingzhi the previous day. Disregarding Zenma. Feng Xingzhi furrowed his brow and placed a call to Zhou Chun. "Investigate Lin Shiyan's current whereabouts." Yes. I've already prepared pomelo leaf water in your bathroom tub. It's the most effective for dispelling bad luck. After issuing her instructions, Zheng Lanin scurried to the kitchen to prepare pig trotter noodles for Lin Zichuan. Her actions a flurry of activity. Zheng Lanin, however, remained resolute. "How can the work of a servant compare to my meticulous efforts? Our Xiaochuan has endured such suffering this time. We must rid ourselves of this misfortune." Ignoring Xiao Hui's attempts to dissuade her, she busied herself nonetheless. Qiao Hui, exasperated, could only offer an apologetic smile to Lin Shiyan, saying, "Please do not take offense. Your mother is simply overly concerned for Xiaochuan. It is quite all right. Truly, it is no trouble at all," Lin Shiyan replied, having anticipated her mother's behavior after more than 20 years of familiarity with it. Observing Lin Shiyan's distant demeanor, Xiao Hui felt equally at a loss. Fortunately, Lin Wangshan soon arrived. Unlike the anger he had expressed in the hospital regarding Lin Shiyan's perceived coldness towards rescuing her son, he now approached her with a gentle demeanor, despite his authoritative presence. After inquiring about Lin Shiyan's health, he shifted the conversation towards her marriage with Feng Xingzhi. "You previously mentioned that you agreed to divorce Feng Xingzhi at Feng Shui's behest. Surely, that was in jest?" "It was no jest," Lin Shiyan replied, not intending to seek Lin Wangshan's approval for the divorce, but hoping to prepare him mentally for the discussion. Chapter 82. Without Feng Xingzhi, what is Lin Shiyan worth? Lin Wangshan could no longer remain composed. During his son's time in detention, his greatest concern was for him. Now that the situation had been resolved, Lin Shiyan's marriage became a new source of anxiety. This union was of paramount importance to the entire Lin family, and it must not falter. Feng Xingzhi, of humble origins, was petty and malevolent. Old Master Feng would never allow her into the family. You must plead with Old Master Feng. He will certainly devise a plan to safeguard your marriage. When it comes to marriage, children are an unavoidable concern. Lin Wangshan gazed at Lin Shiyan's flat abdomen, unable to restrain his reproach. It is your own fault for not striving harder. If you could bear a child, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Even if Feng Xingzhi despises you, he would still show you some respect for the sake of the child. Lin Shiyan's delicate face tightened, her brows knitting into a cold indifference. She remained silent, and the atmosphere in the living room instantly became frigid. Lin Wangshan felt displeased. In his view, Lin Shiyan should show utmost reverence and comply with his wishes as her father. In a fit of rage, he struck Lin Shiyan across the face, pointing at her and sternly declaring, "Lin Shiyan, this is my final warning. If you cannot preserve your marriage with Feng Xingzhi, then take your mother and leave the Lin family." Indeed, Lin Shiyan covered her stinging cheek, her heart heavy as she observed Lin Wangshan's furious expression, and caught sight of Qiao Hui's worried gaze directed at her. From the distant kitchen, Zheng Lanin emerged, carrying 2 plates of cold dishes and pig's trotter noodles, wholly focused on delivering them upstairs to Lin Zichuan, oblivious to the fact that her daughter had just been slapped in the living room. Lin Shiyan licked the blood at the corner of her lips and couldn't help but smile. She reached for her handbag, intending to leave, but was stopped by Qiao Hui. "How could you lay a hand on your child?" Qiao Hui scolded, then turned to Lin Shiyan, urging, "Yin, do not be angry. Your father is simply too anxious. You have no idea how much worse the Lin family has become. If you truly divorce Xingzhi, our family will face bankruptcy. Without the Lin family and with your divorce, what will you be? A divorced woman in her second marriage, who would even glance your way. Yin, you're a clever child. How could you make such a foolish choice?" Lin Wangshan scolded, "Do not try to advise her. Let her act according to her whims. I am eager to see what her fate will be." At that moment, a cheerful voice from outside the door interrupted. Lin Wangshan, irate, exclaimed, "What is all this noise? Do you not see me here?" The butler, taken aback by the reprimand, mumbled, "Sir, the young master has arrived." Lin Wangshan paused for a moment, then beheld a tall figure emerging from the entrance. He stood tall and elegant, radiating an air of nobility that even the brightest, most dazzling lights could not diminish. Lin Wangshan's heart soared with joy as he strode forward to greet Feng Xingzhi. "Xingzhi, you have come." Feng Xingzhi nodded slightly. "I apologize for my tardiness. The meeting ran longer than expected. Such matters are not to be discussed among family. And after all, what man lacks ambition?" Lin Wangshan's voice rose with each syllable, infused with spirited enthusiasm. Lin Shiyan observed quietly from the living room. This was not her first encounter with her father's demeanor, yet each time it was intertwined with Feng Xingzhi. As the helmsman of the Feng group, Feng Xingzhi, the rightful heir of the illustrious Feng family, possessed an ability to instill pride in anyone, especially considering that he was obliged to address Lin Wangshan as father. This form of address carried immense honor and wealth. Suddenly, she felt profoundly foolish. Just moments ago, she had expressed her desire to divorce Feng Xingzhi. Originally, she intended to conceal her thoughts, yet she ultimately succumbed to the urge to voice them. What was the outcome? A scolding from her father, accompanied by a slap. This was hardly surprising. It was, after all, to be expected. Perhaps witnessing Lin Zichuan's plight stirred her emotions, as her father busied himself with his affairs, neglecting even the company. She foolishly entertained the notion that despite the gender bias within their household, she was still a part of this family's lineage. The metallic taste of blood, akin to rust, mingled with a searing pain, both mocking her sheer foolishness. "What happened to your face?" Feng Xingzhi approached, his gaze fixed on the imprint of a slap on Lin Shiyan's cheek, his expression darkening instantly. Though he harbored a dislike for Lin Shiyan, even a deep-seated resentment, he had never laid a finger on her. He directed his fiery glare towards Lin Wangshan, whose back bristled with sweat, feeling as though he were prey before a predator. He did not perceive himself as in the wrong. Lin Shiyan was his daughter, He believed that even if he were to strike her, she had to endure it. Yet, under Feng Xingzhi's piercing gaze, he found himself unable to utter a single word. Lin Shiyan lifted her head, finally revealing a smile that, due to the injury on her face, appeared somewhat grotesque, yet she continued to smile. It hurts, you know. Feng Xingzhi frowned, ready to speak, but Lin Shiyan interjected with a teasing tone. You wouldn't want me to get hit again, would you? It hurts too much. I don't wish to experience that again. Lin Shiyan felt as though she had been granted a reprieve. Indeed, it was a result of Yin Yan's actions. This child had always been rather impulsive since childhood. She would need to exercise more caution next time. The latter part of this statement served as a gentle admonition directed at Lin Shiyan. With a smile, Lin Shiyan acquiesced, politely greeting them before ascending the stairs. She made her way to the guest room. Originally, her own room had been transformed after her marriage. Her mother had personally overseen the renovations, investing a significant sum to create a gaming room for Lin Shiyan, equipped with a dedicated internet line and the finest devices. It was designed to ensure that Lin Shiyan could enjoy the most immersive gaming experience. Her mother had even taken the time to reassure her, stating that the orientation of her room was advantageous. While Lin Shiyan played, he could bask in sunlight to supplement his calcium intake. After half an hour, the courier arrived with the ointment. Soon thereafter, a knock echoed at the door. Lin Shiyan initially assumed it was one of the household staff, but upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find Zheng Lanin standing there. Mother, what brings you here? Lin Shiyan exclaimed, astonished. The maid brought the ointment, mentioning that you had injured your face. You really ought to be more careful, Zheng Lanin chided gently. Lin Shiyan chose not to argue, listening obediently as she retrieved the pouch containing the ointment, extracting its contents without hesitation. She was unperturbed by Zheng Lanin's scrutiny, as the ointment she had chosen was not specifically designed for pregnant women, but rather a formulation that, while not explicitly labeled as such, was still quite safe. I will be more cautious next time, she assured. Pleased, Zheng Lanin shifted the conversation. I heard you moved out of Zijin Garden and are now staying in a hotel. Upon acknowledging her discontent at Zijin Garden and subsequent departure, Zheng Lanin expressed her displeasure. Have I not instilled in you the virtues of a married woman? I have always advised you that marriage entails becoming one with your husband's family, necessitating patience, gentleness, and a disposition to please your spouse. Yet what have you done? You have forsaken a life of comfort and removed yourself from Zijin Garden. Lin Shiyan's heart grew increasingly frigid. She had hoped her mother would at least inquire into the reasons for her unhappiness and her decision to leave Zijin Garden. Instead, her mother still wished for her to swiftly bear a child to safeguard the Lin family's prosperity. While she appreciated her mother's nurturing, she had often compromised for her mother's happiness. However, now, she closed her eyes and stated, Feng Xingzhi has threatened to personally drag me to the operating room and abort the child if I dare to conceive. Zheng Lanin's face paled as she shook her head, saying no, that cannot be. Xingzhi would never be so ruthless towards you. Lin Shiyan offered no explanation, simply stating, Mother, I am weary and desire to rest for a while, if I may. Zheng Lanin, feeling a pang of sorrow, murmured, Yin Yin, as your mother, I always desire what is best for you. Zheng Lanin continued to speak at length, but Lin Shiyan remained motionless. Unable to do otherwise, Zheng Lanin departed. Lin Shiyan exhaled slowly and drew back the quilt. Her eyes were dry, devoid of tears, with only the redness at the corners betraying the turmoil within her heart. She was utterly exhausted, her weariness seeping from her very core. She longed for a moment's respite, yet slumber eluded her. Then, Feng Xingzhi arrived. He sat at the edge of the bed, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Lin Shiyan. Were you not formidable in my presence? What troubles you today? Someone struck your face, and instead of retaliating, you even aided in concealing it from me. How remarkable! That was my father, she replied. I am well aware, he said. Otherwise, how could Lin Wangshan still be comfortably seated in the living room? Indeed, he harbored no fondness for Lin Shiyan. His animosity towards her had not waned in the slightest. The deceased Feng Yawei was not just his openly acknowledged girlfriend, but also his savior. By all accounts, he should not so easily let this matter rest. However, this was a vendetta between him and Lin Shiyan. After all, She was his wife, and for both to strike her was akin to delivering blows to his own face. A tempest of resentment brewed within Feng Xingzhi, yet he revealed none of it, his brows furrowing as his rough fingertips brushed against Lin Shiyan's cheek. Her skin was delicate, and after some time, her face had swollen even more. Feng Xingzhi produced an ointment and a cotton swab, applying the medication to her wounds. Lin Shiyan instinctively flinched, releasing a pain gasp. "Does it hurt?" "Then bear it," Feng Xingzhi commanded, his tone brusque, though his movements softened considerably. Lin Shiyan lifted her eyelids to meet his gaze. He wore a frown, and perhaps due to the lighting, a hint of gentleness graced his expression. Lin Shiyan could hear the rhythm of her own heartbeat. Such a man was undeniably hard to resist. Suddenly, she caught the sound of a light chuckle. Was it pleasing to the eye? It was at that moment that Lin Shiyan realized she had been lost in admiration of Feng Xingzhi. Without any affectation, she nodded in earnest and avowed, "Indeed, you possess a captivating allure that enthralls me to the point of being utterly captivated, my dreams consumed with the vision of spending an eternity by your side." Lin Shiyan's words were deliberate, for she was well aware that Feng Xingzhi held a particular fondness for such declarations. In times past, whenever she had betrayed even the slightest hint of such sentiments, he would invariably caution her, urging her to remain composed and reminding her that he would never harbor affection for her. Yet, on this occasion, her expectations were confounded. Feng Xingzhi did not issue his customary warning, but instead stated, "Since such are your desires, then conduct yourself dutifully as my wife." Lin Shiyan was taken aback, exclaiming, "Are you cognizant of what you are asserting?" "Indeed," he replied, "my intentions have been made explicit to you, Lin Shiyan. I have no desire for a dissolution of our marriage at this juncture. Is it solely for the sake of your grandfather? If that be the case, I shall speak with him. He cherishes me, and even if displeased, he would ultimately acquiesce. It extends beyond merely my grandfather." Lin Shiyan comprehended Feng Xingzhi's meaning, alluding to Han, Su, and Master Qin. Feng Xingzhi harbored unwavering trust in Lin Shiyan, for after so many years of entanglement, he would sooner doubt anything else than her affections for him. Though these words were familiar, having been heard countless times before, a hitherto unknown emotion stirred within him. Abruptly, he grasped Lin Shiyan's chin, compelling her to face him, and then he kissed her. Lin Shiyan's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed upon Feng Xingzhi, bewildered as to why he had suddenly kissed her after uttering those words. In truth, Feng Xingzhi himself could not comprehend the reason behind his kiss with Lin Shiyan. It simply happened. He felt no remorse. Rather, his fingers exerted gentle pressure, compelling Lin Shiyan to part her lips and permit his entrance. His kiss became increasingly fervent, akin to a tempest in the summer, sweeping over her and compelling her to dance to his intoxicating rhythm. Initially, Lin Shiyan remained stiff, yet it was not long before she succumbed to the sensations. Such is the nature of women. When a woman harbors feelings for a man, her body readily responds, her arms instinctively encircling his shoulders as she surrendered to his passionate embrace. Chapter 84. Lin Shiyan, I have tasted the marrow and crave more. The door to the room stood ajar. Faint sounds of servants bustling about could be discerned, and further away, Lin Wangshan's reprimands directed at Lin Zichuan echoed. This guest room was susceptible to intrusions at any moment, and should that occur, onlookers would bear witness to their actions. As a married couple, intimacy was commonplace. However, she harbored no desire for her parents to witness such a scene, especially since her father had, through Xiao Hui, urged her multiple times to seek profit for the Lin family through her union. Yet soon, such concerns faded into insignificance. His calloused fingertips grazed her skin, eliciting a slight sting that only heightened her arousal, causing her to tremble and blossom under his touch. A subtle discomfort emanated from her lower abdomen, jolting Lin Shiyan back to awareness. She pushed against Feng Xingzhi, her cheeks flushed as she implored, "No. Please, let us not continue." "Why should we not continue?" Feng Xingzhi, too, felt the intensity of the moment. His heated breath brushed against Lin Shiyan's ear, his deep-set eyes ablaze with desire. Fixated on her delicate earlobe, That small, tender morsel appeared irresistibly inviting, provoking an urge to toy with it. He didn't deign to deny himself any pleasure. Reaching out to gently pinch her earlobe, Lin Shiyan immediately recoiled, attempting to evade his touch. Observing her heightened sensitivity, he persisted, teasing her even more intensely. "No, please." As his lips grazed her earlobe, she trembled, melting into a puddle beneath him. He found amusement in her reaction, chuckling softly. "So sensitive, are we?" Feng Xingzhi. She inhaled deeply, striving to disregard the flush creeping up her cheeks, and fixed him with a sincere gaze. "Can you tell me why? Why are you touching me now?" In the past, no matter how forward she was, he wouldn't grant her a second glance. "Perhaps the taste of your body is simply too exquisite. Since divorce is no longer an option, I see no reason to deny myself." As he spoke, his hand ventured beneath her garments, caressing her slender waist. "Lin Shiyan, I've developed a taste for you. So, Lin Shiyan, be a good girl. Until this marriage concludes, let's just continue like this." For over 3 years, since the engagement was set, she had longed for him to be this intimate with her. She had always firmly believed that if he would only take a closer look, if he would only try with her, he would realize that she was never the venomous woman he perceived her to be. Today, she had finally received what she yearned for. She knew she ought to be more rational, especially concerning the child within her womb. For instance, Feng Xingzhi has not truly spent a lifetime with her. He merely seeks fleeting pleasures before their divorce. Take Feng Shuwei and Feng Yahui, for example. Yet, in reality, she is beyond caring. She nodded, "All right." As Feng Xingzhi observed Lin Shiyan's obedient demeanor, a flicker of compassion welled up within him. Unable to resist, he lifted her chin and kissed her deeply. Her technique was clumsy, yet she was a diligent student. "No, Lin Shiyan protestive." "Why not?" Feng Xingzhi inquired, gripping her waist with some dissatisfaction. Lin Shiyan certainly could not disclose the reason being the child she carried. At least until Feng Xingzhi expressed his willingness to accept the baby, it remained her secret, one she would never reveal. However, noticing the displeasure etched on Feng Xingji's face, she wrapped her arms around his neck and said, "You hurt me earlier. It was quite painful. Could you show me some tenderness?" In an instant, Feng Xingzhi recalled their earlier encounter, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing. Gazing at Lin Shiyan's pitiful expression, he gently massaged her waist. "You must recover quickly. Do you understand?" Lin Shiyan nodded. Her cheeks flushed deeper, yet her eyes sparkled brightly as they met his. They lingered in the room for a while longer, and once Feng Xingzhi regained his composure, they finally stepped outside. An hour had passed, yet Lin Wanshan showed no signs of impatience. His smile was nearly overflowing. "Yin Yin, if you feel rested, let us dine." This was the first time Lin Shiyan experienced such courtesy from her father. She was acutely aware that this was all due to Feng Xingzhi, leaving her feelings in a state of inexplicable turmoil. During mealtime, Lin Wangshan inevitably broached the subject of investment. He spoke eloquently, claiming that with a promising project, he wished to involve Feng Xingzhi in a lucrative venture. However, even Lin Shiyan, despite her limited understanding of the business realm, found the project to be rather dubious. Yet, Lin Wangshan exuded an air of entitlement, as if he were extending a favor to his son-in-law. He was entirely oblivious to the audacity of his stance. "Xingzhi, you only need to invest 200 million. It's no problem, right?" He spoke as if it were a mere $20. Lin Shiyan could hardly contain herself and was just about to interject when Feng Xingzhi restrained her. With a calm demeanor, he replied, "Of course, it's no issue." In the car, Lin Shiyan could no longer hold back her frustration and questioned, knowing this is a guaranteed loss. "Why did you agree to my father? Didn't you say he is your father?" Lin Shiyan instinctively pinched herself, wincing at the pain. Feng Xingzhi, perplexed, asked, "What are you doing?" "Nothing. Just checking if I'm dreaming." Perhaps she pinched too hard, as tears welled up in her eyes. "Feng Xingzhi, I feel as if I'm in a dream." "If it's not a dream, then what is it?" Today, he came to the Lin family, willing to maintain closeness in their marriage, even considering Lin Wangshan as her father. Such a transformation was something she had never dared to envision, yet was unfolding before her. "Feng Xingzhi, observing the glimmer of tears in Lin Shiyan's eyes, was suddenly overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion. Over the years, he had been quite indifferent toward her. "Thank you, Mom Jean." Jeanma cheerfully went to the kitchen to serve chicken soup. "It was truly unexpected how much she cherished you. Ever since you moved to the hotel, she has not displayed such joy." Lin Shiyan shook her head and remarked, "Jeanma's affection for me stems from you." Feng Xingzhi gazed at Lin Shiyan with surprise. Her clarity was astonishing. Suddenly, his phone rang. Lin Shiyan instinctively looked over and saw Feng Shui's name. Her fingers tightened unconsciously, yet she uttered not a word. "I'll head upstairs now," she said, "and there's the chicken soup." Expressing her gratitude, Lin Shiyan carried the soup and ascended the stairs. Chapter 85. Feng Xingzhi saw her pregnancy medication Jeanma had simmered the chicken soup to perfection, and as she moved, the aroma wafted through the air, stirring turmoil in Lin Shiyan's stomach. She leaned over the toilet, retching for what felt like an eternity, expelling the meager meal she had consumed at the Lin residence. Afterward, she collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. This bout of morning sickness had nearly sapped her of all strength. Lin Shiyan sat on the floor for a moment before mustering the energy to rise. Approaching the sink to wash her hands, she lowered her head and caught a whiff of the chicken soup clinging to her clothes. In her haste to ascend the stairs, she had inadvertently spilled some on herself. A wave of nausea washed over her once more, prompting her to strip off her clothes and step into the shower. Warm water cascaded down from above, enveloping her completely. As she bathed slowly, her thoughts drifted uncontrollably back to the phone call Feng Xingzhi had received in the living room. Surely, he had gone to console Feng Shui once again. It was, after all, a matter of course. She could not assume that Feng Xingzhi would be hers simply because she had not yet found the opportunity for divorce. Lin Shiyan emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, the lingering odor of chicken soup in the bedroom overwhelming her senses. Unable to bear it any longer, she poured the soup down the drain, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Subsequently, she retrieved her handbag, extracting the medication prescribed for her pregnancy. During her last checkup, her progesterone levels had been somewhat low, and although she was reluctant to undergo hospitalization, the doctor had prescribed some protective medication. Just as Lin Shiyan poured out the pills, the door swung open, and a deep male voice resonated. "What are you taking?" It was Feng Xingzhi. Startled, she trembled, and the bottle clattered to the floor. She hurriedly bent down to retrieve it, but was a moment too late. Feng Xingzhi had already picked it up. In that instant, her mind spiraled into chaos. The thought of Feng Xingzhi's reaction to her pregnancy sent tremors of dread through her. It was over. She could not maintain this pregnancy. Sure enough, upon examining the label on the bottle, Feng Xingzhi furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why are you taking calcium tablets?" Calcium tablets? The realization struck her. In an attempt to conceal the true nature of her medication, she had repurposed a bottle that once contained calcium pills. Relieved, Lin Shiyan felt her vitality return. She squatted down to collect the scattered pills, adopting a nonchalant tone as she replied, "Oh, my legs have been cramping a bit lately, so I'm just taking some calcium." "Have Jeanma prepare more nourishing dishes for you," Feng Xingzhi said, handing the bottle back to Lin Shiyan. Having received the vial, Lin Shiyan stowed it away in her handbag, discarding the soiled prenatal medication into the waste receptacle. "Very well, I shall inform Jeanma tomorrow." Following the uneventful consumption of the prenatal medication, Lin Shiyan prepared to organize the design drafts for the morrow. However, just as she was about to depart, Feng Xingzhi grasped her wrist, gently seating her on the edge of the bed. "Xingzhi?" Lin Shiyan gazed at Feng Xingzhi with a hint of perplexity. Feng Xingzhi articulated, "It is imperative to desiccate your hair post-ablution, lest it be detrimental to your well-being." Subsequently, he procured a hairdryer and positioned himself behind Lin Shiyan to dry her tresses. Surely not, she mused. It is implausible that Feng Xingzhi would be so uncharacteristically solicitous. Then, she felt a sharp tug at her scalp. "Do not fidget. One must be well-behaved during the hair-drying process." Lin Shiyan remained motionless, seated placidly on the bed's edge. After several minutes elapsed, Feng Xingzhi finally deactivated the hairdryer. She turned her head with alacrity, her gaze settling upon the man's visage, confirming it was indeed Feng Xingzhi. Why do you regard me thus? I am beset by bewilderment. Bewilderment regarding what precisely? Lin Shiyan responded. I am perplexed as to why you are suddenly so amiable towards me. Your behavior strikes me as surreal. So, are you by chance soliciting maltreatment? Lin Shiyan remained silent, her gaze fixed upon him. As recompense, upon our eventual divorce, I shall acquiesce to a single request of yours as compensation. Lin Shiyan felt a stir in her heart and inquired, Feng Xingzhi, a normal marital relationship is meant to bear offspring. You are well aware that grandfather's greatest wish is for us to have a child soon. Feng Xingzhi maintained his smile, his large hand encircling Lin Shiyan's waist. He truly cherished her slender waist, which, though delicate, was not frail, and its texture was delightful to his touch, making him reluctant to let go. Lin Shiyan, have you forgotten what I once told you? Do not entertain fantasies of children. I will never have a child with you, not even for grandfather's sake. Feng Xingzhi leaned close to her ear, his voice a low murmur. I promised Yahweh two things. First, to marry her, and second, to bear children solely with her. Yahweh has perished by your hand. There is no longer any possibility for us in this lifetime, and I have even married you. However, I cannot renege on the second promise. I can explain the matter regarding Lin Yahweh. I truly did not push him. Xingzhi, after all these years of our acquaintance, you should know my character. I do not know. Once, he had firmly believed in Lin Shiyan's integrity. He had even contemplated marrying her. They had known each other since childhood, sharing many years of camaraderie. Although the Lin family had its troubles, it was still a modestly affluent household, especially since grandfather held Lin Shiyan in high regard. As a prospective wife, she was indeed an excellent choice. Moreover, after so many years of companionship, he had developed feelings for her. It was only later, when that fateful car accident transpired, that everything changed. He was driving, with Lin Shiyan seated in the passenger seat. When danger struck, his instinctive reaction was to protect her. He consigned peril to his own fate, thus finding himself in mortal danger from the car accident. He never intended for Lin Shiyan to be indebted to him for this, as it was his own volition. Yet, what of Lin Shiyan? Upon hearing of his critical condition and impending demise, she not only failed to visit him, but also, allegedly, consorted with other men. It is said that adversity reveals true affection. The car accident unveiled Lin Shiyan's true nature and illuminated those who genuinely cared for him. He could never obliterate the image of Lin Yue, feeble and prostrate beside his bed upon his awakening, exclaiming, Xingzhi, it is wonderful that you have awakened. Enough. Let us cease this discourse. Feng Xingzhi concluded, terminating the conversation. He gently laid Lin Shiyan upon the bed, producing a tube of ointment. Did you not mention an injury? Allow me to apply the medication. Lin Shiyan paused, momentarily perplexed, before realizing the nature of Feng Xingzhi's medication. Observing him reach to untie her bathrobe, she abandoned the preceding topic and hastily covered her chest, unwilling to accept Feng Xingzhi's assistance. Chapter 86. Perpetually subservient to Feng Xingzhi, I shall manage myself. Yourself? Feng Xingzhi queried, his brow slightly arched, adding, the location of your injury is inferior and internal. Are you certain that it is convenient? A flush immediately suffused Lin Shiyan's cheeks, burning with crimson intensity. I am certain, she stammered, abashed, as she seized the ointment from Feng Xingzhi's grasp, retreating from the bed with the haste of one pursued. Seeking refuge in the lavatory, Feng Xingzhi, beholding Lin Shiyan's departing silhouette, could not suppress a subtle upturning of his lips. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and made a phone call. Lin Shiyan sat on the toilet, gazing at the ointment in her hand, contemplating how to conceal what Feng Xingzhi had just intended to do. Her face flushed slightly. She shyly bit her pink lips. How could Feng Xingzhi even think of such things? Abruptly, she remembered their earlier conversation. He still refused to let her conceive and bear a child, citing Lin Yan as the reason. It wasn't that she wasn't saddened by it. She felt deeply distressed. Yet, just moments ago, Feng Xingzhi had dried her hair and applied ointment to her, actions typical of a devoted couple. Not long ago, he had harbored such disdain for her that even a glance felt excessive. She needed to remain composed. She had several months before her abdomen would reveal any signs. And anything was still possible. Lin Shiyan steeled herself mentally, squeezing out some ointment to create the illusion of having used it, and then she exited the bathroom. As she emerged, Feng Xingzhi was standing on the balcony, phone in hand, engaged in a call. His back was straight, his figure tall and elegant. Even from behind, he exuded a charm that overshadowed the dazzling lights outside. Lin Shiyan found herself captivated. It wasn't that she lacked memory. Rather, this man, whom she had encountered since her youth, was simply too stunning to resist. Lin Shiyan felt as though she were in a dream. If this weren't a dream, how could Feng Xingzhi suddenly treat her so kindly? With a dreamy disposition, she savored the rice porridge and side dishes before her. Just as she finished, Feng Xingzhi placed a cup of water beside her. She was about to express her gratitude when she heard him say, "Take the contraceptive pill. I couldn't hold back at noon, and it ended up inside. I don't want any surprises. As you are aware, absolute security is non-existent. The only recourse is layered defense." Left with no alternative, Lin Shiyan ingested the contraceptive in Feng Xingzhi's presence. Upon setting down the glass, she turned to leave, only to have her wrist seized by Feng Xingzhi. She offered a wan smile, her voice trembling slightly. "There's really no need. While I yearn to bear your child, I desire even more for my child to be born into a world of parental anticipation, rather than conceived and then forced to dwell in constant apprehension that its father might reject it, might wish to abort it. Should a child possess sentience, it would never desire such a beginning. That's not what I meant. I'm merely concerned about potential side effect from the contraceptive and wish to care for you." Such tender cruelty. Even a woman of fortitude was still a living, breathing being of flesh and blood. Feng Xingzhi pursed his lips, his brow furrowing slightly. "Lin Shiyan, we had an understanding." Lin Shiyan longed to retort, it wasn't Tui who agreed. It was Feng Xingzhi's unilateral decision. Yet, what purpose would such a dispute serve? She loved Feng Xingzhi, and as long as that love persisted, she would remain perpetually at his mercy. A chill, yet laced with dampness. Lin Shiyan was perspiring, observing Lin Shiyan's delicate countenance. Feng Xingzhi noticed her face contorted in forbearance. He frowned. "Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Shiyan merely nodded, offering no words. She feared that opening her mouth would result in vomiting, not out of concern that Feng Xingzhi would mistakenly believe she was pregnant, but rather out of dread that he would force yet another contraceptive pill into her mouth. The harm caused by a single contraceptive pill is already considerable, let alone two. Lin Shiyan desperately contemplated how to expel Feng Xingzhi, knowing that the longer the pills lingered in her stomach, the greater the risk to the child within her. Perhaps fortune was on her side this time, as Feng Xingzhi's phone rang, answered by Zhou Chen. An urgent matter required Feng Xingzhi's attention. Lin Shiyan nodded absent-mindedly, and as soon as the door to the room closed, she hurriedly descended from the bed and stumbled into the bathroom, where she was overwhelmed by waves of nausea. Unlike earlier, when she had the strength to bathe, after this bout of vomiting, she could no longer rise and was eventually assisted back to bed by Aunt Jun, who had rushed over. Observing Lin Shiyan's discomfort countenance, Aunt Jun could not help but inquire, "Young madam, have you undergone any medical examination? Your symptoms strongly suggest pregnancy." "No." Lin Shiyan realized her tone had been somewhat agitated and softened her response. "I merely ingested something that disagreed with me. It's just an upset stomach." Aunt Jun was about to ask further when she suddenly noticed the contraceptive pill box nearby, with one less tablet remaining, and gasped, "Young madam, this." "Please." "Aunt Jun," Lin Shiyan interrupted, "you know how Feng Xingzhi is. I have cherished our 3 years together and wish for you to remain by my side." Aunt Jun immediately understood, recognizing that Lin Shiyan was subtly urging her to keep this matter from old Master Feng. With a heavy sigh, she expressed her sympathy, "Young madam, you have endured so much." With a wan smile, Lin Shiyan murmured, "I am utterly fatigued and yearn for a brief respite. Would you keep me company?" Junma acquiesced with a soft affirmation, and Lin Shiyan gently closed her eyes. Her slumber was restless and through the haze of sleep. She discerned the voices of Feng Xingzhi and Zhen Ma in conversation. Though she did not fully comprehend their exchange, she vaguely perceived that Zhen Ma was aiding her in concealing the fact that she had discarded the contraceptive pill. The following day, as she opened her eyes, an expanse of flesh-toned skin loomed before her, an unexpected assault of beauty that left Lin Shiyan momentarily speechless. She nearly found herself drooling. Instinctively, Lin Shiyan raised her hand to wipe the corner of her lips, but the back of her hand was dry, and she found nothing to wipe away. Feng Xingzhi could not suppress a chuckle. Hearing this laughter, Lin Shiyan realized she had been teased. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she hastily rose from the bed, only to have her wrists seized, halting her in her tracks. Chapter 87. Feng Shuwei discovers Lin Shiyan's pregnancy. Was he angered? No, he was not. Feng Xingzhi remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Lin Shiyan's face with an intense sharpness, as if he sought to penetrate her facade and perceive the depths of her innermost being. Lin Shiyan averted her gaze, shunning his probing eyes. Feng Xingzhi did not delve further, but merely stated, "Descend when you have completed your ablutions. I shall await you downstairs for a meal." Lin Shiyan assented and swiftly entered the bathroom. She stood before the sink, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, the smile having vanished from her countenance. After changing her attire, she arrived at the dining room to find Feng Xingzhi precisely as he had promised. "Come over and eat. Aunt Zhen has prepared a nutritious meal for you." Lin Shiyan exclaimed with delight. "It looks absolutely delicious." Feng Xingzhi placed a xiaomai onto Lin Shiyan's plate. Urging her to eat, she expressed her gratitude and took a bite, only to feel a wave of nausea wash over her. Feng Xingzhi gently stroked her back, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Do you need to see a doctor?" "No need. I believe it will gradually improve," Lin Shiyan replied, shifting the topic. "Aunt Zhen, could you please serve me a bowl of plain congee?" "I'll handle it," Feng Xingzhi volunteered, placing a bowl of congee before her. Lin Shiyan slowly savored the congee with Aunt Zhen's homemade pickles, and Feng Xingzhi chose to remain silent, observing her. The events of the previous night were left unspoken, as if nothing had transpired at all. After breakfast, Lin Shiyan prepared to head to the film set, but was halted by Feng Xingzhi. "Take another day off. I've already instructed Secretary Zhou to request leave for you." "That's unnecessary. I'm perfectly fine," she insisted. "Be obedient." Lin Shiyan, conceding, responded. "Then I shall make a quick trip to Yunwan. I haven't been to the set in several days, and Assistant Feng is struggling to manage alone. We can't allow the production to come to a halt. Otherwise, word will spread and I may not be employed again." Seeing Lin Shiyan's determination, Feng Xingzhi replied, "I'll take you there." "All right, thank you," Lin Shiyan acquiesced, grabbing her handbag and following Feng Xingzhi out. Zhen Ma observed everything with a heavy heart, struggling to articulate her emotions. Had she not stumbled upon the contraceptive pills the previous night, she might have genuinely believed that the young master had resolved to cherish his life with the young mistress. The image of the young mistress's intermittent gagging during breakfast tugged at Zhen Ma's heartstrings. Lin Shiyan, upon alighting from the Rolls-Royce, did not head to the Cloud Pavilion. Instead, she summoned a taxi to the hospital. Although she had expelled the contraceptive pills swiftly, an unsettling anxiety lingered within her. Sister Zhang felt helpless, lamenting that President Feng had yet to answer her calls. "This is impossible. Brother Xingzhi adores me. He wouldn't ignore my calls." Feng Shuwei shouted in frustration, accusing, "Are you the one sabotaging my chances, preventing Brother Xingzhi from visiting me?" Sister Zhang, feeling more aggrieved than Do Yi, could not help but retort, "I accompanied you to Zijing Garden yesterday, yet President Feng did not meet with us. He merely instructed the security to escort us out." Feng Shuwei, upon hearing Feng Xingzhi's words, was deeply unsettled and began hurling objects at Sister Zhang in a fit of rage. "You're lying. How could Brother Xingzhi possibly disregard me? It's all your fault. You villains cannot bear to see me happy." Sister Zhang, narrowly escaping the onslaught, fled the ward with her hands over her head, panting heavily in trepidation. Since her repeated misfortunes at Lin Shiyan's hands, Feng Shuwei's temperament had grown increasingly volatile. Seated on the floor, she gasped for breath, her eyes still ablaze with anger. No, she could not remain idle. She must seek out Feng Xingzhi. Convinced that Feng Xingzhi's anger would subside upon seeing it, Feng Shuwei, unable to remain still, promptly exited the hospital room. As she stepped out of the inpatient area, she noticed a familiar figure entering the outpatient building, Lin Shiyan. Recalling Feng Xingzhi's recent coldness towards her and the throbbing pain in her cheeks, resentment surged within Feng Shuwei. Donning a mask, she stealthily followed Lin Shiyan, eventually spotting her seated on a corridor bench, awaiting her turn. The women beside her were all visibly pregnant. A jolt of surprise ran through Feng Shuwei. Could Lin Shiyan be pregnant? It was plausible. The woman was cunning and alluring. It wouldn't be far-fetched for her to have seduced Brother Xingzhi and conceived a child. Feng Shuwei's face contorted with rage. That hussy! She was about to confront Lin Shiyan when it was the latter's turn. Feng Shuwei initially intended to wait for another opportunity. But then Feng Xingzhi came to mind. It would be far better if Feng Xingzhi were the one to eliminate the child. If Feng Xingzhi were to kill the child, Lin Shiyan, no matter how broad-minded, would undoubtedly harbor resentment, presenting Feng Shuwei with her golden opportunity. A cruel smile crept across Feng Shuwei's lips. After patiently waiting for a while, she saw Lin Shiyan emerge. She promptly took photos of her with her phone. Oblivious, Lin Shiyan proceeded to queue at the color ultrasound room. By the time her examination was complete, it was nearly noon, and Lin Shiyan felt a sense of relief wash over her. How wonderful it is that the child is safe and sound. She gently placed her hand on her abdomen, her heart brimming with gratitude for the baby who remains peacefully nestled within her. At that moment, Lin Shiyan's phone began to ring. It was a call from Lianlin. Yin, are you free? Let's have a meal together. I will be there shortly. Lin Shiyan ascertained Lianlin's location and called for a ride to hurry over. By the time she arrived, Lianlin was already there, resting her chin on one hand, gazing dreamily out at the street, so absorbed that she didn't even notice Lin Shiyan sitting across from her. Lin Shiyan waved her hand in front of Lianlin. What are you thinking about, so engrossed? Of course I was thinking of you. Just calculate how long it has been since we last dined together. Lianlin shot her a look akin to that reserved for a faithless lover. Lin Shiyan quickly yielded. It's my fault. I've been incredibly busy lately. Today, allow me to treat you. Order whatever you like. With a huff, Lianlin relented, understanding that her friend had indeed been overwhelmed with tasks. By the way, I received a call from the class monitor yesterday. They're organizing a reunion. The monitor inquired about you and whether you'd like to attend. Chapter 88, Concern for Your Well-Being. A reunion? The thought of her classmates momentarily took Lin Shiyan down memory lane, evoking recollections of her university days. In truth, her university experience was quite splendid. She had entered as the top scorer in the college entrance examination and excelled academically thereafter. Although she was not as favored as Lin Zichuan within the Lin family, she was nonetheless the legitimate young lady of the household. Furthermore, her close relationship with Feng Xingzhi only added to her prominence. 3 years her senior, Feng Xingzhi was a paragon of excellence, while others were still grappling with their graduation theses. He was on the verge of earning his master's degree and had already established a thriving career. Each time he visited, he would bring her a bouquet of roses. To everyone's eyes, they were a couple, and countless individuals envied her, dubbing her Princess Lin and proclaiming her the luckiest woman in the world. Lin Shiyan felt their admiration was exaggerated. She harbored her own unspeakable struggles, yet she considered herself fortunate to have crossed paths with Feng Xingzhi. However, her status shifted dramatically from being the fortunate princess to that of a fugitive murderer evading the law. Especially following her rupture with Feng Xingzhi, her situation plummeted into despair. Her refusal to transfer schools was a silent protest to declare her innocence to all. Regrettably, no one believed her. Whispers and accusations surrounded her, and her desk and bed were daily adorned with small, mocking surprises. They took pleasure in ridiculing her because she was labeled a murderer. It was perhaps at that moment that Lin Shiyan finally comprehended the saying, "Some people live, yet are already dead, while others have perished but continue to exist." She was the one who lived, yet had already succumbed to death, while Lin Yawei was the one who had died, yet still thrived. Upon observing Lin Shiyan's prolonged silence, Lianlin, filled with concern, gently clasped her hand and spoke. "Yin, If you do not wish to attend the gathering, we need not go. Indeed, I had no intention of participating, Lin Shiyan replied. She was acutely aware of the ill intentions harbored by those individuals and would not foolishly present herself at the reunion to face their humiliation. Li Yanlin sighed in relief, having genuinely worried about Lin Shiyan's stubbornness. Just as she was about to speak, her gaze suddenly halted. Yin, look over there. Is that Ying? She appears to be quite close to that man. Lin Shiyan immediately turned her attention and saw Feng Xingzhi entwined with a young man's arm, playfully feeding him ice cream. The young man seemed somewhat bashful, grasping Feng Xingzhi's wrist as if to say something. In an instant, Feng Xingzhi's delicate face displayed a look of grievance, only for the young man to lean in and plant a kiss on her cheek, prompting her to beam with joy. Soon after, they strolled hand in hand into a CAF. Feng Xingzhi spotted Lin Shiyan and Li Yanlin, paused for a moment, and then approached with the young man, still at her side. "Oh, so you two are sneaking off on a date without me," she exclaimed, feigning anger. Li Yanlin cast a brief glance at Feng Xingzhi and replied coolly, "Perhaps you should check your phone." Feng Xingzhi took out her phone and noted 5 missed calls, her embarrassment evident. "I didn't hear it," she admitted. Li Yanlin understood perfectly. "You were too busy with your date to notice." With a giggle, Feng Xingzhi commenced introductions. "This is Li Yanlin, my confidant. And this is Lin Shiyan, my dear friend and sister-in-law." She then gestured towards the young man beside her. "This is Jiang Song, an alumnus 2 years my senior. After gaining admission to Hawaii University, he financed his studies through part-time work. Moreover, he served as the president of the student union from his sophomore year onward, demonstrating exceptional talent, and was quite popular among the female students at the university." As Feng Xingzhi spoke, her chest swelled with pride. Jiang Song possessed handsome features and an air of scholarly refinement, making him undeniably appealing. "I'm also delighted to meet you, sister-in-law," Jiang Song remarked with poise, easily inspiring goodwill. Feng Xingzhi's eyes sparkled with adoration as she gazed at Jiang Song. Lin Shiyan ordered coffee and pastries for them, and then inquired about Jiang Song's internship as he was nearing graduation. Jiang Song replied, "I have already signed a formal contract with Fengrun. Fengrun, a subsidiary of Fengxi Group, primarily focuses on new energy vehicles and has garnered considerable importance within Fengxi, experiencing significant growth in recent years. Its recruitment standards are exceptionally high, and Jiang Song's ability to secure a formal employment contract before graduation attests to his excellence." "Indeed, Jiang, you are quite remarkable," Lin Shiyan commented. Jiang Song modestly responded, "Ying is also very talented." Before Lin Shiyan could interject, Feng Xingzhi's face flushed crimson, her eyes brimming with affection for Jiang Song. Jiang Song did not linger long, excusing himself upon receiving a call from his company. As he departed, he summoned a waiter to settle the bill. Lin Shiyan demurred, "As your sister-in-law, allow me to take care of the bill." However, Jiang Song insisted, "I am Ying's boyfriend." With that, Jiang Song resolutely paid the bill, bidding a tender farewell to Feng Xingzhi before departing. Li Yanlin then teased, "Have you had your fill of watching? Would you like to follow him for a while longer?" A blush crept onto Feng Xingzhi's cheeks as she demurred, "I am an understanding girl. I wouldn't want to impede his work." The implicit meaning was that she yearned to follow him but feared disrupting Jiang Song's professional life, revealing her adoration for her boyfriend. Lin Shiyan's brow furrowed slightly. Feng Xingzhi keenly noticed this, inquiring, "Sister-in-law, do you disapprove of my relationship with Jiang Song?" Lin Shiyan considered her words before replying. "It's not that I disapprove, but I'm merely worried that the disparity between you is too great, and that in the end, reality will shatter your relationship." Feng Xingzhi stated with unwavering confidence, "That won't happen. Jiang Song says he will certainly provide me with a wonderful life." A rosy hue graced her face, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future, resembling Lin Shiyan before she turned 18. Lin Shiyan felt a momentary daze, realizing how often she had reminisced about the past today. Suddenly, Feng Xingzhi embraced her, pleading, "Dear sister-in-law, please don't tell mom and eldest brother about this yet, all right?" Lin Shiyan gazed at her, asking, "Are you concerned that they won't approve?" "I am confident that they will concur. Jiang Song is indeed exceptional and commendable. It's merely that our relationship is nascent, and I am yet to complete my university studies. I desire to allow the relationship to mature further before proceeding. Lin Shiyan. Hearing you articulate this assuages my concerns. Feng Xingzhi wore an expression of bewilderment. Assuages what? Lian Lan interjecta. Yin Yin was apprehensive that you, in Jiang Song, might succumb to temptation and conceive a child. Chapter 89. Championing Lin Shiyan, a flush of crimson suffused Feng Xingzhi's cheeks. I would never do such a thing. She pursed her lips and murmured. I wish to preserve the most exquisite version of myself for our wedding night. Lin Shiyan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Xingzhi, remember your word from today. Feng Xingzhi nodded, gazing at Lin Shiyan as she couldn't help but ask if I hadn't intended to do so and had genuinely planned to surrender myself to Jiang Song. Would you have disclosed it to Mom and my elder brother? How could that be? Lin Shiyan regarded Feng Xingzhi with gentle affection. You are an adult, cognizant of your pronouncements. Nevertheless, I would still counsel you against it. Not for any ulterior motive, but because the stakes in matters of intimacy are asymmetrical between men and women. Men may merely experience a fleeting half-hour of gratification, whereas women, if precautions are neglected, must first endure 10 months, followed by a lifetime of consequences. The cost is excessively burdensome, yet at times it resembles a moth drawn to a flame, deemed worthwhile. Just as she was. Despite knowing that Feng Xingzhi still harbored resentment towards her, she stubbornly desired to bear their child. Feng Xingzhi could not help but embrace Lin Shiyan. Her voice filled with emotion as she expressed, Yin Yin, you are truly wonderful. How can you be so kind? Lin Shiyan gently stroked Feng Xingzhi's hair and replied, It is because you are so adorable. Just as they were conversing, Lin Shiyan's phone rang. Upon checking, she discovered it was a call from Feng Xingzhi. Lin Shiyan answered the call. Hello, are you still busy? No, I'm having a meal with Anlin and Xingzhi. From his side, Feng Xingzhi interjected, Brother, I want sister-in-law to accompany me this afternoon. If you don't allow it, I will be upset with you. Hearing Feng Xingzhi's voice, Feng Xingzhi smiled slightly, of course. You may go, enjoy your meal, and afterward, you can go shopping. The bill will be on my account. Feng Xingzhi immediately brightened. Oh, yeah, brother. You are just the best. Afterward, Feng Xingzhi chatted with Lin Shiyan for a few more moments before hanging up. As she lifted her gaze, she found Li Anlin and Feng Xingzhi staring intently at her. Startled, Lin Shiyan exclaimed, What are you two doing? Feng Xingzhi replied, We're just watching you. Feng Xingzhi sighed. Though he is my brother, I must admit he is quite disappointing. Li Anlin bluntly added, So, are you going to sink deeper? Do you still harbor hope? One must always strive for oneself, once more. Li Anlin was at a loss for words. Fully aware that Lin Shiyan was notoriously stubborn when it came to matters involving Feng Xingzhi. Understanding what Li Anlin wished to convey, Lin Shiyan grasped her hand reassuringly. Do not worry, I will take good care of myself. Solely for the sake of the child she carried. She beseeched, Promise me one thing. What is it? While you may be infatuated with Feng Xingzhi, you mustn't cease your financial endeavors. Should my brother revert to his deplorable ways, you could leave him, secure in the knowledge that you possess the means to find solace with a younger companion. Feng Xingzhi, gazing skyward, remarked, I suppose I never anticipated you posing such a query. Li Anlin retorted, I've been incessantly praying for your well-being, weeping like a latter-day Lin Dayu, in the hope that it might expedite the draining of the water from your mind. Lin Shiyan was speechless. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun was briefing Feng Xingzhi. This morning, the Qi manager absconded with $20 million in fund from the Lin Corporation. President Lin is currently searching for him. Feng Xingzhi nodded and said nonchalantly, Given the magnitude of the events unfolding at Lin Corporation, it would behoove all shareholders to be apprised that they might collectively navigate these turbulent times. Zhou Chun surreptitiously wiped his brow. Should this matter become public knowledge, Lin Wangshan would likely be torn asunder by his shareholders. Remembering Lin Shiyan's consideration towards him, Zhou Chun couldn't help but add, The Lin family is, after all, related to you by marriage. Meeting Feng Xingzhi's gaze, Zhou Chun lowered his head. My apologies. President Feng, I spoke out of turn. Feng Xingzhi responded coolly. Since you recognize your indiscretion, you should hasten to rectify it. Zhou Chen acknowledged the command and promptly departed. Chuckling derisively, Feng Xingzhi watched Zhou Chen's departing figure, inwardly remarking on Lin Shiyan's considerable allure, capable of prompting Zhou Chen to intercede on her behalf repeatedly. Little did Zhou Chen know, the machinations Feng Xingzhi had orchestrated were entirely for Lin Shiyan's sake. Reflecting on the Lin family's treatment of Lin Shiyan, Feng Xingzhi felt a surge of displeasure. Regardless of his own feelings towards her, Lin Shiyan was under his protection, and he would not tolerate others mistreating her. Unbeknownst to him, his subconscious still held a protective inclination towards Lin Shiyan. Abruptly, his phone chimed, revealing an incoming call from Feng Shuwei. Recalling her actions, Feng Xingji's brow furrowed in irritation. Perhaps his leniency had allowed her to commit such a heinous act. He had forgotten that not all women possessed Yaoi's gentle and benevolent nature. Feng Xingzhi retrieved his wallet, his gaze lingering on the photograph of a girl in a white dress, her smile radiant. His profound eyes were filled with fragmented sorrow. "We're sorry. The number you have dialed is not answering at the moment." The automated voice echoed in Feng Shuwei's ear, contorting her face in rage, exacerbating the pain from the wound on her left cheek. Gasping, she clutched her face. Damn it all. It's all Lin Shiyan's fault. If it weren't for Lin Shiyan, Xingzhi wouldn't be ignoring me. The memory of seeing Lin Shiyan at the obstetrics and gynecology clinic that morning warped Feng Shuwei's expression. "Lin Shiyan, you brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me for being ruthless." Lin Shiyan spent the afternoon shopping with Li Amlin and Feng Xingzhi. She procured a modicum of items for herself, yet she meticulously selected 2 ensembles for Feng Xingzhi, encompassing every accessory. Imagining his peerless countenance adorned in these garments, her heart palpitated with a surge of emotion, her eyes glistening with moisture. This demeanor of hers was met with considerable jest from Li Amlin and Feng Xingzhi. Lin Shiyan disregarded their taunts. Having resolved to endeavor once more, she must embark on the initial stride. Lin Shiyan then telephoned Feng Xingzhi, only to discover that he was away on a business excursion. So abrupt? A profound sense of disappointment washed over Lin Shiyan. Yet she considerately implored Feng Xingzhi not to overexert himself and to take diligent care of his well-being. The following day, Lin Shiyan proceeded to the film set. Despite her absence for several days, she was greeted with ardent enthusiasm by the cast and crew. Furthermore, with the absence of Feng Shuwei's meddling, the day's work progressed seamlessly. Even Feng Yuanyuan expressed her elation, exclaiming, "If only every day could be this gratifying." Lin Shiyan regarded Feng Yuanyuan with contrition, remarking, "I'm sorry for the tribulations you have endured alongside me." Feng Yuanyuan demurred. "What are you saying, Lin? You are the one who has suffered. My experience is pale in comparison." Chapter 90. Feng Xingzhi expressed his yearning for her. "Your parents have arrived?" Lin Shiyan was somewhat taken aback. Before she could inquire further of Zheng Ma, Zheng Lanin strode purposefully towards her. "Mother, you did not inform me of your impending arrival. And furthermore, I am occupied with work." A momentary stiffness crossed Zheng Lanin's visage, her heart already harboring displeasure. Did she truly believe that she had not noticed the shopping bags Lin Shiyan was carrying? She was on the verge of admonishing Lin Shiyan when her wrist was seized. Shiyan acquiesced, relinquishing the articles in her possession to Zheng Ma, and proceeded into the drawing room. In the courtyard, Qiao Hui regarded Zheng Lanin with resignation, articulating, "Eldest sister, do we not come to an understanding? You are to treat Yin Yin with deference, as we are soliciting a favor." Zheng Lanin retorted with some displeasure. "Yin Yin is my offspring. I bore her, nurtured her. Why must I treat her with such formality?" "Imbecile," Qiao Hui mentally rebuked, betraying no hint of her vexation outwardly. "If not for any other reason, do it for Xiao Chuan, and endeavor to be amiable towards Yin Yin, his elder sister." Zheng Lanin conceded with a nod. "I am merely being overly anxious." Qiao Hui promptly offered several words of consolation, the central theme being that Zheng Lanin must cultivate a favorable rapport with Lin Shiyan and subsequently induce her to exert herself on behalf of the Lin family and her son. Within the drawing room, Lin Shiyan observed Lin Wangshan's clumsy charade of paternal affection. Lin Shiyan reciprocated in kind, even instructing Zhang Ma to prepare a repast, specifying dishes favored by Lin Wangshan. Lin Wangshan was gratified by Lin Shiyan's demeanor, his countenance visibly relaxing. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. However, we shall forego the repast. The purpose of my visit today with your mother pertains to the company. As you heard yesterday, Xingzhi has assented to invest in my new venture. Place a call to him and inquire whether the investment can be realized prior to tomorrow. Such haste? Lin Shiyan instinctively sensed an anomaly. Otherwise, Lin Wangshan, even in his impatience, would likely not have broached the subject of funding at this juncture, particularly with the stipulation of the funds being remitted by the morrow. Lin Shiyan proposed, "Allow me to contact Feng Xingzhi. You may address him directly." Lin Shiyan took out her phone and called Feng Xingzhi. Once the call connected, she said, "My father wishes to inquire about the investment." After speaking, she handed the phone to Lin Wangshan. Taken aback by Lin Shiyan's directness, Lin Wangshan momentarily felt at a loss. Upon hearing the steady voice of a man on the other end, he took a deep breath to steady his emotions and said, "Xingzhi, if you are inquiring about the investment, I must regretfully inform you that the project, overseen by a certain responsible party, carries too great a risk. The Feng family will not invest under any circumstances." After a brief pause, Feng Xingzhi added in a tone of disappointment, "Although I initially decided to invest out of consideration for Lin Shiyan, I also held high hopes for this project. It is unfortunate that my father did not choose a suitable project leader from the outset." At that moment, a voice on the other end reminded him of an upcoming meeting, prompting Feng Xingzhi to politely end the call. Lin Wangshan stared at the disconnected phone, his expression notably grim. Suddenly, a card was thrust into his hand, and as he looked up in confusion, he heard Lin Shiyan say, "This card contains my private savings, which I had intended to use for purchasing a birthday gift for my mother. Father, please use it for now." Lin Wangshan was momentarily stunned. He had not expected Lin Shiyan to offer him money. Throughout the years, everyone had sought to extract funds from him. Yet this was the first instance of someone giving him money. "Father, do not worry excessively. There will always be a way to resolve this," Lin Shiyan said. Her own concerns evident, yet she continued to strive to reassure him. A warm current surged within Lin Wangshan as he beheld the rare gentleness of Lin Shiyan. "I understand your intentions. You need not concern yourself with the money. Take it and purchase a few elegant garments. No man can resist a wife who adorns herself beautifully." He paused momentarily and continued, "Once you have endeared Feng Xingzhi, perhaps he can assist the Lin family. Remember, my dear, the Lin family is your greatest support." Lin Shiyan nodded in agreement, assuring him of her utmost effort. At that moment, Xiao Hui arrived, accompanied by Zheng Lanin. Zheng Lanin wasted no time in inquiring whether Feng Xingzhi would consider investing. Upon hearing Lin Shiyan's response that Feng Xingzhi had declined, Zheng Lanin's ire flared, and she erupted in anger. How can Lin Shiyan be so thoughtless? "Enough," Lin Wangshan interjected, reprimanding his wife. "What do you know? You scold Shiyan at will. Is this how a mother should behave? Aren't you concerned about how this might affect her heart?" Zheng Lanin felt particularly aggrieved. I am merely worried about the Lin family's predicament. My heart is anxious." Remembering Xiao Hui's words about Zheng Lanin's excessive harshness towards her own daughter, Lin Wangshan decided to no longer indulge her. "The downfall of a once promising project is largely due to your unreliable recommendations." Zheng Lanin could only feel wronged, for it was indeed her suggestion, yet the chosen candidate was Xiao Hui's cousin, a decision sanctioned by Lin Wangshan himself, who had previously lauded her recommendations on multiple occasions. Their quarrel escalated as they departed, leaving Lin Shiyan silently observing, her eyes reflecting an indescribable sentiment. Upon noticing her despondency, Jane tenderly coaxed her. "I've baked some cookies for you, dear. Shall I pack them in a jar for you to take to work tomorrow?" Lin Shiyan responded. "I also have a craving for your candied plums." Jane readily agreed. "No problem at all. I'll prepare them for you shortly, and you can savor them leisurely the day after tomorrow. Shall we proceed to dinner now?" "Yes, I like some white porridge for dinner, along with a sliced salted duck egg and a dish of pickled vegetables." Hearing this, Jane happily went to make preparations. Upon connecting the call, she expressed, "Thank you. What are you thanking me for?" Feng Xingzhi inquired, feigning ignorance. Thank you for defending me. Thank you for supporting me. Feng Xingzhi remarked, not bad. You recognize that I'm supporting you. I'm not foolish. Upon hearing about the incident at the Lin Corporation and recalling how readily Feng Xingzhi had agreed to the unreliable investment yesterday, Lin Shiyan discerned that something was amiss. Are you angry? Are you planning to let me invest in the Lin Corporation? I'm not angry. It's going to teach Dad a lesson this time. As for investment, I don't think it's necessary. If Feng Corporation has any insignificant projects with minimal profit, they could be entrusted to the Lin Corporation. This wasn't Lin Shiyan holding a grudge. Rather, it was her earnest intention. Since marrying Feng Xingzhi, Lin Wangshan had frequently flaunted his status as Feng Xingzhi's father-in-law, inevitably behaving presumptuously, which is why he had fallen for such an unreliable project. Although the Lin family has suffered a significant blow, it has not truly affected their foundation. As long as the Lin family can secure the Feng family's project, even with minimal profit, the relationship between the two families will lead to greater support for the Lin family. With steady and determined efforts, the Lin family will swiftly rise again, which is far more crucial than any financial assistance offered by Feng Xingzhi. Chapter 91. She longed to be married by Feng Xingzhi. Feng Xingzhi chuckled. You are quite clever, though I wonder if your parents will appreciate it. Lin Shiyan inquired. How many days will you be away on business? About 3 days. Oh. Lin Shiyan silently calculated in her mind, realizing it would be at least 72 hours, a rather lengthy duration. What's the matter? Do you miss me? The question slipped from Feng Xingzhi's lips, and he was momentarily taken aback upon uttering it. Yes, Lin Shiyan replied softly, her eyes glistening with moisture. I will miss you dearly. Her voice was so endearing that it evoked images in Feng Xingzhi's mind of her obediently yielding to his whims. After agreeing, Lin Shiyan gazed at her phone, which had already ended the call, her heart bubbling with joy like effervescent bubbles. At that moment, a waft of floral fragrance drifted in, imbued with the unique warmth and scent of summer. Lin Shiyan inhaled deeply, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Feng Xingzhi's perception of her began to shift. After years of perseverance, it seemed she was finally catching a glimpse of hope. Lin Shiyan gently caressed her abdomen, murmuring, Baby, isn't Mommy wonderful? I have truly waited until your father softened his heart. My dear child, please trust that I will strive to provide you with a complete home, allowing you to grow surrounded by the love of your parents. Sweetheart, let us endeavor together. The following day, Lin Shiyan arrived at the set and immediately immersed herself in her tasks. After preparing the costumes for the leading man and woman, she began organizing the attire for the next scene, yet the workload had significantly diminished. Feng Yuanyuan, assisting nearby, remarked, Sister Lin, have you heard the news? What news? Feng Shuwei might withdraw from the filming. Lin Shiyan was taken aback. Where did you hear that? From Xiaoi. She mentioned that director and called General Feng, suggesting a change in casting. Given the severity of Feng Shuwei's injury, particularly to her face, she won't be able to recover in just 2 or 3 months. And even if she does, she may require cosmetic procedures. This could delay director An's film until next year, and with a New Year's release approaching, he cannot afford to wait. Feng Yuanyuan was particularly elated. Sister Lin, this is truly wonderful. No one will trouble you anymore. Lin Shiyan, observing Feng Yuanyuan's enthusiasm, frowned slightly and replied, Let us refrain from such remarks. Others may misconstrue them as discontent towards Teacher Feng. She has made things difficult for you. It is only natural to harbor some grievances. Feng Yuanyuan's voice dwindled under Lin Shiyan's gaze. All right, Sister Lin, I shall remain silent. I realize my words were inappropriate. If they fell into the ears of those with ulterior motives, they could be exploited. I am deeply sorry, Lin Shiyan expressed with contrition. It is due to my own inadequacy and having offended Feng Shuwei that you have had to endure hardship alongside me. Overwhelmed with emotion, Feng Yuanyuan hastily responded, No, that is not the case at all. She vowed, Lin, I assure you that I will exercise greater caution in the future and refrain from causing you any trouble. That is not the correct way to perceive it, Lin Shiyan gently corrected, grasping Feng Yuanyuan's hand as she noticed her bewildered expression. Your priority should be safeguarding your own well-being. Nothing is more paramount than your personal safety. Instinctively, Feng Yuanyuan's gaze met Lin Shiyan's. and she was met with a tender and reassuring look. A wave of profound gratitude washed over her. The scene progressed seamlessly, concluding before lunchtime. The entire cast and crew were elated, showering Feng Xingzhi with effusive praise, elevating her to near celestial heights. "Xiaoyi, visibly pleased," exclaimed Lu. "The assistant director has been extolling your virtues incessantly. Everyone else is equally delighted, remarking that it is solely due to your exceptional acting prowess that they have been spared considerable suffering." Xiaoyi continued with her effusive praise, only to be met with Lu Yiyun's serene countenance, leaving her somewhat perplexed. "Lu, are you not pleased? What pleasure could be derived from the accolades of such inconsequential individuals?" Lu Yiyun retorted, "If they truly sought to bring me joy, they would replace the second female lead." Lu Yiyun inquired of Xiaoyi, "Has there been any activity on Lin Shiyan's end?" "None," Xiaoyi replied. "It's improbable," Xiaoyi remarked, "that Lin Shiyan, a mere fashion designer with some renown and the good fortune to be selected by director and could wield enough influence to affect the casting of the second female lead. Even director and himself couldn't accomplish that." "Your observation is lacking," Lu Yiyun countered. Prior to filming, during the principal cast and crew meeting, Lu Yiyun noted that the esteemed CEO, Feng, consistently directed his gaze toward Lin Shiyan. Consequently, despite the prevailing belief that Feng Xingzhi was the apple of CEO Feng's eye, Lu Yiyun remained unconvinced. Words can deceive, but subconscious reactions do not. Lin Shiyan was the object of Feng Xingzhi's subconscious attention. She harbored envy for Lin Shiyan, yet yearned to take her place. Enlist someone to leak information to Feng Xingzhi, suggesting that this very Lin Shiyan is assiduously endeavoring to persuade director and to replace her. "Lu, your perspicacity is truly remarkable. This will incite an internecine conflict between them." Lu Yiyun meticulously removed her makeup, her delicate features now imbued with an ambitious aura. Following the physician's examination of her injury, Feng Xingzhi erupted in fury. "What do you mean it will undoubtedly worsen? Didn't you previously assert that it would scab over and mostly heal within a month?" The physician, subjected to a torrent of abuse, responded with a wry smile. "Indeed, I did state that, but my assertion was contingent upon optimal healing conditions. Your indiscriminate application of medication to the wound has resulted in suppuration, impeding the healing process. Genuine healing necessitates secondary debridement, which will unfortunately inflict further trauma upon the wound. Even upon healing, the outcome will be far from satisfactory. That is absolutely not the case. You must have accepted that woman's ill-gotten gains, which is why you are deliberately misleading me." Feng Xingzhi shouted furiously, seizing the nearby phone and hurling it at him. The doctor, unable to evade in time, was struck and developed a significant bruise. Even with his typically good temperament, he was incensed. "You are utterly unreasonable." Enraged, the doctor stormed off, and Sister Zhang hurried after him to offer comfort. "Where have you been? Do you also believe that I have ruined my appearance and consequently my future, and are seeking alternative paths?" Sister Zhang observed Feng Xingzhi's irrational state, her own temper flaring as she shouted, "Have you lost your mind? Feng Xingzhi, do not blame me for not warning you. If you continue this reckless behavior, you will jeopardize your current acting career. Do you not realize that Lin Shiyan is already stirring the pot in the production team, trying to persuade director and to replace you? Feng Xingzhi, you have been in this industry long enough to understand the significance of director and work. If you squander this opportunity, you may never have a chance at fame again. As for President Feng, what standing does he have to want a woman like you? Weigh the pros and cons for yourself. If you're certain this is the outcome you desire, then go ahead, lose yourself in madness. I will no longer concern myself with you. Let you wallow in the mire." Chapter 92. Lin Shiyan, have you thought this through? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Feng Xingzhi could hardly believe it. "Yes, I dare to speak to you like that," Sister Zhang retorted, her face stern. "You yourself said you deserve this reprimand. Had you only been more amenable and less impetuous, your countenance would not have deteriorated to its current lamentable state." The ghastly wounds that marred Feng Xingzhi's face during the recent dressing change filled Zhang Jie with profound sorrow. Had she been present at the hospital that day, she would have undoubtedly prevented Feng Xingzhi from accosting Lin Shiyan. Zhang Jie inhaled deeply and implored, "Wei Wei, heed my counsel. Your paramount concern must now be the recuperation of your visage. Even the most pressing matters pale in comparison to the well-being of your face. Feng Shui nodded, genuinely chastened. Rest assured, Zhang Jie, I shall be obedient this time. She continued, however, my immediate priority is to secure an audience with Brother Xingzhi. Otherwise, with the passage of time, I fear my position may be usurped. That Lin Shiyan is no guileless innocent. Zhang Jie recognized the significance of Feng Xingzhi in Feng Shui's life. Without Feng Xingzhi's patronage, Feng Shui's talent would barely qualify her as a non-entity in the entertainment industry. Zhang Jie advised, when you next encounter President Feng, endeavor to be more pliant and less obstinate. Your previous demeanor was quite agreeable. Although Lin Shiyan occupies the position of Mrs. Feng, you remain the apple of President Feng's eye. Let us prosper financially and professionally under President Feng's aegis. Feng Shui offered a perfunctory agreement, harboring reservations. Her ambition transcended merely being a substitute for her sister. She aspired to be the authentic Feng Shui. Moreover, Lin Shiyan now possessed more than just the title of Mrs. Feng. She had become Mrs. Feng in every sense of the word. She was even carrying his child. When she finally gives birth, even if Xingzhi is furious, he would never harm the child. That tiny being will inevitably soften his heart one day. At that moment, they will be a complete family. And what will she amount to? The more Feng Shui pondered, the more distress she felt, resolutely refusing to accept this outcome. Over the past 3 days, Lin Shiyan has fared quite well. Each day, Lin Wangshan has sent Zheng Lanin to offer her care, seemingly trained for this purpose, as she refrained from saying anything aggravating. The mother and daughter shared a rare harmony. Zheng Lanin, perhaps sensing Lin Shiyan's changed demeanor, also came to a rare realization of her own faults. Yin Yin, Zheng Lanin said, I know I have often fallen short, and I understand you resent my favoritism. However, I hope you grasp one truth. We are a family. Regardless of our grievances, we are bound together. You cannot truly disregard the Lin family. Her eyes brimmed with yearning. Lin Shiyan found it impossible to remain indifferent. She sighed and responded, Mother, I have always remembered one thing. We are a family. All right. Zheng Lanin exclaimed joyfully as she took her leave. Lin Shiyan exhaled deeply, feeling both helpless and powerless. She now hoped that this lesson would lead the Lin family to a more grounded path. Ultimately, Zheng Lanin's birthday banquet was canceled. Although the Lin family and the Feng family are related by marriage, and Feng Xingzhi has expressed his stance on the matter, there have yet to be any concrete actions, especially with him currently away on business. After careful deliberation, Lin Wangshan decided to cancel Zheng Lanin's birthday banquet this year. Zheng Lanin was somewhat disappointed, as her annual birthday banquet had become the most glamorous event for her since Lin Shiyan married Feng Xingzhi. Fortunately, Feng Xingzhi sent her a birthday gift, and Lin Wangshan personally spent the entire day with her. Only then did Zheng Lanin cheer up. Lin Shiyan's work on the film set progressed smoothly, and she enjoyed pleasant interactions with everyone. Yun Duan also received a new commission. The previous incident, where Feng Shui ordered the smashing of Yun Duan's studio and caused injuries, had garnered significant attention, drawing many eyes to the small studio. The headmaster of a prestigious private high school recognized Yun Duan's studio's capabilities and invited them to design a set of coming-of-age ceremony gowns for the graduating senior class. Yang Shuzhen placed great importance on this commission, not for the potential profit, but for the significance it represented. Lin Shiyan also understood the implications and researched extensively into ancient coming-of-age ceremonies. In ancient times, the coming-of-age ceremony held immense importance for both young men and women, second only to weddings. However, in a high school setting, even a prestigious one with hundreds of graduating students, replicating the ancient traditions perfectly was impossible, especially given the intricate and cumbersome nature of ancient attire, which was impractical for modern wear. Therefore, the challenge lay in balancing the essence of tradition with ease of wear. Lin Shiyan consulted with Yang Shuzhen multiple times and visited several masters of Chinese studies before finalizing the design. The headmaster of the private school, surnamed Ji, was visibly impressed upon seeing the design, showering it with praise. Gazing upon Lin Shiyan, remarked, initially, I harbor discontentment due to teacher Yang's reluctance to personally assume the role of designer. However, upon beholding your creations, I comprehended the rationale behind teacher Yang's decision. Designer Lin, your potential is truly formidable. Lin Shiyan demurred repeatedly. You flatter me. Yang Shuzhen interjected. There's no need for such modesty. Principal Ji speaks the truth. You should graciously accept the compliment after expressing your gratitude. Lin Shiyan promptly responded with a smile. Thank you for your recognition. This praise is well-deserved. Should your esteemed institution contemplate hosting another Chinese-style coming-of-age ceremony next year, I implore you to consider Cloud's End. Commented Designer Lin, your talent surpasses that of your predecessor. Laughter ensued among those present. Principal Ji, encumbered by official duties, soon departed. Lin Shiyan, accompanied by Yang Shuzhen, proceeded to meet with several master artisans. The creation of 328 coming-of-age garments within a week presented an insurmountable task for Cloud's End's artisans. Yet, Lin Shiyan remained unperturbed, cognizant that these artisans were supported by a multitude of craftspeople who relied on this trade for their livelihoods. In this world, there exist individuals who, driven by a desire for perpetuation and a glimmer of hope, tenaciously persevere in preserving forgotten arts. Is it foolish? Perhaps. However, it also inspires profound admiration. Lin Shiyan aspired to ensure the continued sustenance of these admirable individuals. Upon entering the vestibule, she discerned a familiar voice emanating from the living room sofa. It was Feng Xingzhi, engaged in a telephone conversation. After arranging matters, Feng Xingzhi ended the call and noticed Lin Shiyan still standing dazedly at the entrance. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, "What are you doing there? Growing mushrooms?" She couldn't help but exclaim as he pulled her into his embrace. "What? Are you disappointed to see me?" "Not all. Tomorrow marks the third day." He leaned close to her ear, his warm, moist breath cascading over her skin. "Lin Shiyan, have you thought about it?" Chapter 93, Obsession. His voice was husky, each note laced with an enticing hook that sent shivers through her core. Lin Shiyan's breaths quickened, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Have you thought about it?" "Yes, I have. I think about it all the time." She was fervently in love with this man, yearning to be with him every moment of every day. She understood all too well that his desires differed from hers. Her thoughts were solely of him, his essence, his very being, even down to each strand of his hair. However, she was acutely aware that such sentiments were best left unspoken, as Feng Xingzhi was not fond of hearing them. Sensing her silence with a hint of dissatisfaction, Feng Xingzhi gently nibbled at her ear. Lin Shiyan couldn't suppress a soft gasp, feeling as though she had been rendered helpless, trembling and melting in his embrace, utterly undone in mere moments. Finally releasing her, he gazed at her flushed face and couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Are you really so sensitive? Is it that pleasurable?" Her gaze, imbued with boundless charm, rendered Feng Xingzhi unable to restrain himself any longer. He captured Lin Shiyan's delicate lips with his large hand, brazenly indulging in the sweetness of her petite frame. As Feng Xingzhi's eyes darkened inch by inch, the light within them shone brightly, as if flames were igniting beneath the surface, while his hand deftly unfastened the button of her jeans. Sensing his imminent loss of control, Lin Shiyan swiftly grasped his arm, exclaiming, "No, dear Ma, do not worry. I have given her the night off. Tonight, you may indulge in whatever thoughts you desire." Lin Shiyan's cheeks flushed crimson, as if she were a woman of ill repute. "Be good. Wrap your arms around my neck," Feng Xingzhi coaxed, hoping to elicit her cooperation. Though there was a certain pleasure in his dominance, it paled in comparison to the moments when she willingly surrendered to him. However, Lin Shiyan was reluctant. She was not yet 3 months pregnant. Although the baby had so far proven resilient without any mishaps, she could not continually tempt fate. No, she insisted, her small hand pressing against Feng Xingzhi's chest in rejection. "Why not?" Feng Xingzhi asked, clearly displeased. It was evident that both would find comfort in the union. So why was Lin Shiyan unwilling? Lin Shiyan hesitated, initially intending to explain that her period had arrived, yet the man had already discerned the truth. Her face burned with embarrassment. She never anticipated Feng Xingzhi would behave in such a manner, revealing a side of him she had never known. Still, she did not relent. Speaking anxiously, "We do not have any at home. I cannot take any more medication." Her tone grew increasingly resolute. "Xingzhi, if I take the contraceptive pill 3 times in a short span, the harm to my body would be excessive. It's simply not feasible." Feng Xingzhi recalled the distressing sight of Lin Shiyan from that night. She was drenched in cold sweat, her back clammy, and despite being in his embrace, she seemed profoundly unsettled, even lacking an appetite the following day. Feng Xingzhi felt reluctant to press her further. "Then, let me ensure your comfort just this once." Lin Shiyan quickly grasped the implication of Feng Xingzhi's words and declined. "There's no need." She was at a loss for words, pondering how there could still be a need for anything. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, having lost all rationality under Feng Xingzhi's manipulation, merely dancing to his tune. Once everything had concluded, Lin Shiyan lay limply on the grand bed, her entire body akin to a boiled shrimp, panting heavily, unaware that the dynamics between men and women could unfold in such a manner. No, she was aware. She simply dared not entertain the notion that she could share such intimacy with Feng Xingzhi. "You rest for a while. I will take a shower," he said. Lin Shiyan nodded, soon hearing the sound of water cascading in the bathroom, accompanied by the man's muffled groans. Her cheeks flushed anew, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In truth, she felt deeply moved. How could she remain indifferent when embraced by the man she cherished? Lin Shiyan mused that perhaps she could entertain a flicker of hope, yearning for Feng Xingzhi to fall in love with her. He had remarked on her delightful allure not long ago. Although she had been married to him for quite some time, their shared moments of intimacy were few and far between. It was her first experience of carrying a child, followed by a second incident involving her grandfather's machinations, and then there was that encounter in the office. Perhaps she ought to exert herself further. It was conceivable that Feng Xingzhi might truly fall in love with her and be willing to embrace the mundane existence of an ordinary couple. By the time Feng Xingzhi emerged from his bath, more than an hour had passed, and he was enveloped in a chill from the cool water. Upon his exit, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of a meal, yet Lin Shiyan had already succumbed to slumber. She had rested her head on the dining table, her face pressed against her arms, rendering her features somewhat distorted, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Despite the rather foolish appearance, Feng Xingzhi found it endearing. He gently roused Lin Shiyan. "Wake up! How did you fall asleep here?" She rubbed her sleepy eyes and, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "I was simply too tired." "You finished washing up? Do eat." Feng Xingzhi, indeed quite hungry, quickly settled down to his meal. Hand in hand, they ascended the stairs, and after attending to their personal grooming, they lay side by side on the large bed. Lin Shiyan faced the window, and, just as she nestled in, Feng Xingzhi embraced her from behind, his large hand encircling her waist. His fingers, tucked beneath the fabric of her clothing, grazed her skin, each motion imbued with longing. Yet, it simply couldn't proceed in that manner. Lin Shiyan grasped his hand, drawing it downward until it rested upon her abdomen. "My tummy feels a bit chilly. Could you warm it for me?" Feng Xingzhi, exhibiting a hint of disdain, was nonetheless reluctant to withdraw his hand. As Lin Shiyan gazed down, she noticed how completely he enveloped her lower belly, a smile unwittingly gracing her lips, her heart fluttering with joy. "Darling, can you sense it? This is your father. Father is embracing me, and embracing you as well." At this moment, Lin Shiyan was exceptionally elated. Had she known what lay ahead, she would have implored the heavens to let this moment last forever. Chapter 94. Actions speak louder than words. The following day, Lin Shiyan awoke to find herself alone in the bed. She reached out and touched the other side of the bed, which was already cold. The man who had slept beside her last night was gone. Lin Shiyan couldn't help but snuggle over, embrace his pillow, and take a deep breath upon it. The pillow still carried the scent of the man, a woody fragrance reminiscent of cedar mingled with the hormonal essence unique to Feng Xingzhi. Even though it was faint, it still intoxicated her. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "What's this? So loath to part with me?" Lin Shiyan looked up and saw Feng Xingzhi walking in from the balcony with his phone in hand. Her face flushed instantly, and she stammered, "You didn't leave? Leave? Where would I go? I meant, aren't you going to work? I'll go after breakfast." Feng Xingzhi placed his phone aside, propped himself up on the bed with his arm, and cast a shadow over her as he leaned down. "Are you going to linger in bed or come have breakfast?" Lin Shiyan had initially intended to say she would linger in bed. This bed held Feng Xingzhi's lingering essence, and lying here made her feel as though she was being embraced by him, as if that perfect dream was still unfolding. However, she was undeniably eager to dine with Feng Xingzhi. Lin Shiyan gazed longingly at the pillow in her embrace, reluctant to part with it. Feng Xingzhi, somewhat speechless, remarked, "Am I not a living person, here to accompany you for a meal? Surely I am more desirable than the pillow you hold." Lin Shiyan shook her head. "It is not the same." The pillow was hers to embrace at will, whereas Feng Xingzhi was not someone she could simply hug without thought. Seeing Lin Shiyan's earnest demeanor, Feng Xingzhi found her endearing and decided to tease her. "If you rise now to have breakfast, I shall permit you to select one personal item of mine to take with you." The temptation was irresistible. Lin Shiyan swiftly sprang from the bed, declaring, "I shall go wash up." Feng Xingzhi chuckled at her hurriedness, bemused by how Lin Shiyan often presented herself as aloof and untouchable in public, yet in reality, she was quite the opposite, somewhat dazed. Moments later, Lin Shiyan emerged from the bathroom, her hair damp and strands clinging to her face, though she appeared a bit disheveled. Her skin was exquisite, delicate, hydrated, and as pale as jade. Her starry eyes sparkled brilliantly, far more captivating than those of any meticulously adorned beauty. In that instant, Feng Xingzhi was momentarily taken aback. He realized, perhaps for the first time, just how beautiful Lin Shiyan truly was. No, it wasn't his first realization. He had long acknowledged her beauty, but it had been intentionally overlooked until this morning, when for reasons unknown, her allure struck him with undeniable clarity. Lin Shiyan was oblivious to Feng Xingzhi's distraction. "I've thought of what personal item I desire from you. The tie you wore yesterday. It was a deep crimson adorned with white stripes." She contemplated that if Feng Xingzhi were to relinquish the tie to her, she would transform it into a leather band for her hair. On days when she preferred not to tie her hair back, she would fashion the tie into a wrist corsage, ensuring they remained connected. Feng Xingzhi indeed granted the tie to Lin Shiyan. Observing her cheerful acceptance brought him a rare sense of relaxation. During breakfast, Mama Jeanne prepared a piece of cod for her. Recently, she had been experiencing some pregnancy discomfort, and the fishy aroma often made her nauseous. However, perhaps due to her good spirits, she found it palatable. Feng Xingzhi placed a fried egg on her plate, urging her to eat more. Lin Shiyan expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your concern." As she lifted her gaze, she caught the glimmer of desire and longing in Feng Xingzhi's eyes. Her cheeks flushed instantly. In a playful tone, she chided, "We are in a restaurant, and it's still early. How can you say such things? All right, no more words. Let's just act." Lin Shiyan's cheeks deepened in color, and just as she was about to speak, Mama Jeanne emerged with oatmeal and milk, prompting her to say, "You should eat quickly. Time is slipping away." Feng Xingzhi, amused by Lin Shiyan's bashful demeanor that seemed to wish for a crevice to hide in, chuckled softly. He refrained from teasing her further. With duties awaiting him at the construction site, he took his briefcase and prepared to leave the house after breakfast. Upon turning, she noticed Mrs. Jeanne standing behind her, a smile gracing her lips. The young master is finally showing some promise. A blush crept onto Lin Shiyan's cheeks. "I'm not talking to you anymore. I need to prepare for the film set." Lin Shiyan ascended the stairs swiftly. When she reappeared, her hair was elegantly styled, a tie skillfully woven into it, resembling a beautiful ribbon adorning her tresses. The crimson ribbon radiated a floral-like beauty in the morning light. Inside the car, Zhou Chan frequently glanced at Feng Xingzhi through the rearview mirror. Feng Xingzhi's brow arched slightly. "Is something amiss?" "Nothing's amiss, just wondering if something delightful has occurred, Mr. Feng. You seem particularly elated." "Elated?" Feng Xingzhi hadn't anticipated Zhou Chun using such a descriptor for him. He was about to deny it. It was merely an ordinary morning. After all, However, upon turning his head, he caught sight of a handsome visage reflected in the car window. The man in the glass had the corners of his lips upturned, and a palpable sense of joy flickered within his elongated eyes. Just as Zhou Chen had stated, he was indeed elated. A hint of bewilderment crossed Feng Xingzhi's features. Could it be that he was truly this joyous? Because of Lin Shiyan? Feng Xingzhi was tempted to convince himself that Lin Shiyan wasn't the reason. Yet, he knew deep down that she was. The sudden tranquility in his relationship with Lin Shiyan had uplifted his spirits. Perhaps this arrangement wasn't so bad after all, as he had mentioned to Lin Shiyan. Since divorce was not immediately feasible, they might as well coexist peacefully for a while. After making this decision, Feng Xingzhi suddenly felt an inexplicable lightness within. Suddenly, the sound of a mobile phone ringing echoed in the car. It was Zhou Chen's. Zhou Chen glanced at Feng Xingzhi before answering the call. The attitude of the caller was abominable. Even through the fragmented words, one could discern her arrogance and unyielding nature. Yet, Zhou Chen maintained a calm demeanor, patiently soothing the caller and allowing her to vent, all the while concealing his own sentiments. Ultimately, the other party grew impatient and hung up. Feng Xingzhi inquired, "Is it always like this when Shu Wei calls you?" Zhou Chen replied, "How could it be? Miss Feng is generally quite courteous to me when you are around." His implication was that this courtesy did not extend to others. Feng Xingzhi cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "Secretary Zhou, are you reporting on Feng Shui's behavior?" Chapter 95, Lin Shiyan, you have leverage over me. Zhou Chen maintained an impassive expression, smiling as he said, "You've caught me." Feng Xingzhi huffed softly, a flicker of distraction in her eyes. In truth, Feng Shui bore a resemblance of about 50 to 60% to Yue Wei. Yet their temperaments were worlds apart. They were ultimately different individuals. However, when he first encountered Shu Wei, she was not like this. She was merely at the age of university graduation, grappling with familial hardships and juggling multiple jobs. In such a prime of life, she could scarcely afford to present herself well. Subsequently, as the Feng family succumbed to debt, Feng Shui sought employment as a hostess in an entertainment establishment. On one fateful occasion, she was coerced into excessive drinking, and in a staggering stumble, she collapsed before him. Her tear-filled eyes implored him as she clutched at his trousers, beseeching, "Brother-in-law, please save me." His heart softened, stirred by the familial address and the striking resemblance of her eyes to those of Yaoi. At some indiscernible juncture, Feng Shui had undergone a transformation, irrespective of her seemingly obedient demeanor in his presence. Perhaps, he mused, it was imprudent of him to have kept Shu Wei in his proximity, driven by a longing for Yaoi. This arrangement was undoubtedly unjust to both Shu Wei and Yaoi. After a protracted silence, Feng Xingzhi declared, "Secretary Zhou, I entrust Shu Wei to your discretion. She has, after all, been in my care, and as Yaoi's sister, her future deserves security." Zhou Chen was taken aback, cautiously inquiring, "President Feng, do you imply?" "My meaning is precisely as you interpret it," Feng Xingzhi sighed, adding, "Shu Wei is no longer a child and should embark on her own life." Zhou Chen promptly acceded, stating with utmost sincerity, "President Feng, your sagacity is unparalleled." "Sagacity, you say?" "Primarily, it is for the sake of the madam's happiness. Were she to learn of your decision, President Feng, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed." Feng Xingzhi scoffed. "What inducements has Lin Shiyan offered you to prompt such unwavering praise on her behalf?" Zhou Chen responded, "Perhaps it is because the young madam cherishes you and consistently considers your well-being." Feng Xingzhi raised an eyebrow, poised to retort. Yet, finding himself devoid of further commentary, he was compelled to concede that Lin Shiyan had acquitted herself admirably, embodying the quintessential scion's wife of the Feng lineage, and a spouse beyond reproach. Had it not been for that unforeseen exigency, Lin Shiyan arrived at the film set betimes, finding only a handful of stagehands and the art director engaged in their preparations. After exchanging courteous greetings, she set about arranging the costumes required for the impending shoot, following which she lent her expertise to the art director in the set's arrangement. With a foundation in fine arts from her formative years, coupled with her vocation in costume design, Lin Shiyan's aesthetic sensibilities were beyond question. Observing the transformation wrought by Lin Shiyan's touch, A stagehand remarked with genuine admiration. It's evident why you're a designer. The arrangement is impeccable. Were director in to witness this, he would only castigate us further for our lack of aesthetic discernment. Lin Shiyan responded with a smile. You flatter me, sir. You are, after all, director An's favored cadre. He would sooner chide anyone else but you. I am aware that other productions have sought to borrow your services, yet director An has steadfastly refused, avowing that you are indispensable to him. The art director, taken aback by Lin Shiyan's familiarity with such matters, regarded her with newfound warmth. Casting a furtive glance around, he lowered his voice. Miss Feng arrived earlier with her agent. They are likely at the hotel now. Conferring with director, and Lin Shiyan expressed her profound gratitude. Thank you for the timely warning. I am deeply indebted. The art director waved off her gratitude. Think nothing of it. He offered no further words before resuming his labors. Although he possesses a modicum of fame within this circle, it pales in comparison to the stature of a capital-backed star like Feng Xingzhi, making him hardly worth mentioning. Merely reminding her today has already entailed considerable risk. Lin Shiyan, wishing to avoid an encounter with Feng Xingzhi, arranged for Feng Yuan to accompany her during the shoot, instructing her to seek assistance only when faced with insurmountable challenges. This was her strategy to circumvent Feng Xingzhi. Lin Shiyan harbored no fear of Feng Xingzhi, nor did she feel any guilt towards her, yet Feng Xingzhi was notoriously difficult, and she was reluctant to engage in conflict within the production. However, many matters could not be so easily evaded. As she organized her attire, contemplating the costume for the lead character's next appearance, already quite stunning in its own right, Lin Shiyan felt it still lacked something essential. Just as she began to formulate an idea, the door was abruptly thrust open. Startled, she turned to find Feng Xingzhi standing at the threshold. Miss Feng, she acknowledged. Feng Xingzhi's expression was dark as she regarded Lin Shiyan. Are you feeling quite pleased with yourself? You have finally marred my reputation and disrupted my filming here. Lin Shiyan replied coolly. Miss Feng, if your memory serves you correctly, you would recall that it was you who came to my hospital room to confront me, forcing me to flee. Your fall from the stairs was the result of an encounter with a child, and I bear no responsibility for it. How shameless can you be to utter such words? You have caused me great harm, yet you refuse to acknowledge your fault. Engaging in this fruitless argument serves no purpose. If you insist on attributing blame to me, Miss Feng, you are welcome to file a lawsuit or report me to the authorities. These are indeed commendable methods. What do you think? Lin Shiyan felt helpless, unsure of how to defend herself. She took a deep breath, reluctant to elaborate further. After all, Feng Xingzhi was her husband. If you're determined to perceive it that way, then so be it. Do not grow complacent. Do not forget that I hold your weaknesses in my hands. Weaknesses? Lin Shiyan was somewhat bewildered. What weaknesses could she possibly have that fell into Feng Xingzhi's grasp? Besides, the child in her womb. A sudden jolt surged through Lin Shiyan's heart as she immediately looked toward Feng Xingzhi, eager to discern her intentions. However, upon raising her gaze, Feng Xingzhi had already turned away. A chilling voice echoed. Lin Shiyan, your triumph will not last long. Just wait and see. As soon as Feng Xingzhi departed, Feng Yuan arrived. Upon seeing Lin Shiyan unharmed, she let out a sigh of relief. Sister Lin, I'm so glad you're okay. I heard Feng Xingzhi was here and feared she would trouble you again. Lin Shiyan suppressed her inner worries and smiled. It won't happen. As long as Feng Xingzhi wishes to play this role, she will refrain from causing a scene at this moment. Feng Yuan nodded, but could not help but add, it would be better if she chose not to play. That way, our work would be much easier. Lin Shiyan patted Feng Yuan's shoulder. All right, let us get back to work. Just as she stepped out, she received a call from Feng Xingzhi. Are you done? The man's magnetic voice resonated through the phone, instantly reminding Lin Shiyan of his whispered murmurs from the previous night. A glimmer of moisture appeared in her eyes. Chapter 96. Only you can bring me. Joy. Feng Xingzhi put away his phone and looked up at Zhou Chun. Is there anything else? Zhou Chun replied. President Lin has arrived, still regarding the investment matter. Upon hearing this news, the shareholders grew anxious and promptly sold off their stocks, plunging Lin Corporation into chaos. Feng Xingzhi was hardly surprised. He inquired of Zhou Chun, have the stocks of Lin Corporation been bottomed out? Yes, we have acquired 11% of the shares. Zhou Chen responded. Too little. If any shareholders are considering selling their shares, let them be purchased. Zhou Chen nodded in agreement. Then what about President Lin's side? Feng Xingzhi cast him a sidelong glance and said coolly, Do I need to instruct you on how to maximize the benefits of share acquisition? Zhou Chen lowered his head. I understand, President Feng. Feng Xingzhi picked up his coat and car keys, departing the office. In the kitchen, Lin Shiyan busied herself. The apron that fit perfectly on Aunt Zhen now appeared somewhat oversized on her, accentuating her slender waist, delicate enough to be grasped with a single hand. Feng Xingzhi approached, leaning against the doorframe. What brings you to cook today? Where is Aunt Zhen? Aunt Zhen has taken a leave for a little matter. Is that so? Yes. Lin Shiyan replied calmly, yet a hint of pink tinged her ears. What delicious dish are you preparing? Feng Xingzhi did not expose the truth. Instead, he approached her slowly and wrapped his large hand around her waist. Lin Shiyan's waist was remarkably slender, and the way she moved while chopping vegetables just moments ago was utterly captivating. Lin Shiyan made a slight attempt to struggle, playfully chiding, Could you loosen your grip a bit? I'm in the midst of preparing dinner. From behind, Feng Xingzhi embraced Lin Shiyan, his slightly husky voice resonating in her ear. What are you cooking for dinner? Lin Shiyan listed a few dishes, and there's green bean smoothie. It's quite hot today, perfect for refreshing oneself. These are all my favorites. She added. Well, I wish to see you enjoy yourself a little more, he replied. Feng Xingzhi paused for a moment before continuing. Tonight, I will also ensure your happiness. Which flavor do you prefer, strawberry or pineapple? Lin Shiyan's cheeks flushed crimson. Is it appropriate to ask like that? How should I inquire then? Perhaps I should simply suggest that we try both, and whichever brings you joy, we shall indulge in that more often, he said with a teasing tone. Feng Xingzhi leisurely retrieved small boxes from his pocket, placing them on the dining table. Lin Shiyan felt as if she were enveloped in warmth. Having witnessed Feng Xingzhi's icy demeanor before, she found his sudden change quite disconcerting. Yet upon seeing the playful glint in his eyes, she realized it was all deliberate. Lin Shiyan was never one to concede defeat. Suppressing her embarrassment, she turned from Feng Xingzhi's embrace. Raising her gaze to meet his, she noticed his handsome features, a chiseled jawline and exquisite features illuminated by the kitchen light, rendering him utterly mesmerizing. Lin Shiyan tilted her chin slightly and retorted, You're mistaken. Actually, anything is fine, as the person who brings me joy has never been material possessions. She tugged on Feng Xingzhi's tie, drawing him closer until their breaths mingled, and they could see each other's eyelashes. Lin Shiyan whispered, her voice like a gentle breeze, It's you, Feng Xingzhi. You are the one who brings me happiness. Lin Shiyan was aware that she should exercise more restraint, as many girls tend to be quite demure when they are with men, fearing that they might appear frivolous. However, Lin Shiyan didn't desire to act in such a manner. She and Feng Xingzhi had been delayed for far too long. She didn't want to conceal her feelings for him, nor did she want to hide her desire for him. Women are human beings, and it's perfectly normal to have needs and to yearn for the embrace of the man they love. Lin Shiyan stood on tiptoe, kissing Feng Xingzhi's thin lips, wrapping her arms around his neck, and murmured, Feng Xingzhi, shall we make love before dinner? No man could resist such a provocation. Feng Xingzhi was no exception, especially since he was already deeply attracted to Lin Shiyan. He swiftly turned the tables, seizing the initiative, and lifting Lin Shiyan up with his arms, kissing her passionately. Soon, they were both aroused. Feng Xingzhi picked Lin Shiyan up, placed her on the countertop, and his large hand unfastened her bra. Just then, Feng Xingzhi's phone suddenly rang. She gently pushed against his chest. I'll go upstairs first. Feng Xingzhi initially didn't want Lin Shiyan to go upstairs. He was currently in the mood. In fact, he thought the kitchen was quite appealing, especially the image of Lin Shiyan wearing an apron, which evoked a sense of uniform-clad temptation. However, his cell phone was excessively loud, genuinely disrupting the ambience, compelling Lin Shiyan to withdraw from the kitchen. He retrieved his phone, the screen illuminated with an unfamiliar number. Without hesitation, Feng Xingzhi disconnected the call, but just as he was about to set the phone aside, it rang again, displaying the same number. With a furrowed brow, Feng Xingzhi answered the call. The sound of weeping emanated from the other end. President Feng, I am Shu Wei's assistant. Shu Wei is missing. I've been trying to reach her for a long time, but she hasn't answered. Now, her phone is switched off. Previously, she was stalked by paparazzi. I am so worried that something might have happened to her. Feng Xingji's expression changed. Missing? How could she disappear without reason? I don't know. Today, Shu Wei asked me to accompany her to the set of Royal Decree. She met with Miss Lin. After coming out, she was dispirited. Later, she said she wanted to go for a walk, and I didn't think much of it. But when I tried to find her again, I couldn't locate her anywhere. President Feng, I'm really worried. Please find Shu Wei. Lin Shiyan had come down to retrieve her phone, but unexpectedly overheard Feng Shu Wei's name mentioned by Feng Xingzhi. Feng Xingzhi put away his phone and said softly, Feng Shu Wei's assistant, Xiao Rou, said that she met you at the film set this afternoon and then disappeared. She cannot be found. What did you say to Shu Wei? Lin Shiyan recounted Feng Shu Wei's words without concealment. I did not target her, nor did I scold her. I don't know why Feng Shu Wei would suddenly disappear. Feng Xingji's phone rang once more. Mr. Feng has pinpointed Miss Feng's mobile phone. The signal was last detected in the vicinity of the Fu River. Mr. Feng's brow furrowed with concern. The Fu River, an antiquated waterway in Shenzhen, has been swollen by incessant rains this year, leading to multiple incidents this month alone. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Mr. Feng began to straighten his attire, seized his car keys, and prepared to depart. Chapter 97. Mr. Feng is aware of her pregnancy. Lin Shiyan could no longer contain herself. She surged forward, grasping Mr. Feng's wrist with urgency. Entrust the task of locating Feng Shu Wei to someone else. Your subordinates are all adept. It truly doesn't necessitate your personal intervention to find her. She gazed at him imploringly. Could you possibly stay? We had agreed to spend an enchanting evening together. Lin Shiyan was oblivious to her own abasement. She was solely focused on detaining Mr. Feng, consumed by an overwhelming desire to keep him by her side. Mr. Feng regarded Lin Shiyan, who was impeding his path, with a displeased expression. Lin Shiyan, you must be obedient. I must find Feng Shu Wei without delay. Lin Shiyan shook her head, unwilling to permit Mr. Feng to leave. Regardless of her magnanimity, she was loath to allow her husband to seek out another woman, particularly Feng Shu Wei. Moreover, Feng Shu Wei was cunning and deceitful. Despite her menacing words at the film set at midday, she was now purportedly in peril, a claim she vehemently disbelieved. However, Mr. Feng was growing impatient, consumed by anxiety at the thought of Feng Shu Wei potentially facing danger. Even though he had instructed Secretary Zhou to arrange for Feng Shu Wei's future welfare, he felt compelled to ensure her safety. After all, she had been by his side for 3 years, not to mention the connection through Yahweh. Lin Shiyan, I'm not fond of your jealous and petty demeanor. Feng Xingji's brow furrowed, still displeased. Lin Shiyan felt as though struck by lightning. Jealous and petty. She had never anticipated that Feng Xingji would describe her in such a manner, and then her hand was suddenly empty. Feng Xingji had already pushed her hand away. With his words still hanging in the air, he turned and departed. Lin Shiyan stood there, staring blankly at the empty doorway, feeling as though she were gazing into her own soul. Just moments ago, her heart had been filled with joy. Like a specter, Lin Shiyan wandered through the villa, observing the furnishings around her, her mind flooded with images of Feng Xingji. Suddenly, she felt a tightness in her abdomen. Her father was, in truth, a wonderful man. He was her mother's superhero. Her father had saved her mother countless times, and if a life-saving grace were to be repaid by devotion, then she and her father must share a bond that transcended 10 lifetimes. After leaving Zijin Garden, Feng Xingji relocated Feng Shu Wei's phone, only to find it switched off. Thus, he accessed the surveillance footage along the riverbank, which was fortuitously still stored due to the frequency of incidents. Feng Xingji quickly located Feng Shu Wei. Following the surveillance video, he soon discovered that Feng Shu Wei had gone to Feng Yahui's grave. Lin Shiyan was unaware of when she had fallen asleep, her slumber muddled and unrefreshing. Suddenly, she heard a commotion from downstairs. It was Xingji. Lin Shiyan disregarded everything else, quickly slipping on her slippers and hurrying downstairs. Phone! And then her voice trailed off. The one bustling about downstairs was Aunt Jeanne. Zhenma looked at Lin Shiyan with deep regret, saying, "Madam, I am so sorry. I accidentally dropped something. Has it disturbed your rest?" Lin Shiyan shook her head in a daze, replying, "No, I'm already awake." Zhenma breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good to hear. Breakfast will be ready shortly. I will heat up 2 cups of milk. You and the eldest master can have breakfast together. No need. Just 1 cup will suffice." Feng Xingzhi left last night. Zhenma was taken aback. She had just opened her mouth to speak when Lin Shiyan had already turned to leave. Feng Xingzhi had deceived her once more. Unable to resist, Lin Shiyan found herself lying on the side where Feng Xingzhi had slept, clutching the pillow he had used. After 2 days, his scent had long dissipated, leaving only the pine fragrance that Zhenma often sprayed. This aroma bore a resemblance to Feng Xingzhi's scent, yet it was not his, failing to ignite her heart. Thus, 3 more days passed in a monotonous and uneventful manner, save for the absence of Feng Xingzhi. Were it not for the tie bound around her wrist, she might have believed that her closeness to him was merely a fleeting dream. As Lin Shiyan entered, she noticed Zhou Chun standing at the entrance. Zhou Chun urgently gestured to her, indicating that she must exercise caution. Lin Shiyan felt somewhat bewildered. She had done nothing these past few days, and there was no reason for her to be cautious. She proceeded into the living room, where Feng Xingzhi sat on the sofa, idly toying with a white pill bottle. The label affixed to the bottle indicated it contained calcium tablets, and the soft rustling sound emanated from the contents as Feng Xingzhi's fingers moved up and down. Her heart constricted instantaneously. She recognized the vial as the one she had inadvertently left behind that morning. "Indeed," he responded. His gaze met hers, and he inquired, "How have you been feeling these past few days? Have you experienced any further leg cramps?" Much better," she replied, striving to maintain her composure and avoid fixating on the vial in his possession. Aware of his keen perception, she knew any overt reaction would arouse his suspicion. "That's reassuring. I had considered taking you to the hospital today for a checkup. Calcium deficiency can be a significant concern, and matters of health warrant diligent attention. Wouldn't you agree?" "Absolutely." She concurred. "Lin Shiyan, I have a query I wish to pose to you. Would you indulge me?" Although phrased as a request, his tone brooked no refusal. "Could you elucidate for me how an abortifacient serves to supplement calcium?" As his words trailed off, he flicked his wrist, sending the vial tumbling towards her feet. The cap dislodged, scattering the white tablets across the floor. A wave of terror washed over her. He was cognizant of the truth. Her mind filled with dread. Her throat constricted